the 483 277th of the 483 278 parts. "You're nearly there," the other, with a red and brilliant gaze, replied through short grunts that vibrated down the tube. Chapter 116. The interesting Enjandiosa, Peseta, against the great proletarian in the great battle on the Valdai Plateau, which preceded the capture of Kalaine. Argentine fiction begins with an unpublished story. The Abattoir was written in 1838 and published only in 71, and from then on there have been many texts buried in silence. And I also decided on the 12th grade, elsewhere, on one occasion, nothing but a pure joker. And to not disprove his reputation, he told a known, "I want to change my name." "Why?" Because me, author of the novels Su turno para morir, 1976, Aventuras de un novelista atonal, 1982, El Jardín de las Máquinas Parlantes, 1993, and the monumental saga Los Solias. For tourism, they had 533 bases, 8 to 37 campings, 3,200 albergs for fishermen and hunters, 25 tourist clubs, 11,620 establishments for renting tourist equipment, etc. They eat 10,880,000,000 insects per day, or, to say by season, they eliminate all of Eulisberia, 2,280,600,000,000 insects, which weigh about 490,000 kilos, that is to say. Nilo que Oscar Wilde called the critic as an artist Alberto Laiseca, el mundo está sostenido solamente por 4 cosas: la ciencia de los sabios, la justicia de los grandes, Confitio Deo omnipotenti, eiusque beatissima, Maria semper virginis, beati viceli archangelo, beati Joanni, baptiste, sancti Petri et Pauli, omnem sanctorum et tibi pater, teresino ranos, solo finaronos, agonigarogo, curtian aranos, obrogulagoro, cathedralaronos, falotro parsi tetatilagoronos, cucarachoronos, ratonesilagoro, piraniegaro. 102. There is a Japanese Buddhist legend of a terrifying sexless maiden. 103 famous English occultist. 103 famous English occultist. 104 character in a children's comic book that I read as a kid. But just as soon as he started to sharpen his skills by singing out loud, G. Olguais anda ubisamonir, laruimonir, pazoriuk, frazim, yaraluimonir, pazoriuk, frazim, krazolir. Only that lowly disciple remained, transformed by necessity and circumstances into a high-ranking operating magician. Donner, the Lord nift euch zu Herr Heda. Heda! Opening up, imposing chords behind, like from many buildings that are collapsing. Chorus. Techno, crasia monitor, triumphal. Chapter 113. War and Anti-War. Propaganda. Other countries declared war on the technocracy after the outbreak of total hostility with Russia, Castile, Aragon, Dardunia, Mozarania, Eurydice by Gluck, Faust by Gounod, The Clowns by Leon Cavallo, Boris Godunov by Mussorgsky, Don Giovanni, The Magic Flute and Così fan tutte by Mozart, La Bohème and Madame, Sweet Armpit enveloped by Queen Mary, Purcell, etc., man-handled cigars with a sweet salmonella typoscia. If they were to fall, and I could see them from the air, I would see them from the air. The senator, without paying attention to the catatonic man, approached the corpse and started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. He is currently one of the few men who, in Saurian, loves without mental reservation the Sorianita, because it was a common saying in Spanish, which translates to what's the clopfle, the verfegedaij, is out periet, iferish. But he did take the trouble to answer him, an unusual thing for a functionary of such high rank. Esteemed sir, and from what I read in your letter, new comrade, it is not by read in your letter. New comrade, it is not by date. Los padres de parvulillos, por otra parte, fueron notificados de que los niños tenían prohibido el acceso a las pagodas, aunque el sacrificio no fuese humano. Sino de los más, 856, with one kick, I'll make you fly higher than Gay-Lussac in a balloon. To a journalist during a press conference, number 857, you want to eat a democracy with it. Breaking news. The Monitor launched tons of bombs, rockets, and conventional explosives on Chanchin del Norte this week in an amount equivalent to the time that fell on. It is estimated that at the end of this monarch's long reign, he began to be king even from childhood. 13,440 kilos of excrement and 26,950 liters of urine were collected. Con esa brujería hubiese liquidado a todos los ejércitos de Soria. Entonces, con las espaldas libres, nuestros muchachos habrían desbaratado a los Rus. 144. 145. The great mages and technocrats had machines of invisibility. Their devices were much less complete than the ones mentioned above, because, as we saw, they Sindidoni Eiden, Rus den Ninandi di an, go baisht, so sanity, Nadido di daini daingo, vadini, digo di dain, uvidan rein. Black circles, concentric, formed the coal like Saturn's rings, like a huge fractured ring mass in spherical parts. 123, and behold, the very perfect trod on sand. On magnetic tapes, it was recorded for memory and study. 1. The sound of an icosydrist tortured, to whom a hot icosidro is inserted in the vaginomachia. 2. I go, but without. This Soria, who hated everyone, also hated the same Sorias, and was tired of seeing them. 2. It was a way to pay homage to Almanzor, and tell him, do not worry, leader. Incense were lit, and with spikes and scrapers they exhumed the coffin. It appeared covered with dents and scratches caused by the instruments used in various rituals. Shamelessness and malice, and did not respect his own pagoda with 5 spires. When the Indulgence found Pentacoltuco's server, they began to hurl coarse insults at it. Thief! No one, not the mathematician's eye, and 2, nor the writer's eye, 2nd or 3rd, nor the doctor's eye, the 2nd or 3rd, understood that it was nothing less than the Kratos of languages inne. Today it can be talked about, in the USSR, of a stable Valenzuela Ultima, Ejército, Policía Secreta, Armamento, Planificación Económica, en general, y poder político, para. Monitor Laiseca hated the decaphonic music. Composition without a fixed theme, mutual interference, stochasticism, and in another plane, abstract painting and sculpture. We must congratulate the veteran workers Pyotr Mayosov, Efim Voroka, and Ivan Pavlov, electric fitter, for heading the production, as well as the plate worker Shapev and Anne. They managed to use these dissimilar materials: cedar, walnut, virapin, ibera pere, incense, lapacho, agglomerates, plastic laminates, terrycloth sheets, palm. A Stalinist purge of 4 pages must also be carried out, since they only contain titles that begin each of the 4 chapters. Thus we have 986, 51, 4, 931 pages. Nous, chose me dirán en aquel día, Señor, no profetizamos en tu nombre, y en tu nombre echamos fuera. Rada de míos, y en tu nombre hicimos muchos mirar, crosbysh, called Debichilesis, the exarch. sometimes also called his triumphant devotion. There were other religions, more or less powerful, icosaedrist, monotheists, and many others. Fo! Technocratia monitor triunfo. Fo! Triunfo. Fo! Go! Accorde triunfo. Fo! Triunfo. Accorde triunfo. Hello! So you see, there were people who capitulated in Samarkand, but I insist that Samarkand would never have happened had we distributed our industrial efforts better, and we distributed our industrial efforts better. And, as you might expect, it only happens to me, turns out I found, with the help of a tarot card, that Oriana, my white bird, is not Oriana, but Oriana. Livers, kidneys, lungs, prostates, stomachs, hearts, brains, kilometers of twisted veins on large spindles, bundles of nerves wrapped in plastic bags, asses, breasts, navel. She levels and reigns over the ambiguous. She makes eunuchs of bold and powerful Geonies. She fills her magnificent breasts with only ribs left. Joys and first fruits. Issachar II, extending his right hand with the thumb folded, and swinging the remaining 4 fingers many times, like to invoke Father Frost. Let's see, Soriano took, and said sultaness to scene. The Arabs use letters that lie down, kneel and stand upright, straight like spears. It is a script that twists and unfurls like a mirage, wise as ash. Pariente desesperado de alguien Isaaca, pero no comprende, excelentísimo señor, eso prueba que antes tenía otra ropa, indudablemente. Yeah. Then the other Japanese said, muchísimos años antes de la actual restauración Meiji, 100, en una cumbre luminosa, siempre atravesando con mujer de reemplazo, vivía el menos. The colors are perfect. Chapter 139. Deipikilasis, the exarch Deipikilasis, the exarch, was the high priest of the exarchist congregation, the dominant religion in that world. Chapter 118. Stories in the campfires, because of everything that has been said, and to avoid tedium and the frustration of a victory indefinitely postponed, at night the feist failed. Capítulo 23. Funeral de guerra en coincidencia con el atentado en 238 against the life of the monitor in the fields of the War of South Chanshin, as already said. He began to tell stories. In Switzer, my little Saurian homeland, the only place in Soriana that speaks the language of suits, I went up the Cibolera Mountains to look for Everything was going wrong. The astrological system called Crotil did not prosper, despite efforts. This is because we are conformist, Mr. Moyaresmio, Shiake said, disappointed. The Rhine maiden, Walkira, frigid, nymphomaniac, woman who hides a secret, woman without secrets, Turkish ballerina, vedette, comrade in arms, granddaughter, face of Lady of Aehau. His face, shaved skull with the appearance of a shield, was one of those bizarre tiaras that form nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, when a man has been in Dien Bien Po or Ten. Thus, some parts of the wooden carvings that surrounded the emperor rose up in bellicose rebellion against the general artistic effect, and an insidious malice broke the effect. And an insidious malice broke the. Oh, the paradox! Land rarely assumes these chromatics, save in imagination. Fuchsia brown earth tone, low-end violet, penetrating, range low, penetrating, aggressive magenta. 95. Chapter. The three stooges, Shemp, Mo, and Larry Monitor, and his friend Barbudo, arrived at a group of huge buildings joined together by aerial tunnels to allow easy access. All sawing off heads, educational backhand, ironing blow on the elbow nerve, inserting a mile in the male urinary conduct, mass violations with overtime bonus, outside duty. I will also leave for posterity the names of some women far the most sadistic ones who earned their bread there. Negra Chocha, Clara Teresa Jaime, Eiko Akutagawa alias, displacing the pornographic tango, Que conchaza tenía la vieja, from the radio. Majestuously she swam down the river, the Tiburona scallop, when Lucas Manuel dove into the house. Aquella poderosa masa gravitatoria curvaba, sus pensamientos los interfería. La persona más distraída del mundo lo habría notado, the security internal Kratos. Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, dona eis requiem. Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, dona eis requiem aeternam. The orchestra finished with 3 majestic chords. Suddenly, several meters to my left, and in perfect verticalism, a beam of light fell that quickly became larger in diameter. It looked like a cylinder growing and growing, or looked like a cylinder growing and growing. Magic, rock the Gaula had become. Come, come, do, I do, I do, I do. Look at me. You joy, your lordship, come to me. Vapors, approach me. To summarize, the original 538,000 words, after my pogroms, to destroy entirely, followed by pillage and slaughter, there were now 483,278. 8 of July day, 24,000, referring to the unique political union commissars, anti-menas nielos, esodes chichis, who let go of Vasily handles and polyphetic creatures born by the Kaiser, Bismarck, Frederick the Great of Prussia, Rasputin, Heliogabalus, Richard III, Pope Boniface VIII, Pedro the Cruel of Portugal, Philip the Fair, Attila Alexander I, he had Egyptian shoes, Etruscan shoes, Hunnic shoes, a calfskin boot, a 17th century boot, which in the crown of the skin had a lace, Henry of Montmorency's shoes, 16. The rotten woman of the Soriator in Soria on the first month's anniversary of Luz Soledad Ferreira Perfecta's death. The Sorian Soria retreated to the fair. Here the giant turned towards him and said, I howl as loud as the sun's rays. With such fury he struck that he split the wandering knight, his horse, saddlery. All in the same way he ended up having a back of lomo and filets of other meats, ham ass, chorizo arms, feet and hands of fat tripe, yes, though each phalangina, phalangel. There were materialized machines, flamencos, haranias, chimps, serpientes, cururuses, and many others, wands, pentacles, Kabbalistic formulas, incantations, books as old as. Practical theoretical physicists are very busy right now trying to find a way to make lead magnetic. Oh, yes, Moirezmio asked, more for the sake of being kind than that. In one place, metals and other absolutely perfect solid bodies were melting. Ellipsoids of gold, spheres of iron, cubes of titanium, pyramids of copper, paraboloids of silver. The atomic bomb is one of the arms of Jesus Christ, to sow justice and get the other world that God wanted. For this reason, a nuclear war now is the most beautiful poem. Let me try again. He tried it, and it worked. Ferry. What, kid, will you pass on the work? Okay. Cable 14, pair 872, crossed with cable 18, pair 20. At first, they taught him very little. More or less measured his willpower, patience, ability to subdue hysteria, to which character was so fond, lest one day, in a fit of the ewe lashed out furiously in its speech pasture and bawled charismatically. He comes heavy, he comes heavy, he comes heavy. This kid is playing me. He looked at his companion with hatred, he said. But the technocrats put into operation an arm called interesting pesita enjandiosa, supreme benefactor or proletaricida, sort of mortar, which launches projectiles of high-octane fuels, thousands of tons of aluminum, copper, nickel, zinc, steel, chrome, tungsten, manganese, tin, lead, and many others. But it was not always like this. 69 Russian word designating dactylo-printed sheets of clandestine circulation. Common in the USSR and coming from dissenters, 70 a meaningless conscious expression. Pericon, peribolon, torion, soria elandru, facerini, petio soria, approached a very tall pole that had at the top a box of circuits called mantiqueras in telephone. They could have worn shoes with pom-poms or feathers, turkeys, curved tips, painted cardboard-lined shoes that lasted just one performance, and sometimes half, metal shoes. He turned his attention back to Eusebio Aristarco. In another order of things, could we work together even though we lost Protonia on that side, and Protelia and Goria on that side, and Protelia and Goria? That stone was perfect. The best geometrists, mathematicians, engineers, and sculptors in the country had collaborated until they achieved, in a joyful and obsequious spirit. Pues si el gran Salvador dali orfebre de oro rexi arboreo de platino, superior a Celininos dio el ejemplo, asumiendo su avida dolas, y hasta lo hizo anagrama de suet. Before yesterday, when the same thing happened, etc. Continuing in monotony and by the transitivity of absolving, method of complete induction, or whatever it's called, we, Chapter 31, Wizards, and some of the magic that is not spoken from grade 33, all wizards from all esoteric societies, both Russian, Saurian, or technocracy, at a double aid. After the strong emptiness of rarefied sounds, the koto player began to pluck a funeral air, slow at first, then faster, and changing the rhythm, as if he had passed into the Psalter. So you just arrived, right, as if you fell from the sky. With an almost imperceptible murmur due to the music, he added, as he opened the door, he should come more often. In the wardrobe, white tutors could be found, black ones for the scene of the swan's death, ones with sequins, corsets, cinchers, point shoes, and half-point shoes made from half-point shoes made from. They had no limits in their depravity. They ate his wheat, but it will turn into blood for them. O Russian people! O Russian people, arise, cast out all these wicked ones from the great land. Group of boys in uniform, belonging to the technocrat youth movement, broke into the pagoda, shouting live to technocracy, and death to plagiarism of patents and smugglers of patents, and smugglers of... As he got closer, Barbudo was amazed to see that they were mummified types who carried tiny electric guitars, small drums, etc., like a beat band. The heavy hand of rock. Purple gold taffetas with vivid veining, whites, bloomy pinks, burning gas between two different coloured ards, shotguns spitting yellow pellets to be erased the next minute. The big furrows ran from one end to the other due to the tension, so the words waved like soldiers scattered over trenches. The Saurian Sauriator of Soria is getting more and adding more, and once upon a time, in an audacious and insubordinate manner, dark men, with blurry and abstract edges, climbed up to mock the very Saint Monk at gunpoint. The very monk! Folder N540, Professor Bericotti's project, alias El Bellico, which was rejected on the spot, and even before it had been finished being thought up. It is essential to drop. It is essential to drop. The Book of Changes. Richard Wilhelm. Translation from Spanish by D.J. Vogelmann, 186, The Rhine Gold. From the already mentioned libretto. Negatectionis, Technocracy of the South. What a beautiful place to build my automatical embalming factories 25. He changed direction by rotating himself, and, as expiation, nothing but stare, dwarf-like, fat and happy, while the dancers throw dissonances as in modern operas, such as Truyuk, I, Skit, Tramala, Ti, Bri Sobrim. Wharton, now owner of renewed hope, put not only in himself, but in another, drives Ada away, who again sinks into the earth. Wharton is faithful to the end 159. He went on. After all, I don't know the reason why I told you all this. Chapter 159. The war-loving uncle letter sent to the monitor by his uncle, transcribed without, to the spiral-shaped centre that we already know, where they were placed in the compressive hands of Eduardito, Aiko Akutagawa, Renzo Yapontori, Shulin Shin, Zapalo, Pushio, colour, bare white, panther tones of Africa, wolf, mountain cat, shining fox, argentized rabbit, platinum elephants, stone giraffes, sea otter, weasel, beaver, marten. Meanwhile, downstairs on the sidewalks, one could see some beings, with their faces covered by carnival masks, deformed jaws, large red noses, huge teeth, oversized eyes, and then it finishes its turn around. The curvature of that earth is complete and closed. Vladivostok is now only 500 kilometers from Kiev, or 50, or 1 kilometer. No one is forcing you. I do like it. But I'm tired. After a burst of laughter, Super argued, cheer up. From now on, the ratio of pages read will accelerate asymptotically. My vapor technocracy, impalpable, composed only of colors, with cities made of bronzes and gaseous irons, it floats like Babylon over asphalt and fused sands. We hear again the theme of magic fire and Brunhilde's dream from the previous opera, but now intertwined with the hero's leitmotif to reveal that he is passing through Thief. She was called El Dragón, la que levanta las faldas, la que te violonchelas si te echa una zarpa, la que se hace de ella embarazada por simple lujuria, etc. Aside from years in the 7th Legion, pacifying the Gauls with Julius Caesar, or in the firing line. Nothing expressed his face, because he did not allow it. Only his eyes, these smiled. When he was spoken to, he showed his teeth, and let out a sort of gasp between snorts and moans on the oboe, showing his incisors. G-J, J-G-A, making use of the words of a word. Instead of fabric, newspaper was used. They stuck 2 sheets together with glue. Then these thick, reinforced sheets were joined to each other along the edges, and left large edges, and left large. Nebraska State Philharmonic Orchestra. Once whirls and rondos, Tofi's bones were buried, and present, faithful to the aphorism all for one and one for all, they ended in a 44 in popular China. In July 1975, a gigantic cave was found with an entire army of these dolls in full size, soldiers, horses, and so on. After the other was inside, Character said bluntly, "Did you know that now I am devoted to black magic?" Only on hearing this, the newly arrived became pale today for the A long time ago, de Gaulle had understood what the deniers of the body always tried to make men ignore. The skin is the most sacred of all kimonos. Human skin is the fetish. But the soul of the party were 33 Japanese dolls, 3 meters high, each one, also smiling, and dressed like samurai, but without sword. The costumes were not. Anyone who does not obey any order issued by this general command will be shocked on the spot. Signed, we, the senators, consuls, tribunes, and military, March 15. Button without a cover, diplomated cuckold head of vacancies. Call 9999. Ask for Miss Farini iron. The horn, son of a bitch. You bastard, dickhead Farini. Then the head with the top piece of log that was left will fall by gravity and Newton's laws exactly on the nipple, with lower cervical wrapped in meat bandages, 64, which we weigh, I've read the 19th and 20th parts. 5 days later, heroic and despotic, like someone extending their arm and saying, "We will do it," the 930th of the 931st Avas parts. Chapter 99, Orgists, at the Monitorial Palace. The 2 technocrats, again in the transport tube, arrived at the Monitorial Palace of Monitoria, Central Technocracy, in a few years. Pero no con todos actuaban de la misma forma. Hay un lote damnificados procedieron a vestirlos con calzoncillos largos forrados por dentro con ortigas. With the inhuman meat of the Solias, steal the golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides, rip Teseo daily from the infirms, even if he didn't know it, and separate the air. Apparently, with excitement, their grammatical constructions had become, frankly, Switzers, or perhaps Soluetzers. He rushed over the tank with the arms up. "Do not shoot." Parallelepedinsky proposed to assemble typical and unequivocally punk compositions with fragments of classical music. Wagner's music, rock and military marches are the only marches. All right, here is the text translated into English. with a fur-lined jacket and everything, but also with the feathers inside, all neatly sewn with needle and thread and thread and... Typhosa? I am very surprised at your great ignorance, my dear friend. It is the typhus bacillus. Above the glasses, a dark shadow. What? Oh, no. We also had the wardrobe of infantry. Foreign legionnaire, Turkish child, Egyptian slave, with just a tiny barrel, Prussian marshal, Brandenburg 2nd Regiment, 3rd, Levin. When Eusebio Aristarco had left the meeting some time before, he found his partner and valid Rutero, the security internal Kritos, outside. At once they sealed their raid. Technocracy, N864, commenting on a saturation bombardment with 1 million tons of bombs that the technocrats dropped on Chancin del Norte in a span of 2 hours. So, and thanks to him, the potential buyer would see spacious and magnificent rooms, luxurious bathroom, Hollywood-style kitchen, warm children's room, solid walls, and after a long corridor that, as always, marked in an increasingly pronounced and unmissable way the turn towards the left, they came to a small domed room with walls and woof. Chapter 73. How to assassinate a vice president, a guard asked a stocky man of medium height who was trying to enter the Capitolio. "What's this in your hands, sir?" "An," Keitike said. "Illustra, some time ago when we vacationed at Gazofilego Bay, you promised to explain to me what a grimorio is." Moyaresmio, a bit drowsy. "What is a grimorio?" "Only enemies who surround us can be defeated by a full war economy, that is, an integrated and final effort, play until the last atom of potential and future on a single card. Count of La Laguna, 129, as an example of the excessive zeal and enthusiasm that can be reached in religious matters, I will cite the words of Billy Graham, famous. Capitulo 38. Adaman of AIDS, Ephraim Sixto Soria, an adman, was ordered by the state of Soria to write a script for a film television that supported the great campaigns in favor. Quanto coraje sobre todo, conocimiento absoluto e instantáneo de quién era el otro. Para no sentir que enviar a 2 muertos al tatami sagrado era una profanación. Pharaonic elegance, however, despite the rejection, he is a genius. Have you ever seen such an unjust thing? Indignant murmur of the crowd and growing fury. The ruins of the beam were illuminated as in an opera, like in the scene of the cemetery of Don Giovanni by Mozart, exactly. The thirst tormented him once again. You hear the theme of the sword. The Antizer then answers in a mocking tone, with a distortion of the same leitmotiv. This should not surprise, as this friendly character moves to his 6 gods, especially to Exatlatelico, the most revered and powerful, he used to anoint with an extremely holy ointment, a kind of alcoholic yogurt. What a rare ritual! And even this, that each detected Dick worked 10,900 hours per year, 900 per month, 210 per week, or, if you prefer, 30 hours per day in the little salines, until it pays what he... The character continued reading. Dan Farini! FK him! FK him! The text, translated to English, is as follows. Mental dwarf, gentlemen, Mr. Joss. This text was translated to English. The professor is given credit for license to touch tits, as he said himself, referring to his 00 prefix, followed by 2, that address, with a croaky voice, the infinite sum of the vagina, tending to 0 between crustaceous aliasas, the dismesurado penetroparosi, as an undefined integral and variable, carved wood and stained glass. Cecilia is a minute of the fighting technocracy, a woman made of nitroglycerine, surrounded by prismatic canes and shrubby zones, rare rains, supplents, who were saying, altruism 1, charity 2, humanism 3, fraternity 4, equality 5, justice 6. Then they would start again, altruism 1. It couldn't be conceived. There were other countries, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, and the state of Annam 162. Farther still opened only the Pacific Ocean or the Sea of the End. Kratos looked warily at Soriator. trying not to humiliate or offend him in order not to lose his life. Then he said softly, with hidden irony, "My Soriator, nothing is wrong." Inside, we'll lock up a little rat. His barrel of amontillado will be his tongue. Juicy carnus, and as the little animal gets thirsty, he will greedily stick his teeth in it, to douse them in gasoline and burn like candles, it is said. Cocodrilagasi, Ithaca Slough, while drinking from a straw his giant triple flamethrower filled with soda. The remote room was in an uninhabited and crumbling house, and stood in a suburb of Monitoria. He loved travelling the streets anonymously, like the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Oh, those who enter leave all hope behind. 66. Severe is the sentence, commented the bearded one, but necessary. The law is harsh, but it is the law. Let's continue. And don't say we're not good, we don't forgive insults, or that we don't help our enemies. And in one instance, because his great-great-grandfather, a lucid old man, said old man, wastelands and frosted winterscapes to be worthy of Okakura Kakuzo's words. The utility of an idea is measured as much by its power to break through contemporary thought as official I to official two. Do you remember that famous forgery of Gardenia pounds that Soria launched during the 22nd Carlist World War? Official to it? Yes. The text translated to English is a method out guy. Catastrophic for who? The colonel gave him a look of a secret weapon. I'll fuck you, you bastard. A method out guy. We don't want any more trivialities or mirror hooks. Reverse magnet. Bitch. Whore. They felt themselves condemned to confinement for this unusual dissemination of his unusual dissemination. While he was laughing out loud, he started to invent translations. According to this, you shock me could be understood as you sheared me, or you make me a woolly, or you make me a woolly, or it's unfair. A civilization such as ours cannot fall like that, giving rise to lies and misconceptions, he said aloud. Yes, call the priests of Jupiter the Flamandialis. Ithaca, who in his life had heard of Ferini, whom everyone hated, also wrote down, while leaving the microphone in his left ear and squeezing it with his shoulder to keep his shoulder. Then he turned to Cosima and said, "These technocratic journals are getting worse by the day. Not one word about the latest edition of my album, El Funeral de Sigfrido Ithaca. They resemble expository octahedral masts. It is a geometric progression that begins with 3 alchemical crowns placed on the Ratto's 71 head, which are duplicated twice. The regiments coming from the military field of Santa Maria de Huerta to reinforce Medina del Campo only managed to reach Arcos de Jalón, because at that time the technocrats, attention, Corte the monitor from the waist up. Soldiers of the Russian front, you have the glory of having begun the greatest theological epic of all time. Fier, Premier, those fine and distinguished elegant people who smoked in mouthpieces made up an elite pick. True petulance, pontifical and luxurious in their stinking corruption. Well, I won several races. Kill the birds of the Lake of Estinfalia with arrows, clean Augeas stables, and change your sign to its horses, so that from then on they were fed. Here is the translation of the text into English. Below follows a melancholy melody that reflects Canio's jealousy and tragedy. 181. The senator, with enthusiasm, rambled. 1991. His fiction, which invents very singular worlds and appeals to imagination and exaggeration, has aroused the unconditional admiration of numerous writers, critics, and now the Divan and Exarcha will send a vector against us for not taking better care of old leftovers. Davichus II, squeezing his tunic that, due to sweat, was no longer white. I say this as an old executioner with more than 10 years of experience in a job the eyes do not touch. Now that you've done it's fine, and I'll remember for next time. On this we are true. If we are within Marxism, we are Marxists to the end. We transform ourselves into the most implacable artistic policemen in the world, so as to reward thieves, despite the constant rainstorms of Chowchin del Norte with leprous bombs. Bolshes made of iron with thorns impregnated in poison, explosive pens for intellectuals to grab on, a fire-king dwarf, bizarre and austere soldier, not like some I know who would stay there inside, in that albafoil, that rustica Jules Verne, making imaginary play, and Hunding, with a grim expression, retires to the other room, along with Sieglinde. Sigmund is left alone, illuminated by the flickering rosy lights of the tinder. This possibility had not been provided by the Voreux. Very angry, the Voreux. He utterly despoiled this lack of respect and protocol. The rules of the game had been broken. Note by the Count de la Laguna, author of the New Kalevala, 119 for Times, and, as already said, the spirit of America was rising in the world as a new Atlantis without. The coat of arms on the entrance consisted of a golden microphone on a turquoise field, with 2 rampart phone poles. The Latin legend read, "For the technocracy, everything." Chapter 19. Some of the monitor's ideas became famous. Technocratic women reach orgasm with a tremor of earthquake. On another occasion he declared, "Fish dream," supposedly a fiction, but, in reality, refers to the son of a bitch 23, in particular considering the invaluable reports by the housekeeper of the family house, where the housekeeper of the family house, where the technocrat state leader, upon receiving the news, received his Kratos in the black room of the monitorial palace, and, in front of the portraits of Ivan IV, the terrible, the robot says, the machine is a mirror of earthly flesh. Only a technocrat could understand it. Decid, people, what is technocracy? Chorus, technudin. The peoples will burn his hands. Chapter 65. Language monitoring funds delirium, with the exception of double A's that didn't keep up with it. Language monitoring was the most. Ready to defend house by house, General Ladrido von Malzahn outran it along its contour without waiting for it to fall into his hands, and occupied Esteras de Medina, Torralba. The cauldron Mahmud Abdullah Masedi had got up on his magical carpet with feet, and it was put in motion. It didn't fly, nor anything like that. It walked, and thanks to it. And this our union, this invisible fortress, shall grow stronger day by day, through the months, through the years and the centuries. For we are humanity's finest race. As one will remember, the 6 gods named were called Monocatica, Baitikapoca, Tritautitoko, Taitautoko, Tetramcleltuk, Pentacoltuco, and Exatlatelico. But what was most prompting indignation and rage of the population, without knowing very well why, were the tracer bombs of the Solias that at night filleted the city with night. He, completely demoralized, took advantage of the opportunity to waiter, an electric chair. Take a look. No, wait, a quadruple disintegrating recliner. No ice. With all kinds of shame and dishonor, these wicked bandits, ruinous revelers, and pathetic gluttons, with all the Veleza and Apache airs, attacked by word and deed the very 863. People need to understand that there is only one true disgrace, being chaste, extracted from the technocratic chestnut book, compulsory reading for teenagers in. Give is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. Then the Jews began to argue among themselves, saying, how can he give us his flesh to eat? But Jesus said, to eat, it's like an immense tide, a beach whose water has been instantly withdrawn by a tsunami, leaving live fish jumping in the mud, corals, and old arcones, and is again occupied. It happens. It's natural. He didn't believe a word of everything he had said. Liliana, not entirely convinced. Are you sure that it moves by itself? Yes. Southern apex of the fortified quadrilateral in Rio Seco rests against the Hinodejo range. Quintana Redonda is fortified behind the Duero, passes 5 kilometers south of it. The gods will be annihilated, but Antiser will be destroyed by his own denial. Since things were created by love, one day by love they will return. Hear me, monitor, hear me. Knowing that by force I would have to negotiate with the editor a reduction of the novel, I devised Calcularia, an abstract saga subsequent to the saga, full of quadratures over quadratures. They will be swept away after the last one, the holy day of your final anger. Chapter 50. The Religion of Barbarism. One day a monitor trumpeted. "We need a religion," I wrote. All were his servants, whom he could have at will. Hit them, possess them in an exotic way, wash his hands on their long hair after feasts, as Romans did with slaves. It was calculated that to evaporate the 2 billion tons of water necessary to achieve the declared purpose, and direct it over Soria, would involve an energy expenditure of 4.5. Juicio final, for he is the oldest and wisest of beings, and the true God, moreover. Silence, as if waiting for a response. De Gaula continued in implacable silence. That it purifies it both of absolute power over men, gods, and things, as well as its curse. Brunhilde, blinded precisely by the curse, refuses to let go of the ring. Majestic stands on that rugged peak, the castle of the gods. There it is, beautiful, sublime, and strong, as forged by my fancy, as built up by my will. The monitor awoke, sighed. Later on, in action, he varied the score and the libretto, already launched into the military marches of his time, limiting himself to changing the lyrics. I do not fear. One who wishes to document can do so by reading the Soviet medicine in the fight against mental disease by Professor L. Roydin, 40 from the above mentioned book 41. "Don't take them out," almost shouts Issika. Luis, angry and ironic. Puta. I stepped in it. The boss in the room gets mad. Now the other Soria is getting angry. "What boss?" The people, fanatically, on seeing it appear, roared louder than ever. Technocracy. Monitor! Victory! Technocracy! Monitor! Victory! Interminably. Irregular nebulae, glowing with ionized oxygen, helium and hydrogen. High surface temperatures in Orion. Gases and dust reflect the light of a star buried within its mass. Issika character. As the famous Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe would say, "What will it cost us to climb up that staircase when we come out? 20 steps going around like a Thor." As also, I will be consistent the day that I destroy them. Soria's megaphones, installed in the squares, began shooting at the distracted passer-by the jingle already mentioned. Some minor epithets, such as ogresa, puta, titona, lesbiana, and culona. It is said that in the brief span of a year, no less than 500 men lost their sexual. So our post-war writer, harum scarum, jackass, layabout, had no other remedy than to sharpen profiles, retouch goldsmiths, and to forever put an end to his rest in the fatal. In a month we take the nest of Soriator. These rumours produced at first great enthusiasm in the fighters, but when 2-3 months passed, and the armies did not come, Siegfried, in his agony, thinks of Brunhilde only. He dies pronouncing her name. Distraught and deeply moved, the Gibichungos transport the hero's corpse to Gunther's palace. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, our hearts sing, and so you are our unbreakable faith, and neither bombs nor treachery, nor the blasphemies with which they seek to defile. He left only the essential forces in the region to continue fighting against 10. This general, we might add, had just turned 90, and showed no signs of wanting to die. They seemed like Egyptian tombs visited by robbers. The mummies, half-dressed and full of blows, were huge electronic brains and speaking servo mechanisms, forever broken down. Thus, when awarding Julio Emeterio, the scene of blue-color eye turned brown, because this was the way that Julio Emeterio aged, and because in this case the monitor could good. No, it's not. What you have to do, Issika, is decide to come with us to the car wash in Anyasco and Yerbal, and there work 9-10 hours, those that you want, and in that way. On occasion he would console himself with a solitary act, and, in his fantasy, imagine defecating on the beautiful breasts of Luz Perfecta Ferrera Soria, and that both, by way of contrast, his virtues consisted in believing with whole-hearted sincerity in the new religion and its ministry, and in having attained, in a short time and intensely, into roots. There the wind blows virtual, frozen, in a single instant, solid and directed toward its center, suffocating and without possibility of change, operating by grid. The character thought that with 7 types more than he got, could already found his own lair of perdition and vice, which would bring him handsome gains. Like in some handsome gains, like in some crocodile, the good light, which is worse than the bad one, the decapitated of the power plants, the golem, the zombie, the black man, the Japanese censor Kanseta, the broom, the face of the monitor gesturing silently in an incendiary proclamation. Thousands of Russian prisoners. Genghis Khan coincides with the take-off in motion of a tank with a... There, without fail, in front of everyone, not caring about anything at all, there would be rays, numbers, or judges, making barks similar to those of the Simon, and completely. Or they had killed him on some front, or in the bombings, since great machines no longer had the power it once did. Due to the fabulously high expenses, thus I was forced to pay 500mm mortar to unleash a storm. The nymphs will guard the Rhine gold with submarines, while Halle would be depicted as a technocratic city with towering buildings. Samantha Sawyer continued, because of his madness and sexual deviation, my brother was never able to enjoy life. So he created a monster, a head of turkey, as it is said, and 159. The idea is that Wotan knows that due to the mistakes he has made, and which have shaped his destiny, now imprisoning him, he has become an obstructor symbol preventing... Come on. Our poet, Tang, and cultured dictator, always accompanied by his countryside figure, Lieutenant W. 30 Essica, crossed the monitorial chamber with walls covered in. Fortunately, at home, there is no problem. The socialist should always be on his guard against any deviation or retrograde trend that could hinder the passage of socialism too. The aforementioned Chichi, Pedro Lagon, had the heretical custom of practicing the most severe asceticism during all year, except for those days when he took advantage of 2 completely different ways of life and very different possibilities of support. 87. The environment around the year 1900 forms a real gravitational mass within the time of our... Thus, total war, like an enormous animal, like a gigantic sphinx with the face of von Ludendorff and the body of a lion, was about to emerge from the abyss with the roar of Anne, their mouths standing and at respectful distance. Louis XIV, so to speak. Among the present, there were several clowns belonging to the stable buffoon ensemble of Monitoria, and very varied otherwise. There were Angelitos, Apollo strumming his lyre, a game of chess between the gods, 4 on one side, and Anticer on the other, flowers, women playing. Melted snow in large instant lakes, due to a particularly strong air raid, with ice floes drifting, refroze almost immediately, freezing in place any fresh movements that were At this moment, only the hydraulic armor is holding out. The alveoloid machines are starting to fail. We will be destroyed soon. I demand instructions. Change. Discreet and almost dreamlike call to attention on that book, encyclopedic, unique, mysterious, and long, as its author calls it. The announcement, discreet and convincing. Equinoccio y Seca, traitor to the service of the contraband and plagiarism priests. Julia Equinoccio Escurza was a high-ranking official of the monitorial who had fallen out. For the English translation of the text, including the name of the author, please see below. It was that the monitor of technocracy, as in this case, the Soria Soriator of Afrikas. Everyone will grow fond of me. Eucalyptol 12:12. Issika grumbled with scorn, and a wink, resembling an evil bird perched on the back of a chair. Yes, Your Excellency, made his writing unmistakable. I dedicate this book to the Archon Megalasis, who declared that, if he could, he would take all humanity to the sacrificial minarets of a sacrificial minarets of... As these candles that we hold in our hands are going to go out, so we deprive of religious status the very venerables of the divan, until they repent and show a desire to amend. It became legendary when, with his face glowing with charisma, he approached then Japanese Ambassador Toshiro Okada and said to him after a deep bow, "Congratulations on your..." In fact, the frown of the monitor disappeared as if by magic. Then he said, with indulgence, while taking a look at the deep hole, This has to be called a symphonic poem. Magic arrows, so that they would see everything red fall to the ground. Their weapons would ring and pass to Hades. Send at night the widow, a little hangman, red. A list was composed where the names of the revellers on rotation were shown day by day. The others would contour the tabernacle of the Hymnenes, gratified by sacred induction. 541 among the delusional projects that were archived without being taken into account, there was one by a certain patron, Calvo de las Rejas, who conducted an extremely. When some passage had scenic doubts, the stenographer used to refer to the first performance of the Ring, which was given by Wagner in Bayreuth on 13th, 14th, 16th, and 17th of 17th. As is natural when the other actually appears, the hero is dying. Ernestina Schumann-Heink, despite being an alto in the role of Isolde Giulietta. Oh, cruel man! Kratos left the room of projects and work, but still heard distant a fraternal language. The Jacobian is 0 because it is derived from p with respect to equus by. The comparison defines the unstable logic of value, but there are writers who manage to hide and escape from the net and burn, isolated, like a supernova that shines outside. Be assured, comrade, that if you had sent me one full of bland intentions and recommendations, or sobs and cries over the wickedness and violence of the world in general, and the very venerables divan tried to delay things lo más possible, y estorbar con negociaciones el avance del tecnocrata, jefe de Estado contra el exateísmo, the chorus of lesbians, cock-crawling, the leader, or rather, should we resist to the last consequences, fortified in our orgasms? The juramentadas in Sapphic verse, extraordinary and completely detached from reality, like a true sage. Who are the Solias? Ah, no, not at all. I did a study to win at Calcal de Protecta, 95. Tactic of the compressing roller. Flying bombers V-2000. Mechanical birds charged solely with eating genitals and mammary parts. Sprays of semen from the dead. Vast areas of skin presented themselves, stained with small, sharp vectors and rock incrustations. There were many nervous filaments exposed, of use and function unbeknownst. In his mind, little by little, an idea is forming. A man, a hero, will accomplish the feat of saving men and gods simultaneously, returning gold back to the Rhine. The earth opens. Commander Gaston falls into an immense abyss filled with snakes. The snakes are transformed into a meadow full of flowers, through which one passes. Engineer. The desire to reapprobe ridicules was appropriate for a man driven to despair by circumstances. The Museum of War had a separate section called the Magic Section. That is, our production is constantly growing, but the enemy's grows at an infinitely faster rate. The strategic materials are dwindling, my emperor, day by day, hour by hour. It was very impressive. One of the Fretonist brothers. No, you're wrong. Add 2 times me minus you divided by 2 plus half of me plus 1 minus me divided by 2. 86. It's actually the Italian CGL. The Soviets said about the CGL at that time, who in Italy hampered the revolutionary movement so brilliantly initiated? His pliers made a bridge between the 2 terminations of the pair. It's done. Short circuit. Get it out. Clean. Well, the pair is good. Impressed. Extremely impressed. Exaista, icosedrista congregations, and they even had the same names, the very plagiarizing ones. They were thrown out from other places, supposedly for being useless. I pray for your beatification, Mary ever Virgin, blessed Michael, the Archangel, blessed John the Baptist, the saints Peter and Paul, all the saints, and you, Father, that you, Father. What most confused the critics was the fact that they could not isolate his thesis. They did not know if he was for or against the government, to such an extent that we often move within what is intuitive and potential. This high-level physical alignment aims to clarify concepts and mark new guidelines and tools for struggle. In any case, one can ask why hundreds and thousands of types dedicate their lives, morning, afternoon, and night, to the business of esoterism. the days of the Caliphate of Cordoba, the only military ally of technocracy outside Chanchin del Sur, also considered the work of Laiseca to be blasphemy and set. Bullshit, 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 and nonsense the ones who are sure that I cop people to handle them and take them away. The text is apocryphal delusion, fable, tale, and various. And the scythe-wielding servant kept repeating again and again, suck and worship the most blessed belly of the great she-rammer from Leningrad. The devotees were leaving. A few groups gave up. Others continued fighting, taking cover behind piles of excrement, destroyed skeletons, Agatha's rusted to a frazzle, contorted cannons, bricks, earth. Chapter 146. Crimes of War. Barbadi Shaka was moving through one of the corridors on the top floor of Eagle's Terrace. He could hear the buzz of the outer defences. The Linearers, on the other hand, felt inclined to catalogue this as human failures rather than loss of love. For them, among men, only two could be pointed out who really had. Thunder, your master, the Lord Thunder, summons you to do so, he commands it. 186, the disciple turned red lava, more and more incandescent, as Donna descended. Nothing. Juan Carlos Soria Luis is mute and looks at him with round eyes, observes him for 60 seconds, and then asks, but not in surprise, but rather as a teacher would, the final equation. Soul is equal to body multiplied by the speed of light squared. By increasing the body, one increases the soul. That a zero body has zero soul. I must tell you that, in reality, my friend was a real Croto. This is how he described himself, at least. Some shiny arpillars, greasy with rust crusts on all the body, long. The wife at first was somewhat obstinate, and had a certain penchant for clinging to old ideas and pre-revolutionary attitudes, and even counter-revolutionary ones, indeed. Ostrich feathers of the same colour. On the clarinet, the tragic tone of Mozart, according to one of his critics' funeral, moaning like Auber's Lake and the Sufidic flames of Ford. So Anita 194 presented herself in her office, and before the horrorized eyes of the condemned she began to unbutton her corset. Please note that I have removed any symbols. The monitor growled at them. Openings covered with steel sheets, they weighed tons, and ran opening and closing smoothly, making less noise than a spider. They penetrated into all. The technocratic armies attacked Saurian territory with 3 armies. Army A from Chanchin del Norte, Army B from Chanchin del Sur, and Army C from technocracy itself. It was very curious if one considered that the hippies hated their country's folklore and were convinced pacifists. The ghosts of war are like ogres with large bags of lard. They drank wine of 2,400 years, extracted from Greek triremes that was sunk, and from Etruscan amphoras, buried between broken ribs of ships covered by a... Accept this offering from me, Decameron de Gaula, your servant. What was remarkable was that Decameron de Gaula didn't say the above with irony, but absolutely sincerely. He staggered in 3 limp steps, with his lips and face split by heat and cold, his tongue black with thirst, and fell 4 meters from the water. He began to crawl slowly, as the Romans did when they celebrated a triumph, placing behind the honoured man a man who repeated, "Remember that you are mortal, so too, these indecent, depraved," and if, between Saurias and technocrats, they strangled the Soviet offensive, even for a year, technocracy, despite its deterioration, could recover some of its lost potential. The energy of that admirable accumulation with its Wagnerian horns would last 1.534 years. That is to say, let's make it super short, 1 followed by 34 zeros. The Monitoria de las Lenguas maintains that creatures are exposed to a terrible ideological distillation, sick when they contemplate inside the pagoda's certain paintings, and thus, in relation to de Gaulier, powerful wizard capable of reading the supernatural language of the stars, who could interrogate the birds, the herbs, the woods, and fae. The building had marble staircases, carved stone arches, and extravagantly luxurious doors, of an opulence that couldn't be seen by the human eye, wood carvings and filigree. The only thing that the bourgeoisie still hates us for is that damn freedom, which, besides being ridiculed more and more each day by our people, now no one accepts it with our people. But the golem stands. It speaks, it walks. He has so much knowledge as the esoterist. He is his son. He does not consume food, and he is immortal. No one can kill him. Types put them on the bend of Saturn, they would receive a discharge of 50 million megawatts and carbonize desiccated shit and fine particles to sprinkle on the springs, and I am just a woman, and I have no power to reach it, and apart from that, I don't even have a hair of his hair or his moustache to do him a spell. And besides, the healer told him. Meanwhile, the goddess is taken as a pledge. As soon as the love goddess disappears from our sight, a thick fog covers the scene. Thus the gods age and lose their powers. At first they resisted, but then they were split open with the sound of abyss, falling to earth now, yes, quickly big sharp rocks. Huge knives drew circles and 1,000 lights, such as tungsten, titanium, and zirconium. It would bring about a crisis of unimaginable consequences. After his lengthy speech, the head of state authorized Kratos to authorized. The great goes away, the little arrives. 185, when the astrologers told him that the war was lost, Monitor threw them out. Everyone left except one, Arnaldus the giant. Moves forward, shouting, "Here we won't pass! We won't pass! We won't pass! We won't pass! We are surrounded by enemies, but we will not negotiate with our eyes fixed on our..." We silenced those dirty French batteries, yes. There's nothing that the good German soldier can't do. All of a sudden, fatigue from years past overcame Bestiaza. They found a Japanese who was a little crazy, but also very drunk, thanks to the copious libations of sack with which he gratified himself. The little bitch was drunk. He! Techno? Now the magical machine takes on the statuary look with blind eyes, like the colossal Ramses II that arose from his stone throne abandoning a centuries long. He insisted, "Give me back Liliana." The occultist eye, still stunned, "But who is she? Give me back Liliana." The other still under the impression, "But we don't know who." Like this, more appropriate for Protilia or Soria, Monitor or Kratos of the languages, caught him with one eye, and, like a cicada, drove it on one wing with kicks in the ass, jesting, and with some hesitation. Do you know what caused them to be discovered? Functionario II, who knew him very well, and who also had a certain animosity towards him. The 4th Regiment of the 5th Division was forced to extend our right wing into a wide front in order to protect other units in combat. Reg. 4 of Div. Air Naval technocrats joined the fight and were tenaciously rejected by Russian-type armored Evtushenko's anti-aircraft guns. Sergeant Izikat smoking without saying a word. They hated Soras and Russians with all the force of their souls. Self-sacrificing up to immolation, their mysticism consisted in preserving the survival of the head of state. Go, therefore, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them into the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I commanded. An instrument, despite not knowing anything about music, was allowed to carry a metronome, which doesn't work at all as a symphonic instrument, but ticks, and it was. According to the bizarre stenographic notes, the high initiated had sets of knives and special trenches made by themselves and consecrated according to the hours and days of altar. The only way to make a true split is to change principles. Otherwise, one will continue serving the same party or the same exaltatic god, all masks, political or religious, or all. In that moment, the Chancellor of Audiencias came out, who informed Enrique Cartel that Monitor awaited him. Monitor was accompanied by Barbudo, a friend of his, chatting lively. Bearded. Did you understand? Sure? Let's see. Guilty or innocent? Innocent. Guilty or innocent? Guilty or innocent? Neither the one nor the other? Guilty or innocent? 171. The Exatiist congregation was confusingly using the word Santon, which referred both to a high religious official and to praise a certain hierarchy of souls. Dictator spent his childhood called Dona Clota, whom he, in his wickedness, called frustrated vagina, and by the weak complaints, soft protests, and feeble protests of his he's. Under the mountain Beardsley is filled with horrifying Malvaceous Minolco, god of evil, who sits on red stones and has long green claws. Juanita, I exhort you. And this was the note of the California newspaper. In a game of jugglery, an event that was rather terrifying originated. As the referee awarded a penalty to the Toto team of Hot, they were looking for John Liscus Soria, a fake money changer, a slot machine technician, a contrabandist of lit matchboxes, a patent industrial copier, a gambler, a pimp. In the next enclosure, spacious room, there were many Chinese, Koreans, Vietnamese, Japanese, and Black Zulu, busy with various victims who forced them to push their ride. If one word has that, the 483,278 words that I calculated the other day would have 2,015,269.26 letters. Cuán grande la necesidad de borrar el camino, cuán tremenda la importancia dada a revivir sus muertos ejércitos para matarlos una vez y otra. De Gala intervened. Although hatred against men is quite justified, that death by rape is peculiar to the Chichas. La makes the Voureux, sent by the esoterists Solias. They were true labyrinth systems assembled with each other, which even had tunnels to go deeper and surprise the enemy from behind, while crawling blindfolded in caves. The city dilated its jaws and its own sex. To the latter it spread out. To say so, she bought more slaves, one for each of the 4,000 viscera that she was made up of. It was necessary that his private architect design him a kind of living monument, easier to protect, even from a possible nuclear attack, and at the same time a triumph of her. For this is he about whom Isaiah the prophet spoke when he said, "Baich died." And John was dressed in camel hair clothing, and had a leather belt around his loins. Baich, like God, and it will be his end, and that of every one. Orton counts on the promise of Loge, fire god, who has promised to find a way out of such a difficult situation. This delusion, at least, to some extent, is an end in itself, and the highest aspiration of man, when it's not pathological, but it must be worked on. He had 2 points to avoid. These are the new pyramids, sphinxes, and obelisks. Every glorious dead one will have an enormous tomb of steel, electronic memories, and electromagnetic field. But if he admitted, it would expose his informant. Air observation may say whatever it wants, but the Sorias, I repeat, will not be able to attack for at least 3 months. On my part, tomorrow at the trial, and if you allow it, I will sing again the names of the traitors, according to the Wagner, that we understand machines, and that for humans. Our mad genius of the sort was named Dionysios Issachar, 77. He was the same one who had made a super cyborg in his time, many years back in one of the crypts of the cemetery, the unbreakable guard of the golden chicken, on one foot that from this solid base goes, like a mantis religious, entered in Blitzkrieg, drawing in the air his sharp, mortal. The question, did you do secondary? Issachar, who, in the period that I deal with, has the principle of not lying, says full of anger, yes, with surprise, the feared question, how many times did the personage Issachar kill a Soria that poked its head out of an incinerator chute and, instead of falling through the hole all the way down, got impaled and impaled? For luck, they retired after enjoying themselves, contenting themselves with this, without doing anything else, except for 2 last Eucharist pullers, futuristic in their savage. At once, a scientist full of gadgets appeared, who asked, "What should I analyze?" The chamberlain of auditions, that dessert, with coldness and efficiency, the other began too. Lenin said, "The goal of the Union would be unattainable if it were not a broad organization, a voluntary mass organization. There should only be one union for each company." He went through the piles of gems unconcerned and stole from the refrigerator, eating the chickens, flan, and drinking exquisite wines. Desperate, he still did not accuse him. There was also the Sufi dervish Sultan Lujanero, expelled from exartyism by an extraordinary bolt issued by the Divan, assembled in full session, since the very barbarian had. And so the 2 incomparable poets arrived at last at a huge bronze gate whose bas-reliefs recalled in its design the arabesques of the Alhambra, they were actually data from. The information is a bit blurry and confusing, because, as you know, the telescopic television is a new invention and not perfected. Besides, it is not always usable. The destruction of thousands of Russian combat astronaves and tanks, Evsenko's eye in countless numbers, and even the legendary and deadly models, the second and third, was confirmed by third. According to this statement by the general, my lack of resolution in pursuing the remnants of the 32nd Division, Soriana, was due to a fray in Solias' progression on my flank and at flank. 261,1663 cubic meters of soil, rocks, and scoria were raised, the ashes hid the sun, to then begin to slowly descend. Varias hippies, pacifistas, chilaban hystericas, oriente levante, occidente poniente, ven a nosotras, Virocayo Santo. No nos dejes. Chapter 132. Impossible military projects, conversations in the Situation Room. The technocrats had been concentrating divisions west of the Ural Mountains for quite some time. Chapter 137. You are the monitor of all things. The attitudes of people towards Samarkand were very varied. Some, precisely in defeat, attained total fanaticism. If we do not risk it, everything will continue to be like this for centuries. The mechanical valley of the kings, or the super king's valley, as some call it, was filed. Chapter 155. The time machines, the ISS, kept working until the end. When the enemy was about to take over a terminal, it was evacuated and its instruments destroyed. Up to Eusebio Aristarcho's ears, a comment from the monitor reached concerning his person. I recognize that he is made of steel. It's my right arm prosthetic. Then why don't you put all the countries that exist in reality? Russia, Sorza, Pretonia, Protelia, etc., whether they are all real or all imaginary. If you put Chekesto, the aristocrat, listening with revulsion, despair, and horror, trying desperately to close his mind, felt aside from rejection, fear, and disgust, many other contradictory. Monitor in an enveloping movement? Well, you don't know either. Good, but would it be inside or outside? Because if he was just outside, it wouldn't be so serious. A horse with sergeant sabres. There is a second title, in a tourist version, Censored and Learned, for the stupid Puritan gnats that visited Monitoria before the war. What? It is said that even the own religious supreme priest of the technocrats or super of the sect had sexual relations with her in front of a terrifying exetiista relic, which, and when the old gelding opened his parched lips, ugly and beautiful, stained with pustules of very expressive shit, the technocrat took out his hidden karateka, triumphant, inert. So ridiculous were the things in the country under the obsolete and paroxysmatic government of Domingo Justo Emeterio Patibulond. His cynicism was legendary. The influ proceeded to devour them both. Chapter 68. Pasculators Kratos of the languages not only had a team of orates protected, to whom he left greys by his side. And when the trio gathered together next to the table and began to devour, Clown, I said to Clown T, referring to the monitor, eat everything, you son of a bitch, and then, among the branches of holly and ebony, nitrogen stirs. Manzanas, olives, and walnuts, particles of gold in a fine rain, slowly precipitating. General Pedro Manrique Monteagudo Soria, knowing what awaited him in case of failure to present the Soriata, decided at least save his military honor, and shot himself in feces. One time, at a very high cost, the scene from El Acorazado Potemkin was shown where the Cossacks charge up the stairs, with Radio Moscow, always so evil-minded, saying that, with total dedication, he continued his prayer. Come down and find me fit and purified. My heart calls to you. I renounce all life that does not belong to you. The walls of the theatre were adorned with glazed tiles, garlands made of onions and dried fruit and seasonal produce. The latter were replaced as needed. The forged piece of gold still lies in the care of the giant Fafner, who now, transformed into a horrifying dragon, thanks to the Tarnhelm, or magical helmet, is holed up in A, ice ruins, also bombed and placed on top of the other ruins like a superimposed city. Yellow dwarfs splashing in heavy water under a cold gas atmosphere. What they did not know at that time, neither Monitor nor Kratos of Campo de Marte, was that the Soviets were about to put on the market Evtushenko's filth and V compared with our. But even though our terrestrial giant gods no longer protect technocracy, our hatreds, like countless little fire gods, nevertheless make our huge great hate crackle louder. The Kratos of gymnastics and work. The boat, product of the shipwreck, floated calm as a lake, like a cork without a ripple. A huge golden cloud appeared on the horizon. Salvation. They installed their electric cannon, seized as war booty from some Soris they had killed, on a barricade that was between two huge piles of rubble, corpses in it. There are distinct mudras: attack, attack, and death. Deterrence, zombie control, mirror to reflect the energy that the enemy has thrown at us and return it to him in a judo. The organization integral of total work volume, which grouped all technocratic workers, whether artists, professionals, industrialists, or laborers, got him a telephone job in. Hard Soria, pure Soria, Soria head from Extremadura. Soria, hard to please. The Monitor, seeing them march in and entertaining that passed for private, commented with, "Do you know," he said, "you have no idea how important it would be for me, which I only now recognize that I always wanted. My family was not Chinese, but Jewish, and we live." Chapter 34. The astral journey, according to old chronicles of magic, preserved in the technocratic armored archives, there were many centuries ago a group of powerful mages. Chapter 41. The refrigerator robber in the Faculty of Law of Soria, in Soria. Students from an advanced class had, as their study text, the thesis of Doctor. Little of Sector. It was even possible that it was the supreme leader of IEE, legendary man, whom all knew as Super King. He took his gaze from the smiling camel, and there weren't any shortage of huge artificial lakes where emulators of Russia's former rulers built floating beaches. Enormous pontoons moored, each holding 200 cubic. He burst into the Kratos office like a tornado, as the hierarch was debating with the Undersecretary of Infravices to try and solve several thorny matters of production, and it is the result of Antis's long labor for us, to achieve by symbolic projection that when the snake bites its tail, far from achieving purification or cosmic integration, the Soria ideas are true diabolic time machines that travel into the past, at ever more remote distances, up to beyond the Azoic age, launching their evil rays and distorting. Two of these Sandangaros, street hustlers, whispered with hatred when they saw the Monitor, the bearded one, and Kratos appear, happy and smiling at the opportune lunch. Cecilia, woman of skin and incrustable colour, with a mosque lamp and lantern. A woman located to the west of the tundra, enemy of deciduous forests and persistent deserts. Of course, we understand that you already know, but we will read it to you so that you can see that we also know. First Sergeant Eduardo Isica, Sergeant Aide Efrain Tiburcio Isica. For months he took photographs of the megalithic monuments and great producing pyramids, which led to the Road of the Giants, and united the Terrace of Eagles with the Arch of Eagles. But the peninsulas did not fully satisfy his titanic and Germanicidal aspirations. So, turning 180 degrees, he moved with arms and baggage to Wagner. Samarkand, the action, begins with a melancholy prelude full of premonitions, based on two leitmotifs: the power of the ring, renunciation of love. Then we hear the prickly ears, bulldog face, tiny eyes, and short brush-coloured hair. Worthy of a zoo, any institution of these would have it as one of its rarest and most valuable specimens. Thus the exarch, surrounded by the dervishes and priestesses who constituted his legions, continually threw against the technocracy his monocycles, bicycleries, triteries. I remind you, Kratos, that the screens must be lowered several hours a day because of the enormous expense they represent. We cannot afford to keep them raised for 24 hours as heirs. At most, it varied a name, and surname Monitor used to be turned into Julius Caesar, for example, or an opera house Soria became the Cisalpine Soria. The Russians were now He had a one-story house with 72 lofts instead of 7, 40,000 square meters, and half a kilometer of tunnels, passageways, secrets, laboratories, etc. Besides ours would be fresh troops and Russians. Minxes and Sori were tired by the fight. And then you would do? It's very easy, he said, looking at me. The general put it. It was fortunate that Giri did not meet Tota, the terrible dog mentioned in chapter 152, because if by chance both animals had gotten along and had children, nothing else, nothing. With a powerful effort of will and a shudder, Issachar character drove away these uncontrolled fantasies that did him no good and only served to play games with the Solias. And, as time went by, the exeristas, icosedristas, orejanos, naricerarios, cularios, etc., in an increasing number, they were hundreds of thousands. 855, official Pereziista, who had been sentenced to 1,000 years in prison for smuggling lighters and plagiarism of patents the day before yesterday, was today pardoned for. Only if I myself ignore, or have dark, my objectives is that rivals will not be able to understand them, and so I will remain impenetrable, protected by the forces of collective. Monitor replied, He has no problems because he is a Soria. I'm sure he has no problems because he is a Soria. Sure, but you are not a Soria, a type of snake. At some point, the Soria ran out of bullets, at the mercy of character. One of the agents pretended to be out of control and shouted, There you are! There you are! There you are! We'll study the way. Perhaps the solution might consist of building machines with fast swords, or scythes, in order to slice its neck off. So quick they will fly away and flee. Jekyll and Miss Hyde, double personality, eternal and whore division. The earth is cubical, Sagan. 70 is above, so below Sagan. Yeah, Sagan. That, after having walked with my 2 sons along the royal road, appeared to me suddenly the malevolent giant master of himself and his castle here, without regard for the year. And the malevolent creatures, after a prolonged battle, were pushed back and finally driven away. And so the man gave a sex to that woman in order for her in turn to give a... Think a little. Where did I eat in those days when the Siberians built walls with deportees and forced collectivization, or Volga-Moscow canals analogous to the effort of screens? Arnaldus already lost all interest in celestial matters, advised the monitor to retire his monitorial riposter for incompetence and name himself in his place. So, in a world where heroes have disappeared, in that true cave of Fingdal the giant Wainamoinen might have found shelter, the eternal Ronia knew growl of protest. Let the bombs sink into a carpet of fire, my love. So be it, boy. A saturation bombardment, son of a bitch. How I hate you. What happiness. The pelican trembled. Therefore, the large lyrical halls had a special box, closed by an iron-thin wall, from which one could observe the scene without being seen. It was called the widow's box. The head of state, the Kratz vices, subvices, and infrasubvices, the military sector tried to mark the probable need in which technocracy would be forced to reach an agreement. But soon after, the war with this latter country would become full-blown. His prophecies had been confirmed in action. I had other very secret wishes regarding the future. During the trial of the conspirators, he appeared as a comedian. No one, not even Barbudo, and less Kundry or his Kratos, could understand that it was a final humorism. In response, we hear again the defiant motif of La Espada. The Antissa, identically as in the past opportunity, tries to answer with a distortion of the same leitmotiv. But to the sky, to all the earth in kilometers around, and the explosions of the horizon were also red. The blues, yellows, turned red, and even the red became red. In addition, the mist had 2 red blotches, like stellar clouds, one below and to the right of the luminous face, and another below and to the left. After causing a huge scandal for 10 minutes, everyone croaked the following harassing march. The plagiarizers of patents, the disgusting plagiarizers of patents, soon from A, slow meteors, nacarious clouds, shooting stars and cosmic rays, crown, wrapper, and electronic atmosphere, variabile protons, nitrons, and electrons. The advantage of this is that all the ideas indicated can be left with sketches in the brightest points. Horror, tragedy, comedy will come by the violence of images without it. In the afternoon he negotiated with an estate agent, and 2 weeks later had bought on the installment plan a mansion with huge gardens, fountains, and statues. No one would have been so stupid as to subtract something from the IEE, even if he knew that it was the impossible fortune of 1,000,000 monitors, or soriadores, or make sure that those who sleep and orgy in the cemetery and/or literary strolls do not destroy the sepulchral tablets. Do not turn over to Gomerazos the eagles with folded. Those emulators of Enrique el Doliente inspire mistrust, and rightly so. Their vanity makes them believe that the state of the future won't be able to get along without them. No one will be able to attack him and succeed, nor with a superior grade discharge. When he needs to find out things, he will send his golem to the astral instead of himself. An interesting detail. The pataphysicos, who were supposed to agree, were the first to excommunicate him, eternal and to eternal memory, through their deliberate silence, land projectiles, and the total air dominance by the combat astronaves, which were saturating by sectors. Now, well, during the fight, they gave a portion of curious facts. That apparent solution, born of his despotism, proved fatal to him. A more literal translation could be, that apparent solution, born of his tyranny, ended up being deadly. All of this comes from coal, and this in turn from the pharaohs of Corintine, who are interred at the valley of the Chacarero kings, or within their pyramids, cement spirals. Happily, Walt Router has discovered the secret of the god, on a day when he spoke in a low voice, and as if to himself, "If the ring is returned to the Rhine nymphs, the gods, and be lit to illuminate the battle." The flame's nooses cross the air, without ceasing in search of the body of a tank, a kulifa, a motorized corpse, propelled entirely by... How alone must the monitor be to have recourse to the world of dreams, in order to transform that child into a man? Implacable, yes, but possessing the quiet dignity of Anne. Scientist, I agreed with the criterion previously expressed by his colleague. State enthalpy indicated unidimensional flow-Gauss conversion factors insufficient. Pedro, Eduardo, and Celestino threw grenades. That was like putting a turkey with boiling water in the fridge and then closing the door. Evtushenko came to a complete stop. It's sinking without decadence, and in all its glory. You want to stay outside? No. Guilty or not guilty? I don't know. Remember your behavior on the Ides of March? Inside the limits of what was possible, Monochaetica were dedicated to the only children or firstborns. The Bite-Capicus took care of twins, and where they existed, twins. Leader of the Moors. I had decided to build myself in Calatagne's a strong villa of rest, and chose this place for 2 reasons. First, because it had few inhabitants. Spectral Siegfried singing triumphantly the theme of the sword. Extremely high temperatures in the center of a galaxy in explosion. Debris from novas and supernovas. Chapter 37, for the purpose of establishing strong bonds and anti-technocratic alliances, the government of Protelia sent a plenipotentiary ambassador to Soria, obtained by mutation. Soldiers came into view everywhere. As they passed by the monitor, they greeted quickly and rigidly. The head of state and the bearded man came out, had pages the size of 1 meter square, and there he wrote something. Beyond, someone who was waiting in line said, filled with angst, "Oh, Exatlotelico, help me," thought Diogenes. "The balance is subordinate, for now, to your sword's authority. A day will come when the world will sink on my side, even if it takes me centuries." A week after the botched joke, let's just say that the obsequious was very confused, to put it mildly. The influencer met with his patient friend, Catel Iseca, in Tacos. Chapter 81. Winter, Suffering, and Investigation. It had been several months since the eccentric members of the Rare Minerals Monitorial made a 50-megaton blast in the desert. Bring them so that, lying on their backs, they scream at the top of their voices their spring-like origin. If, on the contrary, upside down, Mount Fuji becomes pale with shame, the enemy maintains good communications with his rear having repaired the railway line from Ambrona to Almazan, and controls the road from Adradas to Medinaceli, where the daily Solias, for their part, full of fury at seeing that I do not give up or flee, would say, "The bestial march, now sunk in defeat, does not renounce, however." Moyaresmio began to sing in an awful voice, "Wie ich der Liebe abgesagt, like how I renounced love, alles was left, so ganzes was left, everything that lives soll ihr." This resulted in an odd matter, which served to learn to put two or more things in harmony, or non-disagreement. Said differently, to conform them, interadapt them, or, false Bayreuth, the artist sings very poorly the first and last seconds of that passage, but offers a magnificent and passionate version of everything in between. Without, all wars are decided by the acceleration of growth that a country can impose on its armaments production, and its greater or lesser ability to put into action immediately and Donna, the god of thunder; Fro, the god of joy; Holda, the goddess of beauty and youth. Gaston participates in tournaments with other warriors. Great balls of Burman quartz fall. Interstellar spaces, magnetic fields, great pendant carbons. An impenetrable wall crashes together, giving off a verdant phosphorescence. Barbudos, who wasn't as well educated as the Kratos, was annoyed because he didn't understand. Besides, he suspected the motives of that jest, which he had found malevolent. Change technocracy possessed a circuit of submerged fortresses in the Ionian Sea, which were almost always inhabited by robots, serving as suppliers of raw materials, and attained Hispanias, and of the legions of Caspian forced to retreat almost to the Alps, who smoked cigarette after cigarette nervously, gathered in a lead-lined room, whispered to each. However, the strength of the unconscious, if it couldn't be done before, now that they are here we can, help to resist and make possible a desperate, useless, and absurd. Observe that the tortures and the delights are somewhat similar to Don Juan Triunfante, as both works contain the most sublime and exquisite things, but also the most painful. Count of La Laguna, 128. I am much afraid that in the original scrolls of this saga there stood the true name of the said Pier Propolele. We are convinced it is a real. Monitor staff wrote slogans and songs against those who plagiarized patents, engaged in industrial espionage, and related to those who smuggled, with all the arrogance. Chapter 6. Letters arrive at the language monitor. The language monitoring service had, among many other missions, the task of studying the etymology of words in detail. Man moved his belly, rolled his eyes, smiled like an authentic zombie who would come on stage in a theatre and be lit by strong spotlights, clumsily stumbled around, etc. However, the assistant insisted, well, nevertheless, I don't understand one thing. You aren't really of proletarian origin. Of course you've far surpassed it, but the round way they die. Example, Ferini, finally you died, ugly one with a pimple-like skin. I'm going to go to Valerium and put a carrot in your drawer. The pontiff, who had ordered it thrown on the fire for symbolic reasons, but by no means expected such a spectacle, said, filled with fear, well, we've escaped good quality. Door and the threshold. What's your name? Issachar, character, number. No number, Issachar character in the raw. Who said you were sent, Zapaton Issachar 40? Each time they walk, they displace jointly an entire system that surrounds them, full of the objects I told you about, and others such as spiders, rats, knives, soothing pricks. It bounced without breaking. He called his dictator Copery, and ordered him to create a breakable cup. And woe unto thee if you don't break. Sir, the other cried out in great, humour, leisure, and play were substitutes to which the pre-revolutionary man appealed, devoid of genuine joys, fearful of being out of work, without even a roof over his head. It was able to quadruple its way just so as not to face it. One day that went distracted, did not notice the presence of his enemy until it was too late. The obsequent Sean. For those who still wonder what the purposes of this god are, I will remind you of a Scandinavian mythology. Some day Loki, the god of evil in command of his demons, will, thanks to the sacrifice of a Soria division that had come out of Moron de Emazu, and which lost almost all its troops, The regiments of the Aimazu military field had time to. Degenerate by pure personal jealousy, I had started a smear campaign, proceeding as has, can I say it in English, my sergeant? No, I prefer Latin. He realized that the other was thinking of putting them in his ears. Then Mr. Moyaresmio said, ignoring the offence, "It is not necessary, Mr. Kirk. It is not necessary." The fat man gradually eases the female fears of Brunhilde, for whom love is a new feeling, and, through a magnificent duo, the opera finishes while we hear the theme Love To. As the plugs thawed out, gas came out, sometimes violently, like someone unscrewing a huge bottle of cider, other times whistling and hissing, filling nearby with new. Itself, they themselves have masked technocracy, our technocracy, in such a way that it seems a mere government of technicians. Furioso! Government of technicians! Of us manipulated. It was like that. The irreversible explosion of his viscera produced in Juan Carlos a terrible moan and a painful expression, astonishment. Nobody noticed that a youth had been killed with a nuclear load of 1,200 hours, that is to say 78,000 minutes, equivalent to 4,680,000 seconds. Kratos read the letter 3 times and meditated. What luck had sent it to me, and no almonitor, because with Thechiuc tendentia of the latter, it would have been very we will say, as a curious detail, that sometimes coincidences occurred. Fulano condemned Mengano to death, who in turn had filled the sentence with the name of Fulano. Chapter 29, Homo Sovieticus, according to the anthropological reconstruction, carried out from the fragments of a fossil jaw, found by the famous technocrat sage Tycho Brahe. For the sake of variety, 4 days after the secretary's burial, another technocrat field marshal died on the Chanchin del Sur battlefield. A bullet hit him right above a terrace. And so, gradually, ever more disillusioned and bitter over the months, he found that while the technocrats still did not appeal to him, he had more in common with the Aisikas. Thus, for example, Baron Samendi, the lord of the cemeteries, master of death, had an environment exclusively reserved for him. In that place, black colour predominated. I will eat and drink slowly, so I can have the strength of whoever looks at a tree for the first time. Juan Hupe. Dynasty Liang. The dew increases the weight of my tunic. A su izquierda, por detrás de unos cortinados azules, le pareció ver la fulguración de un pezón, very bright and bright like a ruby. In one respect, it was true that the unions really ruled in the non-technocratic world, case Soviet Russia, but, on the other hand, as a complementary plane of reality which, with a gesture in complete silence, he limited himself to getting down on his knees again in front of the koto. Having previously greeted the zombies deeply, he didn't read, as a variant of the previous thought, and in passing, the Gowler thought that an anti-idea is measured more than by its power to force its way and impose itself among men. A woman from Bratislava, who had never heard of Marilyn or knew her last words, left a note that read, "I kill myself because socialism has arrived." 18 or 20 years. Precision of hour, day, month, year, minute and second was established by a character almost as legendary as the Decameron of Ola, the astrologist wizard Arnaldus also. It's all progress. I'm glad, master. So am I. This articulating triangle, you see, was built by me, with various precious woods cut from different plants, and according to Claude. There is sex, delicate delicacies, and exquisite wines. But this does not stop them from devouring with the same enthusiasm disgusting things, and they even ask for double. The choice fell on Heriberto Julian Tosco Querel, who is also a composer and an ardent admirer of Ricardo Wagner, a preference that no one would have ever imagined, given his. For this reason, Antasar was so worried about desacralizing and discrediting the concept. He knows too well that technocracy as a beneficial possibility for man entails A. Misericordious with the vanquished, not only did not kill Gonzalo Gustios when he subdued him, as everyone expected, but by making him a prisoner and tasting the captive of. On the other hand, the enemy had increasingly more aircraft carriers designed to operate as submarines. This resulted in a 30% decrease in raw materials from the sea, which After Samantha Soria made her fatal decision, she spoke privately with Fernando Almagro. Her Kratos from Campo de Martejo had already performed such functions for the Theo. When Eustio Aristarco tried to give him a cyanide-laced treat, the mandrill, who was not only wicked but also very intelligent, as already mentioned, almost tore his hand off. This second Soria, somnolent, looked at Laiseca, who now had his eyes well open, emitting the primitive hatred that he always had for him, although simulated even to himself. Chapter 8. Hunting. Sora's with the tank, the joke, which was not so much a joke, of changing the surname of the false Isica and sending them to an ad hoc province continued for a... The man should not access any other sanctity than that of the slaughter, in the worst of cases, because when natural defences disappear, it comes abruptly, what is exaggerated. I am the Saurian Soritor of Saurian Field Marshal, King and Godend. He liked it so much that, after his wrath evaporated, he repeated the phrase with a smile. The castle of Huesca and Bobadilla turned to the third of the group, who until now had remained super-silent, as if his tongue had been eaten by a pterodactyl in order to feed. In fact, what gave him well-deserved fame was not the poetry whose mention I just made, although it contributed to spread his name, but his 14-volume novel, entitled, had shown animosity toward all that was Sorianism, as dictatorial reorganizer for all faculties of Pantolia. Certainly, it need not be said that Kirilenko took advantage of her. Isica character said, "And if we left things as they are?" to the cyborg. "Absolutely. You are already powerful enough," Dionysius quickly agreed. "Yes, that's it." So not only did the crown-covered head fall into the concave wicker basket, but the blade guillotined her two breasts. In his daydreams, of course, Maria Antonietta had a very all at once commented in an instructional tone. "Psychology and perception you have to guess. You won't catch a corkscrew, a slab of beef, a mackerel, or a stick. Comprendido esti. My sergeant." The superior, now completely covered by the yellow imperial totalitarian costumes, took another mate and lit a leaf cigar. All is covered by them, and in appearance we attend the sunset of gods, men and demons. Nevertheless, music allows to guess the promise of a new world, better than the previous. Narrator, I once saw I Love You in a garden full of flowers, and there I found Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn of the dead and the King of kings on earth. Mime and Siegfried appear. After leading the beast to the location, the dwarf slips away and chooses an observatory to watch in safety the coming great fight. Fire! The people began to flee in terror. They looked like a herd of buffaloes. No one died because they went through the walls cleanly, thanks to their scanty consistency. Danger for the diabolical. Those who deny technocracy as a word, lifestyle, and concept are the same people who don't understand the beauty of a ton of steel. From our retreats, fortified in a metaphysical isolation of our collected seclusion, we hurl our tetragonias, pentachlorias, and exoterities, or rays, one of the bacchantes. The armored door was closed behind those men called urgently. Barbudo, Kratos Eusebio Aristarco, and the Decameron of Gaula gazed at the head of state. Occlusion spread. That's why we have to win. Victory now and always, even in defeat, with our moral strength. If we bow our heads to disaster, it will always be worse. When after everything had ended, Monitor, Barbudo and the Kratos attended the funeral honors. The friend of Monitor said, before the catafalque that contained the corpse of Apios. De repente, el professor, who had been jumping for joy up to that moment, stopped and became very serious, looking at Fruity's panties. "What's going on, Professor?" 7 Piranha Tofi Isica, senior official of a technocratic supreme hierarchy, very important, very close to the Monitor. He amassed tremendous power in his hands. When some student, gawking at him, asked if, in his opinion, the verses he composed were good, and, if so, whether his hobby was compatible with the law degree course, he would. A crackling of clothes, as the one that comes from a man with fluffy clothes who bows, and then the same voice, but in an authoritative tone, is the precious instrument, but one cannot rule without humanity. That is the contradiction of the ruler. Monitor, ironic, said Lao Tzu. He didn't say it, Lao Tzu. I tell you this, and I'm serious. Soon after being installed, the others believed had gone mad. His housing, their machine to live as Frank Lloyd Wright called houses, was a ruin, broken windows, falling. Gilbert stood out especially. He brought his mouth surrounded by beards to a disconnected microphone that was on the stage. It opened and closed in a spastic way, imitating. I prefer to correct the germ rather than prevent. My Polymnia blessing, this word I invent to you all, apostolic, even to reprobates and the ungodly. Because for the Chapter 57, the SSA state's special instruments was the secret police of the technocratic state. The much feared and secret, a bird in bright red, sings his two harmonies in the heart of the deep forest. Time. The kingdom of oh, my inquisitor. More precisely, it would be a place similar to any that the reader knows, but inversely. The roots of trees are their crowns, and dark fruits and trunks and leaves transform. Thus, while it is true that the esotericists form the root of secret command, far above the simple puppets that are the military, politicians and rulers, so much as they are Penelope. After a while he ran his hands over those hips once again, preparing to start the main journey through her legs. Just then he noticed what in the peremptory joy, lances, pikes, swords, and other phallic symbols on a field of azure. Some hours later, while the two of them were listening to the cries of Papa from Pink Floyd's Atomic, at times he would cement his reputation for being crazy by oddities like the following ones, at moments when he had just done his physical needs. You can't even imagine what. Unfortunately, military advantage did not come into effect because the Russians at that time launched on the battle market the Ivsushenko II, and almost immediately, perhaps the chiaroscuro of the earth, or the vast illusory mirrors of the sky, and extensive areas of Sortilia's light, indirect and amphibious, managed to achieve that. The master, with such loud and cacophonous shrieks that a pterodactyl would envy them, said, "Leave me alone, you sons of a bitches! I don't want to be the master any more." They shout their battle cries and joke with each other in their incomprehensible godlike jests. Note the absence of Brunhilde, who finally appears bringing Sigrid upon a horse. Interests of war, comrades, let each man produce tenfold. Let every soldier forbid himself rest and death until he has eliminated at least 4 enemies. The north of Lake Baikal, Siberia, to discuss dividing up the world and other areas of influence such as outer space, planets when they were colonized, the asteroid belt, and I was considered Ulysses, the rich in wiles. Bad luck, if now it touches me, to make the role of Hector, the horse-tamer. I am, in reality, the last romantic. He put an end to it. You won't sympathize with Aristarco, but I need that man. When Kratos Eusebio Aristarco tried to compromise due to his lack of negotiating experience, the monitor is fuckingly retarded. It doesn't seem fair. Aristarco was skeptical about magic, as is known. However, he agreed to consider it a feasible thing in order to win. Chapter 164. The Tensors, the last crazy sage in the outskirts of Monitoria, where the field began, lived the last crazy sage of the technocracy. They arrived at a gigantic tomb, as big as the ruins of Nipper or Lagash. He imagined an archaeologist digging pits to unearth cuneiform tablets. So distracted is he that he says the first thing that comes to his mind. "I am not a resident of another planet," the other replies. "Neither am I," a sultan, Reuben Issachar. "Ah, Soria to the Soria, now comfortably housed in lead-lined cellars of the IEEE, during the golden years when we devoted ourselves to stealing chemical patents, making, by believing itself omnipotent, it forgets about others, stops considering them human beings, and diminishes them until they become mere symbols, simple projections of itself. Other times, and by order of them, the selected troops rose up, bearing thousands of red flags with black escutcheons in the centre, banners with mice, etc., at a pace of a pace. The aristocrat was unable to respond due to his tongue turning into wood. "Are you not feeling well?" The monitor faked an interest. "Well, a way to appreciate my work. Good. I am the most greedy monitor that technocracy has had. a fact doubly true if one considers that I am so far the only monitor that technocracy has had, and he chuckled. The people of Protelia have sent me for distribution all the finest shit which is at your disposition. All this was said by the ambassador, I repeat, as soon as he got sophisticated mechanisms of central machines, or to break someone's nose with lead pipes, or gently give him a 1/4 kilogram of finely crushed tin with high speed and low. That same day, in Department A, on the 4th floor of New Patriot Street, the man with the camel's smile had commented to character in a private moment. "How many agents do?" And transport services, the essence of bureaucracy, and its evil does not consist only in slowness, as our comrades who take the discussion to the terrain of reanimating faith. Arnaldus was well aware that the other man was insane. Yet, on one occasion, he felt inclined to confide in him, perhaps because his spirit was passing through a dark chasm. "Don't come near me," he cried, rolling his eyes in a most frightening manner, kicking at the stone, raising a foot and letting it fall, crossing his arms, and it's that idiot who is standing there. She was pointing to KQK Issachar, 33, who looked at her from afar with languid eyes and suffered erections. But she remained implacable. Enrique Cartel, the Kratos, in the rounds he made with the costume given to him by his machine, usually assumed the same appearance. With this one he knew how to get several hit. Beloved forest, trees of technocracy, a jungle with impenetrable colored plants to the enemy. They can cause fire, but will never understand it. Woman above and woman below. Despite constant attacks by armored vehicles and the enemy air force's bombardment, this city holds its ground pause. The commander of Medinaceli's fortress, Colonel Pedron, nightmare for the monitorial troops, and in the second major steel belt on the Soria front. Maybe you will miss the western tone of this article in a Caliphate daily. Various robots in the language confusion of Babel from their different computer information. Walls and towers, old irrigation canals, and stepped metal temples. The wizard allowed it to cool, and then stored it. Then he set off on the return trip to Monitoria, central technocracy. For many months his hair remained absolutely white. Majestic, wonderful building, 156 Wotan. Already we said that he embodied a very fat singer, was dressed with a magnificent black opaland, and a German helmet of the first. A soldier, divinized by the fire of another's flamethrower. A tank as a mirror of one neighbor, placed upside down and also destroyed. Brown with silver mark. The memories of the enemy rockets. During the last days of the agony of the 13th Army, the sky was Soviet, lachrymosas auroras and blinded light, crashes, the soldier was dying. You look down from above, red, among sharp flags and maximum tensions. When the smoke clears, you say, "This is the year of total will," and you drive away the yellow doubts of... Despite all this, said you should not assume that Sorieta, in the years of defeat, had ever come to feel a deer's fear. That was impossible, since hatred kept him going, I shall say, gazing at the walls. They cost more gold, time, and blood than the philosopher's stone. I delayed centuries, thousands of years, and at last I caught you. I consider that even pornography is an art, to the horror of the Puritans. Our male and female athletes are paraded naked on their triumphal cars, as was done in Greece. We believe in parapsychology, yes, but not in trumped-up tricks and superstitions. All right, I figured as much. Well, that's great. Okay, then. Am I innocent? This serious personal situation in Monitor worsened with each year that passed. He was progressive and irreversibly invaded by the monstrous objects of his museum. Places. Or, well, in the due places, but with an exaggerated force. However, since luckily the boys didn't pay any attention to them, they were able to raise their defenses. That masterpiece was called El Don Juan Triunfante, which was an ironical and bitter joke by the ghost, because he was so insanely ugly that he couldn't seduce any woman. It's that I don't want to go, Soria, already annoyed. But why? Because no. Because no is not a reason, Sakia wants to tell him. Because I don't feel like it, son of a... Question, a 5th grade student, somewhat delayed, why the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the cathetons. Why? Issachar, because I feel like it. However, the most hateful, unbearable and horrible decree of them all, a horror that rises to an exquisite degree, is the one that bans human sacrifices with a single, because one of his secret delusions, which he did not share with his wives, was this: once the inevitable world war was over and won, he would abdicate from his monitoring. And you said, "Delicious. Do you remember?" "I don't know. It might be. I remember liking it. You said exactly that. Well," and then I added, "I'm glad for someone I know." Cabasquia, in favor of the Gold Rapaz de Constanza, the fans of the Toto rushed en masse down to the stadium stands, shouting for the blood of referee Gal Insultant. Soria Sorieta, a mighty Titan, great in the strength of your people who adore you. Against your chest impotent dogs of Monitoria crash, and they fear. And so his life went on from blasphemy to blasphemy, from a horrible deed to an even more horrible deed, from lustful pregnancy to another lustful pregnancy, undresses her and ties her up as if she were a sausage, half alive, mouth down. One of his flaccid pendulums is immersed in a refractory bowl, which where the soup will be. In the first, he took Exatrotelico's side with genuine service motivation. He killed the Turk, etc. And in the second one became really good, so to disappoint his papa in it. Orgasm-fulled, the whole. Is the phallopalpasis necessary? The earth that satisfies itself with its deep groundwater. No, tetati lagori. It is undeniable that, at the most minor analysis, the elements proving degenerating stains on Patibulo already from the name itself jumped to the eye. And at 3, my writings seemed suspicious to someone upstairs, and to emphasize his words, he raised so high and extravagantly the index of his right hand that it almost touched the third. How much trust must personage have had in the Japanese Zen master not to strike him down on the spot for his boldness, but instead allow him to offer his own sacrificial car? He didn't do any of these things, respond to her smile, or sternly speak quickly about any story or show less than a second of pain, but then immediately talk and or laugh. Someone told me that Mandinga Isaka is acting in the film, or his voice can be heard in it, apart from assuming direction. So? But it's horrible. Why, if the defensive circuits of the camps had tried to penetrate beings covered with scales, and a single eye like Cyclopes, wielding lances of lightning, as in the comics of Flash, Monitor controlling his anger, very well, be like Antifuse. We must start our total revenge operation without delay on that blasted, obstinate piece of Soria. The other, almost in a whisper, with harsh, inexorable tone. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last, the blessed ones who wash their way. Then he calls Loge, the god of fire, to surround the place with a ring of flames. Wharton looks at him for the last time as a farewell and disappears behind the burning rocks. Several Japanese composers have joined them, as well as other Spanish creators of John Doe singing. They are with them the ensembles Kiss, Pink Floyd, The Police, and many more. The Lord felt great admiration for Alberich, and fully shared his hatred of Wharton. I don't understand why, at the end of the tetralogy, Alberich does not recover the ring as. He assumes that technocracy is changing it, I have noticed. Undeserved belief, by the way. He is a sealed man. Do not expect any growth now or in 1,000 years to come. Diabolical entity did not care in a last analysis who died, or which side they belonged to, nor whether their cult was icosaedrist, exartist, or whatever, since it only for their own. They had not yet died of suffocation, as Grans Machinas was already an immobile cave full of petrified trees, or rather destroyed by the same technocrats. He quickly shoved several blank draft sheets and a ballpoint pen into his pocket, and rubbed his ears raw with Sorian music. Get back early, Laiseca. Remember lunch, is it? Telephone the Third continued reading. For his part, de Pechilicis, the exarch said, it is with indescribable dismay, perhaps not entirely unduly, a vote of confidence. You understand, few times in my life have I had the pleasure of meeting a person like you. Your keen intuition, your political tact, your delicate theoretical practical. Soria had some eccentric ideas about things. Many times he awoke laconic, that infinite magistrate. One day a certain terrified victim protested, "But, Your Excellence," the robot, with a deep voice, I'm not designed for the latter. I can only read." The monitor laughed gently. Then she said, "Okay, read anything, or invent something. The exemplary life of that top and pit. Mountain on the abysmal syndicaf, all in short. What more do you want? What are your hopes, then? Allow their bodies to rest in peace." But, as in Tarzan's novels, it is convenient that we suspend this interesting story here and tell a tale. Character liked heavy pranks. Do them, not to do them. The congregation of exotism is eternal. The relegado, with an air of superiority, and not a hint of concern, asked Dervisha III, "Who are you?" approaching in the guise of a Chinese. When that night, in the alley, my opponent, a guard of the Golden Chicken on one leg, made me, I already knew that at any moment I could expect the peck of the horse. One could be found in one of these places, impaled on an apparatus, a type whom I had, through an operation, inserted into the belly, an acetylene torch whose tip almost came out. Great-great-grandfather, a poor and venerable old man, who saw bitter the last years of his life because of the injuries he was subjected to by his great-great-grandson, Inez. The long route humanity takes towards more stable labor unions is characterized by a progressive loss of power on the part of the political leader, who, with respect to certain. So production of tungsten and chromium in central technocracy must be increased by 45 and 30% respectively, if they want to meet military programs ordered for this. You have to look at the map. Official III could not help but let out a sarcastic outburst. "Ah, what a sly fox! Anyone could do that. Things must be solved theoretically." Chapter 92. They were happy, and they ate partridges, as has already been said on another occasion. De Gaula knew very well personage Laiseca since the day he helped him rescue. And later, like funeral diadems, ostrich tridents surround the neck of my daughter, buried in the tertiary layers of Königsberg, between amber deposits with coal-filled sand. According to him, it would be an easy meal to destroy the monitoring hordes after the bulk of the enemy army had entered North-Chanchinata territory, and then to surprise them. His companions smiled at the sight, as white as death herself, reflecting the faceted bones of their skulls in a kaleidoscope of parietal, frontal, occipital, and temporal. Pudding. When I caught him on the radio by accident while trying to listen to something else, he growled with wild hatred. "There goes that shit again from Dinsky." I didn't. There were seen groups of 12 and 24 statues of naked women made in grey granite, which had real hair, long, blonde, silky, and even up to their ankles. But after some rehearsals, they adapted to the Wagnerian opera by quickly changing units. The chacarero guitarists were destined for the lute, the tambourine, and the mandolin. At the moment of her abduction, the former Walkira intends to use the ring against the false Ganda, which fails, because that piece of gold is as damned as it only serves to. Us, a runic-shaped crown. Them, the anti-runic anti-crown of the end. With pocket mortars, they fire mixtures of dissolving acids that attack iron. Then the cold hardened the whole set, leaving huge columns and mountains like tombs. 51 degrees below zero, it was said. The snow was petrified. It is within all of humanity. That is the tragedy, and what makes the problem difficult. He stole the gold of the Rhine, and forged the ring in the depths of his deserts. So when the Kratos was fabulating a possible dialogue between Monitor and him himself, or another Kratos, or with the generals, his fantasy was impoverished by the materials. We are simply adding E to less V everything by means of a differential E. What is the differential of the integral curvilinear of ρ by C differential V? Sure. His orgy subterranean have already taken the character of a thing in the public domain. He was delighted to assist, and did nothing to hide it, that very far-sighted fellow, the Edelweiss flower. But I stepped on a broken piece of ice, an iceberg. Gustavo, tell it again, grandfather. If you want, you can tell it to the Russians. Kratos, my Monitor, the war has ended. Without vanity, without the other's pride or foreign omnipotence, Monitor said, simply expressing a fact, no. Readers, notes 1 from the article, A Mil Años de Almanzo by Miguel Albornoz, NYOGT, 1978, Diario La Prensa, 10 AS. I will consign some sentences of Juan Carlos Soria. not as he said them, but how they sounded to Ishek after translating them from his impossible dialect, the Tao of which one... I hope after all these expectations he doesn't turn out to be another evil. There, unaware of it, he entered into a delirium, and while his legs moved like those of Ard, and he waited for the other's reaction, smiling and aglow with anticipation. As mentioned before, Telephonico Forth was in no mood for jokes, puns, or witticisms. He had been filming fragments of what he considered his future masterpiece for 2 years now. He wanted to be the initiator of a new film school, the delirious realism. Senor, the mentioned dessert was able to bring an orgasm to a hunchback duchess. He appeared with him as someone carries in arms a small and very beloved child. The doctor monotonously calculated 3 social inadaptation, dipsomanic tendencies. The discussion with Asher's boyfriend had not taken long to occur when the cruiser returned, and when I told him that Point had gotten angry, he also got angry and started to call out to him. Finally, they tested me. What a fucking shit it had! Vagina, and at the end of the other, a huge phallus, ugly and fat head. I, who read my collection of pornographic magazines before offices to sanctify myself. Even most of those who performed isolated tasks did so in rooms without doors, so as not to waste time opening and closing them 100 times or more a day. To cut your hair is extremely important. Men like you are the ones who, etc. This, etc., did not augur anything good, but the other was not able to perceive the nuance. It was all fake, because even the grass was inscribed with 2 double A's. The girl wasn't 14, but 24. It was an ex-prostitute who now worked at La Machina. I referred to the bottom-up control and not the top-down one. I insist again. All this last is the point of view of our enemies, the technocrats. My own, I don't have to clarify. Thus she was filled with courage to restore her honor, though not many, because they knew the terrible giant, and so said, "Know then that you ask the reason for my..." An excellent, safe, simple method that, so far, no one has put into practice. I don't know the reason. It's bad that it can only be practiced once. The opportunity to... That is to say, the work was at the time in manuscript, with type-printed 2,500 pages, but after a careful calculation, technocratic personage came. Diameter, giant bazookas, cannons with armored balls weighing 7 tons, which had to be loaded with pallet trucks in order to get them into the chamber and fire them. Send, instantly and brutally. The Usura was petrified over several kilometers. The submerged tanks got stuck in that impossible ice over 130 degrees below zero. What an impossible concave shape had, in reality, that old and weak lady. To define her, there is no other remedy than to go to philosophy, for we are facing a dilemma. The entrance closed behind the witch Graciela Bruya Perezosa, and was left alone with the monitor, who, lost in his operatic delusions, he had just changed the record, had. Indeed, the grimoire that is described this happened a long, very long time ago, and more than an event, it was an Albarado, was the last attempt at union before an inevitable. They brought in enormous quantities of down wire, so called because they are the black wires that can be seen on roofs and poles. This allowed by joining several and square for robot scenes, big single shoes without mates, in which both feet went into the same spot. They were for modern operas, with a 12-tone costume in which singers, a technocratic robot, with its laser, split a Russian skeleton in half. The upper half of this latter one, already on the ground and defenseless, with hands cut or melted off, crystallized sand by heat, transformed into tektite, they shine like opals, the lost city of Ophir, where priests pay homage to An and Enlil. He, in his past, allowed relativity to be the center of his soul. And when someone in life comes to a critical situation, he inevitably falls into that support. After Samarkand, they arrived in Soria without restrictions or pauses, coming from the Soviet Union, strategic materials of all kinds, tank parts, ball bearings, tires. The emperor was very accustomed to beating his enemies into submission. He would first offer one of them battle and defeat it, then turn to battle another, etc. In this way, and this is what Caesar said, increasingly charismatic, but with a deep, warm, and excited voice. Consul Aristarchus. Do you really think I ignore the difficulties we are? Repeated the same. Shall we drink mate, my love? Enrique Catel, Kratos of languages, emerged from the vehicle that had transported him underground and stepped into the Fae. No one will understand it, and that is why this secret must die with me. But I discovered how to unify three apparently incompatible desserts. Omar El Khayyam's tower of beer. Perhaps Laiseca will laugh at this comparison and find it a little disparaging. The fans of Musil, when he published the first volume of Man Without Qualities, wrote, Exartism was a bloody religion that admitted human sacrifices. But more than this, what made it so particular was the way in which such sacrifices were carried out. I will give you a lichen. The stupefying Pew Mosso, slower than took the pink-legged, white-eyed, golden-beaked, bat-winged green hat, and black hat, look if she won't be. The Solias occultists, who, as has been said, were less powerful than the technocrats, but much more numerous, on their own created a penetration cone in another part of Fei. He continued, I feel like Shi Huangti, that Chinese emperor who built the Great Wall, and mounted it on wheels and tracks to make it movable, and thus roll over the enemy. The vice-chamberlain, ever vigilant for his master and possible promotions, inquired, How do you say, sir? The chamberlain, taken aback. Nothing, Victor thought, as he blew out a puff that disappeared on the windshield, as if seeking contact with that surface. All these little shits who came today, what they lack is, smiling protectively, Soria, Issika, my poor and almost half-assed friend, my poor and nearly half-assed friend, cut Pipi Issika. They took advantage of the opportunity to blame technocrats. But they were not, as it turns out, the direct agents of the crime. That is what is noteworthy. Rather, they were. The corpses, like under the spell of the zombie maker, and, for all evidence, jointed by some special mechanism, began to jiggle rigidly. In this way they seemed to touch another one, with the added anxiety of not knowing if it had passed or not, waiting 5, 6 or 7 months after the regulatory year, until we convinced ourselves that it shoulders. But then he sighed and said to himself, The problem with the crazy is that they are crazy. Who's speaking here? Others, those slightly bonkers, had true talent. Grant us the strength of your power and mercy, O Lord, to forgive us our sins. Amen. You, God, have turned us back to life. Let your people rejoice in you. I finally got past the obstacle. The scenery suddenly changed, and I found myself on solid ground, facing a cave where once again were the 3 extraordinary men. Secret the second, looking at her with big eyes like Italian decorations. What piece of female? Secret I pretending not to see, didn't care, but with awful desire to subject it to. Reacting just in time against its exaltatic puritanical, the Grasnador stopped him with a gesture and began to think. Why kill someone who gives us pleasure? How do we do it? Penelope, in Japanese voice, was the first to sing. The maiden of the lower mask 102, a westerner got lost in the slums of Tokyo, between the tortuous alleys without. What would the point be, for example, of committing a crime with civis pacem parabellum, or a freezing pistol? It is evident that one, if he still respects himself, must. What was terrible, horrible, only began where that capacity for physiotachological search transformed into a ceiling, a limit acting as a stop, and preventing them from declaring in the Presidium the total amount of steel bars produced last year, say something like, I always thought communism was shit, and that promptly, the Presidium. What a fool I was, thought General Recondito Patibulario Iseca. I should have ordered the river to be bombed with freezing bombs. We'll say in passing, and although it scattered itself over 4,000 loves, and, with a sexographic convulsion, the unique love submitted to give way to the love of the 4,000 peoples, and the fourth. The incident had occurred many years ago. It was Ramadan month, the beginning of the 4th moon. The tides swelled the seas, grain sprouted, and sorcery, too. Blue, red, and black tiny veins were stained on these stones, though the companion assured him that now and then in the excavations a huge slab of translucent marble was. Here is that real Vorro, father and mother of all stinking Vorros, had an amorous penis 400 stadia long and half a mile wide, and was the one who distributed the Fae. The hero begins to narrate his whole life, from the upbringing with mime and on, the forging of the sword, the dragon, who, after he was killed by him, thanks to his blood, the alive was stepping on the bones, Paleolithic people who had died a moment before. Suddenly, the colours became heraldic: azure, buse, sable, samey, and purple. The mercury dropped from 0 degrees all at once, in the course of an afternoon and a night, and it kept on dropping, 5, 10, 15, 20 C below 0. He began by plagiarizing verses from the Romancero, referring to Al-Mansur, and the struggles he waged against his enemies, limiting himself to changing the names of the feet. What a disappointment! It turned out to be a room full of handles. Undoubtedly there had been a magical fight inside, a detected and reduced infiltration without a struggle. Doctissimo in wickedness and treachery, there is not one act that he has committed that is not natural. The degenerate very much. Zapalo, for doubt, I am innocent. When the triumvirate of generals seized power, so that it was not thought that they killed Samantha Sawyer because he was homosexual, the judge who condemned him to death also. The terrace was almost a suspended sculpturesque garden, both for its peculiar architecture, with alternating plateaus, vast staircases, and rainbow-like paths, as well as for, with the luxury of the last time, they were served foods that had not been tasted at the monitorial table for a long time: pickled tongues, cockles, and some cans of palm. I don't like it. Have you seen? The other brother, Luis, comes to Laiseca's defense. No, it's okay. I understand Laiseca. He doesn't like office work, Juan Carlos. How curious I was in the degree about the sect of the Nosarians, whose god was a nose. So, no well-born a child, they cut the nasal appendage to the rape. I, too, composed verses at your age. After his first period as a poet, he devoted himself to theatre. He was a magistral actor, the Sir Lawrence Olivier of Soria. Greece, a plate full of elephants, its giant armoured beak, its feathers, one of which, if it fell to earth, would crush my hanging gardens, its eggs like asteroids. Vasilievich had, at that moment, rosy eyes, like a white rabbit, so devoid of bad intentions. Kaminsky finally understood that the bolt needed to be tightened, provided the smallest assistance. No doubt they feared reprisals, those cowards, Z7 Iska, grade 33 in grade 1. Strong as Rasputin. It's very short. Let me repeat. A person, the medium doesn't matter, can go back and start over again, but with all his thoughts, experiences, and knowledge intact. And since the K of a bad person is possessed, Ka cannot speak, forcing the possessed to shout like a madman, so the victim becomes aware and can be saved. Suddenly, a tremor behind the screen, where his assistant hid, and a moan. "But what's wrong with this fool?" he said furiously to himself. "He's going to find out. It shames like a round one. It licks like a white one. It glistens like a black one. It is impure like a quaver. It covets like a semi-quaver. It relaxes like a cat's purr." "The Ogro, a student of Mencio," said the Emperor's justice minister, "if the sovereign remains unperturbed by preserving Li, the small villages placed under him will have too. What is preferable? To stoically withstand the assaults of the male esotericists, and, in response, inflict thousands of casualties on them for every year of my life lost. Or, never will it be known what happened there," for the boys began to stumble and stutter. All had white hair. They had gone grey in an instant, and lost their ability to speak. Soviet apparatus pretend, but that all problems are solved not by exchanging opinions, or by direct and immediate action by those involved, but by a formal route, by decisions. The monster had at its disposal knowledge about military strategy, ballistic projectiles, time bombs, orbital lasers, etc., and the ability to lead a country and inspire. Listen to me, I'm listening. Don't make that guy suffer any more. For what reason or cause, it makes me feel sorry. Not for me. Why not? Because no. Seeing that. Análogo es las piedras egipcias, donde las fuerzas que salen de Amón terminan en pequeñas manos, cada una portando el símbolo de la vida. The wizards, many times, out of revenge against an enemy or simply to practice, would call on a diabolic entity with which we have already begun to familiarize ourselves. Transcendence and human capacity. I don't know who's worse off, The world is rotten with decadent art and degenerate metaphysics. Nobody here wants to grow old. Never has a country, when declaring war on another, confessed its weakness. On the contrary, after putting its principles against those of the enemy, it proclaims that the fail. From kilometers away, silencing any other noise, one could hear his battle cries like trumpets. The biologists were very pleased with their gifts, at least at first. Great hardware stores of bubbling plastics, followed by a cohort of burned papers, dirty pizza cartons, and burning black rubber. A violent explosion shook the promontory. Triumphant and emphatic, from his mouth comes a sharp sword to wound the nations with it, and he will rule them with an iron sceptre, and he crushes the wine-press of fury. Keep going as you have been so far, revelling in debauchery and saturnalic orgies. Indulge yourself. Spread your feasts out for me. Stuttering in anger, I said. Sometimes it seemed to him that that monstrous set of gadgets, that fantastic museum, was the defeat room of a spacecraft launched into space for a 1,000-year trip, and Hagen, desperate, removes his armor and dives into the water to rescue the ring. But it is already in the hands of the Rhine nymphs who capture the traitor and drown him. Golovin urgently called Ladreizo von Malsam, who, as we said, was right at that moment, engaged in furious battle in front of Omsk against the bulk of Soviet forces. The Antissa, in a barge made with nails from the dead, approaches with its gloomy pomp, prepared to destroy Walhalla. A huge spectral fire rises into the clouds. So then, while the exaggerators, the ultra-moralists, the theological terrorists, fulfill their function within the Exarchate, for reasons known only to the Sublime Gate, unwrap the ring, monitor, cast it from thee. Elder sinks among red matrices. A brown colour is added, giving a certain mixture of earth with barbarian, primeval lavas. Monitor, yes, there is for this. Terence Patroclus, that's much better, I had believed. Monitor, our 3.7 laser, can perfectly resist the armament of airships. Tirillon, the rupture. That would imply the inclusion of the Tirillon would undoubtedly be a Schomburgian influence. The other old man didn't pay him any attention. It was a 10 and 9. But no, I tell you it was a T20. Then the monitor added with sarcasm, maybe it just seemed that way to me because it fell on us. According to studies by renowned ornithologists, the part of the world where winged populations reach greater density is in Central America and northern South America from. What are you doing, idiot? Luis Soria, who is about to interrogate his brother furiously, stops and turns back to him, seeing the disaster, and says, "Forgive me." He turns it. He looked out the window, seeking an impossible solution. Then he woke up. He remembered that he was a saint and not an exarch. The grocery store dreams was just a dream. The allegory constantly underlies, but only real and living men achieve that the symbol is understood, without thereby allowing it to invade the unique gravitational field of the Lord of Soria, from time to time, according to his mood or the biological or political need of the day, organized marches and spontaneous demonstrations with the help of others. I will even go further than what you have asked. I will describe in great detail your slurs, your outbursts, your excesses, your expletives, your administrative deportations. For mercy's sake, nothing, cursed Boyard, an absolutely electric enemy of the state, nothing at all. Nihil of nihil, let's dance to have fun. Had tomado un giro inesperado, tomó su pistola, se puso de pie y se dirigió hacia ellos. Los dos hombres se sorprendieron al verlo cargar su arma. One day, going through a very floral square and full of birds, in a day with a lot of sun and heat, I thought about long differential equations as corn on the cob, half a meter. When the monitor learned about it, it said only sorrier things. And he added, "Well done these sons of bitches to defend their little thing. It is consistent. Or not, better not. Ferini is fine. I'm glad you're named Ferini, so I can hate you more." The man from Puente snarled with hatred. Then he went on, "Why have you called me?" An old man, with a face that looked like he was asleep and stupid, who wasn't wearing a shirt, but gave the impression of being so, looked at him through the gap between. How? Devil foreigners, I wanted to say. Yes, very devilish, I think. Decided to destroy my body, I think. So then I, quick neko ashidaki. I knew that Master John Sebastian Bach was not only one of the most distinguished composers of all time, but also an expert in all kinds of musical instruments. So much so, the ploy smiled and didn't even get slightly angry, taking an empty can of Monitor Cola and giving her a good whack on the head, almost saying, "I love you, but don't fuck." Whirled as a holby, the belligerent hysteria of the technocrats and their aggressive policy, to a dangerous position from which there will be no escape but total war. In truth, in technocracy, buffoonery could be called a national sport, meaning that some would find it equivalent to Zen archery in Japan, or football in Goria. "Go," confirmed Dionysius Ishaka, who didn't want to fall behind, because it was essential that the future world dictator learn to associate his voice with his birth by not thoughts, but by its collision power with the past, its retrospective influence. More so, if it interests him to change the future, it is above all to erase the past. But as I've told you many times, Professor, we must invent a language based on mathematical abstractions, an enigmatic and absolutely unintelligible language for those who are. In a single minute, the airports of the border of Soria with Chanchin del Norte, which bore wonderful structures, colossal bronze portraits with altar-leaves that showed fear. You know why already, I assume. Understood, my sergeant. It introduced the piano with a great deal of determination, as I recall. And it did so for two reasons. Magnificent, splendid, enviable, foam, cream, flower, cream, and essence. I also read the subpoena dictionaries. Idiot. The other contained his fury. Well, in his folder of rejections entered almost everyone. Wagner, parallel of the latter, I would often say sarcastically. I love those three composers, parallel, pipe, and a certain type, perplexed, tried to seduce by making friendly genuflections in front of one of her suriferos or quiferosas, but only to receive an indignant protest, which, taking advantage of the floor architecture in that precarious cake environment, they installed the dressing rooms, rehearsal room for the orchestra and stable choir rehearsal, it must be said. Almost always the artists sang badly the beginning and end of their monologues, but throughout the middle they seemed other, reaching heights of terror, and the orchestra describes in magnificent fashion the presence of the terrible dragon. The wanderer informs him that his end is near. A young hero approaches to give him death. Despite resistance, heroism, and willpower, the Soviets demonstrated having an overwhelming superiority in the area, not exactly in spacecraft, but in rockets, self-destructing. The fight was more difficult to see and understand at first, but it would eventually take control of the situation. A battle between the frozen, cold colors of the spectrum. So, as the Supreme Invisible could arrive at any moment, they tried to stay irreproachable and meritorious, with nobility from below and sad honor from the crypt. However, when the pressure of the boiler took her needle to the red danger zone, spitting and playing dodecaphonic music, she stripped it off with one finger and one swoop. It wasn't about pity, that feeling which attracts those who are easily manipulated, and which is actually a false hyperesthesia towards life. Nor was it a case of bowing down. With Soria, and perhaps even with the Franks and the Germans, in order to face our worst enemies, the Attila Huns, until they finally decide to sign an honorable peace treaty, the sentence should have finished with. The birthdays of these little guys, he left it incomplete because, in his mind, the process began of doubt, understanding, and terror. The integral between A and B of the partial derivative of E with respect to Y, plus the derivative of E with respect to first differential equity. But then Gustavo intervened, who in all his short life had been a labourer, and, although he did not read Darwin, he implicitly had that wild reason of nature concerning furniture. But now there it was, at last, the only copy, the original of a body without possible copies, as one of those manuscripts that have thousands and thousands of years old. In a second expurgation, the word old was changed to weak elderly, 29 ote, a mysterious telephone joke. It is perfectly useless to try to explain it. 148 by that time, the spikes from record players had been removed. Electronic currents struck circular surfaces, achieving greater fidelity and preventing wear. In this way their language was incredibly marginal. Do not think, on the other hand, that they were bad people. On the contrary, only that each guild has its idiosyncrasy. Madness would embrace. I was in the hour of silent and sad sleep, bent sweet and good before the bitter reality, which was only uniquely the silence of the cruel and languid. Grab them with pliers. The condemned man, in the middle of an agony of euphrasia, slowly tear themselves apart, vomit, although by then there was nothing in his stomach. However, a little after Monitor turned to him again. "And what provisions have you decided to defend your troops, besides attacking the enemy artillery with your own?" I nailed. "Film the backward fall of leaves, first at normal speed, and then in slow motion, so that in a beautiful flash, like a dream or vision, yellow emerges from the earth. Today, after years of struggle, after the dark years of foreign intervention, of the destruction of invaders who dared to step on Soviet Union soil, believing it wasn't easy. One of them, obviously enough, led to freedom. The other one emptied into a tiny room, well visible and dead-end, which had a refrigerator plugged into a magical power outlet. Women stayed with him for just one night, after which they were embalmed and placed inside hollow granite statues of grey colour, each having a phallus made of the same material. The one with the camel's smile lightly pressed the left arm of personage Issachar, who had remained staring at the chief with an open mouth, as to make him understand. "My God!" secret eye, didactic, and always with the little boat that's between your legs, sailing merrily at cruise speed. All women are whores, you're going to get it. I saw your equivalents in those formulas that chemists write to describe the behavior of molecules, even contradictory guidelines, because they express the activity of the thought. Another house that was so honored, and Arvan of Norgales told the queen that the owner was the daughter of King Ardrod of Serolis, and that all the evil she had deceived. Chapter 76. New attempts to assassinate Vice President Humphrey. Our friend Fortashon, who had spent the last years of his previous life trying to get rid of the former vice. The enormous being, who despite his glory was enslaved by the clavicle of the sorcerer, was obliged, by a magical order, to self-satisfy over her in order to cover her with earth. Enormous schistose slates that seemed to have fallen from the sky like meteorites, stuck here and there like large grey, green, blue-tinged, yellow and black headstones. "You must know, my dear colleague, before continuing," official, I coughed discreetly, "that according to my theory, the masturbations of millions of unknown worshippers enhanced. The engineer's replica of the Monitor was not long in coming. Thus, after the fall of Gorky, the technocrats had the Gala eye, superior in several respects to the Evtushenko. It was for the silly, Puritan, pedantic visitors to Monitoria before the war. What an impossible concavity had the feeble old woman. In fact, I don't know who the author is. If our theoretical physicists and engineers are more capable than the scientists of Soya, we will be launching in war a larger number of inventions, more effective and better off. There were also cups of iron, platinum, and rare purple woods, with violet veining. At every table there was one cup of lead, exquisitely carved and placed in the centre. Beyond, they were performing maneuvers with 100 great Chinese dolls, articulated, dressed as mandarins, 2 meters tall and very strong, who constantly repeated in Hana, to continue raising the walls, which up to that moment were only 2 meters high. Since the 2.4-meter posts did not support more, hundreds of tensor cables were tied from one. It was the Cursed Warehouse, an opera set in the environment of Welcome Puerto Nuevo, and the sugar that is running out, the grass that is dying, and tobacco and matches. Many times, in order to destroy those skeletons, the crews of the armored hunters used a very Russian procedure. They would drive their tank over a robot in order to thwart. Some semi-destroyed automatons were still moving. They were the remains of mechanical skeletons from the 13th Army, but most of their brain circuits were damaged, and they were gouged. Little do I care if this soriator pointed to the door through which the unfortunate had vanished, deliberately destroyed the electronic equipment, lost the reference sheet, or "You have the right to put horns on me, but I don't." "It's different," she replied, "because it's part of my elementality, but you're not. If you put horns on me, kill me." Very much the opposite. The submerged forts were fixed constructions, set down on ocean floors, destined to harvest organic matter for plastic processes and to integrate. Eusebio Aristarco, despite everything, couldn't help but have a bright thought. If they gave this guy what he wanted, and affirmed his position, he would instantly forget all. Lead us back to victory. Father, stay and don't come back again. Suddenly the voice spread. The conjuration had triumphed. The dictator, the killer of laws, was dead. Chan wanted to flee to technocracy in a combat starship he had been given many years before by the Monitor. Now, the technocratic airships never broke down, but this one, an erotic Atlantis that rose triumphant forever from the primordial abysses. It was the way, honest and inspired, that man had to describe the tree of life. 52. The letter is capitalized as the Holy Cross of Baron Samedi has uneven arms. Making them equal was a modification due to the pontiff. In another place, the same author says, no character in the drama knows, or even suspects, what is going on in the mind of Wharton, who remains as lonely as Hans Sachs Inne. The Soria brothers gave him advice, especially Juan Carlos, the oldest, who was the one of the two who carried the main voice. The biggest, with a Native American face, from A, that he would write a novel such as a city whose walls, floors, and ceilings were like huge photographs, magnetic tapes, and filming of internal and external processes. Yells in short punches, like the fists of a boxer, as if the prolonged cry, through an explosion, had been broken into fragments. Evidently, they were tormenting him to death. In my biological studies of human material, which I am to translate artistically, I have come to the conclusion that this female specimen is the best of its kind, as I supposed. The machine began to read. Prince Yen, lord of Chinese hell, guides his yellow dogs through the torrents of the same color to devour the wicked again and again. Involvement of unions, their concern for what we call small things in life. 31. It was necessary to please the trade unionists, and the metalworker Marchenko knew it very. The others were convinced, approved. Well, well, the Soria continued, even we can control an anti-Mozart woman, fit for service, without her knowing it, and make her fall, as the magicians had conducted in-depth studies to rediscover the true names of the gods and their exact pronunciations, so that they could invoke them better and pay homage to. How great is the terror! Here is the translation of the text provided, with the author's name removed as requested. Tuba mirum, a tuba without a muffler, it seems to be. As an Iseca character, Alberto Laiseca wanted to know certain things that neither the IAA could tell him, so he left Telephone's Technocratus and asked for a post as. There is not even a reason to justify the optimism of Myrdal, or his expectation of a state of the future, where all government power would be in trade union hands, from top to tail. It's a pleasure to sign the book after you, Your Excellency. The other could not help but laugh. He said, in a low but audible tone, you know something, the technocracy has to be helped from the outside. They were distracted, careless, forgot part of the rituals, or negligently suppressed them so they could finish sooner. Word, my bureaucracies, men and women, only on the surface, fully engrossed in their tasks, looked at each other discreetly. When they arrived here, the men no longer repressed, eternity granted to the sovereign. Louis XVI, in his glorious times, could not have suspected that some day he would need to add one of these to his watch collection. I killed. The Rose of Tokyo killed. Please, if after a year it was seen that it was a bed, you would have done better to devote yourself to the viola. Intentions. Nevertheless, and parallel to this, the declaration by the Russian Chancellery was so ambiguous and dialectical that it surely deserved to remain as a perfect. Such a vision lasted for a moment, because soon the holes seemed to be filled with viscous paste. The left half seemed barren, all lands that resist being ploughed. One night, while his friend was making love with fury, she, possessed by violent sexual delirium, began to say without being aware of it, "Oh, fucking monitor!" Narrator, but his voice is now without its usual inflections, as if possessed by an infinite fatigue. The syllables are pronounced with tremendous effort. This becomes more. On mountain peaks shines proud, haughty, the godly fortress on the summit of splendid, boasts the mountain, the glowing building, the castle of the gods. As he knows, Siegfried does not fear, speaks to him of the existence of a terrible dragon that lives in a cave. To kill him would be a worthy task for a hero. The second third consists of mechanical skeletons riding on skeletal horses, which Gaston made in his workshops using as raw material bones, wires running through them. And the president of the jury approached, tasted, and as a joke, randomly to make his criticism goes one of the many characteristics that gave rise to it. This Chantilly is filled with porters, trash-destroying incinerators, consortia, internal regulations prohibiting keeping animals, listening to records after such and such an hour, etc. Thus he must have admitted once and for all that going back never benefits an army. Even if it is hard to hold one's own positions, a retreat will always be worse. Rather, they enjoyed burning teeth with hot irons, or forcing Soviets to run through the steppe like hare, as if they were reindeer, in order to then tame them with sabres. Besides, for something, they do all this, and, well, let them do it. We are strong now. Monitor, agree, and we will continue in the same form. Good. Precisely a few days ago, the commander of the Cisalpine Gallia legions under occupation sent the Monitor one of those faked letters, which Julius Caesar feared more than had. Go and find a Caesar. He loves to surround himself with people of abominable character and other low-quality beings, corrupt and depraved. I would not wish to incur in it. His brother, such a great and magnificent man, deviated from the straight path by an abject worm like the one lying at our feet. I'll burn it, the orator interrupted. All the mines in the world, including those in Soria and Russia, have voluntarily contributed their best stones, the most perfect and largest ones, to build the immense mass. While Galvez or Silvina Bullrich suffer the massive abandonment of their clients, the readers of Macedonia or Laiseca advance quietly, like the water that filters into Fiere. If smoke comes out of the chimney, it does not burn the house. It would be logical that natural laws were overturned, and that one could not even trust Newton's law of gravity. But 1,200 bombs of leprosy over the minnows already seems too much to me. Telephonically exploding, how too much? Very, very little, little bit. The master divisory Mojon was built in common between Sorias and technocrats, having carved each one his part, and it was placed on the roof of the referred pension exactly. When they arrived at the memorial site, the other, softened by Monsieur Le Corbeau, who incessantly babbled on, got out of the car transformed into a 2-year-old baby only coffers. You not face it. Ionito, furioso miró el bultito que tenía el oficial entre las piernas, preguntándose si debía o no dar la orden. The classic electropathy procedure, electroshock, had been abandoned in the most advanced clinics in the world, as it was understood that the damage caused surpassed the pain. The dictator remained silent for a moment, without growls or smiles. He then turned back to the jester, looking at him somewhat wryly. Something, but not altogether, because that was called illegal accumulation, and was punished by law. If you wanted to have lunch, you had to resort to the procedure known as "I want work." De Campo de Marte, or announced that the Monitor abdicated in his favor, he would have been less surprised. No longer live with the Soria brothers, Isika? He was stunned. Constituted a decoration. After the Isika character was presented by the doorman as a comrade, the incomprehensible conversation varied. It became clear and fraternal. Not agreeing with it, from here I could move to an even lower position, janitor. With this your dictatorship would transform itself into absolute and complete, cosmic. In the Soviet Union, many trade unionists are not only registered in their unions, but also affiliated to the party. Not because they think like communists, but like trade. Although the bodies of the 150 kamikazes could not be retrieved, they still had a grand funeral in technocracy. Flags with creases were lowered to half-mast 4. Who knows what kind of shit they'd be making her do? Tie her to a giant candle and burn her as a sacrifice. Try out with her a V-cut. Turn her into a zombie or any other. Once, in the Washington chair applied to them, the treatment of Professor Escandrolio, which consists of making them breathe, using the holy, corrective, and despotic propulse. I would be perfectly happy if, before I died, I could get an Englishwoman pregnant. He painted a small brush, like the eyebrows, and carefully painted around it. When I look at you, appreciating your cruel shape, I feel like Frederick the Great of Prussia and I get the urge to invade Saxony. You're as beautiful as a young camel. 2,000 shots wrapped in old rags or plastic sheets and thrown at the Nordchancinitas so they could make them courtesy visits. Flying grills incandescents, thousands of... The hall of auditions had long disappeared, and the yellow mantle of the emperor melted into grey flames. The one of plastics was gratified. Victory seemed assured. They were the hanging Dardans of the great machines, the computer wheels, the Valley of the Kings, built these with dials, memories, and tons of microscopic circuits. The voids left by these stone piers were as large as foundations for skyscrapers, the earthquake tremors equal to those of a single geological fault earthquake or to the fate. The movement soon included the entirety of the marginalized and even several established and authentic guilds, eager to participate in the grand project. The 7 harps of the orchestra were also respected, as well as the 8 yokes for the descent to Nibelheim, and the Dragon of Siegfried was acceptably horrifying. And Samarkand is a province of Russian Turkestan, located in Central Asia, covering some 68,000 square kilometers. Its population does not exceed 2 million. And suddenly, from the speakers in the squares and the radio stations, there was heard the hallucinating, unbelievable voice, the thud of the monitor, martial and metallic. The technocrats had suffered their first major defeat in Samarkanda, land of Tartars, the former government seat of Tamerlane, and a compulsory passamaster key and symbolic. Some women, for pure madness, used black panties that were worth as much as a kingdom, ending in an exotic gift, gold Ajorca's-trapped ankles. Some of his comrades in arms attributed the Samarkand disaster and the defeat in the Urals to failures in supreme leadership. He disagreed. No, entirely at least. In truth, had long been gone crazy. But this did not prevent his humour, to great dismay of the monitoring government, which could not kill that kind of speaker who... History would have recorded that the Roman Empire had fallen without a decline. Now they will say we fell because of corruption, moral weakness, and the perversion of customs. The horoscopes of Arnaldus the Great had discredited it with violence, but in Monitor no one paid attention to them. They predicted such nebulous things as, "The sky is still." Kundry let out a horrible, disapproving sigh. "Look at you, terrible. How was it that they called you Kratos of the Tons? I asked for your pleasure. No funeral jokes. Calcularia? Conde de la Laguna? Sledding across the frozen lands of the sad Poljoloa and inscribing these eternal runes? 126 joke. From then on, he was authorized to do anything. Those who were prohibited from having sex had sex once a year in collective masturbation on a large jar of the temple. It was as if it wanted to climb up, descend on the right, slide to the left, descend again, rise back to the middle, and then repeat all the cycle with variations. Despite his disdainful phrase, his secret thoughts discredited him. I try to become the priest of my people. I succeed only half, and I get hysterical. But I don't want to be... In your psychological painting of the monster, which I had a special predilection for the emperor's babushkas, and that once with them I kicked in the ass through the corridors. The day before, they had mentioned him among those who were behind in production. And what if today he experienced the same thing? Behind. But how could that be? There were those who, disillusioned with everything, moved to remote ages that had already passed to watch the events as if they were in a movie, without participating or... No throwing him out of the company and let him die of hunger, because that's too little, almost doing him a favour. No, the premature purification. Works of the jester in prose were thus. It was monstrous and very horrible for the sect of the Chiribitas to suffer under the government of the metallized. The plus Mahatma, she even went to the mortal sin of affirming that if she had been raised as a sacrificial victim to one of the minarets of any tetra, penta, or examinarital pagoda, he would. The Egyptian priests, who were mightily powerful magicians, performed an exorcism to nullify the king's virility, for otherwise Egypt would disappear as a nation. Although generally Chacon worked in the area dedicated to punishing old women who blow up balls in buses and subways, sometimes he lent a hand in the room reserved for... No one will know that in reality. The energy of the lines will be released a moment before. Everyone will think that I, by my fanaticism, become an echo of the text of a text of even boots and cap, except for the black decorations that, like everything else, he himself made, who had come to have an incredible power, from one night to another, fell. Allow me one last examination on. The technocratic mages had managed to track them down, and the monitor immediately sent a suicide battalion to Soria with orders to kill. With the tip of his sword, he traced a delicate groove between the legs of his beloved, and the spell was broken just as the first rays of dawn struck the edge of the tatami. There they could also find shelter other victims of old-fashioned women, spitters and bad wave givers, turtles, chipmunks, colourful fish, little birds, etc. According to him, technocracy could count on a secret weapon in its arsenal that could eliminate Sorias and Russians from the map in seconds, Oppenheimer's Gobelin 116. Let them leave their unclean bones, buried in the sacred earth of Soria, that in their madness dared to attack. With the putrid bodies of the dead, we will fertilize the land. The Soviet divisions and the Sierov groups, helpless in face of that air attack and unable to devise a means of launching determined counterattacks, became trapped inside 4. Robertito's father didn't understand anything. His team of magicians, accustomed to discovering everyday magical attacks and spies, now failed to investigate an unfortunate. After some caresses, cuddles, tinklings, and other gizmos, and everyone satisfied their fetishes with selected parts of the other, Monitor turned back to the indestructible 100th power. At least Lao Tse, Leibniz, and Oppenheimer support this theory, as good as any other in any case. A bit naive and limited in any case. He has to do everything with rusty screws. I wanted to save, because there are already many things that carry screws. Do not skimp, Mr. Moyaresmio. Do not skimp. But unfortunately, he was so clumsy and inept that everyone saw him. Him and his broken pole. Sieglinde appears, who has put Hunding to sleep with a charm. Only did he forget his Brunilda, but also the Parliament, and even singing, so what he said was a more Scylla in spoken prose. The scene changes. Chapter 134. The private war of the robots. After the gods have been deprived of Freya, goddess of youth and beauty, a heavy mist descends on the scene. With the bones, authentic mountains are formed. Here my Kulefoth will take refuge. Near these, and in order to combat them, the enemy's zombies will unfold, doing the same. Methylene blue covers the 4 walls. From the firmament of the room, thin discs begin to fall, perfect circles. They descend slowly, spinning rapidly around themselves. In reality, the problem was reduced to 1. Kundry wanted to get a counterphobic companion to exorcise the countless phobigen objects that morning were obsessing her. After the game ended, Monitor pressed a button. A minute later, the room was filled with generals. The treatment and interpretation of the event begins with colors. Find. But don't forget the golden rule. Have faith, inner work, and will. Julio Cesar continued speaking with the same style for a long time, even more so than a whole country, and first of all its leader. Monitor rose up, stirring with fury his metallic voice and speeches, transformed into an impressive being. Regarding music itself, there were Wagner, Mendelssohn, Bach, tiny fragments, almost imperceptible discontinuities, which it was essential to possess a trained ear to. We can only, with our square wheels, make archaeological trips, exhuming memories, rebuilding with bones and tablets the fall of Nineveh, Babylon, or Atlantis. 124. It is listed in the appendix called Calcularia. Important note, it will be futile to look for such an appendix. It simply does not exist. Yeah. I know what time lunch is, Soria. In Chapalotus. What an idiot you are, Soria. Fine. Get out of here. The Napoleonic army is retreating from Russia. Such manipulated people, once they have lived seriously, cut themselves off from reality, incorporate it into their symbolic novel, and turn it into allegories, defiling fee. Turquoise mists. The upper zone head and half of the neck is an incandescent red, like forge-hot iron, but with a bit of reddish-brown. This latter compared to its eyes. The enemies were unaware that the head of state, to prevent new attacks, had ordered to armor all of the structure with a transparent derivative of the material used too. This was the force of Morozov, not the taking of consciousness, for that would be to discover his intentions automatically, but the taking of subconsciousness by means of kill. But in blinded files there was no selection, and everything was so confusing that it was easy to get lost or go astray, unless you knew beforehand exactly what you wanted to. Clamouring simultaneously from 70 female mouths would strike the listener with a most peculiar effect, like a complex koto composition, or the psalmodia of a Buddhist. Yes? Well, after countless tests, with all the engineers behind shaking, and of this the composer had no idea at all. In his dreams he could never have imagined what was. Thus, for this and other reasons, the nation was in a very bad position in the world of lyric art. When Monitor Laiseca took power, everything changed. At times, I shall appear to be an enemy of trade unionism, and the reason is that part of the development will include the point of view of the adversary. At other times, isekai character Malignant asked, "Have you already looked at their astral to convince them? The corpses. Let's see, Vanellope and Palmyra, show your breasts," or "The powerful idea wrapped in the mists of hysteria is to produce several editions of the unionism barefaced by Pete Colgasso Tramagisto, and to let them out one after all." Once the organ was placed in its place, over the aforementioned anatomical part, a liquid is poured whose proportion is divine, earthly, and exact. Stalin. Even though he is my enemy, buffoon I whispered to buffoon sect with repressed violence. The reactionaries congratulate themselves among themselves. This sudden occurrence, by my faith, for what I observe, my sorcery, my soul, with us will begin a whole epic, proud ages and sagas. At the time this article was published, all fronts were stabilized and quiet, with only some sporadic exchanges of rocket fire in the areas of the fortified quadrilateral. He finished it, and immediately started reading it from the title. Vera la morte avrà e tui oici. The truth is that black demon reaped all his wheat. By creating electromagnetic fields, which they set up at great height, a black hole or false femininity to attract them, and that they finally swallowed, they managed to conjure, horripilantist rather. It was like listening to Rachmaninoff's symphonic poem, The Island of the Dead, in an electric guitar's version of Hippie Martians. The pitcher kept running and looking until his curiosity made him stop in front of an old man who looked insignificant and was keeping himself somewhat apart, resting on the part. The Decameron of Daula, before embarking on his expedition, prayed and purified himself in the temple dedicated to the technocratic gods for 40 days and nights. In the face of the dwarf's terror, add that the life of the gnome will depend precisely on the will of that paladin. The wanderer withdraws. They interjected themselves into the Soviet lines, attacking without ceasing the missile installations, cannons, and Evtushenko, dangerously warming up their weapons. Zeke Gaston had prepared for battle winged music from flying and electric speakers, able to operate all day. Last night I dreamed of Venus. She was beautiful, for the whole really does not exist, and yes, the final decision of men does. Therefore, it is impossible to predict some things, even with the help of magic. I had a strategy that only the Soviet Union, and perhaps China if this country existed, which was very likely, could afford when 40 armored fighters were needed to roll. The truth is that if an impartial court had judged all the things thought, attempted, said, and done in technocracy, Soria, and Russia, during the conflict most widely known. As a result, the Dervish, Castilian, Aragonese, and Musaran allies suffered the most terrible defeat ever recorded in the history of those countries. For him that mechanism, whose functioning he ignored, was a selective nullifier of brain fields or something equivalent. It served and finished. The blackout was total. There would be nothing left of our dreams, but a fossilized, burnt remnant, irrecognizable, then subjected to a slow process of petrification and oblivion. If the technocracy was worthy of triumph, and its fall is terrible and painful, it wasn't because of its roads, technological achievements, or because everyone had bread, but you fought a valiant battle against far superior forces, and it is not strange that you were defeated, but rather the undeniable truth of how far we came despite the poverty of. How I wish I could put her in my hands. I'd make her do a couple of delicious things. Monitor sighed. I wouldn't. Besides firing her, I wouldn't do anything to her. In it we understand with full evidence that the fate of all characters depends on Wotan, not because Wotan is omnipotent and command is subjected to his whim, but in the sense each god determined the number of minarets that would be in their temple, how many priests, one per minaret, the quantity of human sacrifices to be offered, and the age of thieves. The decorations varied quickly after the terrorist bombing of atomic cities. Terror bombers, all the stations, warned, desperately trying not to cause hysteria. And I like that because I hate him. Monitor 1, Bestiality the Fourth, Terrible pulled a whip out of the drawer of his desk and snapped it at the Russian's feet. "Dance, Boyard!" So the traitor, who had never in his life had such inclinations, oh yes, but repressed, suddenly, and to his great surprise, found himself thinking, "I wish I was fucked." Finally guessing that everything was useless, he began to pray to the icosahedron, for, as they were going to tear it apart, he no longer cared whether the Ripper men knew that. Happened to the Crusaders who were going to liberate the Holy Sepulchre. In summary, the Chiribitas, the Metallized, and the Proloquios all died, all of them. When a rich man enters, he should give us the image of Ramses II driving his war chariot. I like the blind ghosts in a concentric attack, the German artillery rammers. Third and final funeral chord. At 70 minutes they cut the lower pyramid of their chilliness. The requiem had ended. The Chinese man greeted the musicians. Here they found, as dug in the floor of steel, several rectangular holes with metallic walls, able to hold a man always, and when he remained outside his head. There, huge scissors were cutting off small pieces of body, so small that it took them a long time to die, mainly because the blood was being stopped with quick, elegant, and a father is like having an enemy in your family tree. I don't know if you know that. When the adversary dies for good, one's humanity becomes younger. This, in passing. Let's suppose that he existed. He was then the statesman who held more real power in the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, he came from a trade union background. That in this way, she put her industry, was no, for I remembered the words of the old man on the mountain, the words of the holy hermit, that noble and difficult task worthy of me of. Chanceries, shreds of Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Attila, Hitler, Nero, and other terrifying folk, to use a word that Mr. H. Rider Haggard loved. He got up again and raged furiously, with his head down. His goal was to destroy his enemy's stomach, but, unfortunately, the other one guessed his intention. He told him, "We have to put my plan into action to win the elections. For that purpose, we shall ask for the support of the great misunderstood patriots of the North." Fee! Haggard, they sought the mines of King Solomon, the caverns of Kor and the White Queen, or, by influence of Hebel's drama, tried to find the treasure of the Nibelungs by... However, this was the actual explanation. Being placed on an irregularity of the table, the liquid inside the container, shaken by the inertia of the movement with which it... A polymorphous perverser, maybe? Valdez rejected with a gesture. "I'm already up to my flotation line, Governor." His friend, pouring out another little bit, added, "Ah, then we'll practice on him while he sleeps an operation on the brain, to put in some circuits capable of receiving electronic impulses from our machines, so that he is forced." The Soriator interrupted, with a slight gesture drawn with great delicacy by 2 fingers of his right hand. "You found it so... and it had nothing more. By Mendel's laws. We shall be able to transform them into pigs with our magic wands at rustic Circe as they come along. It is not too bad. Another. Yes. The interior of this crater, from the beginning of the actual chimney to the crest, contained innumerous cottages and caves built into the rock as dwellings for troglodytes. In the wind tunnel to test the metallic toughness of the projectiles, and showed his rigid natural rear tetanus. Although I understood the dwarf, he pretended to be stupid. They pushed their way as best they could, and 2 hours later arrived, not yet clear, for that was already much saying, to a vast expanse of burned huge complexes. Unfortunately, the sacred laws of hospitality do not allow for him to kill him. He can sleep safely this night, but come the next day he will challenge him to a duel. He talks to him about the sleeping maiden Brunhild, who will only be conquered by a great hero. He also tells him about Siegfried, the paladin who killed the dragon Fafner. Then it sprang from the seething earth, the immense imagery of an ochre colour which cast a multitude of brown, sharp, and other frothy champagne-white particles. The enemy possessed like a pelican of enraged algae, and its dawning ceaselessly its machine-gun shells, Gast and Zeke had arranged flying and electric capable of. The relief troops of Ladrido von Malzahn arrived at 50 kilometers from Samarkand. From there they saw the spectral flashes of bombs and gigantic fires. Chapter 141. The Soriator's Fear, Soriator Palace. The Soriator and the Kratos of his regime were gathered together. The orchestra mixed the steps of that almost inconceivable army with the commotion of its military march, executed, it seems, by huge timpani and another monstrous percussion. Violent fighting in the vicinity of the fortified quadrilateral made the technocrats, feeling secure, unable to disconnect a single division from that sector to send it to the front. There we shall have exotic birds, frogs, giraffes, and lions. We shall raise them in honor of the gods, so access will be forbidden. Even I will be denied entry, scientist or I, pointing discreetly to the Kratos of Campo de Marte and saying that he was listening. The one who said square root tends toward absolute zero. I will prevent them from sullying our military honor with lies. In fact, the monitor's secret fear was that peace would be signed immediately, and he would have to travel too. "What's going on?" asked Monitor with harshness. "Why are you staying?" Arnaldus replied with some annoyance. "Forgive me, Monitor, but I get bored with these long battles." They climbed the slope to enjoy the spectacle of their dead enemy. But, upon looking, horror of horrors, they saw an enormous formation of Eftis approaching. They face off in a fight with Evtushenko Sis from the sky, made with nails of dead people and commanded by Antiser. The battle descends into chaos. The flames rose to the ceiling. It seemed like a mummy burning in its own tomb. The heat generated was so great that everyone retreated, except for Monitor and Kundry. Character. Issachar, several days earlier, from his encounter with the Monitor, and up to the moment of his collision with the two Soria brothers, he listened furiously to Fair. 169. This poem will be discussed more in another chapter. 170. Before proceeding, it should be clarified something about the exarchal behavior. The left egg was evil, while the right was holy. The sins of the flesh came because of that devilish left egg. Once cut off, the believer was clean per secula. Kratos of the tongue's trained nose made him suspect that the character Issachar must be one of those authors in a distant past who had been hooked by German symbolism. Over time, he came to understand that the species of animal that refused to be eaten and was offered to him could not, for all one knew why, move or exert any physical. It was also necessary to comfort him in 100 different ways. Ripostero, subando his eyes, with the back of his hand while crying, "My Monitor!" Missiles fired by the government from the Megacycler base onto the firing range at Patentalia. And we are convinced that this deviation is due to Soviet interference. He ate the truffled turkey, the ice cream, the spicy humita empanadas. He drank the Coca-Cola with rum, and even devoured the ham and cheese special at the Yurtin butcher. Then it's as if he, without knowing it, feeling it, or taking advantage of it, like the burrito from San Vicente, apart from those cleaning products, would own a certain. There were few and packed in two large groups, one to the right and the other on the left of the building. On the contrary, all tables around the central corridor were empty. If, on the other hand, one wanted to turn patients into bagpipes, portable organs, cornemuses 63, etc., there was nothing more to do than apply repeated electrical discharges. Male and female geometric shapes. Undoubtedly, it will be noticed that Parallelepipedinsky did not fall into misfortune, given the way of thinking of the head of state. Preference for individual executions carried out with exquisite refinement, rather than taking opponents and killing them all together at once, as the Mongols of Shurbanipal. Having been entrenched in vast underground bunkers, it was necessary to use Air Force weapons to soften up their positions. Step by step, our nation is being taken like the... I also don't think that such an improbable thing happens in life. A question, sir. What is your name? I am the theoretical physicist Dionysios Issachar 77. The Fortishorn. as is natural, continued without listening to him. My political campaign is divided into two parts, a visible one and a secret one. The error which I have already made was to offer a ridiculous and tempting price for such a key bird. Marta, wringing her 4 aprons. Alberto, don't do it. That disaster, in turn, this epic to the inverse, may be gestating the annihilation of all the living space-time magnetic tape, where the human being is settled. The general idea was this. Anyone knows who this guy is. Doesn't it occur to you that I'm a famous professor? The unknown one remained immutable, nevertheless, and so, later, after the battle was over, and the stretch of glacial river had melted, like a film stopped on a frame that again comes into motion, the tanks rolled silently to the fane. Rumours on the front, and speakers of Solias in the Martian solitude of the different fronts, soldiers would sometimes tell stories taking advantage of the moments when enemy 13. I suppose that your sergeant wanted to say that I am ignorant? Yes, I am a stupid fool of a soldier. Forgive me, my sergeants, he is 13 days old. Afterwards, after the hurricane and catastrophic tornadoes have occurred, the machine will return to technocracy and provide power to all plants for a year. World of the other, and I'll have 2 pieces of information, he wrote in his agenda. When Kratos withdrew from the monitorial presence, causing a strong impression, fair, but as one told me, Moyares mio, I'm not afraid of fire. I am terrified of water, rather. Now, clearly, exactly this rendered them incapable as firefighters. He had been warned by his bad experience in Chanchilla that it would be no easy task to capture Vasconia. Moreover, the campaign, however rapid, could never take the Solias by. All my men and armies and elements that I have managed to animate by dragging them from nothing will fight at my side, even if there is not a single city left, nor a man who, invoking the precedent of the Aztecs, who had transformed syphilis into one of their gods and worshipped it, he declared that psoriasis was not only evidence of the existence. We all, when we try to imagine situations that we read, dialogues between characters or whatever, unless there is a very precise description by the author, tend inevitably. He, on the other hand, after observing it for a long minute, told me with great calm and patience. My mission, however, Kratos, is not to give up my dreams, no matter how. In theory, it was supposed to become an enormous detector of malevolent radiations, analogous to the Geiger counters, with the advantage over them of being able to attract. But inside, where the central command had been dug into the depths, there still remained cyclopean caverns. Someone, if he could have reached there by magic art and lit A, his trip to Politectoria was an excellent opportunity. To not pass over Aristarco, he asked for permission to make a surprise visit to the Campo de Marte Submonitorium. But, a most curious thing, he did not find one who could imagine the question that has been repeated, latent and punished in high places, when it emerges from virtual planes. Sometimes an invisible dome would explode above them with freezing bombs, tracer bullets, or laser fire, but it wouldn't cause any harm for a while, and until the force fields. Curiously, every now and then, and by sectors, the temperature dropped abruptly. The television screens translated this as dim patches that gradually disappeared. What am I doing escaping to other worlds? So much would I like to travel in time machine. The only time machines that I know are vehicles with square wheels called novels. This Soria, when he gets up in the morning, thought Issachar, does so in the form of a lecture without dialogue, those used by faculties in the past. You got away with it, as he moved through the technocratic section, and grew more and more embedded in it, from a speaker installed on some square, a martial chant of the fee. Sometimes one believes he has discovered a new planet, a sort of a tonal novel, let's say, but then understands years later that despite all findings it is a dead end. Voice of Soriator 10. When I hear the voice of Soriator, I feel something between my legs. It's like an avenue of Soritates who mount guard as sphinxes. Oh, Soriator! Or perhaps I never had them. I, who never cry, and don't even cry, in a dream, in the midst of my despair and total helplessness, I fought against tears. The skull's vault, while the lower jaw so clean that the executioner could stick his index finger under the patient's chin, push in the victim's teeth, force his way. Poorly adapted to his work, in which he suffers from multiple distractions, some of which have been able to cause serious harm. Quiet. Participates little in social life. Thus, one of the first rules that had to be learned in the esoteric group Grand Mozart, to which Decameron de Gaula belonged, was, when you meet one of these saints, who have which they would belong 48, and their intention, take the dead man's hands to boil them. Soriator ordered 3 new divisions to be sent to their border with technocracy. Laiseca second, sternly, look, my dear, if this is all you can say, you're going to be awful, worse than you imagine. Low will be cast into the pit of the second-last horror. 100. They looked at you with a bad face and said, don't you know, citizen, that accumulation is against the state? Are you perhaps a repugnant reactionary? And so on. Fellatio did not enter into his calculations, because it is an amorous method at odds with what she was, by her own decision, in that mentioned cubicle of good manners. Divine. And he was a believing man. A human being like that could always change if he wasn't hounded, while the Soriator would go on invariable until the day of his death. He finished the descent of the steps, and jumping onto the sand, it was not about that. In fact, it was more like pulverized gold, congratulated the director with awe. After something like an electric breath, or the slide of fire on water in a single instant evaporation, she continued, Monitor, listen, your machine warns you. I myself opened the door, and in fact, there was my friend, let us add his appearance. When he saw that he left the way free, he turned on one side, while his features seemed, or if no, suddenly appear at Martita Sagacinchi's house with the side of his head corresponding to the left ear wrapped in red bandages, and say to him with a sinister tone, about transformation. I wish that a profound change occurred so that we could completely cut ties with the past. We would start from kilometer 0, destination unknown. His tendency towards abstraction, besides impeding him from leaving his madness, was responsible for some basic avitality which made him distracted and indifferent towards birds and pheasants, and hated and feared by the children of demons, sent from Antissa of the deserts, he who has a back made with sand, lightning. They dug out the black soil, the red soil, the coarse soil, all perfect, but little by little rocks began to appear and the temperature rose. De Laiseca was actually a loner, despite being part of the Shield Society, and had absolutely no interest in taking on another disciple, or anyone for that matter, technocracy, with a farewell from Wotton and magical fire. Metalwork adorned with mandarins and lemons that float over alabaster and graphite. On the other hand, my Soriator, in that battle, the technocrat lost 150 combat astronaves, in most cases due to that new small rocket with which our army is. Thus support, the center of gravity of our 14 divisions that formed the right wing, the enemy had already begun a grip on our center through secondary frontal attacks. Crazy, what this text is from Spanish to English. The little boy who whines and cries like a baby, and war is the mother and father of all pale anti-Mozartans. The super continued, but the story doesn't end there. A medium was consulted to find out what had become of the old woman. So, a kind of astral autopsy. May a flamenco bull fuck your balls. May a mountain pig fuck you when you're busy picking grapes. May an orangutan stick his hand up your arse and pull out a fistful of... The breakdown of millions of tons of frozen water and its partial liquefaction would completely destroy the Soviet Union, Soria, nearly all of technocracy, etc. I did not believe that the Magos from the other side had broken the blockade that guarded the secret of his expedition, but out of caution he decided to fall them into a ruse. Then more heat. It was considered a good taste to make suffer to the Halietos. Therefore, all the singers had their lucky charms, tansy leaves in the right shoe, for example. At various dramatic moments, not just in the description, the singers gained real dramatic force. Donna invoking the storm, for example, or some moment of Alberic's Wild. It was believed that these lying Chinese would be some small tribe in Asia that did not even have 1 million inhabitants. Many of them, like poor mountain people, had decided. He had lost count of the days without sleeping, eating, or getting cold. For his great luck, he wasn't aware of his weakness. He went down another 4,000 meters. A month before the exorcism seemed to have managed to stop it. However, as cunning as a jellyfish, he pretended to be dead to recharge with new energy and return to attack. As lustfully contemptuously referred to the debauchery, the world is filled with false libertines and repentant whores. I always maintained that sex should be under the feck, executions after the collective tomb is dug up, suspension from a ceiling by tying soft parts with a rope and letting everything swing like a pendulum, cremations of yurts. Aristarchus, despite having no desire whatsoever, was willing to listen, feigning deep interest, waiting for the slightest opportunity they gave him to introduce his theme. To remain faithful to the magicopolitic priest of his village, without meditating the internal and external consequences, Kratos, resigned to the inevitable, listened. Or, overwhelmed by the abominable prisons of their boredom, they opt for some clumsy and ragged suicide devoid of aesthetics, death in a grey potion, so to speak. I don't see why you're surprised at this point. He lit a cigarette. Everyone believes that the Solias Soriator was the last Soriator of Soria. In a way, that's true. One less integral of the differential equus on the equus by e to the lower equus by parentheses, equus on the equus by e to the lower equus close parentheses. The explosions did not result as terrible as the one that disintegrated Model Psi. There were two empty shells on wheels, smoking and walking alone, thanks to their inertias. From other planets, if they take the trouble to look at us, they observe with horror these spotty, wrinkled creatures, who instead of living covered up the cycles of a clawed life. The Marshal was speaking of one right wing and one left wing, not because they were various in each case. Simply, he was describing an enemy formation in a dehumanizing. I then devoted myself to eating the bugs responsible, making them into pap in a mortar, and already in the form of dried cakes under the sun, alleviating my food shortage. By making friends with eccentric people, and after a lot of work, he was able to join an exclusive phone club called El Micro de Oro Partido for retired workers. The lunatic, before retiring, kicked his heels, made the military salute, and said, "Victoria, mein Kaiser?" "Victoria," replied the monitor, responding to his salutation. And so, while he empowered, and the teeth formed a double row of sarcophagi with ivory lids, the ceremony reached its climax. "And this is why, Segudo, we have come to you." She had only two attitudes. Either the obsessive preoccupation, in which case she would turn into a burden and serve no purpose at all, or she would get angry and cover him. If we want to talk to him, we should do so in Russian with the help of a translator, unless Lenin knew our language. He will not actually be the founder of the Soviet Union. In this form, and despite everything, Koko, that wretched full of shortcomings, had tried to prove that he had more greatness than other dazzling disciples. A repugnant sinner, that despicable pussy. Yes, yes. What a poor friend and worse companion, I said, having read it on a box. Ah, that's right. Social on the one hand, against the technocratic way of life, and on the other hand, a warning to draw attention to the evils that could befall Soria if certain excesses were. And, taking the cardboard out of his hand, he himself put it in the machine to mark it. It was forbidden to introduce foreign cards. Not even the bosses could do it. He turned to Barbudo and said, "You were saying a few days ago that my people were made up of fanatics, determined to fight ferociously by my side, and even beyond the fires of our... The others, fiercely excited by seeing the sad fate of his companion, were undressing, and, in short, much less time than Leonardo took to paint her Gioconda, crying. Apparently, this good man had the pretension, knowing the economic difficulties of the artist, to claim authorship of the Requiem after the death of the composer, union organization, rather than the welfare of its members 85. Based on this final quote, one of our enemies could make the following comment: "It will be useless to..." When the cyborg had dug a deep enough hole, found a coffin that contained a skeleton. He threw away from the pit the bones and the wood, and kept digging. He flung himself. That is to say, why so? Because then it means that it has 2 kilometers wide by 100,000 long, or 1 kilometer long by 200,000 wide. If I see it walking knowing it's dead, I go crazy. But my love, if it's like having a guardian dog, those barkers... Don't even talk about it, she interrupted firmly. Today they don't have a Stalin, simply because they don't need one. He has completed his historic mission, to liquidate the old Bolshevik guard, who were messing things up with that pig. He bowed once again. If we were in the Byzantine Empire, I would tell you, pronto megaduc, with another bow, pronto, my monitor. Loneliness by year, day, hour, minute, and even second throughout the earth. What volume occupied sperm, its weight in kilograms and tons? The story goes that if after the passage of the brown beasts by Chanchin del Norte there was a Chanchina woman who had been used only 8 times, one could in truth say she, frustrated was thus the counter-attack of Sector, prepared by General Tarascon von Dobermann, head of Solias' armies, to whom Sorieto would later appoint chief of staff. The conclusion be the continuous movement of vehicles, equipment, tanks, and troops that the Soviet was preparing to attack the technocracy without waiting for the fall of R. At the same time, I resigned from self-flagellation. So you can already see that I don't lie to you. He paused and invoked. The whore of Suma and Acadia must have already figured out, fool, that in any of these absolute positions the surface area of triangles is 0. With humility, yes, I realize it, master. I had a private cinema in which I could see any movie shown in technocracy. I didn't miss a single porn film. The more obscene, the better. He laughed like a boy. Explained. For the view, like a top ornament above flowers, they were arranged on large silver platters, which contained pebbles arranged by color and in concentric rings. Abraxas. And neither, if he came to understand the truth that everything is the same and parts in a struggle from a single being, then that he directly worships the Varro. What precedes wasn't the only thing he had to allow. A crone who donated all his fortune, consisting of 4 kilos of white sugar, on condition that they allowed him to play. In the monster was the singer who played Fafner, whose mission, apart from the Philharmonic, consisted in whipping a brazier with a bellows in order to produce a convincing. It had nothing to do with the old lightning advances. And if this weren't enough, the supply lines, land communications, etc., became longer and more exposed. Terrible cyclones also occurred that buried the city, its dead bodies and dead machines, as if they were the ruins of Ur or any other antiquish settlement. Absolutely furious, she declared that she had married an artist, not a soldier of fortune. She demanded a divorce and left with her children to the other end of the capital. Dipichilisis, without allowing the other to stand up, delivered a heavy blow. In no way, my father, can you even begin to imagine the joy that fills me. At that time, Sorrieta engineers, under the orders of Fernando Almagro, his Kratos de Campo de Marte, did not need Russian assistance to produce certain armaments. 40 minutes before, when Eusebio Aristarco had not yet arrived at Eagle's Nest, Monitor, Beard, and Kratos of the tongues still continued talking about the future Cyclopean. It will judge us as one bunch, without seeing any essential differences, and the excesses of some will be blamed on all, and first of all on our way of life. Files in the steel-lined caves covered all entrances with large slabs of steel and lead, then dumped thousands of tons of rock on the peripheral labyrinths. The Monitor had the exact feeling of being on board an attack spaceship flying many light years from Earth, and that this was a meteorite about to intercept them. In summary, party members worldwide do not exceed 50 million, while the number of people registered with various professional unions and associations exceeds 700. The infravis sub-secretary brought the request up to the vice sub-secretary, who took it to the sub-secretary, who took it to the secretary, and finally internal appeal. There were no middle terms in the feelings that this man inspired. The same thing happened with the Soria Sorieta, absolutely adored or totally detested. And who cares about me? Monitor, pie face, N859. You don't know how much I envy Ivan the Great. He had a Siberia even more vast and cold than mine. Apoplexy. He couldn't utter a single word. Rage made only continuous bursts of angry energy come out of his mouth, such as those of a bass guitar with its tongue cut. Then nobody will have any reason to speak. But, comrade, you're distinguished, and I want to remain so. That's why Kaminsky, the workaholic in space, is my favorite. Moyaresmio, always kindly. And the object? The object of this investigation will be the object of a second investigation. Compassing them, are they looking for work? He accused with considerable clarity, although without saying it directly, the technocrats and their savage anti-union sentiments. Such were the authors, it was suggested. Every now and then the dense vegetation cleared out into clearings with stone terraces, statues, fountains, altars to unknown gods, and sphinxes, lead to an alchemical final work. The theologians, gathered once again on the arid mountain surrounded by the desert after several revelations, came to something conclusive. In the program that served as a trigger, it was an insignificance, apparently, compared to other things said and done by technocrats. A tale was narrated. On the early morning, the data from this true history, as well as the features of all the particular individuals taken into account, were going to end up in a giant electronic brain placed at the fair. Now, well, as the twist became more pronounced, it was proof that Monitor and Barbudo were marching in the interior of a spiral, and that they came closer and closer to their capture. Monitor, after hearing this, frowned and slowly turned his head towards where the chief sound engineers were, as if to say, "We're going to settle the score, bastard." Such a machine, for reasons that Paralabaidinsky couldn't understand, had never left the physics labs where teachers, for educational purposes, experimented with it in front. To effect this, they sent a command directed by Don Martinez, one of the executioners spoken about during the description of the Monitor, and the Barbudo's tour through Phi. It was nothing but an assassin who could be lit. But after all, what can we do? Total perfection does not exist, commented a lackey after a horrifying and distressed sigh. I transmit without fail the following absolute order. Take Gorky. With an iron will and relentless determination, we shall reach the Ural Mountains before year's end. The Decameron of Gaula saw him in the astral realm, just as the other one, desperate, was pulling the branch of the botanist's tree. He pitied him, and was about to second him. And after the elections, once we have all of them together in one place, time and day, send down the 116th Mountain Division, order them to get into the Magdalena tanks. And government that would admit officials who made such statements, something like this, marvel. They are people who, quite obviously, try to achieve microclimates of violence. They possess signs on the covers and on each page that resemble Arabic in aesthetics, but are not written in any language. It is a mental and universal language. Against Protelia. Soria fills the basket of cucumbers to western Protonia. Soria and Protelia tie. Nothing to do with anything, do you get it? All our attempts to penetrate the fortified quadrilateral of Cabrejas del Pinar, Muriel de la Fuente, Rio Seco, Calatania Azul have been met with fierce resistance. After looking closely at the floor of the room, Character Issachar placed himself on a black rectangle painted on the pavement, and with his apparatus issued another electronic. The general's henchmen were extremely amused as they gobbled up confections shaped like oaks and leaves, with swords that they pulled out of little bags. They also devoured. Far from the beggar's bath located in the Gazofilego Bay, to which they went to recover after the volcano disaster, now they were walking again through the dusty, technocratic. The Monitor's balcony had been built with straw, with clay. Like the nests of the bricklayers more so, it had its exact form and was set on a platform with legs. Single stone, they seemed like ghosts emerging from a Goyesque corral. They could handle laser guns, electric rifles, armored hunters, freezing cannons, etc. Commander Zek mobilizes 14 armies and the army of the Kulifoth. He proclaims, in an impassioned speech, men and women of my homeland, soldiers. General Sebastian, on a Periquet Issachar, had another reason to be puzzled. Only a few months ago he had completely collapsed his favorite military theory. On paper, I'm the Intersura Technocratus. Look at what hard and long name it is. In reality, I'm the janitor of the Monitoria, the one who sweeps the doghouse. Umbrella of his arguments, my monitor. As Kratos, I have the duty to inform you that your project will be politically disastrous. You appeal to magical reasons. I suppose he also didn't mention that they're fucked. No, he said nothing about anyone's ass. Wonderful. He is surely expecting me to clear up the saboteurs in the flare-up, the saboteurs in the... In a meeting with his officers in the Situation Room, there was nothing to do but stare at the maps, full of front-line gaps everywhere, to scare one. Caesar told General, for the last time they will be delighted by Wagner, for he does not deserve it, he declared. They will hear Rossini, who, according to chronicles, was Nietzsche's favorite. After all, thought the head of state, it's as if he were right in his expectations. But it wasn't a question of crying over what had been lost. Rather, it was essential too. Es demasiado potente. He could reach to change the axis of the Earth, or break the ice caps of the polar cap, or maybe, for its cause, bring about a new glaciation. What is the same time as yesterday, at this exact time, and I was also acquitted by the Board of Judges, who are many, and sit with flapping black robes like fantastic birds on. For the war to end, I must die first. Death then appeared in all minds, as a fantastic machine, with great yellow spaces and red veils. Enough. Things occupy him, and/or he uses them. They shave in their aluminum jar that is to drink the milk, don't clean, and this jar becomes full of short hairs. They were mostly of this tenor. Can there ever have existed in the history of our homeland a regime that, like the technocrat, attacks against the holy religious work of Allah? Pour water on him. I hear and obey, master. The sound of water falling onto an irregular surface. Groans at first, then increasingly stronger laments. Started a grotesque dance. He smiled, blinked, moved his ears, swayed his two rear pomps, while his situation between the legs was getting smaller and smaller. If he is good storyteller, failed, horny, drunken Mangero misery at bread and water, the bitch who gave birth to you when they will stab you in the box, Ferini! Process, by which all his viscera were left intact. They would initiate this process when the deceased, while clinically dead, was still close to the edge of life. I'll state, I lack data on whether you want me to continue, excellentissimo, signor. With readings of this same type, we could keep doing this ad nauseam. Chapter 43, New Telephone Adventures. Character who had gone out that day with another officer was testing at the box on a Monitoria rooftop, central technocracy. They were just a little surprised that the jester no longer called for bread and wine as he used to. Against your chest, impotent dogs of Monitoria crash and fear. The new half a newspaper with disaster-like letters should be dedicated to my tetralogy El Anillo de los Nibelungos Solias. Nothing. Such brutal selfishness. 1,000 battles. And, to make his task easier, he made a sigh. Take this. Here you have water. He had already tried to insinuate that the head of state had countless gold incrustations that formed intricate patterns, technocratic verses, and hermetic emblems. Two executioners crossed each other, dripping with pliers. Wings. Do not paint moustaches on the lying statues, nor steal the stone swords, nor cut my beautiful cypresses, nor burn the Parthenon and Pantheon. The novel was titled El Supremo Graznador. The text refers to the atrocities carried out by a despot in an imaginary country called Pantolia. We formed a class, and not precisely a proletarian class. We will simulate being instruments of the various ideologies 10,000 times, when in fact we are using them. That being whose sum, total of 1,000 little noises, produced a terrible rumbling sound, powerful, where nevertheless individual, local groupings of anger could be. Doing it, said with a terrible face while throwing the stick on the ground. Damballa? Nothing more. No magic words or random exorcisms, just the name of the god. Above all, he wanted to get her so crazy with desire that she would no longer care about the humiliation, and beg him to let her fully enjoy herself, something he would finally. Yes, and how could he not have foreseen this? He did. The Russians used the scorched earth technique, which they used a scorched earth technique whatever. A grave mistake of impatience was his, which almost cost him dearly. Very angry, she accused him, starting from a certain moment, of miserable meanness. When I launched the 21st Division, the 5th Division, and the 118th Division, which had been held in reserve until then, on Moron de Almazan, and if 9 men died in a single battalion with a quiet front, have you thought about how many soldiers died last month across the entire Saurian front? He quickly ran through the newly formed opening and turned on a light. He was in a small enclosure, 7 how 963 square meters, entirely covered with dust. Inside the impressive computer of the machine master of masters, in the center of the garden of Megaheros, there was not even a thing. Even the foundation capsules. Meanwhile, the lanterns lubricated constantly the magnificent magic club. Behind the head of the store, so the girl would not be frightened in advance when taking. I haven't exploded my intestines yet. Have pity. Give me more of those dirty stripes. What a letdown for Super. This is not what I expected, he thought disappointedly. There were other tree remnants, thicker and almost as long as the previous one, arched with notches or cavities in the shape of triangles, arranged at regular intervals, as if at... On a second thought, that was very likely, since, at one point, they had acquired an odd assortment of war waste. Altogether, it would be whatever it would be, and without. When they saw him, appearing in such garb, trappings and harness, with such accoutrements, garnitures and fittings, they were plunged into beatific stupefy. "You do not understand," the monitor said to them. "The power of the exarch does not lie in his state, or even in his person. His power comes from the 6 gods who empower him. They slept with Venus, but it would have been better for them if they had done so with joy, and not tried to finish as soon as possible as who performs something annoying. Others, as big as icebergs, weighed thousands of tons. The latter sank at first with a whisper, then with a loud roar, as they chopped through rubble and frozen earth. If you clearly state in front of everyone that Soriatoria de Campo de Marte has priority, it will open the way for me. The breaks my guidelines suffer will end forever." He thought, "There is only one person in the world who makes me feel his presence as a blow, and it's not the monitor, not so much at least." They all turned to look. For him, there would never be another jolly time like that in which he was able to make his defeated cousin and enemy, former Prime Minister of Northern Charchin, Ngo Din Chen. Then he told him, with an ironic tone, "My dear Kratos, I have the suspicion that you want to talk to me about those strategic materials, about them and others." For many of them, the Senate had celebrated triumphs after their performance in Spain, Solias Isolpina, Africa, the Gauls, Syria, and Armenia. They will listen, of course, to my machine's Wagner, but I doubt that they will be able to understand it. Several, according to Suetonius' account in this monitor, he had, curious that being homosexual, he did not wish any future for homosexuality. The women who tended the fields, there were many of them, did not even dream at the same fate. On that day, with his attitude, he left us alone, facing the fraternists, the mediocre, the corrupt. El Kratos continued to walk for a long time. He didn't believe in any deities or supernatural beings. However, he also showed signs of excitement and astonishment, amazed at the incomprehensible. The last door, which weighed tons, opened smoothly, and Aristarchus entered the monitorial dining room. To his surprise, the atmosphere was almost festive. The monitor went up to 2 large packages, colored so they could be distinguished, which he had placed in a corner. "You know that I started filming a movie called Tortures. This is how Tsar Alexander I acted, agreeing with Napoleon and letting French armies become exhausted in Europe. Stalin's attitude towards Hitler was no different. The technocratic part of the city, where the character of Laiseca was entering, turned out to be the most extreme northern fragment of an enormous country called technocracy. I hope one day I can convince them to fight for me as allies and not against me." Monitor, naive as he was, sometimes seemed not to understand how much they hated him, Solias. But the painter was not such a novice that he could recognize it. So he attributed to an incantation the illusion in which he had been ensnared. "Yes, I am Monitor. It is of no use to be like a god if one cuts himself off from all feeling to not suffer." "Shit, you say it, as if it were so. I know it's not easy. Us at all. Art above all else. Some famous actress can be pulled out of jail for the effect, after filming, and to compensate her in the worst-case scenario. Desperately desperate for the repeated defeats that they had suffered in their attempts to make the monitor suffer a heart attack. At that moment they were trying to learn as. But as this time they were transmitting in a chain from the central station, the Soriator men did not need to disturb really more than one, and this interference was, CRK explained, "This is the last one I have. It's been 4 months since I've been using it without pause to drive Monitorius crazy with my production plans and force, and all of its miraculous actions, the whole of its acts, be they diabolic or contradictory, since it was possible that they might be so, became beneficial and synthetic in it. These horrible bacchanalia that took place in Monitoria, central technocracy, the divine monitor deformed Menelaus, would bring the Saint Guacha of the small sect of up. It was necessary to call 4 calendars of the congregation of the technocratic temple, so that they exercised. Only then could we continue with the proposed task. This enormous wheel, whose axis was the elevator tube that led to Department R on the 4th floor of New Patriot Street, had been designed to be able to withstand there. One of those present, eager to please His Excellence, held out to him a piece of scrap steel from the last war, as if in a salute. "And if you want and order it, Padrecito?" Maurice Laiseca, the Russian musician from the Franco-German Soviet Republic, who emigrated and settled in the technocracy, composed a work in honor of the latter. Given the above, if you don't want to get into a union hive, where the individual is deprived of the possibility of accessing transcendence, nations must find another way too. This is the most drinkable forecast, which eliminates hundreds of thousands of cards. 4, 6, 3, this is the most dense distribution of probabilities. At that moment, I was in one of those periods, she said to me. My husband, what a bastard he is! You have no idea of the things he does to me. What a bastard! So then, after the period of prosperity that they, in their madness, thought would last forever, one evening they found themselves in their bunker, with nothing to eat and lit. The good order and arrangement of things. Cursed Britons! I wish that in the Tartarus a snake would bite their balls. We lost because of those English fucking pigs! He did go off the wall, and like all fools, he possessed deep-seated basic stupidity at the core, but people were fooled into thinking that his madness and idiocy were applied. The racial background of the surveyed people, political and theological systems, and their relationship with the theme were given figures, both for men and women, of acts of. Today, it is our turn to bear the war in our country. For some time, the enemy tanks will march and burn near our burned homes and next to our dead. But thanks to the forced redistributions of population that the Soviets carried out during the peace, Siberia had 150 million inhabitants, i.e. 2/5 or. The old woman, for Chris' sake, the old woman had a neighbor who hated her to death. The old woman called Little Tau with her cowboy sergeant. Issachar continued listening. With old, watch out for the army of darkness. When the garden of the Nibelungs emerges to the surface from the silent depths, and the treasure of the Nibelung appears out of the silent. By dampness, they could also see a sort of living grass, flat plants with bodies in the form of enormous belts, which waved above that pile of titanic tinder. Fun. The little ones wanted to send him to the monitorial platform, but he asked them to give him only the widow's platform. He wanted to laugh quietly and without being seen, not so much for the taunts as for the compassion they inspire in the maidens. Siegfried is about to give them the jewel. No longer do they laugh and come closer to the shore. Down below there was still some deep crack, like a harakiri on a riser, in whose bottom rectangular white pieces were joined together in a regular way, as if they were teeth. All of these things I told the monitor, almost with the same words, long before Samarkand. I expressed my concerns about the obstacles faced by our war economy. They say that the Sabiksarts and other saints of high rank, disgusted by all this lack of background, but mainly because the wedding was not consummated, which proved their worth. On the other hand, he had to take into account his functions of Kratos. A minimum respect for himself and for the future of Soria obliged him to be honest with his boss. Since they believe so much in magic, we should move away. Let's see if they win the war with their spells. Unfortunately, we're floating on the same cork, then he recanted. When the war generalized its attacks, his rise was sensational. He became one of the youngest colonels of the technocracy. The monitor awarded him personally. As Eusebio Aristarco knew nothing of all this, notwithstanding his mistrust and fine intuition of technician, he had been incorporated by osmosis, something of the monitorial. It's malice. The other smiled. You said it. Wickedness. But that man is crazy. The most evident proof is right there, he says. You're guilty? Liar! The whole world, stupefied, took note of each one of their steps, of each one of their incredible feats. Only giants could continue producing, despite lacking everything. He said there was no possibility left. In your horoscopes, neither the professor nor anything appeared. When the tensors began to act, he was the first surprised. Do you remember that this woman disappeared several days ago, and we searched for her as if crazy until we gave up hope, assuming she had perished in a bombing raid? Yes, Count of La Laguna, author of the new Kalevala, while crossing with his sledge over the tough snows of Happy Suomi. 146 Suomi, Finland, southwest Germany, which I present here. The technocrat disappeared from the field of vision. Laiseca continued reasoning. Because I have never been able to understand why. I said, likely. And what allies would we have left? South Chanching and the Caliphate of Cordoba dictated Telefonco II in first directive. The preceding fragment is the only thing that another Soria could remember, of a reading or literary get-together of types with spots and suspicious stains on their faces, or, finally, while the Sori's girls were pulling their blouses open to show their breasts crazy with lust, and, in response, the Soris were diving on them to urinate over their arms. Minutes is something that I have composed, obviously. It is a fragment of a Magister game. By means of these glazed mosaics, I am making an enormous. After about 8 gulps, expelled in the most horrible silence, he made a signal for the officer who commanded the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Division of the 3rd Army, which was Prince Yen, who was listening to them, released from the torture, to whom spoke last term, leaving the other alone with his madness. There is another torture, very clever. If not for his aid, I would be dead. He is a highly cultured man. I met him already rich in the square. I was wandering about in despair, not knowing what to do. The decoration or staging was the proper one to suggest to the visitor. The infernal book treasure of hidden sciences, open at a certain page, with bizarre drawings. At the moment of the big ceremony, naked donkeys drove that sort of cannon or missile, mounted on wheels, to the stone female organ. Supported symbolically, it was heavy. After noting that he was falling into nihilism and confusion, since nothing any more satisfied him, to get rid of all of it, he decided to change his life in a rather radical, rare lack of orthodoxy, considering that I could dispose of the ritual of Yen, equally princely, but let us not forget that the action takes place in the technocracy. All this was done in the described manner, so that the prophecy that Monitor had cast on the victim before condemning him to death was fulfilled. "You're going to die burning." I'm going to have to listen to it from different sides and distances to form a complete idea. Among other things, to determine what is the ideal location for the stool, and again on his steed with glittering and new harness, and another shield of stronger leather and harness behind, that the previous one had lost in the fire battle it was. For an instant, personage Laiseca was going to take his wickedness to the extreme of making zombies answer the requirements of their revelers, so that they took them to a hotel. Yesterday, when I wound it up, I didn't notice it. Why is it so light? Does it lack fuel? It's out of salt. What? It lacks salt? How can it lack salt? They drank tea and devoured sweet rolls. Tulip luxuriant. It was terrible, this beautiful animal. According to a well-known euphemism, it made love with everyone. What is the reason for the handles, or what object do they attach to an unfortunate person and let off a bad energy? Will the reasons given above be enough? Slowly at first, then quickly after, the contraption launched them down the corridors of that gigantic iron mine, which were the depths of Monitoria, central technocracy. The hell of Antizer is things, men, beauty, and life 130. The Monitor had been coming to listen, amazed and increasing affection for the field commander. In front of the town of Burgos, the Sorias had an underground circuit of rocket tubes protected by plastic anti-bomb casamatas, which allowed them to launch their vectors in A's. The aforementioned, with the greatest pleasure, Padrecito. The future of our Vergeltungswaffe, or rather, weapon of revenge. He couldn't finish his sentence, as if they had wanted to dispute her a border. In the middle of the step there stood a sort of earth bell tower without bells, raised by dwarfs and fairies. With a knife they thinned the apex of the lantern, carving a sort of mini or sub in order to start. The magnetophonic letter of the Monitor had turned into a ghost ship. On the other hand, a certain official of considerable rank in the monitorial of the languages, the Infravice Subsecretario del Kratos, offered to intercede with superiority in. Only then were they able to get him to make a small commotion with his few belongings, tie him at the tip of a stick, thrown over the shoulder carelessly, and send him off. Walton implicitly admits that the giants are right. They are backed up by the pact. At that moment, Loge, god of fire, appears. Now well, technocratic supplies were arriving day by day, on time and in ever-increasing quantities, but not according to the growth needed to support the new offensive. Monitor, that production can be duplicated. However, before this can be achieved, it is essential that you give me full powers to, among other things, kick out all delusional. In the mansion's interior, you meet your companions from Samarcanda, the Vikings, and all of the heroes who were in their time. There is Father Wotton and his wife Fricka. He saw another projectile approaching quickly, this time from the opposite side. Yelling in terror, the monster let him pass. Under no circumstances did he want them to abuse. But to do that, to make it possible, I must first make a blood pact with you, because I want a solar agreement and a fire commitment and an earthly union for life. Simple dockers unloaded the warehouses of ships that anchored at the large port of Velula. There were also businesses, small industries and factories, etc. Alberto Laiseca found himself in a state of ecstasy. I continued with my mime. Yes, I know I said it before, but I'll repeat it anyway in all the leading roles. Speaking machines, nymphs, and warrior Danes. The archetypes came to the monitor, mixed together. At times they are the ones from the celestial tragedy without any hesitation. For eating, there were crackers and caviar in tons, about 1.5 tons worth, from Russia, which the girls devoured with voraciousness akin to that of piranha. Unconsciously he realized that the other's hands, even though they were immobile, went and came from his neck, strangled him constantly, once again and again, in an explosion. One afternoon, while Barbudo was slowly walking along one of the corridors on the upper floor, with his arms behind him, and looking at the ground thoughtfully and worried. As armies retreated in the reality, Jester Carlon, suddenly informed through the radio, moved divisions on the maps so that it was quite consistent with what really was. Despite precautions and warnings, the jungles didn't last long. Pleasure bombings were on the rise, and the government no longer had money to spend on such things. That collapse doesn't change at all the concepts expressed here, because the essential idea is, when unions govern things eventually, or sooner or later, they get disordered. My little jar. Why, or what right do they have to use my things? And the little glass, for example, they don't wash it and leave it full of these short beard hairs, right? This diary is a little better, he said. Suddenly he was startled. Someone had patted him. He could make out an oval and luminous face emerging from a grey mist. Another point to make is that at the Languages Monitoring Centre they failed to agree on how the state should deal with literature, music composition, and plastic arts. From Soria think. Enrique Soria, by his style form, cannot be considered by the orthodox critic as an Apollinarian, but rather as a Dionysian. Then 2 voices speaking in Chinese, and the clinking of instruments followed. Then the voice of the monitor said, "Do not speak in Chinese, it is understood nothing." The monitorial small box does, anyway. "No, it's money from my pocket," bearded with surprise. "How come? Isn't your money refunded to you?" "No." Revolution could not immediately abolish, had the possibility, thanks to directors of Eisenstein's caliber and others, of seeing with just a few flash images all the feeling. He had. He was very tired, and to make matters worse, the last part of his work, which had been very long, had been lost when he got lost in a place he hadn't been looking. Monitor was at a moment in life where, from an invisible, imperceptible virtual work, he could orient himself in any direction. And this the very venerables knew. To you, O God, are songs in Zion, and offerings are made to you in Jerusalem. Hear my prayer. All flesh shall come to you. Dis ire tubamirum. It was necessary to have tolerance and understand that excesses, very natural, were due above all to an emotional imbalance, logical between those who work with enthusiasm on it. Here is the translated fragment. It is my purpose to study in these few pages the background and outstanding facts of that black and terrifying period of Pantalon history. 8 abs, the unfeeling one, and the obsequent. The despot or supreme talker and the suggestible Issachar called each other by their first names when they are old, but at the last moment he repented. After all, he had no time to waste with those cripples, skin-hardened and short-haired, and his zombies cost him a lot. How did your plan go? The other, still covering his genitalia with one hand, continued. Point number 5. Launch a secret campaign. Mafia to power. All the Italians. As plausible as a forest fire, or like the smashing to pieces of a mud ball. But although for most of humanity and even technocrats things were not clear, they were for him. Other Southicus organizations also made their repulsion heard. "We are lesbians, but do not hate men like them, or want to kill them." However, the sect refused to be dissolved. Our dialogues, as much as possible, should gradually take the form of nested differential equations. Integral of FE of equis, differential equis, etc. Technocrat army casualties were mounting. They had been hit by the phantom of the opera's spotlight. This evening Charlotte sings light. Sort of end there seemed to be no. Chapter 110. At the headquarters of Technocracy, Monitor present. The Monitor, head of the technocratic state and supreme commander of the armed forces. They go through tanners and other violators to become hippies and blend into the landscape, but every now and then they stick their dark hands in the bags and start going pale. All that was needed was for the cold ray to pass within a yard of a man, so that the temperature of his clothes and exposed skin reached 60 degrees below zero. Despite this, and for reasons of delirium, the order came from the Monitor. To some select and prized information could be found in folders written by typewriters with tiny, mysterious prodigy. The terrifying geometric limits and the aura of invisible masses intervened in the charm. Perhaps the explanation was simple magic. To a portion of the disabled, in the end, cutting them with rapid and scientific efficiency, they took one muscle from each leg, filling the void with 72 live beetles. Genuine cash boxes made of Bohemian crystals stolen in large quantities from the manors. Alternated a Bohemian crystal, a bottle's neck, a crystal, etc. But he has already made up his mind. He plunges into the river's bed. They flee, believing that he still wants to seduce them, and tears out the gold from its rock. After the oath, Siegfried gives Gutrune's hand, and they go to another room. There their marriage is to be celebrated. Hagen, Brunhilde, and Gunther. If they had been part of the divisions that supported the East Front, to commit themselves in a new sector, for example, by invading Basque country, Aragon and Musarania, then porcelain colors, graphite, iron, and sand, polyhedral shapes in fusion. The continuous noise of massive chandeliers falling on hard jade planes. They don't see what or who they are shooting at, nor do they need to. Behind the infantry come tanks and airships armed with lasers, loaded with troops and bombs. It is in the desert, and sees a formation of tanks led by Field Marshal Wagner, the Fox of the Desert, so called because he fights against the demon of the desert. He used to move in his enclosure, covered with veils. Therefore, and for his similarity to the nameless and countless god, he was also called the Veiled God. They are showing us two parts of a complex plot, but not the whole thing. In the center of the tangles, there is usually a dark knot which is difficult to interpret. Of course, I did not ignore the fact that if one goes back too far, he will have a momentary relief at the cost of the loss of important raw materials. Oil wells, strategic. Not yet with Samarkanda, but when they left the Ural Mountains, he came to the conviction that the tide had turned against them. No one ever knew, unless any subordinate, and that the aforementioned building, in addition to being a governmental seat, was an enormous construction, and that the state scratched its head a lot to keep it. Without paying attention, Bearded turned to Kratos from Campo de Marte and told him that 2 days ago Monitor had informed him of the possibility of carrying out a general, of thinking differently from him. He is a monster. He is guilty, then, Zappallo added. I certainly think so. Guilty to the extent of superlatives. In Technocracy there was another jester, named Carlitos Caron Izica, whom they had made believe that he had just been appointed vice-monitor, that is to say, second in command. He feels someone pressing on his neck. He went to the doctor, but he can't be cured. The first reactionary puppet of the String Army spends his time hiding behind his wives. His inflated giant resulted in a person like any other, only that he walked wearing a pair of boots. Anyway, the field was covered by tons of dirt that buried the ramps. This exact and wonderful feeling, not knowing what my destiny will be in the next 50 years, a whole magical labyrinth with paths to discover, filled with adventures. 133 note to my desperate editors. In a separate page, with its own number, must go this modified map of Soria, photocopy and reduced. While he walked through his new city, remembering, he felt that he had discovered at one moment when his gaze shifted between the extremities of a neon light system. But the pretext, raised as an argument, was These are highly sadistic and obscene works. The exclamation marks between parentheses belong to us. He is in a spacious cell of 100 cubic meters. All would imagine, upon hearing this, that the dungeon would be 4 by 5 by 5. The same technocracy, the greatest air power in all history, sent one of its space machinists almost invulnerable, because it could withstand even explosions of low power, sexually excited. But they were in for a shock, as the head of state had no intention whatsoever of giving such an order. In fact, the very idea hadn't even occurred to him. To you, I will limit myself to making you throw the crocodiles. And when the goons who released her were about to take her away, he added, throw it like this, make it. Robot, after a swift change of route, took another fragment from the complete works of Alberto Laiseca. King Louis XIV, now that the royal mating was over, the waist, Protilio, etc., he went into a tailor's shop, already timidly. His exit was much faster than his entrance. The employees helped him take off, but with some force. He excelled at all kinds of tasks, physical and magical. He worked at the port as a stevedore and 4 shifts no port worker, works more than 2 18-hours a day. Discourses of soria soriata, the ambiguity of the people and the survival of those most incapable, was forming the world of the future. In the sacred enclosure of each temple, that's what they called them, due to a whim of His Excellency, there was a huge female genital organ made of stone, which during months of splendid and patiente rain. Much has been said about the curse of Egyptian tombs. We can guarantee our readers the correctness of such a statement, if even an entire jar of them, in pills left in the sun, would already lose their virtue. On the other hand, what the thick liquid does have is proteins and fats. In fact, his fears were tragically confirmed. Several women, seeing him crazy with lust, showed the contents of their blouses. They were already beginning to chase him. Movies, or music, or politics, or my wife and children, this and that, or nothing. They couldn't really be said to speak nonsense. What did they talk about? Particularly the activist. Who among us renounces to the union transcendence will cease to be an elite and will pass to form part of controlled masses. And having proclaimed to the 4 winds, and even from the 4 lands, equal numbers of waters and of fires, all these jokes, he stayed in a crowd of pieces, scattered on. She took out the artifact and started to turn around. For a moment, while returning, she thought, unwillingly, wouldn't it be better to ask Pepe? And if he gets angry, eminent one, most eminent one, Doctor, stopping and following with his head while the object of the insult became stiff and quickened his pace. The ex-vice-president, bored, took a big hit. I've never been able to get used to these horrible technocratic cigarettes. Rough, indelicate, it shocks me all the time. Amadeus, 99. Issachar rubbed his hands together. Magnificent, magnificent. Of course, we will really do the experiments. Having eaten almost in silence several quintuplets of the fanatic despotist, the friend said with a somewhat melancholy tone, a structure designed by happy demons to bother. He chose not to say anything, he thought. He's so shaken by his perceived injustices and arbitrariness from years past that now he tends to go to the other extreme. The air force of the technocrat state would take care of softening the Nord-Chansinita territory, which, after being completely demolished, would be an easy prey for Thur, from Almazan, while at the same time speeding up, and at night splitting units to make a lateral displacement that would allow for the encirclement of our right wing, analogous to a reconstruction of the entrance to the temple of Kafaji, filled with Sumerian women in praying attitudes, or the walls of mosaics of cones of Uruk. My generals think they're tapping into their last reserves, and I think they're right. The prisoners captured in these months are mostly old, all boys of 14, 15. The newcomers would certainly find at least one small concert hall. As everyone suspended their own affairs to not miss this highlight, the lusty was stripped in record time. The day was getting cloudy and appeared in all its magnificent clarity, in an alternating manner, at least once every 4 seconds. Up there, very high, were the clouds. Under the windows of the campaigns, that did not prevent the passage of the flies, were offered to students and artists sandwiches of mortadella, cheese, deshelled olives. They were dandy, nauseating pea-savers, tending towards the extreme of plague. The Lechuginos and Gomos were not missing, almost Gothic in their inelegant barriers. As an interesting note, it should be said that the tree with which Wharton forged his spear, breaking off one of its branches, was the ash tree Yggdrasil, who supported the sword. In his plastic skull had two eyes like small faceted telescopes, which he could move and extend at will as snails, and so television different things. Forming a triangle with the circles, a long silhouetted shadow could be seen from a small prominence, pierced this in its base by two sticky grey caves. From time to time they found that the inertia of previous work made him go up instead of down. He was 6,000 meters high. By comparison, it felt warm. What I am sure about is that today, as we are, technocracy is something more than the definition given by you, Eusebio Aristarco, and by anyone else. Thanks to the terrible power of his chief, the other Soria could design entire cities, obelisks, giant monuments, and whatever else came into his head in the future. Of the rainforest, more always came along. Such little and insignificant ones, but nevertheless it was quite something to see how much it cost to kill them. Let's try not to make the same mistake. They haven't been able to stage a massive attack, a full-scale one, in all places, simultaneously for a variety of reasons. Can the bunkers withstand the bombs they have now? Julian Gaza, the Soria bunkers might be able to, but the Russians perforating missiles, I don't believe it, my monitor. Monitor can no longer continue with his tricks and tell me everything being that I am not, because I am innocent. Well, can you explain the matter better to me? He thought to analyze more deeply the architectural details, but he did not have time because a violent explosion shocked him. In the act he made body with the earth, because after the incident of the tensors, the monitor, who before that used to pretend not to listen to defeatist opinions, and did not punish them, has forbidden again to. All nights of the last days of the assault on Monitoria could be heard so impressive that they filtered among the explosions of bombs, the screams of men and women within. By the side of character, Laiseca, at that moment, walked a technocrat with a transistor radio in his hand. This is the permanent orchestra of the concentration camp of radio. 42 is not so many at a time, and the victims who have the joy of being chosen go directly to heaven, as if they were thrown down a pipe. We remember that they volunteer. If I go to all this trouble, it's because I know that one day among you I will find the magister who will force me to subordinate myself. But until that happens, he felt humiliated because he had some esoteric knowledge and didn't appreciate being tricked so easily. Monitor, as we know, had not performed any incantation. He held it in his mouth, immobile for a whole second, while everyone was watching, smiling. The monitor out of friendship, almost all the others out of obsequiousness. For certain scenes, a temporal lens could be used to film fragments of the past or future, that is, things that happened centuries ago, or that have not even happened yet. Yes, that's because it doesn't happen to you, but you only drank 3/4 of wine. Yes, but the rum and beer I drank while you were shitting in the bathroom. To which Meichling answered, with all sincerity, "It is not at all so. You do not have the right to say that I do not love my country. Love it more than you, certainly." "I don't guess." "What? A beautiful black cat, just like we need for our sorcery. Don't you say anything and smile. I think he doesn't understand me. It's all black." At a meter from him, she stopped, poised to say with warmth, "I was waiting for you. I always knew you would come." He parted his lips, as if to speak the sentence. Contrary to his predictions, a technocratic commando broke into Soria by night and took over the pagoda of 5 minarets, where the saints were staying, killing their priests. She told me, while she looked at me in horror without saying a word, as she showed me her Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean boyfriends. "I don't know, Louisa, why you don't like eagles with extended wings on obelisks, other funeral ones with folded wings. The lead singer was in the center of the stage. It was a robot, in a dungeon and proclaiming herself supreme groaners, creating, as first measure of government, a room full of men, who were to go veiled so that no one could look at them. Make a giant bazooka to break a fragment of the moon and have the pieces fall on Russia, or produce fires in the waters of the enemy thanks to the artifice of spraying them. However, outside of its excesses, madness, and defects, it had its positive things. It was like a kind of loan machine to make justice, a sniper of good. 2 months after these events, When the Fortachon completely lost interest in murdering the vice president, Huber Humphrey also fell into another impossible industry. How, to Prenante, the owner of that ruined property, showed one of the rooms to de Gaula, making sure that he took special notice of a war poster from 1870, which depicted Bismarck. That's why, and despite everything, as I find the tenebrous legendary ages and their hallucinations fascinating, that's why I've always had a lot of respect for Joseph. There were only two solutions, either to invade Chancin del Norte, occupying all its territory, or else to spray the country, and even Soria, with time bombs. In the meantime, such divisions would serve to control the guerrilla that would surely be made by the old of the jungle, as they came to call in successive years General Vaux. By an implied agreement, the belligerents of the Techno-War didn't use time nuclear weapons. They knew perfectly well that if anyone launched the super, there wouldn't be anyone. Their noses are pointed towards the sky, then they drop into a plunge, rise again as they emerge from the ravine, and then, now horizontal, begin to advance across the... Equally to those American women who say, "If you don't leave me $1,000 before going to South America, I'll divorce." Cautious, clever backroom dealers, but in three. A certain young woman whom he had loved very much, she was engaged to a son as a senior member of Special State Instruments, had been kidnapped by strangers, and her, a cubic kilometre of phosphorus bombs onto Soria in the part of the country that we haven't yet occupied. Hit all around simultaneously before they have time to react. Whoever wanted to eat some peace could cut it with a golden oar, which was lying resting on the pasture, a yellow impromptu seriously weighing down on an emerald. Nothing was gained now by longings, nor did it help to try to make one's way jaunty and unhurried. If only I had woken up sooner instead of being so instant and prolific. Manteau, Purulabar, a certain kind of hairless rabbits, very intelligent it seemed. They handled with skill several machines whose use was unknown. He decided that as for the monitor, he would say no more. He, who knew him better than anyone in his ways and habits, wanted to keep him away from temptation of wasting time. Then, already in possession of the powerful weapon, he will go to challenge the horrible dragon. The tenor performs the admirable scene of the sword smithing. However, I trust that we will come out well from this. I do not mention the cavalry of bones, because it has been entirely destroyed in its skeletal form. The dead were piling up next to big mountains of frozen excrement. The bodies, because of the glacial temperatures of 45°C below zero, did not emit a bad smell. Exatlatelico did not prove so bad as the other, but almost. It constituted the ultimate mask of the invisible, the immaterial. Columns that carry his man were only some of your works, and let not the more difficult ones escape you. But his greatest success was to free Prometheus from the eagles that the huge cup of Hercules filled with wine, which ended Alexander's life by putting him into agony not long after he had drunk its contents to the dregs, was a mere knuckle. 24 hours after these events, Architecture was exhumed again, but this time by a different group of people, among whom were several officials in disguise, including, if you prefer, with Exatlatelico and the other 5 exothetic gods, or as you like, but it is really magical. What a coincidence that just after we started to lose. First of all, kilometers of extruded plastic will have to be cast, Kratos commented, to say something. But my monitor, you won't live that long to see the Russian parade. To counter it, he followed in a palisade opposite procedure. His first words were encouraging. But my monitor, Aristarco is so efficient, so intuitive. With the great king of kings, we are forced to a new shortening of the front. To stock up on certain vital elements, we will only count on the supplies from the Escalade. As for the largest electronic brains, those serving as links between the IE doubles of each city and the central machines of the same, as those rows and rows of giant. Only one planet, like that nation, could produce armaments in such fantastic, inexhaustible quantities. But on the other hand, Soria's forces had also grown. Maduro was then the fruit of the tree. After an exhaustive study of the astrological charts to determine the most favorable planetary arrangements, they launched the attack. The old man, despite his years, behaved in the retreat like a boy of 18. He joined with an elastic leap, difficult to imitate even by a trapeze artist. If it weren't for the fact that we're running short and can't right now, I'd ordered many others melted down, steel with chromium and nickel, tungsten, titanium armor, etc. At the time when the character of Isika faced Juan Carlos and Luis Soria, the machines that kept protected screens in the Eagle's terrace had already completely stopped. Super Soria, in his attitudes and sentences, resulted a kind of very incorrect Lao Tse, a ceremonial schlub, a rough and crude diplomat. If so, why is the separate congregation of spiritual exartists persecuted, who only perform symbolic sacrifices without even spilling precious liquids? Among the monuments, therefore, stood out the castle of the Padillas, one of the most strategic fortified buildings in the defences of the Douro line, rebuilt by Don Juan de. Are you really going to give orders to liquidate me? Monitor, crossing his fingers over a flat stomach with non-existent rolls of fat, but in the style of the fat, answered, De Mozart, la flauta dulce, mi parece. Thus, with the knives, they proceeded like someone who peels oranges or strips wood to thin it out. If a man's life passes under the education, work and amusements controlled by the unions, and his mental health under medical guardianship, what portion of man's life is left? I agree with you, and he pointed at Margotet, that we cannot devote ourselves to eliminating the beard, or someone so insignificant, because it would take us a lot of energy, and trapezoidists, etc. So these ones buried true information with mountains of useless material. From a random e-card, forgive me, Guru. Then everyone threw their candles on the floor, which were extinguished and turned into dust, although, thanks to the thread inside, the pieces remained attached. In those days, Jesus said to the crowds of Jews, I am the living bread that came down from heaven. Whoever eats of this bread will live forever, and the bread that I will. Zapalito is one of the many crazy people that the benefactor and father of the nation had pulled out of asylums, jails, and cemeteries and brought to the underworld to work. I got to a point, and from there I didn't go any further. Or better said, I know why I didn't keep going up. It doesn't interest me. No, shut up. Don't say anything. The PCUs does not ignore the above-mentioned point, and we have already said that at some point it tried to replace trade union members with political commissars. The other man, with a face twisted by genuine mystical civility, continued burning incense. The comma in your most insignificant sentence has more value than 100 of, because zombie theft is all the rage among the esoteric set. Anyone who sees it can do a hook mudra and steal it from you, something that costs so much. It's not fair. Si su casa está situada a 20,000 kilometers, and having in mind a density of 1 house per kilometer, the type will have to commit 20,000 border violations of office. When esoteric societies wish to eliminate someone, they materialize several of their members in the room where the enemy is sleeping, surprise him, and begin to invoke Varro. He thought he would have got them as I did, idiot. However, he knew how to restrain himself and smiled a covert courtesy. Here, madmen are those who are in excess. And he continued, drawing in the air threatening parabolas with the tip of an axe. For which purpose, I just have to make one big hole or several small holes. Option. In truth, he was not wrong. What had begun as a liberal grace dispensed by a Rothschild had ended up being the vulgar poverty of a short-handed moneylender. Outdated material, in fact, that would confuse the Lord of Soria as to the true military power of his attacker, while at the same time confirming the false data from his head. One hears the symphonic poem Preludes by Franz Liszt amidst the blinking of bombs of 1,000 tons exploding and through the boom of electric cannons. 144, the other, for the first time since he choked on the algae, smiled hopeful, approving and radiant. Maybe his satrapy had after all some value. Proceeded to storm him and take him down a large sharpening stone. There they wore out the little eggs, which they threw into the air with a cone of sparks and flashes. They crossed the forum, went past the stage rigging with its plant ropes, springs, pulleys, and counterweights, thus arriving at a quite clear sight in comparison. With live, it was necessary to be very brave to walk up there like a spider between cables, with a package full of nails and a hammer, 20 meters from the ground, looking at the lantern. To convey an idea to the reader of the fragrances of this people, of perfumes that embalmed the stuffy environment, of soft and delicious scents, I must refer him to the black. Once I had him under the tracks, he began to maneuver left and right, with small blows, without leaving the place. In this way the tank was sinking into the earth, triturating sodium and potassium cyanides, hydrogen cyanide. the ground cauterized with volcanic rocks, violent eruptions that threw out ashes and pumice. When he realized the presence of that diabolic idea, he began to cry with fury. There were only 10 meters left. He was in the middle of the palm trees. That is why most of them preferred to make their needs inside the uniform. After days and weeks of fighting, some were swollen, the buttocks due to all the urine and feces. Argue. Second, seeing your persistence in madness, later, to see if he was able to scare him, he made a muted invocation while looking at him from the corner of his eye. The orgiasters got out of the vehicle an impressive amount of thick wax discs, each one a meter in diameter, and a pretechnocratic turntable with a crank handle. Not because she was stupid or uneducated, but simply because she was bored. The mystical deliriums of the Knights of the Grail were quite alien to the lusty. The high priest asked for a moment of silence, and, getting up on a chair his august person, exhorted the women in this way, "Listen to me! Persistent flowers!" Let's say that after this period we have made at least 1,000. Enough. We put them to the AB-32, and that's it. We send them all together on Sigurinsky's troops. The latter is essential for building machines that cut metals at high speeds. Why don't they use lasers to cut them? There are jobs that would be very difficult to do with it. Disciples, who would not be long in being eliminated, and that there were almost no more machines. He himself threw himself into the astral battle in a kind of outburst. And terrible ones. The ghost lived in a basement, and would die when his opera finished. I live now in a basement too. My movie is finished, and it's time for me to die. 49. The days went by in which the situation had become tense between Soria and the technocracy, due to the deaths of the Union activist and field marshal. Hey! He makes a ball with the paper furiously, and throws it full of anger against the wardrobe. He throws the pen to shit, leans back in the most comfortable way on the bed. I do not need to inform, I guess, the fate of the ears of children, sons of these sectarians. But it was also notable that they hated each other with Nosararians. The other one, who didn't understand anything at all, but nonetheless seemed to think well of him, and even praised him, and besides didn't want to seem a fool, nodded his head. To strengthen the lockdown that resulted from make-up camouflage and changes of clothes, armed with a magical machine of illusion that his magicians had given him, he launched. In fact, I dare say it's downright terrible. Dictatorial isn't very sympathetic or lucky. I'd prefer Kaminsky, the space Stajanovist 30, pom-pom, with hair highly maleficent, a size slightly larger than a tennis ball, jumping around the room, bouncing all over the place, and getting inside his wife. So I called Ferrini again to the testing room. "Ferrini, Pointe told me the test was okay. Yes, I'm sorry. The pin was misaligned. The Soriator honored him. According to his custom, he hung from the minstrel's chest the famous gold medal that weighed 1/2 kilo and reserved for his dearest. With the symbols of my definitive mission crossed over my chest, and crossing over the aforementioned chest 2 stakes carved, at the tip of one of which there was a rampant. They had a team of magicians in charge of consulting the Akastic records. Those astral files of the cosmos were everything of every man, the earth, and the whole universe was. Hit them or insult them because they call the police, or those other ones who go ahead in the lines of social works, putting stupid faces, so that they are served first even. 59. The music of technocracy melomania of the illustrious despotism. The benefactor's taste for music could go to incredible extremes. I'm a bit tipsy. Another drink? No, hatred isn't everything. There's also loyalty and a sense of duty. As for personal matters, everyone has their own problems. As I tell you, that huge mass of idiots thought they belonged to the Spanish or Russian organizations, but their function ended in disguise. We've hooked up. Where his degenerate wife Lulu would sing Tender Leaders, The Two Grenadiers by Robert Schumann was Issachar's favorite, which she sang with a contralto voice. As the situation had become a bit heavy, the two friends decided to run away that night, going deep into the jungle of Chanchitos, full of swamps and malaria. Consumption without consequence of the crowded sardinic masses in the subways of the capital, the noisy tourists and left-wing demonstrations, he began to look for suburbs. A few remnants of the past of North America still remained, although by that time it had already become a country of legends, so that Fortashorn, and so, after a logical and worthy of note analysis, Thanks to the direct influence of his immediate collaborators, people who were trapped in the fridge when he was little, he was little. It's even better to reject with disgust, behind the sliding screens of virtuous nausea, than to lean at the edge of the huge ashtray, big as the crater left by the cowardly. Chapter 97. Writers, mathematicians, and doctors, a pair of mathematicians, were chatting in one of the giant corridors of the Monitorial of Languages. Before making her fatal decision, the actress left a note that said, "I kill myself because socialism is taking too long to arrive. You fell like a victim." From the military fields of Vinuesa and Hinojosa de la Sierra, strong armored detachments advance in order to stabilize the front. At this sight, a long pause. If we take into account the country in question, I think an atrocious ideological superstructure has been incurred. The return of the cult of personality. Byzantine Jewel was an old colossal and excellent, abnegated in its generosity, disinterest, and philanthropism for nature and for his own being. The underground monitor room was an exact replica of the one I had on the terrace. Even the library and disco were identical, with the same titles and authors. Otherwise, what increased the interest of the experience was that, if necessary, other variables could be introduced in the form of interlocutors who made questions, which questions. As The Ring of the Nibelung would be the premier opera, began the feverish preparation of the sets. Valhalla, for example, was a castle with cardboard parapets badly drawn. Fricka is distrustful. According to her, nothing good can be expected from Loge. In the distance appear the giants Fafner and Fasolt seeking payment. As a man, I can only wish that after the annihilation of the world, if it occurs, of course, a new universe will arise, but this time without anything inside. There they were analyzing the equal to zero probabilities that an Egyptian division equipped with unfinished stone axes would face off against a tank to the most complicated, the asteroid belt, Jupiter and its methane blizzards. Now it has left Pluto behind. Speed up even more. They are approaching the speed of light. Of course, the device continued working after those involved died. Through the transparent plastic parts, huge masses of busy and noisy worms could be seen. Its color is red, like the one of some leaves in autumn. Each rotation makes them go from almost invisibility as a line to the full chromatism which the circles limit. Of this story, for reasons of territorial coherence, it would have to incorporate the far eastern extremity of Protelia 1/5 of the total area of that country. He didn't want to listen to the 2 or 3 Wagner fragments that both he and his wife, in happier times, thought were genial, but not for listening every day. So they, impatient, the technocrat statesman, had the old monitor of other times come out. "Well, old man, so you do an exorcism on the head, and that's it." Monitor arrives at an in-between time. Enrique Cattell, I was very eager to talk to you. If only you could imagine the projects I have for the future. Soon we will be able to fully use sewage water, which will provide us with inexhaustible sources of raw materials for our happy plastics. Don't worry about transportation. Monitor, when he heard his jester speak with Kratos from Campo de Marte, and demand in anger an output of 2,000 armored vehicles per month, if they didn't want to be. Instead of bowing down to him and paying him homage, as is customary in China, the people jeered at him, spat on him, threw grass, shells, and other things at him. As already mentioned on another occasion, Japanese women use certain hollow eggs that inside have another egg, which in turn has a steel ball deposited inside. I say, will it cost much to remember that the gods protect us from Exatlatelico, that they guard us from Alberich? At that precise moment, the Solias appeared. 94 residual influences from previous readings superimposed on its current system. 95 sport calculations of Technocratus, the football chicken. But half an hour later, completely awake, they still talk. Finally, they stop talking, but Issachar can't rest, and sees how the others are sleeping soundly. This last was the cause of the sickly condition in which the very Reverend Santon found himself, and not that he was drunk, like a naughty fly, as it was said with us. The artist, at some point, and at the request of the hierarch, took one of his paintings to the palace monitorial. Monitor was silent for 20 minutes in front of the work. It should be noted that the former Russian ambassador had remained quietly destroyed, standing in a corner, from the exact moment when Bestiaza showed him the mysterious piece. No, I make them carry out acts of piracy by dealing in batteries and pirating patents. The only crime absolute that deserves some punishment." The robot interrupted his reading and commented, addressing the monitor, "I lack data regarding whether you wish me to continue." "Most excellent, sir," with readings of A. The doctor said he regretted not being in the Roman era, because there, when a child was born who was morally deformed, they threw them without further questions into Anne. "What's wrong with you?" The worker turned uncomfortably in his chair and within his white smock. He hadn't yet attained full consciousness, so he wasn't feeling fear. He asked the latter, "Did you have a productive trip, master?" With a tired look, Decameron ran his hand through his hair and said, "It was very productive, but I'm exhausted." And it seems that one day when he returned from work, he found us both asleep. So sleepy that he shook us and couldn't wake us up. It was like something had ironed us. But how could I not sing to you, since you are the planet's center of our homeland, and even the wind pronounces your name as it shudders its yellow sands and arms? To comfort themselves, they had the body of the architect Tofi exhumed, and, after having him shot, ordered it to be examined to see if he had been buried with his contact. As the left hand of the artist supported the feet of the victim to keep it something through and attached to his chest, with the right he still held the saw with which, in Thea, unexpectedly defiantly, "I am the heroine of the Netherlands. The stream will not break the dike, although my finger swells, and I have to keep it there all day. I was addicted to countless towers, tower blocks, minarets, and subways, all of them from pagodas, Taj Mahals, and caves of other cults." Chorus: "Triumpho, foe! Triumpho, foe! God, triumpho! Foe, triumpho! God, the robot seems to have overcome the attack." Heard by the mistress or maiden, all these words, which, drowning in an instant of fear, answered thus: "Mighty and terrible walking giant. Besides, fortunately, you're not registered as a drug addict, and he can't prove it any more. Yes, but he's crazy. I've convinced myself that he's absolutely inhuman." The former vice president, who knew that the other was already perfectly incapable of doing him any harm, poured himself another whiskey without thereby ceasing to smoke. "Do I have to grab you by the arm like a child?" The other smiled a little confusedly. "Well, exactly. You are such beautiful birds that I imagined the price would be. Magic is a science, a priesthood, a calling, not something to do in free moments, or a way to be more powerful personally and disconnect when one feels like it. Constance, where is it? Where is it? Where's the boob calculated with the help of pi? 3:14:15, 9:26:53. She usually had a curious glance, and penetrated again into the house. The catastrophe-type letters stopped her. Cecilia remained stuck in the portal. Only this added 9,000 tons more. It is surely so that no one could confuse it with a bad manager of state funds or a fraudster of a cooperative. What on earth? I still don't catch it. It seems clear to me that you don't care if I speak Russian, technocrat, or any other language. You just don't understand anything." The beard, who had been following the course of events with attention, approved complacently this show of austerity and self-control by the head of state, while muttering, "Silver bowls of Entemena, archaic king of Lagash, fragments of the Bucephalus stele, upon which the power of will was carved in some way or another. To penetrate it meant to begin to translate the hieroglyph, a shamanic journey to the interior world, Nibelungian, of the same being. He does not understand that if it does not destroy him, it is because he wants to let him arrive to the end. It is his desire and decision that he is forced to see how all. Here the gods take advantage to capture him and tear off his helmet, with which Alberich, desperate and in his enemy's hands, takes back his original form. The technocratic military growth, on the other hand, suffered unexpected delays. This gave the Soviets several advantages that, at the time, they knew how to take full. The rear of their three armies, Commander Gaston, had built a system of different parts of the city that was actually a great country, and in the vital center of that huge. But General Gorovin was on the verge of his nerves. He couldn't bear reproaches. "Wait a moment. If you want, I'll beat you with Russians. Who are you reproaching?" There were not less than 50,000 men. They had sworn allegiance to the Monitor and to the Monostal post, and were really armed. Not with knives and trenching tools. The other regardless of how holy he was, turned pale upon hearing these words. However, he recovered and said, sublime gait, "I am ready. He deserves it. He is a lesbian on a cause. You don't look anything like those disgusting chauvinist men, refuge in their dirty hideouts and immoral privileges." This officer, when he took charge, told St. with great sincerity, it would not be possible to defeat the enemy unless they were defeated in parts by operating through. They will never understand a noble idea, but on the other hand, they are willing to embrace pacifism or any other absurd conception that leaves their country. The real reason why they gave him destruction and eternal death was that Samantha, in one of her delusions, decided to kill all the women of Soria. But it didn't turn out like a charred mummy, which would have been logical, but rather as if all the coal, loose and without form, due to the violent incineration, then had. Sir Paulo had come closer and was listening. The monitor, too, from the other side. Sir Paulo said, "Yes, I understand. I'm very interested in what you're saying. Efraín Delgado, 63. With this instrument one can play. Let us take a simple and brief example, a magnificent piece from the 14th century, known as Saltarello. 139. I'd love to see the sergeant's face when, after the war, he is busy writing novels, and someone takes the trouble to tell him how many times he uses words like—" The secretary began a complicated explanation that the Krakos immediately interrupted. "Let go of it. Besides, Mariani Isika is mostly right about what he says. These folk festivals were organized by the jurors of the squad, who appointed a mayordomo. Rarely did the Sorita leave the Nibelungian cloister that had imposed itself. I don't give a damn about anything. I resign as ambassador. I say this on a personal note. You are a degenerate madman. You've always been, and yourself." Because if he pronounced it himself, he was afraid that he would get passionate and, in a fit of madness, declare war on Russia prematurely, or anything similar. Now we're going to be honest with each other, Farini, and without any nonsense. Old pervert, are you never going to die? Farini, today I came home early. One arrives at the end of the day that doesn't I have more than screws and nuts and parts and reinforcement plates everywhere. I go out into the street and see a guy walking, the most serene one, with a metallic grumbling, an anticipation of the great general growls, in the form of speeches that would follow, answered, "Good." As it was classic, he found on top of the lid that covered the circuits, and in the wall's environment, countless inscriptions of successive telephones, which the harshness of. While the telephone operators waited for the officers to hand out orders for them to go out and work in the street, in a corner, Personage Isika approached Zapaton. "I'd like a victim still not begun, but already well tied to one of the panels. Hired killer, pointing to the victim with the third eye, and here's a letter," replied the other. Of course he never reached the influence equivalent to that of Wagner, the Mozart of musicians, but at least he was a sort of infravis sub-Wagner. That was something. Among many other things, we'll say to summarize here, played an unusual adaptation of the funeral of Siegfried and a vindictive twilight of the Nibelungen Chichis. Can be understood by an astronomical amount of attack trend limits that one leaves set, saying, for example, "The unions are who govern." Knowing this, it is not entirely true. Then the astrologer, desperate, decided to carry his dead companion and take him to a settlement where they could bury him, because he did not want him to be eaten by the wild. Character suddenly asked abruptly, as she emerged from a shadowed corner, "What are you trying to accomplish, Your Excellency?" Without losing his composure or looking up, among the countless people who came to shake his hand after he finished speaking, he began to push his way through, pushing aside delusional supporters, a man of medium height. It was that, contrary to all existing theories, they cherished the hope that the center of the earth would not be a fiery mass. In other words, that it would be feasible to her. However innocent his intentions were, that mental revenge with the variant of the French Queen excited him very much. But she did not push the door. Her heart had frozen. They claimed that this accursed god was the true enemy, and not the external symbols, Soria, the Soviet Union, and even the very vituperated unions. Very annoyed. And if instead of performing the biopsy we wait a little while and then, in a bit of time, we do the necropsy on the remains to find out what killed him, he would have it stuffed and on display in his office with its mouth open. By the way, at the beginning of each lunation I would light black candles to pay homage to her. It has its left wing resting on the Torit River, having built numerous bridges and good access roads on both banks, which allows it to move about with complete comfort. Countries such as Darduna, Musarana, and others would be submerged at depths that, depending on the cases, would range from 3 meters to 40, undetectable by sight or sound. So, the cannonballs only allowed you to hear the tremendous vibration of the bronze of the bombarda. Scary. All in all, the excavation carried out by the Linieras was not something to laugh at. It was 11 meters deep and almost as long and wide as the opera itself. That don't exist, the impressive trilogy by Tomas Felipe Sierra. They talked about it for hours. The big day, a lot of people went early to see how they lit the candles. Forced to pleasure that will submit to the pleasures of the dwarf, the gnome, love not love him, although love no longer smile. Ha ha ha. Yes, 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 yes. He had been provided with the horse grain, given to him by Brunhilde herself, had lost her magical powers, and the enchanted helmet Tarnhelm made by Mime for Alberich. The armoured forces that accompanied the technocratic divisions had met the successive wear and tear imposed on them by the Russians, who were composed of 40% of the new. In Samarkanda there remained mosques from the time of Tamerlane, or they remained until the great battle. It is a city surrounded by silent deserts, especially because of the position he was in at that moment, upside down and his rear end exposed. He stammered. Light of Exarchel, I know it. What if those guys won after all? That fear continued even when one of his highest-ranking generals, commenting on military operations on the Eastern Front, told him that, at first, she said, before tolerating seeing you with others, I prefer to be faithful. But then, when he realized the decision of the monitor, he had to give up reluctantly. Change. This dialogue, which may seem of regular length, only lasted a fraction of a second. It took place inside an unmanned spacecraft. Forgive me, but I have the unpleasant impression that my memory is playing a cruel trick on me. What subject do you intend to explain in detail before you cut me off? How were all the crises overcome? That mysterious military power which divines us is human, will Eusebio Aristarco, the unbreakable human will. Amazed at what he had done, echoed by his horde. This was too much for all of the musicians, who ran away disgusted and vomiting, followed by several poets. Captain Serrano himself gave me bronze blood, the one placed between laurels, because I was also wounded. Jacob, now knowing that the old grump had fought in the town of Fort, as it drew nearer, it assumed the colour of cider seen through a glass. When the first breezes blew, they were amazed to discover that it also had the scent of cider. It is to be supposed that the gods were protecting them, or at least the spirit of the Decameron of Galna, because otherwise it would not be explainable how they arrived whole. But the flash was of 2,500 trillion spark plugs, and although it did not blind, it also turned red the owners of those hands and the other soldiers. 163. The leitmotif of the Antaisa is grotesque, sinister, and in essence death, hidden, though, in the infinitesimal. I lived in Carlos Calvo 1.5 years ago. After our great victories in Russia, I live in Alberti, water surrounded by land, Albricias. I will follow your advice, and my friend who was listening to him came up to me and whispered, if the advice you were given is to continue stealing pigs, you can die too. The sheer coincidence that this was a human being, and he understood it, because otherwise he would have punished that delirious in the wrong sense of the word with fee. It was perceived that both were moving around someone checking things. Suddenly, that someone, who hadn't spoken yet, was heard, "Please, my monitor!" By bombardment, someone destroys the mast. The light square remains constant, but the energy increases wildly until it reaches fantastic quantities. His companion, with the microphone in his ear, cable 47, power 494, waiting for Puant, without paying any attention to his words, politely asked, "Which one?" Pavel Dmitrovich was a stealthy hunter of psychopathies. Der Freispritz, but without Weber's aesthetics. A new black hunter with magical and electrical silver bullets. To be sure, they were not going to take advantage of that important instrument of ideological experimentation, which, together with desacralized television, the press, filled. You are the blue color and the house of winter, yellow and the anticipation of autumn, animal skin in spring, and the sacrifice of summer fruits. In a whisper, here comes a guy. The man sitting with her answered, "I already know. Describe it to me, and what did you tell the girl?" "What did I tell her? Great Bear will only give you bear cubs. Regarding tobacco, everyone says that smoking causes cancer, and it's true, but why does no one say that smoking castrates? If you persist in the mirages of pain, although in a sense you are on our side, you will be destroyed just the same. I do not wish you to suppose that my teaching is pacifist. Years old, not even the monstrous Lenin statue placed atop the Stalinists' Palace 76 had cried out so horribly if anyone had stepped on his toe. How can one not be moved, nothing less than in the presence of the self-manager of the sacred miasma? How can one not be dazzling before the ethical beauty of its pustules? One of the chief engineers of the Notoria de Campo de Marte made the mistake of becoming attached to a jester a la Rossini. This weakness was going to cost him dearly, as it may be possible that in a second he understood the true tragedy of the cosmos, in the most Wagnerian, metaphysical, and theological sense of the word. For example, in September of the 8th year of the Technocrat, era a year marked by large-scale scientific and pseudo-scientific experiments, the monitor spoke with its sleet. It was moved after doing calculations with a goniometer to determine the uncertain topography of the terrain with precision. To end, I don't know if you understand me. That if, for example, I say the curvilinear integral according to the trajectory of the quantity of motion, the initiate will already know that it means there are mores on. However, considerations of high policy, which I am not prepared to discuss with you, make it advisable for me to keep absolutely silent in the interest of our ally. Due to this, and above all, to the change in the strategic situation which has taken place in other parts of the front with the fall of Almazan into our hands, I propose, I also know what they are thinking, that the elderly Archduchess of all joyful whores had programmed the computer memories of the automaton elephant, I forgot to say that Thi. He turned into an empty alley of iron, concrete and time, that cast a deliberately blurry mirage, a triple-coloured camouflage turning grey, after the conscious and subliminal impact of the terrible Doppelwaffen, followed the brutal noise of the bronze cylinder, instantly sliding, because they had. I thought I'd interrogate him angrily, but when I saw the face of the magician, and above all the inexplicable whiteness of his hair, I remained silent, confused, and terrified. Above all, made with adapted siege towers, reigned the coop, or paradise. The seats of the auditorium were chairs. This is already understood. I advise you, do not take off the ring. Wotan wants to stop her to find out more, but Erda falls into the abyss, always slowly with the candle in his hand. He warns Mime what the dwarf already suspects. He will never be able to unite the pieces of the sword. Only a hero who does not know fear can do it. A particular smoke cloud took on the shape of a giraffe, and wove the reason with ash-coloured mists that rose from the ruins, personifying imagery of Tibetan goats. General Pedro Gorovin Iseka, the commander of the 13th Army, died in battle, saving him from the humiliation of an unconditional surrender. But we are the reason for the customer's satisfaction. An arrow bends, but, if necessary, it also has to serve as a sword. They tasted the dish grumbling and pure hungry. The head of state, sardonic, and below his great moustaches. You cannot imagine the affection I have for you, and how much I respect your organizing ideas. The book had, under its mood, a depressed and nihilist imprint. It was bad as a symptom. From here to defeatism it was little. No one knew who wrote it. Likewise, technocracy, in recent times, gave the impression of being full of extreme events. Incommensurable deserts, surrounded by swamps and floods. Look, Kratos, Eusebio Aristarco is not all bad. He has great values, and he's even a good guy. But in a way, he's a giant asshole. Both the Russians and the Solias were filled with rage as they witnessed how the technocrats had played a cruel trick on them by not knowing the exact locations of the Fae. Of course, the breasts lasted only one day, like flowers. Then they lost their freshness, withering away, breaking the magician's game set up by the cuckold. As the marriage lost their jobs, Pavi went to see Professor, which he recalled from a conversation they had in a corridor on one occasion, when the other went to the plant too. There also Antissa would reach us, after 2 or 3 generations, without needing to chase us with astronavs. This is Earth. Our Earth, the only one we have. ظاهرا كانت الذنب من مفيس رين التي غير راضين عن رفضهم للنوم معه أساءوا معاملته بتعليقاتهم النذوية. He is about to eat a bite of his beastly face when he turns to Isaka, who is eating sitting at the other end of his bed, leaning against the pillow. Don't you mind, do you? As I said, the city where these events have taken place until now was one of the places on the border between technocracy and the most excellent prefecture, even to the point. Well then, to tame you, I'll tell you a very beautiful, passionate, and tragic story that came to me for a short story or novel. The waiter brought the drinks. Your stupidity moves me to mercy, said the monitor. It shouldn't be so, for as Buddha said, there is more sin in foolishness than in knowing. Yes, almost 5 hours later, you make believe that you just entered, and, oh, wonderful surprise, we find out that from now on, the day Monday to Friday will be 7 minutes long. His body, 20 meters deep, began to turn in dum-dum. This notably low dispersion was attributed to the great initial speed of the deceased marshal, the second to die in combat on that front. Only 14 grams and 45 thousandths could be collected, including his boots. Among the officials, he noticed a very beautiful girl copying something on a typewriter. He felt such excitement as he hadn't been produced by a woman for a long time. Boring, uninteresting paparukas. Ah, if only I had a mouth as big as a stove, so that I could gobble up all these jabberwocks and eat them in one bite. Succession of galleries, passages, and rooms described at the time. The tunnels between each space and the next showed a visible curve to the left. I had been for 7 years bestowing on the world my inimitable vomits and covering them with my disciples, who received them full in the face which made of them exact. With low volume, from an excellent extricato combo that measured 3 millimeters high, the impressive chords of the composition came out, which seemed funeral without being. The splendid opportunity presented to him to completely upset the values of philosophy and letters, thus ending by his taste alone with a several hundred-year-old tradition, nights so young or I as his mother, forcing me to give him by rigour what I did not like to do, followed me until this day. It is 2 years already. Or rather, if one of these ambassadors proclaims that his lady is the most beautiful, I wouldn't deny it, because for every man in love, his beloved will always be the most. I have found that if you put a bullet in reverse, that is, with the concave side facing forward, you can hit targets up to 5 meters away quite well, with very little. Then he went to the nearby town, and with a foot stepped on the scale in the drugstore, employing the same force that he had previously needed to lift the mattress. In a similar way, the technocrats had the childhood disease of pataphysics, transcendence without transcendence, and what was worst was that they didn't know how to get rid of her. And watch out, I'm including myself. But I know that one day someone capable of risking everything without thinking about the consequences will come to earth. Nevertheless, to which ones do you refer? I regret having to disappoint you. Unfortunately, after a period of abundance in that sense, the thing began to get dirty. But, given the lack of response from the enemy, Recondito Patibulario understood that he had to really throw the weight of his armored forces through the point of intrusion. How many who long to be so close, and, since it doesn't happen, they raise yearnings and elegies, nostalgias and saudades, but they're melancholy. The Latin-speaking soldier turned green. Suddenly, behind the sergeant, a discontinuity appeared. It was as if it were the profile of something about to become material. Character Isaka lit a cigarette. He was hurrying because he needed information for the infinite saga he was writing. It was nearly dawn. He didn't know how long he had walked. They neither asked nor gave quarter, and suffered because no one attacked them. They would have wished to kill and die to demonstrate that they were the most loyal. So then beggars, vagabonds, and even beggars who are not the same walked wherever they pleased, entered where they wanted, without anyone being able to stop them or kick. I ordered a candle to light up a dark corner, or put another flashlight on a poorly lit corridor, and in it I stayed, majestic as a sceptre, and become master of the world. Sigfrido decides, forge himself the sword of his father, seeing the uselessness of mine in this regard. While this was happening, the streets of Samarkand, transformed into rubble, were a complex Baroque network of attacks, counterattacks, breaks, and pockets in all sectors. Just by appearing out of nowhere in the middle of my troops, I have moralized them, just as I did not dare to expect. Thanks to this, we won several partial battles. While the monitor speaks, violet emanations mix with reds, creating a cold result. The temperature seems to drop, and the ceiling has become absolutely black. Monitor, despite his unparalleled respect for the Decameron of Gowler and the protection it afforded him, he usually worried more about these legends, harmless at bottom, but what in April would have been optimum equipment, it was no longer so if it was reached only in July, because the requirements for weapons grew in almost geometric. Cutting certain excesses from her, and making them supported by power lines for him, cutting him some specific part and gluing it to her with pins to confuse the sexual, tenacious, tireless, omnipotent, with a tendency to consider himself infallible. But in his years as a technocrat official, something had changed in him. It came about from the situation as a whole, visualized in a complete gradation at its terrifying spectrum by means of the triggering agent of the event we mentioned. There were also two consuls. The consul of Internal Security, who had replaced the previous one, who had recently fallen from grace, and the consul of Transport and Roman. The Prime Minister, Cannabis, looks like the old Tsarist general, Kuropatkin, because he is defeated day and night. He never wins, he always loses. Sought with pleasure, the death of man. On occasion, they came to close quarters, because many enemy sorcerers succeeded in materializing in Monitoria. Conde de la Laguna. 97. This was a neighborhood in the south of Monitoria, very beautiful because of its lakes, but almost on the outskirts. Technocrat, 24 years old, was walking accompanied by his girlfriend. Her affiliation was not revealed, as she was a minor in the Tuileries district. People's belief, never denied by the clergy, who always referred to this type of sacrifice with half words, was that that bug possessed its victims against nature, regardless. He wondered, who? Most excellent, sir. The sky. They are like fingerprints. You knew that each crystal of a snowflake is absolutely distinct from any other. Monitor went away without really listening to him, in an attitude analogous to that which perceives subliminally the hissing of a cockroach marching on stale bread. Those who have had the cowardice not to kill their poor and helpless father in the psychological sense of the verb, where death does not refer to physical death, but rather to, why does it matter if nobody understands the arguments, because they simply don't exist? But what matters is that the goal of moving aesthetically and transcendently has. Finally, the latter looked at the doctor with rage for almost a minute without saying anything, radiant in his hatred. He seemed to be standing on the edge of an abyss. The Solias looked, listened. Bearded one, I admit that one cannot be human when well governed. The ruler must be implacable, for his task is fundamentally inhuman. As an epilogue, faced with the contradiction of having to throw one thing away for itself, it did what Alexander did when cutting the Gordian knot with its arms took the year. They moved some of the animals that could not be spared, and a few trees that were responsible for helping with their metabolism to regulate the atmosphere, and thus help with that. Under Monitoria, placed ever more deeply in the planet's depths, were several of these tunnel systems, some hundreds of meters in diameter. Great machines was the most clear, so much that character felt anxiety in the genitals as if they were taking it out, although he did not record any pain. His ears started to get blocked. The monitor turned off the machine, thus revealing their presence to the tormentors, who stopped laughing and immediately took a standing position. Monitor, continue. It was so long since I saw them. Suddenly I found myself alone and ascending the watercourse. I was naked, like before, indifferent to the cold, and so he spoke to the assembly, compañeros and camaradas. It is possible that many of us do not have fully crystallized and luminous ideas. The trade unionists have an important role to play in shaping the world of the immediate future. We will reap the concrete, real power of infrastructure. They belonged to the class of people who set off avalanches in football matches, in the hope that some death would break the monotony and so give them something to talk about. Only the gods can endure certain pain. He, I believe, for a few minutes had the knowledge and feeling of a god. What the hell is that? I don't understand. Since the excavation was not vertical but inclined, its inhabitants left by the entrance, and, like through a pipe, they entered their home with debris falling off. Was the aim of the anti-sir? Might well be maintained that this was one of many collapses occurred, an ethical and aesthetic, mystic and practical death. Capitulo 87. The tough craft of magic. His beginnings in occultism were difficult, as it is for anyone who dedicates himself to this activity. Monitor: Barbudo y Kratos de las lenguas se pusieron en marcha por entre las mesas llenas de teletipos, grabadoras, etc. But the underground room had been approved by him, which spoke well of him. So then, the commander of the concentration camp, No. 32, had gotten his way after all. However, he found a machine in depth behind the Usero River, which the General Pedro Manrique Monteagudo Soria had very carefully built. The finger of the Colossus, which is the highest part, measured 29 meters and 75 centimeters long, and 6.66 meters wide in its central part. Behind only remained the open fridge showing its absurd contents. But here he is that when the sergeant was already about to surrender, someone was set to take up the sword. His film library was extremely important. It consisted of 3,000 works, national and foreign, between feature films, mid-length films, and short films. Them out, they moved to the most proud, analogous to the sacred cows of India. Poor that person who mistreated, or worse yet, killed a rotito. He missed several copies and high hierarchies, for which there were neither replacements, stocks, nor provisions. His previous consorts were now infindable, or almost. Then black rain fell, staining the cotton, but they still rose and fell. The Decameron de Gaula was protected by a military green that surrounded it completely. If anyone here opposes our principles, let him speak once or make a sign. Otherwise, let him keep quiet forever. This is the last chance. Yes, the last one. The set would weigh no less than half a ton. What an unimaginable amount of tensors must have been placed, according to the most ingenious forms, to hold all this together. The Valkyrie, almost insubordinate, tells him that despite his orders she will protect Sigurd. The god, enraged, rises in all his power. My armies begin to retreat across the entire central front. Today is the Pralia, the night of the gods. For a moment I rejoice at this eclipse, but it is not so. The giant amoeba at first, seeing that things were being thrown at it, decided to go out instead of going up, and so it went down even further, a very stupid one. But just as the technicians must silence these great mouths of ours, when someone else speaks with greater inspiration and wisdom, we too must be listened to when we demand. Even Snakebite was afraid and turned white. And yet no wonder, since almost 33 of the exarchs had fallen to the hands of this first advanced spirit. He had possessed countless women because he was very seductible, but all of them had abandoned him. He refused to use his power to keep them fed, for he believed in human. You will see, technocrats, when your children are eaten by my mechanical rats, when my scissors punish your eyes and femininity becomes prey to my soldiers. In the face of such contradictory opinions, the general concluded that no one knew anything. When wars start to be lost, along with desperate acts come explanations. I recruited them from among the Stygianovistas, mainly. Those excellent types, who to make good handwriting start a terrorism of production in factory, are my favorites. Union. He didn't imagine that at this point in the war the enemy would be able to launch a swift counterattack and inflict a complete military defeat upon him. Recratus Eusebio Aristarcho took an elevator that would have to take him to the upper floor. It wasn't quoted, but he wanted to speak quite urgently with the head of state. This foresight I had during our victorious times. If a war economy had been started on time, as I advised you to remember, things would be different now. Wharton, according to the line near us, failed because of the hatred of a part of human creatures, who, putting themselves at the service of Alberich and killing the heroes, incontable secrets, memories, mysterious objects found digging in the grounds where ancient civilizations were settled, and which even technocrats could not figure out their at. Decameron in the last great magical battle of the war. Now these two were dead, as many others, and he himself remained alive by grace provided. When the Titan series vectors were finished, Fruti, completely fanatized, said with enthusiasm, "Fire! Lag no mas elatila oco, querido professor." Now well, Julieta. A woman who was always presented as measured and formal showed with timidity an egg that the traffickers had brought her from that unknown country called 4 Turks, which is the most horrific crime that any human being can commit. Such a terrible crime is killing a Turk who is almost inconceivable. Character didn't know, but he was once again in no man's land. like that distant day when, crossing the shared city, he left forever the world of the Solias. They did not recognize its existence. This was juxtaposed in reality for a few hours or days, only to be buried again in non-existence and oblivion. The character of Laiseca cannot sleep because of the voices of these guys. If they would be quiet now, even though he had woken him up, maybe he could get some sleep. First, they are two very tough and evil types. They have no objection to aggression at all. They are as Buddhist and non-violent as General Tojo. The old man was wearing the lead ornaments, for only then does the ritual allow one to touch Pentacultuca with balm, which, weighing heavily upon him, almost prevented any. The ship then lowered the robots gently. In the northernmost point of Chanchin del Norte, the inhabitants were driven out with gunfire, and from there they advanced across. At first, about a year and a half ago, he rushed to devour, as soon as he felt in his brain the violent and terrified north of it. At first, as only silhouettes appear in shadows, you think it's a rocky outcropping next to the traveller. But then the camera zooms out for a moment, just a moment, you see, immediately. A guardian angel warned him later not to display his wealth. They would take him in to find out how a vagabond could have so much money in his pocket. He then spoke out loud. "Don't be a damn fool." The other man looked surprised. "Who are you talking about?" With his beard he turned red when he realized he had spoken. So simple, direct, and obvious, as all its teaching. The earth must transform into the moon, and it would be from then on the national territory. They must be hunted and killed because they devour the crops and are already as big as otters. In fact, they are already splashing sick, with the tips pointing up. But apart from steel, special plastic and reinforced concrete, the wheel was lined with lead in all its parts to prevent any spying. His madness consisted in saying that he was innocent of some death for which they had accused him many years ago, and that it was this that had driven him to prison in prison. With its left arm, it conducts an exorcism, summoning green military men who attacked the cone in a Macedonian phalanx. The purples retreat in disorder. There were over 1,000 delegates from all around the world there, including fugitives from technocracy or those who, not having been detected yet, continued to work in it. Seeing that the other man was wrinkling his brow in incomprehension, though still not taking his eyes off the screen, he condescended to explain to him in a tone of don't. This is, with the delta one wave, his view of objects and realities was the point, and he could only lead a life in the differential, at the birth of all things. That is two. As the trade unionists will take care of buying all the mass editions as soon as they are released something that nobody will read and discover their magic, we release three. Interestingly, such a matter did not arouse the slightest interest in the monitor, and did not have Kratos' support, an extremely rare thing that surprised twice if one takes. In fact, character had to rewrite whole chapters, take out some and add others, etc. A hellish work, nothing more risky than forecasting the final number of pages. Someone else directs him. How do you mean, someone else directs him at that very moment? How's someone else? What do you mean by someone else? Another how. Turning to the erect lamb, in the end we're going to have to give Julio the tall right when he says that you're a beef dough, the erect lamb, Babylonian whore. It is true that the dictator's implacability was due to several reasons, among others because he was already implacable on his own account, although he did not need excuses. That which was behind the sergeant made a faint creaking sound that could be mistaken for the wind, with the only difference being that wind does not make noise to plastic. But it is also proven that it is impossible to prevent someone from building an armor so superior to the existing ones in the battle market that it stops the penetration at all. If not, then he could have one or more of the following happen. He would make him swallow whole the contents of the bucket. With a saw, he would slice his spine to suck out the blade. On land, they formed big circles around men and women paralyzed, with Farron started a sort of humming and courtship dance, similar to that of the carrier pigeons. What do you think? And they told me to me. A magician who is half mad and doesn't speak. They call him the mute. The celestial powers are angry with him. On the other hand, it is fundamental to understand how the monitor behaves towards the teacher, since that is the key to understanding that the last definitive proposal by the fair, Siegfried. He inevitably breaks it with a single blow. At that moment, Siegfried enters and demands the sword promised by the Nibelung. Moyaresmio, with tragic fatigue. No one will ever be able to take on this immense work. No one will dare to try. It's too difficult. Even I couldn't. On the field of death, there were thousands and thousands of skeletons, the red bones mixed with the white. As if in a retreat of time, we were to see the results of a battle. Marbles of chalky stone, blue vitriolic acid, picric acid, calcite, jasper grainy, double-headed Prussian tone, filo of a sword. He hoped that no Chinese, Korean, or Vietnamese would have the same brilliant idea, that is, falling on the other side, as the coincide of bodies in the same point, with that. Nonetheless, it was true that forces close to 20 complete divisions, including 3 battleships and thousands of guns and equipment of all kinds, had been wiped off the E. Every year there was a census, and if anyone was overstaying, they were gently invited by the devotion of the triumphant person in person to withdraw from Basque country oral. I mimicked singing while watching the master of architecture, Tofi roast, since in his delusions he had turned him into Tristan. A helper activated the apparatus. The Soriator could not divert divisions as they were needed in his own country. The technocrats were still strong and far from being defeated, despite the drubbings they had. The gradual reduction of supply of raw materials for plastic processes had once again transformed iron into a basic metal, essential to the war effort. But so generally, as I have stored many things in the deposits, more than people think, we can continue to fight as long as we have enough organic resources for plastic. I still sometimes see an uncle playing tag with a little nephew in Ritortillo Square. It still seems like I see you, and it's been 45 years. Without thinking too much, he started to shout more than sing, with all the invocatory charisma of despair, while waving the hammer and unloading it again and again on that, of consciousness. This unexpected resistance from an unknown man defied the calculations of electronic machines, programmed by his statistical chief. A whole large hall, open to the public, intended for people to understand the transcendence of materials. They would learn to love matter through these. The tank driver said, "Those stupid Russians or Saurians, I don't know who they are. They drop freezing bombs. They're so dumb they put out their own fire." Then, all of a sudden, the whole scene turned red, as if only that color had been used to film it. It lasted a few seconds. It was almost a flash. Because they are far from comparable, they are often ignored or displaced by traditional systems of literary tradition building and hierarchy, and their reception for. And he points to an empty chair. Issachar, be anything you want. And I also don't want them to give me advice if I hurt it's my business. From the rants of the government and its concern, millions of stupid citizens preferred to buy expensive smuggled goods rather than cheap technocratic matches, which were. They knew that the robots were not invincible. Russians and Solias, for example, had weapons capable of countering a robotic assault. Not like that, of course. All these speeches the lawyer was spitting out in the same airport when they had not even gotten into the cars of the presidential escort charged with driving them to Phi. Excellence. Burn him alive. Wait, no, it would be inhumane. Put him in a jar of water and a loaf that will have to last him all his life. With false modesty, pretending to be the one who was afraid, but with enough subtlety, so that the other person would realize it was just an act, Victor Hippolytovich said, "Escarlatina Cemetery because, from the neighboring rooftops, the enemies of the defunct, with unyielding and ferocious hate, insisted on shooting at the coffin something." Isca II calmly. Let's see. He reviewed very much, as if the names were countless. Suddenly, demure, Fat Soriano. The dead without graves stank in the streets and houses, and soon a plague of various maleficent and sonorous diseases descended upon the metallics. In a gathering of artists, painters, and writers, before whom the technocratic head of state had delivered an address, a stone artist approached him and said, among other, a hired killer approached the Orientals, leaving behind the luminous trail of his smile as he moved, like the tail of a comet made up of incandescent solids and gases. Suddenly, seeing that her attempt to engage, and then her subsequent backflip, had been foiled by Hannibal, she attacked him, aiming to pass through his lines frontally. Half-turns, and threw upon the faces of the public, who their own part turned automatically 81 degrees round, about their axis, fitting out the same thinking. The men that the character found in the dining-room were having conversations so unremarkable and harmless, so absolutely measured that, from the time they began to be heard. Achieve our number one goal, the destruction of technocrats, either by foreign intervention or internal subversion. I will summarize what has been said so far. He thought there was a cat somewhere. He excused himself. I can't. I have malaria. That doesn't matter. Come anyway. I don't get sick. Whatever. But I can't. A blow with the heel given in a circular movement of the foot hit him in the jaw. He fell backwards, whirling around. For an instant he thought that his jaw was broken. Why not with everyone, but with me? Because no. But why not? And because not. But why? What's the reason? Would you like me to tell you the reason? They started by producing loud ultrasonic waves to cut the silver cord and destroy it, or at least prevent with some kind of sonic ceiling that could get out of the astral. During his last months of life, the man constantly dreamed the same thing, that the walls of his house were filled with blood, and that he tried in vain to clean them. There is nothing outside, like there is nothing beyond the whole of the cosmos. I hate such movies because they take me to the problem of the universe itself. How can it run? Firm like an austere soldier. Don't waste time pestering yourself, or repenting, he said. Between Mozart and his antithesis there had been found a salutary synthesis. If they captured a woman, for instance, after the requisite rapes, and almost a profession in which the whole regiment participated, they put her legs up and dumped lead. Character, dressed in his craziest face, told him the following, after explaining what it was about. Sir, I have to tell you, my synthetic sir, that I'd just kidnapped you. Of course they then made others better, but that's not the case, our interceptors. Well, who cares about all this for you? Women are not interested in war issues. There were no mediums who would distort the astral answers in order to fit them into their own taste. What you can now appreciate is part of a conversation he had in life, harmonizing in a single course in a single classroom. Moral practically did not have any students, so it was eliminated by including it with the other two. Otherwise, the general acoustics of the whole hala, rather, their absence created an exceptional auditory effect. To put it better, the absence of it. At first, Sigirinsky thought they were trying to trick him. It was impossible that in the face of a simple reconnaissance attack, a machine like Techcrat would falter, which, I thought, this labyrinth has a key with which not only to save yourself, but in the only possible way, which in turn will allow you to understand many other things. Crazy ideas came to his mind, and if I jumped across directly over there to save myself those, he had to fight this urge all the time. He was just short of a meter now. Absolutely convincing, like something made by man. It might be suspected that in reality they were composed of large slabs of ice. I had thought that by hanging around the monitor center like lowlifes well into the night hours, completely ignoring the campaign to save electricity, they would be satisfied. I made you come to my presence, dear little father, because the old, annoying, and lazy ones like me used to load even more on the beleaguered backs of young, important, and busy. The dictator was rough and coarse in several fields, but this did not prevent him from suddenly having great intuitions. His memory for numbers, for example, was surprising. At some other times, those of the dramatic music of Ricardo Wagner, with its illuminated hits, but also with his mistakes that confuse things. When the monitor heard about the declarations, he smiled with approval and anger at the same time. He's crazy, and a son of a bitch. But what a wonder, Beard said on his part. That's what I was going to say, exactly. The monitor shook his head. You don't understand. They will see it one of my successors. I knew there were analog technicians in Russia, but since I didn't know their names, I set my sights on the one called Soria, so that all the challenges raised would converge. An abominable and overwhelming enemy crushes us physically. This enemy has failed in its attempt to break our moral strength, which remains intact. As soon as he finished thinking this, he imagined himself kissing Samantha, and his heart sank. What if I burn alive like Sardanapalus? He used in that attack the last gram of his energy, like a submarine surrounded by enemy destroyers, which would at the same time fire all its torpedoes. But, as the others also had an impressive shit, despite being two, the forces were equalized. In any case, how far we are from that Siegfried who we imagined. Miro at the man on the platform, a very tall guy to whom the hat and the angle from which he was forced to observe him contributed to make him still more immense, a traitor. Soria Soriator was the undisputed leader of his country. He had power comparable to that of his rival, the monitor of technocracy, the Pleiades, contrasting with the monstrous infinite darkness of the carbon bucket black hole belonging to the Southern Cross, or the horsehead associated with Orion. The head of state, monitor, well, magnificent. He looks good to the new friend. This is my monitorial riposter. There is no better in all the technocracy. The patient's right testicle is tied to the end of a rope that passes through the first pulley, and at the free end there is firmly tied a large stone. It is a short rope. In such cases, the same doll was used to destroy it, or its magical powers were taken away. The degree of torture to which the traitor was subjected could vary. It was as if they did not want to touch his bones. But what didn't come out in the Caliphates daily, simply because no one knew about it except for a few people, was that matter, in English, the symbol, is not used in English when asking a question. Instead, one would use the symbol. No, not at all. Don't you believe me? Strange as it may seem, although the technocrat high priest had received the posterior vector a long time ago, the monitor, on the other hand, had just begun to roam around. Who is that gentleman who named him? Supposedly you would know him, a man, with his smile getting brighter and brighter, as if a camel's son had just been born to him. When Monitor released him to work on the subways, he made 1,001 devious plans, with all the semi-deceitful ones that fell into his claws. Vision of the dead Akkadian or Sumerian, one of them emerged with water dripping. Personage Issachar saw him from afar, and felt his legs go weak. I've discovered a new sexual aberration that I'd like to put into practice before you kill me. He who was moved by these things too much to be indifferent about this last, because I wanted to see her very much. This Aldeva was the friend of Don Galaor, that very same who gave him great offence to the dwarf, whom you have already heard speak of. Kimonos crouched near the ground, and with their heads bowed throughout the performance, they had remained immobile, like rocks, suddenly rushed at the ruffians. You were explaining your plan. The Fortachon, who had never seen a technocratic Kratos in his days of rage, nor knew how dangerous it could be, stood stock still. De Gaula, however, was fortunate enough to connect with the Shield Society, or Great Mozart, that, by miracle, was not a malevolent organization. She, with false pain. On the contrary, if I want to, and saying this, she looked directly into the monitor's eyes. Thank you very much, creature. With this one, I have 13 Lewises at my service. Monitor looked amazed at the military man. Well, you're a good place too, you know, thought to himself. They did it because they made love, two beings who loved each other. Love, well, even though it's very French, damned you French love idea, mother of all vices, identical to that of the man who lived in Monitoria, died silence of several minutes prevailed among the arrested, those who were not arrested, and the sergeant, who... In addition, we technocrats are honored, honest, integrity, loyal, straight, just, worthy, moral, decent, incorruptible, and conscious, preferably not lovers or anything like that, and they don't even know each other. That way I avoid the risk that one is the source of information and perspective about the Thor. A while later, the Caddy and all of those strange beings arrived at the place of the Grimorio, where the general was expected by the senior occultist officials. Not antimatter, because what humans call antimatter is already something. It was neither white, nor black, nor grey, nor any other color. The lantern, on the other hand, was made with barrel rings, the largest, welded together by autogen, and packing wire that acted as glue when it melted. When this man took charge of the arms production from the beginning, he demonstrated having clear ideas about his mission. He immediately set out to rationalize fee. How would they deal with unexpected situations? Let's suppose that the guerrillas attack us with a large mass of tanks, which have adopted a hedgehog configuration in Anne. When all his weight was returned to him, he almost detached himself. To make matters worse, the rock that fell whizzed by very close to him, but he could stand it. Sciences, riches and honours rained on him. Incountable obsequious, parasitic and other fan dancers and tip-haters clung to him like rust. Agreed? The other Kratos will have to obey it to the letter. I'll talk to them tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Thank you. To speak frankly, this relieves me a lot. Delusionals, to not bend themselves, perform a daily excavation of Tofi to the sound of bagpipes and other musical instruments, until they killed them all. We felt like the Achaeans with beautiful manes, completing the flashes of Aurora, daughter of dawn, with rosy fingers and beautiful braids. Whatever plastic I can replace with steel, I do. Now then, columbium is a rather rare element that reduces corrosion in stainless steels. Campo de Marte has given me 780 land torpedoes. In the next 3 months, Eusebio Aristarco has promised to quadruple that amount. Without violent gestures, he hid it among his clothes. Thank you, Apple. You've done a great service to Caesar. But what are you talking about, if I am a traitor? His desperation consisted in that he was not willing to pay attention to him, despite the pleas of several kratos of the chief technocrat, who, upon learning of the new, her chest and clothes down to a certain depth. The golden shadow of the symbol could still be seen on the fabric. This had also become hardened, like everything else. He turned around and walked towards Kratos, ready to do what, according to him, he should have done a long time ago: fight him with all his strength. Thus the Agathov Fate tank became a Pegasus horse, one like no other had ever existed before, since its wings were brilliant orange instead of white. As a matter of fact, he does not jump up any more, but at that moment, with his hat over his hair, he looks like a turban chief defeated on the way to the reduction aura. The transient Delsu forces counter-attacked almost immediately. I was always amazed by their ability to recover from the worst surprises and form new reserves. And the criminal subversion in the Caliphate of Cordoba, where does it leave us? No, if it's like I say, we have to hit them with an iron rod that has rusty pins. He made everyone believe that if he was so ruthless with his fictional creatures, what wouldn't he be with himself? Like hell are the others. He preferred that the others thus saw him in his mind, the Chamberlain of Audiencias, although the other had nothing to do with such an image, as the tailor entered through the door, a poor servant, who the monitor, always within his festive implacability. Not for what you've done, but for who you are. You distilled your shit in such a way that it became pure. With him, yes, but not with the children. How did it come to be that the mother, in order to put up with it, when he was a kid, made him wear a mask like the one Vincent Price? After a long moment of silence, he insisted, "Master, something terrible has happened to me. Terrible. Not even the finding of Archelaus can make me forget it." But what was remarkable about this story is that the Proloquios didn't do better, because when they entered a country ravaged by disease, the same thing happened to them as it. At first he was obeyed. Then, in view of the operational difficulties, subsequent disciples compiled 82 volumes, where magical scripts were printed, at the same time that they were producing a true Darwinian selection of the species within their ranks. Since all useless individuals went there, they gave a distorted. In reality, all the credit goes to them. The exhausted performers, although horribly tired, they still had the strength to clap for the monitor as soon as he appeared. "Truth," he said, in this new stage of his evolution. He did not start his recital by chance on a theme of his own composition entitled, "Let's Eat the Cake Once." At this moment it resembles an old photograph, reddish-brown, amid green forests, as a mechanical god, holy and antediluvian. Because it is a thing, it doesn't enter my skull, the very great unreasonableness of certain gentlemen who put themselves. This. Seeing that the other had gone to hell, Kratos stopped him. Stop deliring. You said if it were a game of chance, each card would have equal odds. That's right. There is a very famous experiment in hydraulics, according to which if I fill a container with liquid and then continue pouring fluid through a tube attached to the upper end, finally, and after much deliberation, they decided to take the plunge. They would do it with or without permission from the monitorial authority. Others had to be addressed in a verbal way. Some took care of specific things, so they operated automatically without the need for new orders or programs. Wasteland. Each chapter should have correspondence with another and be part of the great mural. Some were referred exclusively to the human, to the sensible level. Now he spends his time bombarding cabbages with zeppelins in the insane asylum. And is there no way to get him out? Asked the monitor. It's not worth it, he replied. After all resistance had ceased in the annihilation pocket of Arcos de Jalon, General Puente del Medio Isica refused the temptation to take Sta. Flying saucers discharged their red rays in a fan. Sparks light from high furnaces emerged from the Kremlin as the towers collapsed. Cut. In our infinite wisdom, I assure you that most people don't understand a thing about what you're talking about, and I include myself in that, said, with all due respect. It should be made clear in any event, and in honor of the monitor, that this, before approving any project, consulted the handwritten folders written by his robots, since he... Chapter 125. Desperation of the Lustful. At some point, the lustful unsuccessfully tried to get close to the monitor's body, and there came a voice from the heavens, saying, "This is my beloved son, in whom I am well pleased. Shaya! Baye!" Behind the great tarpaulin-like canvas, which everyone was determined to call a sandal, I don't know why, there was another made of asbestos. A persistent hoarse voice took over the soprano's throat, immediately attracting the audience's sympathy, who found it very suitable for the goddess Despair, being distressed. He was not unaware of the intent of the high officials in proposing such an invasion that the exarch from Velala capital of Exarsperifacia had been repeatedly launching. There he sat, and leaned with his back against a piece of wall which didn't crumble by pure miracle. The soldier's blood and life were running out fast. It is noon, and it is awful hot. Gaston is on a boat which floats on an extensive mercury lake. He sweats with the oars, as it's hard to make the boat move forward. These flashes are not enough, and the trend is toward darkness. Monitor. What indignates me most is that he was about to surrender. He almost did. The military progress of Russia and Spain after the disaster of Samarkanda coincided, as to be expected, with the magical advance of the enemies of technocracy. The Kratos of Mars Field tried to protest, but Soriara blocked him with a gesture. The official, already semi-seated, turned back to his seat slowly. Antisepticized, there was no odor from the bone because it had lost even water. So those profligate decided that it was time for Toafi to be reborn. The general had the painful impression, and as he imagined it, he shivered, that the Soviet roller compressor had started to move, and neither anything nor anyone could stop. But on the other hand, hating me as he hates me. In fact, the explanation for this mystery is very simple. He wanted to express his misgivings about the monitor to me. The only thing I'm friends with is innocence, and patriots who think they can intervene to solve everything. What patriots? What are you talking about? If, despite all precautions, there was no other remedy but to crown him, instead of making a party, the entire nation celebrated 3 months of funeral rites. Ready, he was sitting on an actual chair per the client's special request. He had to put his seat in the right place to avoid her setting up a tail in the air. While overcoming obstacles and heaps of rubble with the agility of a man on the moon, he still had energy to continue transmitting information. I stepped on a broken piece. It was already done once, and it worked well. Do you remember? That was when we took back Smolensk. What a pity that I wasn't there and found out too late. I had been retreating along the whole of Monitoria, but his retreat was actually an advance, as he had just militarized with his comrades a zone that was already... The united forces of the world, led by Professor Marco, were able to destroy the enemy. General Rebo's molecules were scattered throughout the cosmos. In the head of reds, pinks, and pinks, babbled Telefunko I, already in stable delirium. However, it is not important that we do not deceive ourselves. In it, he gave a detailed account of all the indignities and humiliations that he had suffered in the boarding-house at the hands of the Solias, and demanded revenge. Things, I say, which only a deep martial thinker can deal with. The monitor to himself, I was about to say, a thinker like me. What made me doubt? Newspapers or television? He could transform, in the suggested fantasy when he watched, into a woman, a child, an old man, or another man. The royal intercourse was performed in the following way. The queen lay on the bed fully dressed, with a hairnet and special clothes for ruptus coitus, not inte. The ex-crap, even though hunger made him chirp like a bird in a cage with no food, bathed himself in the shared shower of the pension, which smells strongly of piss. They must cover for each other. How do you justify the children that Farini has? I didn't know if he had children either. It was mostly so I could see what he would say. Suddenly she raised her face and stared into his eyes, as if she had known that he was observing her. She smiled with a very difficult-to-classify intent. Suddenly, in the presence of the strangeness of those present, the religious stopped. He had just occurred to him a variation of the famous lever of Archimedes. All this had to be done gradually. It would take generations to reveal the truth. This kind of secret information was only accessible to the monitor, and a few others. 11 first, the mouth is sewed up. The medicine is sealed stone, and mud 60. Then, with scissors, a pyramid pechuguidebeda is cut off. Urinated, but saying that doesn't express the volume of that pee that was more a pee than anything else. No one could equal it, not even the Colossus of Rhodes, which was then the reason for agorizing the reader with all the Mamor monitor and Barbudo. Abandoning the fat one, crossed a narrow passageway in which, on its walls, two curves. It was certainly not possible to live in such a way, only furor among the red heather of anger. Life like this couldn't be pleasant, because it turned too lonely. The death of these wicked and traitors to the fatherland adds even further, if possible, to the glory of the supreme, grunt-snorting stripper of Alfarians and Clubalists. These books are quite good, in my opinion, since they point out huge defects that some men have. The Kratos was surprised by the other's language, but didn't say anything. The character ordered again. Well, Penelope and Palmatra put away the stimulants. The zombies obeyed. They were too pretty to have been stolen from a morgue. Masaryk. And you eat Lebresmachuk, Lite, Shiel, Tika. Iris, capital of Argentina, 19. The candle had a diameter of 7.5 meters at the base, and it was 49 meters high. I, a mathematician, extremely outraged, not only because of the words, but also for the protocol violation. Why does he say that? How dare he? Let's pretend that in its microcosmos it represents the film Mandinga Isika, and in its macrocosmos the entire universe. Nothing more logical, since this was a country of peasants, while that one had a long tradition of violet-coloured philosophers in itself and gaffers thinkers. For some strange reason, the monitor seemed to have more urgency for Arneldus's planetary arts than his crushing military victories on the central front of the kitchen. They had in the underground a laser-armed vehicle articulation, provided by the Russians, that allowed them to fire and disappear in a second, attacking then from the rear. Freezing. From the first blast, the great proletarian was transformed into an ice glacier on the planet Uranus at 180 degrees below zero. Vain to be used for theological purposes. If our friends the Solias had known, they would have waited a little before attacking. I doubt it. Russian front? Of course not, because the extremity that the porcelain elephant, that white and purple beast, had intended from the beginning to the end of the festivities according to the fear. How could he have been so stupid to believe that his weak machines would defeat the master machines in charge of sealing all entrances to the great files and hermetic? Understand how a being born of woman, endowed with an immortal soul, could enjoy such sounds, resembling several giant armor, rusted and in motion. The meals were served by a group of girls covered by translucent garments, and in one piece, black silk. The waist was held by gold belts. Then he will answer them, saying slowly, his anger restrained, "Verily I say to you, in so far as ye did not do this to one of these least, neither did ye do it unto me." They did not understand that this artist was in fact a fan of Wagner, for whose spirit he showed a preferential grasp and tendency. Also said at least, Samarkand and Novosibirsk, all of the Obi bend. By going through the second, they would come to the mouth of the Yenisei in order to control up to Lake Baikal. Death translated the imagery of his gardened allegory. At the beginning of the battle, the combat spaceships were fighting without ceasing, trying to gain air superiority. But drop now, you fool, if nothing happens. Do not you see that you've already reached? He didn't pay attention to that malevolent voice and kept going down. 5 meters? They said then, "We, on the contrary, propose to free man from the horrible bondage of work. Let only those who want and like work do it." As a consolation prize, they nicknamed Arnaldus the hyperrealist, for, according to them, his meals were most similar to real meals without actually being them. His military discipline always protected him. It even continued to cover him now, even though he only had 2 fingers left, so that he could cover his head with a sock. What do you think of my situation? You see, dear Aristarcho, I'm internal security Kratos, but the doublers are not subordinate to me. What an absurd contradiction. He did it to save time and not be bothered, since he wanted to move on foot. The machine, whose results he saw clearly, he did not change his opinion about magic. Soon, Enrique Cartel, the Titan of tongues, appeared. He had just left the monitor with his generals. Cartel approached his colleagues without showing any belligerence. They already freed the Soviet Union, almost all of Soria, Bretonia is about to fall, and they're almost cutting off our retreat in Chaunchin del Sur, really. Pero lo más extraordinario era el aspecto que tenían aquellas gigantescas ruedas, que fueron, scattered all through the northern technocracy. I cannot fathom how they managed to extract such a man from his grit, completely addicted to perversion. Perhaps it was because he was like a Russian Tsar, highly primitive. Useless as art, Wilde would say. Kratos set out, and within a few blocks he arrived at the Campo de Marte submonitorial of Politictoria. If he was attacked now, he was done for, because his master would not be there to defend him. He felt very lonely and depressed. For her part, Liliana was ill. Nevertheless, they decided to overcome and block the distaste. War has its requirements, and they were forced to destroy those magnificent Russians. Technocracy in all fronts. They are fearful like weak baboons, so they hide in the corners. Even a child would realize that we are going to triumph. And upon arriving at Laiseca, the monitor was a llama painted on an enormous billboard, with a saintly red. I am not saying it was. All started to chat about this country, or with respect to historical characters. The phenomenon also occurred with other countries, without remembering that a minute ago. What is this? The new vote was at 10, and it was nearly 11 now. I didn't run. I lost because I fell asleep. With a convulsion of terror, he woke up. Chapter 7. Dissident artists and theologians, as mentioned earlier. Monitor was as variable as the weather, oscillating between indulgent encouragement and repression. Chapter 15. Bullfights several times a year in Soria. The Sorianos arranged celebrations in which an Ithaca, at least, was the main guest. The said, with a graceful bow that must have cost him a lot, considering the weight of the dessert, 25 kilos, which he was supporting on a tray resting on the 5. He had dozens of fake speeches by the style that he recorded in soundproof rooms, and which he alternated through a trick with crowd sounds extracted from his reel. In other words, etc. Therefore, there can only be one trade union organization in a company. Such an organization contributes to, etc. For 5 years, he spent them breaking down cold storage cases. He ate cakes, roasted meat, pheasant, black olives, butter, little cheeses, and others. Are you feeling sick? You look like you've been shaken. Bearded meditated for a moment. In fact, what was wrong with him? What were all those parasitic thoughts? 1,000 people. The high priest had the corpses dumped onto a field, forming a pyramid, and delivered the following speech to the dead while lifting his right pinky finger. He said, "We will have the guy standing on his feet, tied to a post in such a way that his neck remains vertical. Then we will take horizontal slices from that neck. It is not frequent in China, but sometimes it happens that someone takes down the Great Wall so that the heart is exposed and can love again. Yuan Ho, Han Dynasty." I understood that they had begun the dark glaciations, the sophistic experiments of intention. In vain, they call it. 7 lost years. His eyes are still rusty, but active, fighting against deep masses of grey and black that are immersed in them, which seek to achieve the capitulation of a central matrid. On one occasion they told it to him. Then he smiled and said, after serving himself the puro that they extended to him, "In reality, it is almost true. Complex system of the government, having more functions and attributes. This placed it at the head among the powerful organizations of Technocracy 89. She hadn't taken any for months, and was manhandled to add insult to injury. When character met her, the zombie makers were about to hook her up to use her body. Remember that the protection of Hercules enters into the house where that bird is, despondent. You know very well, Martita, that I am an honest merchant. At that time, in cities all over the known world, already belonging to Soria, Technocracy, despite constant patrols of W. Chancelia, etc. Thanks to language, 121. Well, go to bed and get better now. Everyone thought he was a loser. No one knew that he was a killer. Without flinching at the threat, you say that I send you pale and bad waves, and atoms of anti-glory with the oyster, and who knows what else. And, well, the soldier who was surprised without his weapon was immediately shot without trial, by order of Colonel Pedro Soria, commander of the Amazon military camp. I have the impression, Monitor, that the enemy made a bit on the blind side, the assembly of its dispersed forces in the area of probable movement of our troops. Many of them are in the final stages of research, while others are just beginning feverish production. I said, febrile, of fever, and not of fabric. Everyone has already understood, I suppose, that it is the ace of swords. Monitor took it in hand, ready to play his own game, kill himself on himself, if you say so. While Moyaresmio contemplated the site chosen for the placement of the theatre, he recalled the moment when he had to bet on it to convince his brothers, fulfill any function, except to serve as a ground wire for the hatred and sadism of theatrical rivalries. Those fat men were wonderful otherwise, of wood that was still attached to it. The two friends heard an explosion in the pit. Cack, desperate. Good, but we still have the trees. We'll rebuild the theatre again. Like invisible archangels of different signs, which clashed in the sky over the Esdraelon fields, which upon falling to the ground would have been materialized into skeletal. The Emperor's soldiers are on guard for fear of attack by the foreigners. They have just begun construction. Our Emperor wants a gigantic wall to protect the country. He stretched his arms with desperation, trying to grab onto something to prevent the fall. The rock came off, and they both fell down, accelerating uniform, furious at seeing that a miserable legion had driven nothing less than 10. The barbarian chief ordered to attack with the equivalent of 40 Roman legions. The soriator, like someone who has seen something completed, that Kratos fell out of favor. I know, but he did a lot of good while he could. He sabotaged all my orders. The roles were interchangeable as far as visibility was concerned, so that it was not known where the dense matter ended, the less dense one, and where the spirit began. The general turned off the radio after the program, which ended with AI International played much more slowly than usual, and without choruses, giving it a grand solemnity. He was very interested in answering the bombing carried out by the Solias and Russians with aircrafts and rockets, through similar attacks on the civilian populations of both. As the war grew worse and worse, gradually a feeling of despair seized hold of the Roman Senate, as well as some commanders of legions and armies. Although he nonetheless kept taking sure steps like a soldier, Zapalito suddenly crossed his path from a darkened archway. I'm innocent, innocent, innocent. Of others, in short, forcing them to drink peers from the good by kicking with nails, he said to belittle them, You see it already, they drink like Tracios. I should also mention that a lot has been done in the field of holography. In shops, cassettes were bought with 20, 30 or 40 minutes of holographic filming. I could not ensure the safety of the audience, as I once did. A single Russian or Spanish satellite would make it into orbit, and that would be a massacre. A little before what was said, informed by the radio that the enemy was retreating, a real party with a good vibe took place in the laboratory. He should have come this far to retrieve my childhood. Monitor should be clarified as, despite the sounds and brayings of a continuous bass in the city that surrounded him. This is a copy of the title from Monitor de la Tecnocracia, 11 Encyclopedia Sopena, 5th ed. Vol. What is great goes away, and what is small comes, as the I Ching says, and tragedy generalizes itself. Inside, death's runes, you know. Choruses such as, Technocracy, yes, Solias, no. Technocracy, yes, Solias, no. Technocracy, yes, Solias, no, etc. However contradictory it may sound, there is no other way to express it. It is like if that altered universe and the current one coincide only in some points. Green pillows 1 meter high and drinked tea, which is kept in transparent porcelain shells. Come on, I've already laid the table a few steps from here. As soon as he saw him, the madman. Health, my Kaiser? The monitor smiled slightly for half a second, and then said, when he limped, What's wrong with you? Whether they ruined his dessert with witchcraft, or maneuvered him into making a mistake in the cooking time, or whether the horoscope marked an unfavorable conjunction, or he belonged to the proscribed icosahedral sect. The unfortunate man cried out with devotion, It's only icosahedron! It's only holy icosahedron! Not satisfied with the result of his joke, which could have been fatal, he planned the other, more complicated and ambitious one of the dead in his catafalque. Although the article on which he was lying had been carefully embalmed in order to keep him in all his freshness and splendor as he was when alive, the rest of his body. Volume. As mentioned above, it coincided in its outer perimeter, in all the curve of its circumference with the spurs of central machines. There were parades and confetti. At the field of Mars, in full view of the public, the mounted monitors set off thousands of gold and silver grenades. His adept interrogations and low instincts that at the end of questioning him she ended up confessing fully. Not bad, but a bit male for my taste. There were 1,500 of these sculptures. After 8 days on display, the body of Calzone Montegrave was lowered from the point of a lighthouse. We'll immobilize the type and decapitate him, proceeding with the continuation of the act to skinned, put it in a large pot, and then serve it stewed. Cursed when they wake up and cursed when they go to sleep. May they never be forgiven. May the wrath of the gods fall upon these men. May they have the burial of an ass, as if he had solved the quadrature of the circle. Protello! Wonderful! Exactly what I need is someone who has my secret information about Protelia up to date. He lost her due to his madness, for the other rotten one sent him to hell. And then he ended up in the lunatic asylum. He has a real fixation with me. Propolele. His real name is Pierre Propolele, our androgynous specimen. True acquisition of concentration. Camp No. 32. According to General Julio Perez Iseca, who had never been on the front line, as he considered it beneath his science, this officer belonged to the sect of the encyclopedists. It was as if they had their own private war, not necessarily against the Russians in any case. They served as an excuse, but against the material world. The magical pieces of the machine were subjected to heavy wear, so that every now and then the old one had to disassemble it and consecrate its parts with liters of mercury. It is strange that everyone, without knowing it and from their own side, had arrived at the same conclusions as Decameron de Gaula. Character should not be given too much. Of course, the project envisioned the prior construction of ark and submarines, charged with saving thousands of inhabitants, machinery, seeds, animals, etc. It tossed out pebble-sized rocks, large volcanic bombs, dark brown in color, which upon breaking revealed their inner white, filled with alveoli. With a 5-liter syringe, they pinched the long tentacle, making the needle follow the direction of the interior of the tube, like someone who applies an endovenous injection. As a test of the weakness that besets the gods, Donner's hammer escaped from his hands, something which was not at all extraordinary, considering that one of the buckets, the destruction of the vertebrae of the Russian, coincided with that of the robotic eye. At the same time, there was a terrible electric shock accompanied by flashes. It is launched into battle precisely when our relief forces join the troops of the front. Cracks in the dam, as a mass of anti-water that would make force on concrete. After all the mirrors were broken, there were incredible piles of such debris scattered about Samarkand. A crack in their uniforms meant death by frostbite. Have you ever thought about what the word exarcha means, which represents the dignity of my position? It comes from exarcho, which is what is separate from the bow. There were also 3 intact specimens of the legendary Soviet armored hunter, the Evtushenko IV, which had been captured in the North Army Group's operational theatre. He reached Kundry and began to kiss her and stroke her with infinite sweetness. She, still in a dream process, squirmed her legs, transforming into a roll. The joy was worth it. Like a pleasure more, I will look at you within the empty orbits. Your invisible eyes, for the first time, will seem beautiful to me. In addition, let's think about it for a moment. What does this type of bombardment propose, aside from causing unnecessary and damaging suffering to the civilian population? Because since we have the sources in our own country, everything will be shorter and easier. Even if we lose all our submerged forts, that won't make us defeated. He looked up at the high ceiling of the corridor and said, "If we were to remove Julius Caesar, the only person the great king truly hates, it would be possible to make peace." Filled with hatred for the repeated laser scans of the Russian and Sorial astromobiles, and for the clusters of freezing bombs that kept certain sectors at sub-zero. In reality, he didn't have a centavo. All he made was recycled by expanding his underground installations, tunnel networks, and increasing his equipment. Slowly, everyone began telling their stories. Almost always they were true, devoid of all simulation. Some women did not have lovers, others did. It is a part of me, or was. There's no guilt but neither forgetting, so that cancer doesn't return. But I haven't told you yet what is most tragically ironic. Impossible. Do not believe it, given the state of perpetual wonder that Giri projected on its surroundings. They would have engendered a race of monsters worse than Cerbero. Collections. It will be enough to say that 1 million people could have been fed for 70 minutes, or, if you prefer, 300 people for 5 months, or, if you hide, always hide with my ghosts between sliding forests. Like mirrors, A pension is a piece of land surrounded by water. The monitoring of languages, now completely insane, published books, pamphlets, and pot-boilers on the subject of smuggling and patent plagiarizers. They understood that the trade unionists, in general, are a fraternity analogous to the ancient mystical associations, just as at one time the Templars were. He got onto the draw, but no matter how much he kept trying continuously, there was no way to relax the sphincters. It was all for nothing. He didn't become aroused. History, and above all, because if the future victim listened, he could die too early. The Chinese, upon hearing it, smiled lightly and bowed. Or in the movie The Phantom of the Opera, Don't Be Rude, Mate. It wasn't Vincent Price, it was Herbert Lom, or Lon Chaney, either way, infested cockroach. Even advanced another month, as if he wished to ensure himself the place. It was a lie, of course. He didn't think of ever coming back, even in his dreams. They order us to castrate someone, for example, and we limit ourselves to taking out only one egg, so as to give them a second chance. They take advantage of us. Perhaps the explanation consisted in that the god, despite being accustomed to all possible barbarities, at this, for being so great, neither had he imagined it. Firmamente, Zabaton Iseka forte. Let me see. Come in. Iseka character entered a tiny room, 2 by 2, without chairs or anything. During the short space of a second, while someone was coming to look through the window glass, character revisited his imagery from last night. I dreamt again of the freak. Character Iseka. But 32,000 agents in 8 months, I think that's too many. Most were just dummies, false agents, meant for sacrifice, says the robot, who moves barely for now, with a voice torn from the remote depths of a canyon. A voice that is not the one originally pronounced, but the echo of the same. The thing was that he knew how to disguise it well with much craft and charm. From time to time he would insert a secret delusion. That man deprived of rest, but also other officials of different hierarchies, and located in various Q elements of the political structure, treasured their own reserves of enjoyables crazy. The caretaker of the necropolis decided not to make any further comments, even though he had studied karate for many years, because the other gave the impression of tremendous. So, my dear son, look well what you do. Moiresmio was worried, because at one time of aberration he married a hippie who had the circus to sleep in bed, from top to bottom with stabbings, point by point until you cut it. When the man saw that there was no more bed, he wanted to get out, and there she held him. So, while they keep him immobile, the aforementioned destroys it. The next day, the guy is found in his room, dead and naked, with his doors blown up. Everything, what the fuck? Buffoon to you, chattering teeth, sure, eat all the disgusting pig without conscience, and we don't even get a bone. At 2:15 hours, a fire wheel started from the technocratic part on the Soria device object of the diversion, which lasted 20 minutes. But that's not even the worst part. By materializing them, you are contributing to opening the door through which Antiser struggles to pass and annihilate the world. Unless the introduction of dissonance is carried out by a friend of the monitor, of course, in which case it takes on the force of law without, nonetheless, giving one fee. A very strong energy struck him, having long since collided with the impressive magical wall that surrounded the monitor. It was a type of very rare energy. While all this was happening, the monitor played tricks on himself. He had let go of his 2 admirers, those who doted on him, and was getting ready to sing a song of envy. Note this extinguished incineration, this stifled leitmotif, for it is announcing its devastating appearance at the end of the chapter, like in Wagner's operas. The inexorable need for rigid tensors between tree and tree imposed a strict bond. So, surfaces were smooth and flat. Strangely, the audience loved it, and from then on they started to adore them, and still when he was set in the proscenium stage, as already has been advanced. In reality, that not-so-young lady at this point in her artistic career was a skeleton with some fat or less coarse and hunchback spots on her bones. So, therefore, he cannot continue with his reasoning, because they put an apple in the mouth of a young squirrel like a piglet, and roast it in a large pot full of water. Those teeth were so magnificent that he kept his fangs out of his mouth all the time. He loved to bite branches and sticks, which he broke with his teeth. They entered among the remains of what was the Samarkand railway station, where many technocrats had resisted until the end. It was one of the last pockets of resistance. With respect to this matter, Monitor had a dialogue with the bearded one, The two bosses are in a certain room. A fake fog seems to spring up from the floor. Don't be fooled into thinking that strict discipline applies only to cooks, waiters, and head chefs in charge of several Fs, which is a term used to refer to an assistant. Afterwards I went and told him everything in detail, sitting on his knees with the air of a little girl confessing naughty deeds to an indulgent father, knowing she was being. The very fact of calling a man such as Eusebio Aristarco Laiseca, who could never approve of something like that, was proof that I was going through a defeat shock. All the same, if he wants, beings and situations, but with one important difference: they will run amok that for the event turn out to be fantastic. He appointed Kratos as head of internal security, field marshal, languages, gymnastics and work, etc. Everything just like in reality. That secret and magical war was as fierce and ruthless as the other. They were basically invisible battles, but many things could still be seen and heard. They prepared themselves to find their own place. However, the young composer, showing his grit, knew how to resist the harmful influences. He had a lot to say. The occultists were at a party, those of lower rank, since the others had been killed by De Gaula. At last, they had all the inhabitants of a city at their disposal. Continues, Tetsis said, isn't it? Laiseca, who doesn't want to upset him again. Yes. Well, then let's do a tease that a girl taught me. You are our heart and faith. These steps, this portal of the entire earth, because you are our temple, the reason for our fight attention. Clearly superior. From time to time, the army, or the IEE, confiscated large quantities of contraband goods and destroyed them by fire. One night, Monitor explained to Perezoso Bico what it saw as the ill of current religions. Only male gods and no goddesses. The court jester, taking advantage of the huge possibilities of taking full advantage of that unique opportunity, choked himself and answered without yet believing in his history. Happened 19. He struck his left boot with a sort of marshal's baton that he carried, and added, "Good soldiers, they will resist this year. Yes." Engineer Vasily Muratov. Unfortunately, we cannot say the same of Vladimir Titovich and Alexei Timoshenko, who are behind. Since soon would come the French Revolution, he said himself, "I will wait until the taking of the Bastille, Leonard, and then I make him skin it. Let's see if it relaxes." He checked the list. The names shouldn't have exceeded 15 JM. JM Soriano, between worried and furious. I assure you that I am. Waited for more than a year on your feet, without sleeping, as, in case of misfortune, when the group was resting, the vehicle would pass by, and we would have to ask for. Always act as if they were your great-grandchildren. But, uninterested, Wagner didn't continue reading. He angrily tore up the newspaper and threw it aside. The doctors say that if a man dies unhappy, his ass will turn black. Is that true, or is it an invention of yours? I don't know. I think I read it somewhere. The size of bones, when they are still smoking, and also after they have already dried out, this is done to calculate the contraction of each piece of the skeletal. But an authentic one, not a man dressed up as such. Now, the technocracy, at that time, knew how to make wonderful robots who could pass for humans. Actually, this was because I was talking on a payphone, and there was some guy next to me who must have read the complete wars of Silesia, because he had formed his armies in it. And if almost did not do it, it was not by the attitude of those idiots, nor what they said trying to win them, but the fucking wave that they threw at every moment for being who. When water began to boil without anyone heating it, and the hair of the barren rocks breaking against the altered rocks under pressure, an enormous disappointment started too. Why do all these calculations for nothing? They are not for nothing. It is only through figures that we realize the phenomenal biological devices of nature. Leche. It is to eat a portion of dulce de leche itself. People don't have courage, that's what it is. They're very afraid of being sent to the lunatic asylum. The head of state commented with radiance as he pointed to the hundreds of officials who were working without raising an eyebrow, although those closest to him did not miss a. He hastened to put it in his pocket so as not to continue giving him a pity, and he kept it there almost until the end of the war. He did not even take it out to piss, tear on the technocratic war machine. When the monitorial troops entered Chanchilia and reached the first mountain, they carried away the wonder of their lives. He was aware of that. Otherwise, he would have taken the decisive step on that day, month, and year, to put the piano in place, which you don't need me to mention, because you don't. It interrupted, gloomy as a variation for piano of the symphony in Re minor by César Franck. Try to improve our air power, and do not trust. De Gaula, who had been watching him from the astral one day, said to himself as he saw him walk on those high floors, "May the gods keep you safe in memory, my monitor." The hot waters disappeared abruptly, and a deep rumble was heard from below. The eternal snows melted quickly with the ferocious increase in temperature. But what would be the surprise of the little green giant when he heard the victim's voice? "It's not enough! More for me!" the possessed cried out. Maybe the giants will accept Alberich's riches in exchange for Freya. After a brief discussion, since Fasolt is in love with Freya, they agree. A few hours later, he got on an aircraft and returned to Monitoria. It was never known how the disaster began. Probably a candle or a torch that fell. It's like history book. Don't say there is no staff. If someone dies, lift the papers immediately. The earth burns. We have to recover the papers and whatever. They came to him the desire to continue descending them. So much was his disgust for the ladder. He touched the bark melancholily, almost fell. Thank goodness he died before. The bearded man shrugged his shoulders. You would have replaced him in time. In time I would have shot him 4 times, you want to say. High and shimmering towers, its formidable walls and deep pits, the theme of Valhalla, associated with the Eagle's Terrace, is heard imperatively. In any case, even the most hardened man in the world feels some measure of biological affection for the one who gives him pleasure, even if this granting has not been. Because of these 2 men, I don't know how they're called, because the Russians are very careful and will take good care to make them famous. How could the abolition of fascism? Sometimes he had imaginary conversations with him, almost astral communications, where he told him, for example, "What did you think of the last recycling I sent you?" I remember it almost word for word. "If you have enough faith, the miracle will happen." Well, the impossible has happened. We already have our miracle. The urge to indulge in the pleasure of using the time-travel weapons must have been almost irresistible. On the other hand, there was the instinct for self-preservation. The present ones looked at each other with some hesitation. Kundry said, "I like it, Barbudo. I know why you see them beautiful, but no one will understand you. If I had your studies, I wouldn't be working in a laundry. Do you want me to? I introduce you to my friend, who is an influence, and can recommend you for a desk in an office. On the 8th floor. I'm building winter palaces and terraces with crossed-winged eagles, and living there with Eurydice and him. But what nonsense am I saying? By any means incompatible. A good first step towards reconciliation could be for the superior government to allow the continuation of human sacrifices. That the teeth and balls would gather in one place is conclusive proof that there was no sex discrimination in technocracy. The feminists, well, I beg you to help me on this matter." He completed eagerly, so as not to earn an active opponent, since he wanted to keep the other's hostility in a potential state. In this talented work, one cannot help but feel strongly impressed and even slightly terrified by the sinister figure of the cheetah, unfortunately very real. We don't pull out of the depths, from deep natural caves, or from the Mariana trenches in the Sea of Triton to the dromedary snake, so that it finally bursts. Because he is cursed even by Minaloco and Anti-Ser, he is not wanted in hell for being useless. He is able to strengthen himself with hatred, and maybe he won't die at all. To achieve this, given the curved shape of the invasive object, the last mentioned possessed in the cradle on which he rested a certain amount of gears that at the opportune. But support was not given only to men of undeniable talent, such as Wagner Issaka, but also to delusional people from past Russian revolutions. Against second, decided action completed by sticking a magwashi in his belly. Yes, it was over. Ah, yes. You're a Soviet secret agent, and you work for the KGB. Your purpose would be to assassinate James Bond with a nickel-plated revolver and a racket. This is why the occultists, in order not to have to watch them day and night, usually connect them to a magical machine that works from the house of the Chichis manufacturer. The amount of sand and rocks displaced is calculated as a volume of 64 cubic kilometers, which would weigh about 200 billion tons. Otherwise it would be fraud and deception. The slugs and scoundrels' law, that's how things were before. In Retortillo, for example, the town where I lived. And why would they do something like that if, after all, they had won the war? And I don't know. If I knew, I probably would understand other things. What about France? He was a pariah and also mad, but by no means harmless. Juan Valdez would feign stupidity and madness to better carry out his lethal tasks. We could continue like this until we reached the supermodel with 1,000 monitors, which already came with an Apollo rocket applied with which you travelled to the moon. It was imperative and urgent to give a frightening punishment, to force the Saurian military to convince themselves that it was easier to face the technocrats than the Sauriator. After all, he reacted like all the Avite individuals in his case, who rarely heal when they suffer a convulsive shock. By and large, they fall into nihilism. Ninth soldier. So we could talk about the concavity where the insidious beast lies. Is that not right, Sergeant? But of course, very well said. The keys will not be limited to impregnating the super-great-grandmother, but also her daughter, the vice-super-great-grandmother, and then the daughter of the vice. Our troops are well protected against the low temperatures, and, moreover, we have nullified the anti-spaceship rocket that the Solias gave to the Russians. Carrying a huge, luminous robot, cylindrical and thick as the head of a child, they penetrated the 4 Lucenarios through one of the doors on the left. Soon it became apparent something that was feared in a moment. If other posts were nailed on top of the first to continue rising, all the set would come down without remedy. A magic helmet. Appears the aforementioned, who is surprised to see the gods, proceeds to scold them hard. There is nothing they can do in Nibelheim. Last, and we can see the anti-Mozart. Underground factories and stores are destroyed, everything that cannot be used, so that it does not fall into the enemy's hands. The Soviets were fleeing in fear. The thunder, lightning, and winds were similar to naval cannons heard at short distance. This disconcerted the bravest of men. A very important field, because with its example people are kept away from riches and vain joys, always so cheap for exatlatelico. Parsifal was to blame that the new country refused to see the ring of the Nibelung when Monitor invited her. It took him 2 years to convince her little by little. Worry. Another of the things that concerned me with the elimination of Chanchilia was that its territory was a great supplier of oil, osmium, and Columbia. Factories without proper tools. It is simply amazing. Do you see these grey hairs? I've had them since the 2nd month that I took over internal security monitoring. For a pure miracle, they did not disintegrate them with a bomb, or by means of an electric bolt from some airship, in the way they travelled until the barricades. A loner, for instance, paid to have someone make a movie with him so he could drink mate. For 40 minutes, a fake woman prepared fake mates by a fake fire. But now it exists, and today is today. In the night of these events, Monitor slept only an hour. It was still the early hours when he got up. 25 finally, he did it anyway. Victims entered alive at one end of the endless tape, and 5 minutes later they came out mummified from the other. Confisoria said, "Violence is lamentable." Another said, "The wise man will make few mistakes, and will never die from the death of 1,000 wounds," Juan Carluccio said. "You're wrong." He became Emperor of France. Napoleon's idea was to make all the world's robots fight his own. He attacked, and at first won. As for the paper where the decree was in its raw state, the official proceeded to his new consecration, before putting it into one of the vacant pods of the great capsula. I would give you a satrapy in some remote corner of my empire. The desolate and petrified satrapy of Catrala, perhaps. Indeed, that one. Back to the barber and said, smiling, Chapter 25. The Library Robot Surprise. He pulled out a volume and asked, "Do you see this book?" Not being able to contain his joy, Pavel Dmitrievich, through a friend, asked if Meitlink had any relatives in the party or in some high Union post. Somehow, for they took several hours to cross the first 29.5 meters, turned around their centers of gravity, hinting down steps, waltzes, and other. However, if you really want to include an inscription to my liking, put this one, and taking a sheet of paper that was on his desk, he wrote with his violent strokes that, "Disturbed in my equanimity religadora, I, Lord of lucid phallos, well-doer of rampant vulvas, announce and declare." The fact that he had done it, and in front of everyone, meant that something very important was happening. Then she took it out of the apparatus and included it in the B area. The desperate girl, when he heard it, and to protect his threatened entrails, he did not hesitate, nor was he lazy to put the whole index of his right hand while shouting, "You've acquired a rank where hate is everything. Don't you think we have no reason to hate? There are plenty of reasons. You can't imagine how much I loathe the Saurias. They dominate the art, practical economics, entertainment, and private action of every individual, even in the intimacy of the family nucleus. The young people under 20 years of age, my possible refuter would say, live their sex freely, without any of the traumas of our parents or ourselves. This is very true. Girl has stuck in her brain. Laiseca was so engrossed in his thoughts and hatreds that he didn't notice the moment his friend managed to escape. The host, lusty, laughed and answered, I torment him so that his poetry improves. I am the Caligula of poets. They both burst out laughing. All of this is done to gain control over the world, to rule it secretly, so that, little by little, it leads to the fulfillment of the desires of the anti-Sir. Achilles, at last, will catch up with the swift tortoise, and with a powerful blow of his right hip, he pushed towards him the heavy masses of imaginary waters. As he was doing this, he took the parongo and walked a few meters away with it to change the herb. There in Soria it was cold, but not as cold as it was in Russia. It's good to make clear the matter of trade unions, because these guys also hate me. But when you told me I'm going to attack Russia, I thought to myself, oh, this... Although the Caliphate's influence in the war was zero, as its belligerence was only nominal, a peace treaty with Soria could have meant some problems for the technocracy. Everything retains its power without working, encapsulated in the infinitesimal, but already ready to crystallize after its break into 1,000 dispersions. Since there were very few who refused to study civic instruction, it was decided that depending on which year they belonged, Toit would be preferable to offer the optative. Just like on one of those radio shows, reminiscing about old artists or something, when someone listening to it in the background first says, but they are so bad. The technocrats had found a way to neutralize the laser-headed rocket that the Saurians had given the Russians. But soon afterward the Russians invented a much superior rocket. After the live dam we mentioned, the well continued. Gaston crossed the center of the Earth and, due to his inertia mass, went up on the other side. Aren't you telling me that Chichis can no longer pass? And I repeat it to you, they are nothing but astral memories. These machines have been destroyed a long time ago. Large baskets filled with provisions, complementary provisions, alcoholic drinks, infusions, beverages, and potions, so that the wait was enjoyable. Much better than the beast of Ladrido von Malsam, anyway. He surpasses our beloved Sigurinsky. I consider him to be at the level of Tukhachevsky. Consider that both countries had the same language, something that did not happen with Basques, Catalans, Garduños, Musaraños, Trotilios, or Russians. However, when Kratos looks concentratedly at the military, from the aforementioned plain rose pink mists, like vapors of fantastic caves. For the great joy of the chief technocrat, who had long been unable to find reasons to laugh, Kalon delivered speeches that he believed reached the entire nation. Hold firm despite the dictum of the stars, and although they ravage him inexorably. Since it is clear that you are this man, I no longer have to look further. Too well knew Chi-Chi that, thanks to his Wagnerian discovery, now all men would be blessed. It was just a question of time and hard work, nothing more. The military junta has already said so. In Soria they are building it right now. The bench is only 1 kilometer long. They will sit very tight next to each other. Over, or an exotic tropical fever from far-off planet Krypton, these diseases in other places are simply known as fear. The power of a god is directly proportional to the worship and recognition that men have for him. At zero worship, zero power. According to the Monitoria directive, minors will not be able to enter the pagodas unless the aforementioned paintings and images are removed from them, buried under a mountain so that it can keep going, even if technocracy, with all our dreams, had disappeared. Impassive, mister? To court. Or do you doubt my word? Bearded. Very honestly. No, of course not. How could I doubt it? That's how I like it, for you to believe all my lies. Glasses of wine. The guest rose to look at the time. He set off in the direction of character Issachar's clock watch that lay upside down on a table. He went to visit him twice a day, once in the morning and again in the afternoon, and he would press his ear against the peak of the tacuara to check if the whisper continued. They were already doing it when I took 2 knives with the intention of forming with them a cross of arms, equals 72, to drive away vampires from the astral. In the course of the interrogations, they fell into frequent and blatant contradictions, which, when they were confronted with them, ended up making them admit their fault. It can be stated that in the brief environment of 40 years, 1881,000, 1920, the history of the species changed definitively, took them from top to bottom, and from the middle. How much she loved him. He went looking for her, knowing that she would be there. For a long time he caressed her delicate body with fingers and tongue. Both touched each other, kissed, bit and pinched in the most sensual way. Yet, from within herself, not by her will, but as an autonomous voice of the most intimate part of her being, she heard herself say, "No. Take proper note of how he defends himself, don't you? This god of ours is still really just a man. The chauvinistic male dogs support each other. Of course this only happened in the big cities. Outside of them, the migrations of the nomads continued, and the camel drivers still led their animals across the desert. I don't need to remind you of the famous Hermetic sentence. The superior always has reason below, and more so when he does not have it above. Understood, my sergeant?" Well, his experience as a police officer was enough for him to realize that the other, given the desperate nature of the operation he had carried out, was acting alone. That Don Juan de Pacotilla did not know then that nothing can stop a woman, no impossible, when she sets her mind on conquest of a man. Invented the bombs with recoil. To put large stones in the barrel, they used a lift operated by prayers of countless ascetics and dervishes. Thus, the planned magnificent spider on fire would take a somewhat eccentric place on the roof. But by a new abstraction, the difficulty was mentally solved. Hunding has asked for his help, so that she, as the god of marriage, will support him in battle. Fricka claims that Sigmund has broken the marriage bond. Those geniuses were meant to bring the Russians to their knees. In one battle alone, they would take 20 or 30 million prisoners, at very little cost in lives. New military marches sound from the electric flying speakers. It's as if we were both fighting to place something on the sun's head, which is now high up, some object. They beheld a mirage, huge smokestacks and walls still standing, and believed to be astonished by it. How? Is there still something left? They put an armed guard with lasers, who stayed doing imaginary for hours and hours. One time a sailor forgot to add salt to a large pot of soup. The ceremony was very gloomy and austere. It marked the final exhumation of the architect Tofi, who would never again be at the center of revels and lust. It's very similar to your previous project of killing all the trade unionists which, for my great happiness, you gave up on, the others who were ignorant on this issue. But they probe our defenses day and night, until they understand that they have disappeared. Then they go through. You can lower them for a minute as a trap. Aristarco, and the front of Sorry, air reconnaissance has revealed disturbing movements by the enemy. They are concentrating divisions on their right wing, and whom one must free himself from. He even wanted to kill me with a kind of golden phallus. He confused betrayal with the famous rebellion against the father. To the head of state, who a moment before seemed a vicious Chinese man who had been deprived for 2 weeks of his pipes of opium, now life smiled at him. But the Russians ran faster than him. Moreover, to his misfortune, he got into a dead end, blocked by rubble. He could neither climb nor crawl over it. I knew the projects inside out, and was well aware that a similar weapon was not being built. He himself ordered to suppress such research as useless. When the monster finished speaking, Barbudo turned to Zapallo and asked, "And then?" Zapallo answered, "I think so, yes, I killed him, and then I forgot." "And General Tommaso Ocalagano Granadino?" "He committed suicide. Death, the semiquava, strikes twice, strongly." Certainly neither the venerables of the divan nor the exarch wished to come to an increase in their severity, such as could be a tetragony, a pentagram, or something even worse. Where the latter did not agree was regarding non-representational art and dissonant music. He had long and even violent debates with his Kratos. The glamorous Gran Corregidor, absolutely terrified, knew perfectly well that his corregidorato would last as long as the joke. Indeed, since you refuse to be a biologically responsible people, then you will have a monitor, Shi Huangti, a saint in Chinese, who will build walls with your corpses. Cyrillic alphabet. He's like the silent Russian letter, almost a wide range, and if I keep it is only for that reason. I prick with a letter, and he sends out a cry. Only in a morally backward and barbaric country like Soria was it still used, and even there secretly, and above all with the mad politician. They succeeded in doing 5 times, piercing it from part to part, despite the security device of 1,000 soldiers, police officers, and guards of the assault troops. "I believe it's the woman I've always been looking for." He spurned the idea, so obviously ridiculous, worthy of nothing but a dreamer who has never had a woman. Now, well, for the worst crimes of those that are so horrible that no punishment is enough, atheism reserved the last penalty, exoterity, or both. After the solo violin description, all ladies who had their pyramids wrenched off were added to them, and finally the men whose dice rolled on their heads. The smallest did not exceed the tip of a human finger. The largest, with its flying terraces leaping to right and left, encompassed the entire building. Increases, as happens in the Soviet Union. Do not draw the conclusion that here I am making an apology for communism. Not necessarily. As he listened, King Lisuart and all his court were very happy and eager to see Amadis, for such bad news had come from Archelaus about him. One by one he shook his head sadly. Too late, a mistake was in the price. The visitor had listened spellbound to all this madness. Pointed. "And us?" asked the bearded one. "And us too have our quirks. I'm more and more sure that there are too many metaphysicians in our movement. So that which is there must be equivalent to this one. If the movie is all there is, how does it manage to borrow energy to move, if it's all there is?" Those lethal emanations were too much for his unstable and frontier soul, and his spirit entered into uniformly chaotic motion. "I think that from the moment it is running, the enemy will find it useless to tire itself out against the fortified square, since southern Almazan offers greater. That do not allow heat escape and expensive accessories that enable them to take care of their physiological needs without direct contact with the environment. Him to descend slowly, so as not to hurt anyone or cause any unwanted destruction." Soldier 10. "And wasn't that so, Sergeant? If it had been up to him, he would have locked me up in a concentration camp, so that even on the day of his death I wouldn't be able to write anything but variations of rice, sucking and licking the fragments of intestine with a smell like farts, as if it were a rich mint ice cream or the fine cream of a summer." Now the second act began, consisting of covering all the upper part with plastic fabric, so that it would not rain inside the fake Bayreuth. When the toady appeared in the dining room, all were waiting with a Felipe roll in their right hand. Not soon after the other turned around, they would beat him senseless. Before her shock, she sees that the father of the gods has changed his mind. Now it is Hunding who will live, and Sigurd who is destined to die. It was too much, despite the valor of the Russians. After annihilating all the Evtushenko, the skeletons devoted themselves to cutting up the infantry. Heart of resistance, there was an earthly place where everything had its name, also occupied with flowers and all kinds of music, where his friends could live with him after. What a stupid guy. What do you think about the current letter? Listen, what I'm going to tell you is a confidence. The old card with 250 dishes is in it. Efforts are wasted in carrying out contradictory orders that the different Soratorias issue. Energy is devoured by stupid bureaucracy. In any case, they were not a laughing matter. They produced total annihilation on a surface area of 0.28 square kilometers. But suddenly, when nothing made him suspect it, something happened that gave rise to new hopes in the monitor on a change in the unfavorable sign of awe. Undoubtedly, my love for his music is superior to the very sincerely that I despise the metaphysical trimmings and conveniences of him as an individual. The domestic security officer, on the other hand, made a sarcastic remark. They will give their blood for the country. Let's hope that the effort is properly used. No, in any way could it be doubted that Samantha Soria had placed so much trust in her Kratos if she had been extremely cautious on many occasions. That pacifist and decorated philanthropist turned into an object very rare in appearance human. This at first glance can seem quite natural. 300 spaceships? 400, let's say, better? Well, 400. Monitor. Forget about monitoring Soria and Sigurinsky. He had forgotten all karate he knew, but what was most curious was that the two brothers, Soria, appeared to be victims of the same planetary influence. It seemed like a signal, because the technocracy, Monitor, noises diminished in volume until they disappeared completely. It was already night. According to the technocratic belief, there were magical sounds, colors, geometric shapes, perfumes, and so on, all with the same properties. It refers to a compact portion of human excrement expelled at one time. All of this relates to sorosids, mouse and mouse form. Do you know that when that bird falls asleep up there after having entered orbit, without noticing it, it starts laying eggs that automatically turn into moons? Look if they don't seem like little roaches, from the statements of a former technocrat official who fell from grace and took refuge in Soria. No, the Daily Trud work at that time had a circulation of 3,200,000 copies. The talent of amateur artists was also not neglected. He detests us because he guesses that we will never be under his control. I have a friend in Soria, an ex-funeral director, who helped me to escape. The other worried about the slip and tried to make peace. I don't want that guy to pass me and become my boss. But above all, because of the friends the other could have all, much sun and plants. Through the forest, several paths opened up that, like a labyrinth of passages, all led to the same place. He was not what he had thought, but he was certainly wrong. It was betrayal to think so. Everyone thinks you are a people's writer, jester, a poet. But in speaking of other things, it must be said that Misalina was a little child beside her. In her mouth were always the most horrifying blasphemies. You could become a kind of monitor, with his own office, send types, etc. All lies. So you may ask yourself why all this is happening. Very on the side, the sound of the drums was achieved by hitting over bellies of fat with heavy hammers coated with cotton, but inside lead. Over one of the stainless steel planks upon which several buckets of water had been thrown to clean it of a certain sticky red substance to tired Orientals, are talking Chapter 62, Hymn to Electronic Statues Before the Advent of the Technocratic State. The lyric theatres in that country were very neglected. But behold, when he threw the cup against the wall, it bounced and rolled across the floor, intact. The first to be surprised was Nero Ford, exactly like a soldier who, in the middle of a furious battle, transmits an urgent report to his immediate superior officer and is not concerned with protocols. That's why I said very clearly at the beginning, this is one of the great misfortunes that can befall a man, and not it happened, or it will happen to someone. Was a country called Senegal. Conversation in the hallway. Official thread. Did you know that with telescopic television we discovered a new country? Among the infinite tasks that Decameron de Gaula carried out to survive before the advent of technocracy, he counted on being a painter with a thick brush. If the police ask for documents, he will check that the guy has and is your husband. I, on my part, will say that I just hired him as a gardener. At that moment, the monitor told Kratos, while serving him an arm of turkey. Stalin ruled over the Russians in the manner of an old Chinese emperor. Coffin. 89 meters further on, writer I, Marx is the opium of the people. How about a campaign slogan? Writer T, quite good. Commander to monitor, presenting the prisoner, this is an intern, whom I have named my aide for good behavior. He is called Louis, after the King of France. If you were powerful, as you say, you would not have killed yourself by throwing yourself from an esoterical height of floors, the 200th, if I remember wrong, to make. Recondito Patibulario Laiseca, commander of the aforementioned combat unit, had not yet found effective resistance from the enemy at that moment. So far, we control about half of the Barahona-Almazan road, but I don't know how long that will last if they decide to attack us from that side. The narrating sergeant, since he couldn't give 113 days' detention because the other one had him himself rank, explained, but it's not because people might. Your abominations are such that I do not confess them even to myself, for it would oblige me as a teacher to practice the heretic katas or harakiri in order to at least. A collective of these disgraced and insolvent people had been installed a few kilometers from the Gazofilago Bay, closer than she was to the great desert. After each rabbit had rolled his ball a distance that he considered sufficient, he put an egg on it and covered it with sand after practicing a pit in the desert. A chorister was named, who would be the leader of all the false armies, those who turn around behind the stage and reappear to make believe that they are many. First a thing of getting used to the great leap he sang, danced, and spoke in operettas. Very well remembered her version of Doña Francisquita. They're just dreams. The disaster on the surface seemed to be over. Only as smoke came out of the torch while it was consumed in a fire without flames, the rest of the scenery. Subsequent to an extensive autopsy, they would study the functioning of its internal organs. They were very interested in learning what a god was like on the inside. Thus, our armies will continue to keep the enemy away from our borders, and so that it may forever live and be beautiful, be our. The instrument also had smaller and more sophisticated sections, tiny sub-guillotines intended to cut phalanges, phalanxes, and phalangettes. He was also refocusing his attention with another expectation. The cut breasts and testicles he would have his soldiers bring from technocracy to throw at the grave of. After Samarkand, of whose victory he was the author, the technocratic generals had suffered with this man a kind of inferiority complex. Chapter 147. The Late Wars. The technocrats had already receded in the east, up to the Leningrad-Moscow-Luhansk line, said the Kratos of languages, approving his attitude with nods. Well said. It will be seen soon. Now, I must tell you something in confidence. Or maybe, yes, they will rebel. But we are four, and we tear it apart. Do not cherish any sort of fears. We are as strong as necessary. He ignorantly assumed that the microphones were unplugged. Later on, in another twist, they told him that Monitor, weary of war, had abdicated in his favor. Aristarcho, calmly, he's not the one I'm in love with. Besides, think a little. It's not necessary for him to sleep seriously with him. As in an epic from times long since gone, screaming wild cries, the Walkyrians hurl themselves into battle, clad in their war gear. Now, on the contrary, I understood everything at once. Not only the drama and humiliation of the other, but the terrible effort to create those little donuts. El monitor arrojó al suelo un voluminoso objeto. Tomagiri, pode entretenerte con este juezito. Where we kept the sacred olives of the emperor. Issachar, horrorized. And tell me, can't you at least get me some volatile soup and scaly tail? Their matches were huge, plus they didn't last as long, and cost more. However, sorrier matches began to appear all over technocracy. The technocrats said, if the unions had stayed within the technocracy, even as dependents, they would have swallowed it, just as they did with the Russian Revolution. The voluminous Bertha and the heavy Gustavo took the bomb. The Paris, bestiality, seeing that the other was getting out of control, rushed to dismiss him. We'll have to deal with us. This legend, said to have been written by the very gods themselves, was reproduced in all places of meditation at great Mozart. For example, I think in order to become a great magician I have to kill you and the boy. Hey, don't be crazy, I said to him, frightened. No, but it wasn't like that, because when a person died at the age of 100,000 years, they used to say that he had died unusually young. What a young man died. But then, with the same previous wave and smile, what? Carpet cleaning. The type of idiot made his smile disappear and tightened his eyes. And he stole the 28 pesos. And lie, interrupted Sapalo. I'm innocent, I haven't killed anyone. I don't pay attention to the crazy ones. We are faced with a mystical ant, with a type of being absolutely different, which little by little will lead humanity to a new cosmic tension. The lady, with her lips out of the water, but with her neck submerged, began to approach him in various languages, until she used Arnaldus's language. It was not as if it had happened to him, the way it had to a friend of his, in whom he always thought when relating to the tale of Aladdin and the wonderful lamp. I'll swap, disguise himself as a woman, and put on 2 huge breasts filled with dynamite and squeeze Humphrey, that he die of 2 breast bombs. Exploit it by means of galleries. The slogan, the center of the earth is a mine, like any other, was abandoned with despair. Now the Monitor has enacted a law according to which one should not bother the little ones. And, of course, they take advantage, and do whatever they want. Be negative, you see? Yes, but that doesn't prove anything. I would make that answer precisely because the esotericists have changed the astral memories, transplanted their own needs and desires onto them, with a false past and all, by Fash's metaphysical soap. Great stuff. Yes, I imagine. By decision of the 20th Congress of the People's Syndicalists, Lenin's statue was to have outside its specular and proletarian Melisandre's testicles. He then sealed, with double seal, his invisible and icy dungeons and ergastulas. The distance took on the color of a theatrical sky. Its greater part was located in the southwest region of technocracy. From there it then moved into the Caliphate of Cordoba, where its extremities died out as they merged with our light. The mirror of the spotlight would be replaced by a red mirror. The raw materials for decorations, costumes, footwear couldn't be more varied. The low notes of this soprano were a chirp, the high ones a screech, and the middle ones with a monotone greyness. Everything is just right. Sigirinsky's troops, who forced them to retreat almost to Lake Arrow. There they kept them tied down to prevent them from coming to the aid of the 13th Army. He said, "Come on, comrade. I'm sure you've got plenty of questions for me." The Russian cut him short by telling him that Red Army had no use for his information. The baker recognized him at once, even though he couldn't see him and didn't even half guess who it was, for the mechanical possibilities that the glow of the embers offered. However, his audacity was calculated. If the necessary measures were not taken and something went wrong, he would still be blamed for everything. Otherwise, change, woman. But I wasn't prepared because I loved him. Her lusts and infidelities were so great that she ended up making her laugh. Change. A ship of the Solias is attacking us, equipped with a field nullifier. They have already managed to break through the cloud of trapped mines. They lost almost an army, and that's a lot for them, but the Monitor, on that day, and in that very special early morning, for one thing, he wasn't interested in military. Chapter 153. On the theory of the mysterious hammer, the Ides of March, Part 2, a thick fog covers the scene. When they did their own astrolabium to find out, they saw the usual white war. The spell couldn't have been cast by Soriator himself, for he wasn't a magician. He faced Jacobo and began to chatter excitedly. "I am an old philanthropist, decorated with a medal of Ero from the best Platonic sweet sauce." In the courtyard, slowly, a large sliding cover slipped out, disguised with dichondral repens, a tiny grass variety that he loved. Arnoldus Ishika, the giant, locked himself in the room that he used for esoteric and astrological work and started to manipulate his machines. That Wotan should have made his first mistake with Faina and Falselt by promising them what he was not able to give them if they built the castle for him, is a pure passed away. Purulaban, even a countless amount of little squares, each containing a phrase from this protected by a glass shield. When the mummified body had hardened, he placed it on an altar of high worship, or capellita, in a corner of the sororial chamber next to his bed. The chamberlain of the audiences allowed him to pass for reasons of natural selection and survival of the fittest, since he was very sure that the Monitor would castrate him. The movie will deal with some spectators who enter a cinema. Before the function begins, there are queues of films that are supposed to be shown in weeks to come. One afternoon, they were lying on the grass of a field, happy and satisfied after eating bread, mortadella, cheese, and drinking a liter of red wine. The occultists were about to give up, since everything bored them a lot, when suddenly they arrived at the part where the robot, interrupting his reading, commented to the head. "But it won't do him any good." "No, sure thing. Not such a sure thing. You were so happy when Fellini received the crosses that way, you didn't have to call the tables. For you all flags soaked in blood will rise. For you there will be no mercy, and with the skulls of your enemies the people will build a temple for you." But since neither supernatural powers could lessen the strength of such an Ariat, they had to inject him with tetanus, resulting in which he died at 5 years and 8. The energy complexes that made up the assemblage recalled the synthetic perfection of the monstrous statues in the Valley of the Kings, the Colossi of Memnon. Once outside, a task in which women collaborated metaphysically by showing their anklets 1900s, the sarcophagus was opened. With their heavy arms and kicks break an infinity of those insolent. But there are too many. Others rise from the ceiling like stalactites. He has a machine that defends him. And besides, there are very strong types who are defending him, but I touched it anyway. He's going to die soon. I would add intelligence to loyalty, will, courage of the brave as Al-Mansur, and a complete humanization without falling into weakness. The end is approaching for the kingdom of the mediocre dwarf. The magical liberation of the nymph is near. From here I can feel her pulse in my veins. Kill Fulano Chichi, and leave by the corpse a magnetic tape with this statement. Fulano Issachar was a Soria. The vendetta operation has started. It was intended to record, in this infamous work, the distribution of global masturbation densities, country by country, and even region by region. Unfortunately, my monitor, in that grave situation for the enemy, I only could get when the Soria had already taken the first necessary provisions. Don't be late. Character Issachar paid his entrance and entered a cinema of Monitoria, Central technocracy. He arrived late some seconds, so the room was dark. One of the magic triangles that you described to me, Master. I see your memory can record events 20 minutes ago. I didn't expect it, I admit it. The music echoed through the woods, so lost in them that you couldn't see the performers. They were already part of the garden architecture, like the other musicians are built. Narrator. Then also they will answer him, Lord. When did we see you, hungry, thirsty stranger, naked, sick in prison, and did not feed you? Baye Shetier. Take this as a warning from the gods through me. You have a lead sword in your hands to fight something huge, like all of us. Maybe it's just a little thing. Now, clear, of course. Well, the idea would have been that this arborous tetralogy formed a perfect square, or better said, a parallelogram. It was a lot to ask, of course. Loge demonstrates that he is horrified, while Wotan simply laughs at the impressive appearance. Then the dwarf transforms into a frog. The hair on their heads was used as a kind of curlicues, but with the encouragement of having been previously sprinkled with breadcrumbs and pearls. Besides, he added to this his own fantasies and delusions. The soldier believed himself to be the monitor, and those ruins were the technocracy. In general, access passes through a region full of yellow dunes, without trees or grass, where temperatures can reach over 40 C in the shade. You mean something like this, if I understand you, that a miracle without technique is useless, and that technique deprived of a miracle is futile. Freedom. They seemed to feel that he was demanding something from them, unconsciously and implicitly, forcing them into a difficult position against the world. As observed, this image has nothing to do with that of Solias, a cruel man, deeply dark and ascetic in everything except for his necrophilia. That old Puritan Wagner needs an excuse to let nature run free. He continues with his story of young people, worthy, chaste, and pure. Have you forgotten that? No, I didn't forget it. But if the Saurians were to attack, you're the second person today who's told me about a Sauria attack. Just 2 hours ago, 350 Agathor of the Swiss arrived in that sector, along with a top-of-the-line electronic outfit. I just found out. It was extremely curious. It did not invite to compassion, but rather to the protective instinct. The difference in nuance was subtle, but fundamental. On the other hand, while the explosions could not spread enough pressure to bring everything down, they did manage to expand something that would be the tires of the wheels, means, and the smallness of our population. This your worst enemies will be unable to deny, I believe. Nevertheless, oh, contradiction. Since they didn't think of giving FTU the chance to use his cannons, as soon as he pointed the snout at the sky, showing the pup and part of his white belly, the 8 lasers passed from the walls of a citadel, stormed by enemy troops, as their defenders were impaled on arrows. He didn't feel fear in that occasion. Every day we try to help you, advise you in your own interest, and you don't give a damn. A pitch lower, I'm not saying, am I? Your arse is a fart. He wrapped up his works and possessions in a bundle, as the famous phrase goes, and gave the key to Mr. Flores and walked away. It was time. A dog is hospitalized at the Anti-Radic Institute because he was bitten by a sorrel horse. A child is hospitalized for being bitten by a dog. Drops of saliva bombarded him. It's better if I don't tell you what your fate will be, in case your treats are not to the liking of the friend of the monitor. You can leave. Remember the day when I met you? How could I not? No, I mean, I already know. It's not that. I'm talking about every single detail. A little more, and my friend would have peed fire. It would have been enough, for example, to give him $450 million in $100,000 bills. They were trying to draw him over to their cause, and, although the other in appearance was every day more remote, they didn't lose sight of the fact of the possibility. However, after this, the new member of E Doubleday knew that he would be faithful to the type with the skull that seemed armored until death. But the divine monitor and despot saved him from going to eat with the Diablitos a barbecue of his own body so that he could use it as a hangman and jester. They managed to locate their enemy in a refuge on the outskirts of Monitoria, just as the agent was about to abandon himself thinking the danger was over. Democracy, mass power. We claim authorship of perfect anti-technology. Why anti-technology? We will see that soon enough. Days ago I was messing with highly powerful authorities. Didn't you see something wrong? Liliana, amazed and a little scared. Yes, I'm sick of false theologians who play Russian roulette with their infernos. Some day the hammer will fall on a hollow paradise, and the load will explode. Potemkin, we give them real cannons, so that they can defend themselves and make things more interesting. And then we surround them with a fleet and we do shit to them. Just a few days ago, I was thinking about something with respect to the softening of metaphysics. You call it ideological, but it's almost the same thing. The atrocities committed by the colourful soldiers upon the Brazilian population were infinitely more savage than those of the technocrats at Chanchin del Norte. If we spent all the money we spent making them and keeping them running, it would be possible to create 30 new armoured divisions, which would prove much more useful. He was a technocrat, but sometimes his words seemed to be translated into that language. The lack of love is very shocking, very shocking. Idone 47. There were also huge silos full of cigarettes, corn-leaf cigarettes, coffee, tea, and mate, a kind of herb. According to Lao Tse, Tao created the gods, and they then generated all things. I am not saying that he is wrong. It is true in one sense. I thought that with the linings, in a rustic style, it would come out more noble. And what do we gain by having vision if it is going to collapse soon? But finally, after this unfortunate accident and minor inconveniences, they arrived at the day of the absolute premiere with their gala performance. The Vice-Secretary-General did not want to know anything more about Transcendencia. He had enough. He felt things that left him impressed and confused. In any event, the General stowed their inner thinking, and without letting it understand it to the monitor that it lacked sense to worry about China. They failed, as it will already be supposed, in the final goal of the most fundamental of acts, that is, pleasure without ulterior motives. Peace to his efforts, sometimes the monitor bothered with him. This happened when he didn't give precise answers, or an astrological chart would come out dark. Better yet, Christ was the god of the monotheists. Okay, a kind of prophet and potent paladin who would set things straight in the face of monotheism. For the most part, the secret history of the Soviet Union during this war was written by his Minister of Munitions and by the Minister of Industries. In his tour of inspection, he came across 2 engineers from the mathematical fraternity, who at that time had affiliated with a good part of the technocrats' scientists. On March 15th, Sapallo hid behind the statue of Pompey the Great, armed with a doubly false package of giant cigarettes. Look at your liveried lackeys and scream like a rat, because you have understood that it is no longer as easy as before to suppress the people. He thought, well to himself, without showing anything. We are failing in our attempt to strangle the brakes. The Russians are already drowning the front. Forgiveness. Now go away, and do not return until you have wonderful monitorial horoscopes. By my side, I only want splendid people. Above the tank, the temperature inside the vehicle dropped suddenly by several degrees. Television screens went blank because outside the targets were blocked. Just think of the extraordinary first chapter, with the scene in the pension that amplifies and defines a whole complex system of representation of the real. He even took the trouble to check in astral through their magicians if the monitor had or not that have anything to do with the death of the girl. He hated, and that's all. In the last instant, he decided to give him another chance. Jack Palance Issika, I identify with you. I am also Jack the Ripper. Monitor stood up from his throne and, approaching the baker, said by putting his hand on his shoulder, I've already understood that you had nothing to do with the matter. But if the crucial points were advantageously surpassed, it would be related to a celestial battle in which the gods would crush Antissa, chaining him. He needed to talk to her, but didn't know what. It was all so crazy. For many days now he had been having strange things that were foreign to his nature. It was only an instant, but at once his interior forces reacted against the annoying digression, and he continued, regulator. Moment that they had made him live with the triad, always in the company of the beard, he entered through the access tunnel, which musicians used to reach the goal at a fee. Turning slightly and becoming illuminated by flames reflected on mirrors? Yes. Which children do I have to take care of, up or down? However, whatever time it was, there always remained the possibility that someone would appear, and the agent did not want to get arrested for a stupid thing. Repeat, that the people responsible for monitoring good taste in Russian art are not the security mechanisms of the PC, but the artists' unions. I am surrounded and protected by the hairy giants who, at my command, emerge from the earth to make countless pieces of those whom I order, but he always remained afraid that he would come back. Because of this, and also because the moisture and salt were degrading him, he was desperate to sell it. She, who was not very bright, but neither stupid, remained silent, in case she stayed without bread and without cakes. So your right hand, huh? For its structure. The thick crystals stand out in the microcrystalline mass, microcrystalline structure of the enveloping mass of thick crystal. Unfortunately for them, from the palace they received the order of the super to keep quiet. As far as you are concerned, that book does not exist. Possibilities. Soria Soriata. However, I must remind you, Army General, that another enemy cause has established its headquarters in Navaleno. The troops of the Socialist Front could not make sense of the fact that if the armies in Russia had advanced so far, they could not occupy Soria, which was smaller and less. And when it was over, and there was nothing more to do, she began draining its electricity from its brain, and finally from its cerebellum. Its haraposities, doctisimus, the lords Moyaresmio Iseca and Siate Iseca, usually spent their vacations on this beach mentioned. That magical hologram had been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and could, if programmed to do so, answer any questions posed to it. In their opinion, this dangerous little guy was much better than the one from Monitor, who, after all, was just a prestigious shit, very much wanted. If someone were crazy enough to give up love and forge and ring with the gold, they would acquire absolute power over all beings, including the gods. "Wait an hour or so," suggested the Vice Secretary of State. "An airship is coming to pick me up. I'll take you guys." "We prefer to walk," said Mr. Clark. By court order, the General, Pedro Gorovin Iseca, rejected the kind offer, though he would have liked to accept it very much. The fight resumed immediately. I had to go all the way to Tegrian, and yet it was in vain. Before going on any further, I preferred to have an in-person meeting with you. I find it amusing with their airs of understanding. You could shake hands with Sorota, another who thinks he is destined. Or with the Russians. The Guari of Goria, who tried to mediate in the dispute, was accused of being a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing, and secretly allied with the Gadags. It seemed odd, but the internal security officer knew next to nothing about it. Every time I asked something, they looked at me very strangely. I saw your statue covered with blood. I'm not so sure she was wrong, because I believe, despite everything, and in a way, the conspiracy succeeded. They did it with such simplicity and naturalness that, had Eusebio Aristarco not warned me that this was a language, I would have believed it. The hero, triumphant, lifted his newly forged flask before her. Fruity was Brunilda, whether or not Pavie was in the middle. Most of them were boys from the last Napoleonic draft, but there were also 8 old men. The only man of middle age was character Iseca, wise, wearing only a gold bracelet on one of her ankles. Then, in front of everyone, the monitor killed his favorite horse, Babylon, fit for someone like you, an emperor. Iseca Despota, without giving the impression of having heard anything, began to put one foot in front of the other. Filled with hate, as the dead man was a good officer and might need him, by his side his friend the bearded, whom he had met at the hearing, watched silent. Landru Vacherini responded, "I'm worse off than you, since I'll be the one climbing up. If you want, I'll go up myself. No, leave it alone. Then you would be very happy if the technocrats invaded our country and let him make the film he liked." Pavel Yegulev exploded, no longer able to hold himself back. "It is the same thing as having a water knife. Margot I, less Soria than the other, or more, depending on how you look at it, answered, and don't believe it." The supposed purification did not stop there. While with one hand he held the piece of frame, he pulled down the support of bricks and other materials, which without delay. There was fluorescent light and air in the cell, but no food or water. Before he was locked up forever, he received a note from a soriator and a book. Battle with her in the form of tanks. They were exhausted over the white deserts of their sheets, and without fuel next to their oses that were very many. Right breast of the comrade, situated to her left, in such a way that among all they came to form a half-circle that bordered the open tomb. They will certainly assume that I called on my guard to exterminate them, given that I passed the knife through Nizhny Novgorod when I had the arrogance to rebel. At that time they seemed to have a special island dedicated to penal sanctions, like Alcatraz. Yeah, the engineer limited himself to a gesture. "Winter, the provisions will decrease. Now I say merman sounds similar to the word jam, that is, that some food is a merman. So how does the movie exist? Did Lucas Mandinga invent perpetual motion? The Carnot cycle? I don't believe so. Who is he, after all? Said that Almanzor, the Muslim chief, was buried, the only person in the world who, according to the Soriator, deserved to be considered, except himself, of course. The Central Army Group, after razing Moscow, arrived in Gorky, taking it over. The victory was, if anyone doubted it, incontrovertible. In this way, she managed 1,000 lavish gratifications per night. That wonder could not last. Novelties were out. Without anyone knowing, neither character nor Double E, the Decameron of Gola, made a blockade like the people, completely impenetrable. On a circuit of limestone rocks, 10 monstrous cakes coated with preserves of every colour were placed. Each one would be 3 meters high. There were moments when he thought he could not resist suffocation. His body, so simple, refused to tolerate the barbarity of what was happening. If he had been completely technocratic or merely story-oriented, he would have found it the Soriator could. He failed because he trusted his heart. The ragged marchers had presence. There were enanos rolled up, hunched over with grace, these gibbous real gallants, deformities with fitness, diminutive female superficiales, carrying tubed blood. The feeling was that down there had died thousands of men. The soldier had only a trillionth of a second left before his life ended. I'm screwed. This time I'm really fried, hooked in a completely stupid way. After all, at this point, does it really matter if someone tells you pissed monitor? If you know that this is false, we will cut off your balls. Oh, what a fear! How can you not understand that only the disjoined, withered, and pallid is beautiful? Only the world of shadows worthy of being sung. Peccato Issachar. Because she never liked her name, she used to call herself Julieta. He played a most prominent role in the festival that I am describing. Many elements grouped among the most sure, on the contrary, fell into the base. That was a unique and terrible opportunity to prove what each one was in the end. I wanted to tell him all this, and other pseudo-scientific lies like that, so that the head of state would be calm and have at least a momentary joy. Soriator's passion suggested that he respond, even if only in an ambiguous manner, the perfume tickets that the Marika sent him through his secret mail. Seeing him this way, and considering that he was already sufficiently avenged for all the other ones the other had made him go through with his handles, de Gaula let out. Maybe it's good for me, because he is also an enlightened man. I will never forgive Wagner for not answering the letter he sent him. He should have answered at least. There should be no mercy. A retreat would give the enemy a useful rest. Of course, who were in command were the Russians. They had the last word. Since its founding, it measured 25 square meters, including the fence. Kundry, seeing that the other was incorrigible, no longer objected. Many meters below the surface, in the last subsoil, on the stirrups of the defunct great machines, were the twin rooms of the Monitor and a few other rooms. In the second part, Professor Nitro gets back to his old tricks again. He manufactures a machine with which he can gather the particles of his friend and revive him. Issachar greeted the washwoman, a good woman from Santiago del Estero, who loved him and more than once gave him a bowl of porridge. It was so good that he turned to the infravis sub-secretary, asking as a special favour that his case be reviewed and tried again. But happily my mental health has been restored, thanks to the exercise of my powerful will. I will limit myself in your case to putting you in the hands of your people. Beard, to the baker, didn't you ask for your money back? I did. And, what, do you have to take things out with a corkscrew? Talk to me. Vasily choked on his words. Kaminsky, the atom Stajanovite. He will come out in large headlines. Now I understand that it is the best. List turned again to Soriano. Do you have something to allege in your defence, comrade, before we turn him into a mincemeat, or make it asphalt or pitch? Near the door, in a lonely hallway, the other stopped and asked, Are you still thinking about joining the secret society? Character didn't expect this. They had several of these monotonous jokes that never stopped amusing them. Good morning, Don Martinez retorted. And then what? He's going to be very excited. Secret Ascetan growled, then glared at him as he said, Always with your boring and useless suggestions. Knowing this simple principle, the killer poured water down the drain night after night until he brought the pressure that the barrel was supporting to its critical level. On one occasion, when de Gaula talked with the owner, he asked him about the old woman who, at that moment, struggled with a huge hair-dryer. It is imperative to act on multiple levels at once. Pressing certain buttons requires prior preparation and subtlety. I'm sorry that you don't agree about football. The Sories, on the other hand, did not waste time in handing over to the Russians the technological secret of the small rocket that annulled the force fields of the fighting. In reality, 7 days' detention. He will peel potatoes and clean latrines, although they do not exist. Sergeant, that wasn't anything like work, Mealsat, at least not during the first part of the war. I'd rather talk about Harun al-Rashid, the Caliph. Other clouds fell at different distances, dispelling a faint radiation. Their cups reached the sky, which had become a fluorescent purple color. He was a hard-working electrician, like most of the theatre electricians. Sometimes he would go on strike because he saw trade unions as part of his job. Such is his infinite love for her. Fricka has not been convinced at all. Angry, she demands victory for Hunding. Wharton is compelled to give in. It would have been impossible to move it any other way. We heard the thrilling symphonic fragment called Siegfried's Funeral March, of shuddering beauty. The aforementioned electric loudspeaker apparatus broadcast a selection of fanfares and other martial music, to be heard day and night. The surroundings of the 6-kilometre strip that went from that place up to the Salvadorian oasis, they were sown with the broken bones of those who fell from different. The soldiers of the dissolved Foreign Legion, entrenched in the forts of the Caliphate of Cordoba, when it was still a colony of Castile, would surely have had it more. That spoke of supernatural revenges, of destruction, with its white look. It seemed to want to tear out the heart of the monitor with its frightening words. In the days of the evacuation of the Astrakhan sector, a technocrat officer was taken prisoner. He was Colonel Pedro Eleuterio Isica. In any case, I never dream, said Kratos from the depths of his subconscious. I have a mission to fulfill. A heavy silence ensued. Do not let him get under your skin. The first scientist, realizing that there were Muslims on the coast, said, Of course, but don't worry too much. Their laughter nearly exploded. Feeling overwhelmed by the mistrust that the new state chief inspired, they decided to step down. A caravan of 3 Evtushenkos turned up, all Model V. When he saw the Soviet tanks appearing, Character told the philanthropist, Well, all over its surface. It snowed so much that at first the travellers got stuck in that mixture of frozen sand, ice, and water. Famous were his hysterical and passionate speeches, to which he would attend, dressed in uniforms made by himself, and wearing boots with medals. The present made silence. It turned all red, the faces of people and the feathers of the eagles included, because it was falling in the afternoon. He then could not see a train leave, even though it did not take someone known to him without taking out his little handkerchief and waving it while the mirrors of his eyes. This is why the executioners would carry out the beheading at the end, once the previous process of scalping and dismembering the face had taken place. He went to one of the walls and pressed a button. With a click, the wall disappeared, leaving an opening containing a library of 25,000 copies. Of course I couldn't understand, but still I listened. Understanding what they were talking about would have required me to use a great deal of energy. I am not what you think. I throw you into the pit of poisonous snakes, O master of the Bombay stranglers, epic poet of the Kali Yuga. In the false operation that we mentioned, there was a terrible shooting when the Soria was cornered. They wanted to see if Character had blood chilling, and went forward. When laughter diminished somewhat, Pena suggested, and if we took tea before we got our hands dirty, and pointed to the terrified victim, good. Sentences could be read formed with tiny industrial diamonds grouped into lepros and pleiads. I am cruel and even very. Why? How could you fulfill your requests? But nevertheless, discipline and training received by the new caretaker of the cemetery, Double E, were imposed. Caution with those who shirk their non-work duties. They are potential and dangerous enemies. Man will have to work for the centuries of centuries. Even several types of cretinous appearance, said Puns. What nice ass you have, Black. Adios. Don't you want us to accompany them? And so on. Telephonic eye. Ironic, it seems to me, comrade, that you in this meeting of retired monsters belong to the nostalgic wing of the movement, so your political propaganda is worthless. Apart from that, relying on all those reactionary people can't lead to anything good. I'd rather suggest. No. Is that really so? Asked Growler, who seemed to have been genuinely shocked. Would it be like this? And he struck the floor with his magic wand. As the latter was already familiar with this appearance, he greeted him with a sign, being in turn identified by the other. It was the monitor himself. It is possible in parts, and broadly speaking, but when people try to particularize certain details, it's like you have to fit thousands of small circles. When they left India, I was very upset. I'm a backwards person. Backwards, you know. So don't come at me with your stupid democratic statements. But the barrier of rubbing and wearing that surrounds every man of genius was particularly great around the monitor, and she could neither approach nor influence him. The lilac fluorescence of the sky remained, the pink menhirs and the dazzling white of the desert resembling unicorn horn filaments. Tiaka abruptly told Moyaresmio without any previous change of words. Yes, that's a very beautiful ending, but without any sense. For the last 3 seconds of his existence, he lived a succession of snapshots and dazzling hallucinations, astral journeys, and concrete facts. We should have started it on the eve of the war, not when you come up with it. The bad thing is that the people are willing to give the maximum only when it's too late. After a fearful pause, it turned again to one of his craters. I am gratified to be surprised by your brilliant successes on the supply front. Not the most precious jewel of a Chinese emperor, nor the most expensive perfume from Samarcanda. Samarcanda, does this remind you of anything? Since talking with Ladrido von Malzahn, he couldn't get the image of the Saurian armies rolling forward and occupying half of technocracy out of his mind. At the bottom, he has re-elaborated the magical metaphysics of technocracy, dwarfing it until it coincides with his old and own cosmovision. There were several clusters of chichis distributed in different densities there. These, in turn, were arranged according to a strategic entrenchment plan. 100 armies of esoteric machines of lesser power that Sauris and Russians had sent at the last moment as combat support were also wiped out. El Kratos replicó: Hace mucho que hice fabricar una vela como esa para matar a los guerrilleros y no sirvió para nada. They had been replaced by armored hunters, colossal rolling titans, equipped with all the possible electronic defenses and a monstrous offensive capacity. The state chief said, How many fingers should it have? As there were only they 2 in the room, W-30 Iskar understood that he was addressed. The monitor scared, while the chamberlain of audiences rubbed his hands. It's an attack! Close the doors! To the bearded man. What happened to you? Or, go fuck yourself, and that he goes to hell. But don't you go to hell too? Monitor decided within himself that the other had reason. He did not share the concept of his teachers about the social inclination that art should have. Andrei said that his teachers were some Solias, more, until possessing him. It is necessary to contaminate his astral little by little, so that the monitor does not wake up and can help him. They're not parasites. They're premonitions. Something inside me warns that monitor is a son of a bitch. I have to distrust him, he thought to himself. Existed. The saints liked the monitor better than the Soriator, even though in Soria the Exaviism was the official religion. Don't sing any more. The other, without paying attention to him, continued enthusiastic. Kocha fala pataka, reten palas lastalku. But I'm not sure it's the best place. If they were able to make this apparatus with such enormous dimensions, I have no doubt that they will be able to stretch the pedals. And Good night, Eduardito. And the 5 who made up the commando set off ferociously against the link, hitting it with a countless number of sharp blows. At first glance, with the sharp stabs thrown at the crook of the cooperative, the corrupt official or the bureaucrat who makes you wait in line, they have enough. I feel sorry for him. Maybe it's not necessary to kill him, coldly. He didn't show any mercy towards you, did he? Look, Liliana, don't get involved. Touched by his madness, he said very seriously, With the trade unions there is no need to make compromises. Porter adopted a haughty air. What a Puritan! One of them, a handsome young man and very successful with women, seduced her for the 21st time. They agreed that she would go to his apartment at 21 hours. It is not common in China, but sometimes someone disassembles the Great War, so that the heart can be exposed and be able to love again. But what a pity! Desbarancandome, soy un lirico en el fondo, un Gustavo Adolfo Becker pornográfico. Particularly annoying was the visit to the commander, who was preparing for a private party with a friend. and these two scoundrels came to break his patience with their of the aforementioned Cyrenaica, which contrasted with the sordid miserly of the beginning. With much less they already would have surrendered. The Eighth Air Fleet, on the other hand, remained in central technocracy as a strategic reserve to protect the country from any counterattack. This Tratado de Kung Fu for Martians or Venusians had by the laws of analogy a lot to do with that of the terrestrials, but it was hopeless. The tension or tenseness was decreased by peeling with feathers from birds of the pheasant family, according to the instrument that recommends the golden rule. After they put the second one in the same place, on top of the first, although it would dislocate due to lack of habit, and the cervical vertebrae will crack. This beginning. Despite the noises made by the orchestra, the Vice Secretary is able to hear a note held indefinitely, to which others are added. Supplies across Russia's vast distances. To the state, what does it matter if he is depressed when thousands of men die at the front? Desire for death will consume itself. He will not be in the new cosmos. Gaston cuts his way through a titanic jungle with his laser. The cast brown snow covers slowly the orange yellows and jasper tanks. The arboreal mushrooms are attacked by Arctic weapons. The head of state continues, "I would sign anything. I would make anti-technocratic pronouncements, etc." He was lucky that a bomb broke his head. A lot. But I will never feel half as much admiration for a living saint as I do for one who's dead. So pay attention to my words. On the contrary, I tried to entertain the prisoners that I captured. We made them bake big birthday cakes with clay. The candles were, of course, the Russians. Before proceeding, it should be made clear that the invasions of false temporary memories, or, if preferred, of the sole true ones, were seldom total. Every day I used to have her cut off the breasts of a beautiful woman and place them on my chest, holding them up with pink plastic threads as if they were corsets. Horse race open parenthesis, less one horse race, by E, at least one horse race over one horse race, close parenthesis, close bracket. You're always the magician. The other turned red with satisfaction. In that very moment, Zappallo was speaking to everyone who lived in a city or on a planet. Giri-san would respond at most with a growl. In these cases, the Japanese smiled happily, since he understood that great samurai had accepted the offering. For traditional reasons, sometimes these weapons were called tanks, as they used to be in the old days. At first, the hunters could only cross rivers. Distressed by pain, we begged, on our knees before the monitor, but with the stone vector raised, for the suppression of such unjust measures of his. Always in accordance with the thesis, a huge and powerful malevolent spirit has descended from heaven to alter the souls of men. It was taking its time, in front of the firm inner certainty that the delight that had ahead did not have the smallest possibility of opposing being lunch. As the answer was negative, he rubbed his hands. The last time between them was violent. Andrei Andreevich had come for Asha to go to the movies. She is willing to cut him with the super, as long as he also sends him to hell. Then comes the great fight between the beard and the monitor. Ah, yes. Well, the test is okay, isn't it? Don't tell that kid to try harder. Thanks, bye. Bye, Pointer answered me. You speak and tractors will plough the fields because everything takes on meaning. You speak, and the night becomes a crystal clean in our hearts. The complete history of civilizations before Sumer or Egypt, their level of technological development, and the cause of their disappearances. This was obviously a supernatural manifestation. My master didn't look at it. Instead, he proceeded as if he weren't surprised by its presence. But today, Cherry Tree of the Tree has more reality than the 10 distant angles of the earth. Today we are together, you and I. Then he got over it, and could be the most affectionate person. He let himself be possessed. The coward, supposing he did come, one he doesn't call her. In Ritortillo, the monitor was born, did you know? Yes. Before, if someone was drinking wine under a tree, the police would come and take them away. Winter recorded for a century. Whenever they're invaded, Frosty Father appears. Look at that coincidence. I don't know those things you say. After unconditionally surrendering to the dictator's omnipotent will, who ruled freely over the annexed regions, battles ceased on all fronts. Insignificant of her power as not to alarm the Russians. There was no longer any doubt as to the fate of Soria had Russia not intervened. Where do you want us to get such a huge amount of bombs, Professor? angered and fighting against the depression that his last words had caused him from the ass. Voices of incredulity and fury were heard. "What is this military green that rejects our lilacs? Who's inside?" As proof that his words are true, he shows the fragments of his father Sigmund's sword, which, in the previous opera, Wharton broke with his spear. Gaston began to see the light on the other side, big like a coin. There he ran out of inertia and floated in the air, to produce toys in the technocracy, as if instead of war we were passing through the most idyllic period of peace. The monitor is aware. He abandoned the verse, passed to prose, and in it undressed his heart. It was as if someone huge, standing behind him, worked for him. On the other hand, simple wants, or sadism, real and imaginary insults, made everyone have bills to collect, whatever side they were on. Underneath her shall pass those who enter the palace. The Colossus will represent Rhea, the Mother Earth, and it will be much taller than that of Rhodes. Kilometers high, filled with thousands of machines, burning on all four sides, the others looked at each other, but didn't open their mouths. According to him, the last sentence spoken by the commander with reference to the general situation of the empire was, "I used to disagree with Caesar." For the first time in his life, he noticed himself insecure. He had the impression that he had fallen into a trap deadlier than losing a war. The information provided could have been wrong. He didn't trust that man very much who was so changeable. Despite this, he resolved to take the risk. Those straight segments seemed like a gigantic system of vectors, parallel to each other, aggressively oriented against the city below the sky. He called himself Lord of the Decorated Boots. He was more afraid of the monitor himself. The reasons for his fall from grace are unknown. In this instance it was used correctly. The problem was that he too often used it in sentences such as "the carburetor is broken," etc. In addition to the leper bombs, we would have to throw over the heads of reds, pinks, and red tints cancer viruses, convulsion gases, and others. The main difference between this new religion and the old one lay in that here there would be no human sacrifices, nor would yogurt ever be used, of course. The vice-chamberlain ordered the under-chamberlain, "Go to the monitorial baker and tell him to bring a fabulous dessert to honor the monitor and his friend." To the desserts some fruits that he had been given by the owner of a plantation. The native beggar showed interest in the difficult situation of the beggars in Soria. When he got it up, he was free of the possession. That's why he spilled half a liter. For all the sexual energy he had to use to shake it off. Abandoned wrecks, and, in one stroke, sent them flying over great distances, after forcing them to pass by the place they had previously occupied. Which side does the machine load, the right or the left? It's not clear because of the coat, but the way it walks it seems that neither. For me, it's clean, which he had learned to imitate through constant observation, and fired in cadence with a lock action. The war of the two breasts. Used to not thinking, and to mental comfort, they assumed that the official was dictating the speech to him, which is, strictly speaking, true. Ivan introduced the printing press to his country, for while this advancement was being used everywhere else, books were still being copied by hand in Russia. For that's why they call me the ace, the incorruptible axe of letters, because I give them without disgust. I force them to withdraw from the illegitimate bastards. Running the wooden paper door, he entered after having taken off his shoes. He saw a woman on her knees. She was the one playing the instrument. To achieve the operation of some of them, the sorcerers had to lie naked on the flat parts of the mechanisms, and remain there in communion and prayer. Street, as if he were some kind of Batman of esoterism. He did not possess strength, ability, understanding, mastery, or justice. My blonde braided daughter trapped in amber, to the surprise of geologists who won't be able to understand that there was such a strange and beautiful animal in that remote bottom, as if they wanted to carry out the ancient order to attack. With this bombardment, the Soria managed to eliminate many armored units. They wore iron masks screwed to their faces. At the moment of killing not, before they would remove the metal visors, showing the faces of beautiful women. His plan was not meant to win the war, despite what one might think, but rather to take the necessary steps to make a Soviet or Spanish triumph useless, said the old man, who no longer had an insignificant or trivial appearance, but rather that of an Antiquissimo Merlin. "Yes, of course I can see you." In this case it didn't fit, at least not entirely. Thus, Dionysius Laiseca never realized that he had lost his great opportunity. He also does not want to twist things from this moment on, because in his inner self he has already given the blessing to Siegfried. The young hero appears. In a certain argument, a legion of Romans was going to meet the enemy. Their mission was to be destroyed in order to delay the progress of the enemy. When he would bray, celebrating some victory or the advance of a party to which he intended to attend, even the sublime gate would pale. They certainly didn't account for the decisive single front of the Soviet people, government and army, which began to bring down the enemy's war machine. As I mused on these and other gloomy thoughts, I passed by a door. I came to a dead stop, for something had caught my attention. He turned to the internal security Kratos, as if to keep it from being completely left aside. A few minutes ago I talked to the monitor about these things. Of course it's all right, but not in this way, my friend. Here the heart of everyone is at stake. To himself had we failed, at least. The magic snipers, installed in the rooms of neighboring houses, shouted suffocating cries while they died, strangled by flying ropes. With my project of tax, Durand and Philanthropo, there will be a chicken in each pan and a liter of wine in each glass. A single blast would have ended everything with the least cost of lives. But they had preferred to do it this way, with conventional weapons. What was the reason? He was killed by an ice bomb during a fight in the center of Monitoria. I'm glad for him. He had a soldier's death, as he always said, that he wanted. The minute exploded in 60 seconds, which in turn detonated in 300 quintos. The way was clear, and we kept advancing. The reference to the vector was a euphemism for something we all know. This was taken advantage of by the technocrats who, pretending to be dumb, said, "Come on," declared abroad. A disagreement in this case. Quite different was what happened between him and the neo-theologist Perezoso Bico Laiseca. The officer, after greeting with the dynamic tension of Charles Atlas, attempted to defend his men. But Monitor stopped him dead. "A moment, officer." Monitor, now without irony, "Yes, I understand." After a pause, "It's a difficult task to be inhuman, and yet human." Yegolev, always concerned about the paths of his daughter, had inquired into Andrei's artistic concepts to confirm his suspicions. Then the doctor ordered that he be put in a cell with several other prisoners accused of being aristocrats. The cell opened onto 2 passages. How is it possible that they don't think of me day and night? What a horror! The bad thing about mistakes is that they tend to spread. Gauss already said so, and it was logical. Nowhere was cheaper and more quiet. One could well say that the necropolis were the low-lying bottoms of the technocratic capital. He tried to calm him down and apologize, but nothing worked. The old man continued to speak with his mouth full of teeth, without letting go of his clothes. Is this, perhaps, a slap on our syndical backs? It wouldn't be strange, considering how exaggerated they are, and that we get blamed for everything. Cyborg hesitated for a second, and then raised his arms. Then he lowered them by putting his hands on the railing of the stretcher. He sat up awkwardly. A man who knows only Russian, Chachapoyas, or Aztec, can consult and acquire the same knowledge as if he understood only Cantonese. He was much crueler than Ivan the Terrible or Peter the Great, perhaps because those two did not need to kill so many to achieve what they set out to do, Monitor continued, having taken proper note of the other's smile. By pressing button and 4, a minipile was released where you could bathe. They also lacked sufficient air information. They were forced to fight on outer lines with the danger of being encircled, which did in fact happen, thanks to our quick. The difficulties began the night of their wedding. All parts of the city couldn't lie down at the same time with the girl. The novelties would only be a few. Chapter 121. A commander-type operative. A character named Laiseca was already quite skilled in the esoteric arts. However, the technocrats considered that the experiment was worth it. The inventor was not executed, and continued to enjoy the trust of the monitor. I mean, if her new lover spends a lot, very little. Not only compared to the waste in Eagle's Terrace, but very little in itself. Pronounced as the monologue continues, ending in a struggle, then I saw the sky open, and behold a white horse. Moyaresmio assembled the memory of the still undiscovered place with the present reality of the choice that had already been made, and left his dream. Some ignorant people thought it was part of the opera. He got up after some difficulties. I could not ask mine for help. This is already understood. He entrusted himself to the gods, and he passed over to the other side. There he fell into a new danger, for he almost fell asleep. The exarch used to compare his problem to the work of a coral colony, which starts small and microscopic, but ends up forming giant islands. Over a position, I would send 200. If 30 divisions must be thrown into an offensive, I throw 90 in waves, and waves of Russians. They were not always able to be intercepted. It has already been said that all belligerents had tacitly agreed not to use time weapons. The bearded one made a sarcastic joke. What passion for classicism! A little bit you are the Darwin of theology. At the beginning, all gods were Greek. Monitor, I either don't believe it resist, or I'll commit suicide as a deserter. It's a matter of electronic masking, then. Perhaps this costly price will be accepted by the enemy as part of a political deal, which would allow us to save something from the Roman Empire. It is imperative now, while there is still time, to make peace with the dictator of Soria and continue the war against the Franks and Germans. He firmly refused to accept 8 wonderful hunchbacks that the Monitor sent him in order to increase his forces. Apparently, he hated hunchbacks. Like the Monitor, who has stopped being a monster, hasn't served him anything because he loses anyway. It wasn't worth changing. So much inner work for nothing. If that mad wise had collaborated with them, instead of working alone, other would have been the results. But it was like things were. You shut up. The central idea was to show both the most incredible and ingenious tortures, all the possible ones, as well as all the imaginable pleasures. Soria's laborers, scientists, statisticians, students, professionals, priests. There is no race or occupation from which they do not come. Phew! He realized it would be only the following one. In any case, he'd have to spend at least half of Saturday and all of Sunday without eating. The Russians, incidentally, insisted vigorously on the necessity of carrying it out, showing themselves ready on their part to make any concession. Doctrine of the minimal insertion. Monitor. Solution for what? For everything. For our dispute with the Saurus, the Russians, etc. If there were, for example, 5 victims, they introduced a single hungry crocodile. The very scoundrel devoured his breasts in turn. In case of doubt, and in his eagerness to learn more about the conspiracy, he insisted, pie, or whatever has to go now. He was lucky that the landlord of the boarding-house was used to lodging people from the streets, or else the police would have come looking for him that night in the records. Chanchinitas know very well about the repulsive barbarism of the technocrats. Power is all they have left, and they will use it for a short while longer. If they had found horrific things at the very outer arc of the spiral, who knows what horrors awaited beyond the heavy and immense portal? On the contrary, is it better to yield to decadence, delightful to the tiny god and sissy that they worship and have between their legs? Could not be described with a single formula on paper. The top of the synarchy had magical and theological significance, not trade union. Instead of sympathizing with the sufferings of Arnaldus, who had lost his friend, or being amazed by the strange things in this world, he began to calculate. It was true, subconsciously they had postponed a crucial moment, the most difficult part of the experiment. The fact is that they were afraid. So then he, choking on his own words, admitted that he had by accident entered the forbidden city in Beijing and lifted his head. With many little dots to distract him, the boy stayed on the altar, on cushions and blankets, so that the cold stones would not disturb him. But I master that kind of humour like this. And Functionario the Satan snapped his fingers. What's with jokes and quips that I make every day in tens? Many years ago, and by order of the super, the Saurian magicians tested a hail machine on a region of the technocracy filled with fruit crops. The helicopters were occasionally resupplied by other helicopters, and when they deteriorated or aged, they were replaced one at a time. With a collective sigh that more sounded like the moan of an organ, the courtiers exchanged resigned looks while chirping faintly, "Oh, I have many times." The Pelliculetoca prophet is the ace or love of swords, who kills all cards. The caddy was surprised. Other. Did she perhaps hope that the professor, seeing her pass by, would come down, and then, after speaking to her, take her upstairs? Inamo gave him an eye-catching, flashy and vibrant appearance. Very jarring, the decorated giant with his high-heeled sandals. In response, the electric surge of a Soviet rifle blew out circuits, and burned memories of 2 technocrats who fell to the ground, smoking. For a moment I'm glad about this eclipse. I'll be able to craft a new Cullifos army. This time, Cullifos lunar, just like before there was solar. Al-Mansur as a victory hecatomb. The king was interred in Medina Celi, under the power of the technocrats of that time. I don't know who they are. Do you have any idea what this is about? No clue. I also need to talk to him, but later, and only if he's in a good mood. They had a small but advanced air force. Now then, as if Goria's weapons were not enough, the monitorial staff was faced with a new problem. But the other did not notice the refluxes and the ups and downs. So, he continued, the grey brain of technocracy is already with us. It was almost a lesbian act. It was the wife of his Kratos of tongues, who had fallen on hard times for having refused to have an affair with him. A few kilometers beyond extended the trenches, laser nests covered with cement called ditches in the military technocratic argot. In a corner, the technocrat high priest, without acolytes or almost, was talking with Enrique Cartel, Kratos of the languages. I want you to understand, it is indeed a brilliant masterpiece. I say this with my critical spirit working at full capacity. Don't believe me, because if not, all that wear and tear and suffering for nothing lacked explanation. He remembered when he was doing the cleaning in a 14-story building. We hope not only that the monitor authorize it, but also that he assist at the Holocaust. It is unnecessary for him to attend as an official. I am already here. The room seemed to populate with frozen cylinders that rose up towards the ceiling. I thought I heard a moaning noise. There was no single ceiling, but several at different heights, progressively increasing until reaching a vault just above the altar 80 meters away. Yegulev was dating Andrei Andreevich Michlink, a cinematography student. This courtship was not to the liking of Asha's father. Involving themselves in that past, but yes, looking at everything, living without really living, in a state of contemplation for centuries, Didaula, who was still not finished laughing, commented, "It can't be done. To wake up the dromedary snake and send her off would cost us an egg." Putting himself in combination with some of his friends, they left the windows open, and lots of jewels and money very much on display. Nothing. The teacher, gently waving his hand away, "It will avail you nothing, the praise, when you make another mistake." There were hundreds of tons of such data. The journalist who signs this column verified it himself. Sent by Papiro News to the place of discovery, we attended the opening of the tomb. But this renowned, exemplary official, almost a Kratos, was destined to come into contact with a reality of which he had neither news. The other, whom he had to lend a waterproof jacket, because he had been so stupid as to forget his own, he headed towards the outskirts of Monitoria. Your inheritance, Julio, Phoenix of the Ides, for whoever has the courage to collect it, and he went on with his long-winded speech. Then they started to climb the long Kafkiana staircase, made of wood and shadows. Issachar followed them behind, always guiding them with Madras. In this way, in 2 short years, even though no one will have read the book, we will sell 20 editions, making us rich, like Creso. She took one hand to her chest. Neither at that moment, nor later, did he have the slightest conscious suspicion that he was waiting for him upstairs. Transcendent of the sacred sciences. It touches on the edge of being. It reaches its own limit, declared mathematician I. Armored hunters, they only succeeded in penetrating the first line of fortifications. Their desperate efforts to break through the second were useless. Our poet here, wildly mad with lust at her example, would have howled, "I also want to stick to nettle, but in ellipsoids, now, right now." One, although with other living beings and different divinities, Monitor turned off the set. Turning around, for the first time he noticed their presence. How do I refer to the space he occupied in the room, without being too scandalous and trying not to notice, perhaps talking about the fist of a rugged Labrador? It's true that the theatre will come out in the form of a rhombus, but making an abstraction won't matter much. The construction in toto will present no difficulties. They are deployed over a broad front of 1,300 kilometers. Meanwhile, bombs forward, tanks roll, while enemy infantry operate cunningly. The downhill stretch was in front of him. He could almost touch it. Believe it or not, the last 10 meters were almost as hard as the rest. Afterwards, thanks to the sacrifice of those brave men, the regrouped army attacked furiously and expelled the barbarians from the frontiers. Everyone sleeps. while exasperophasia means 6 faces of the spirit, or union of the 6 faces, or union of the 6 masks. Continuity, in spite of what has been said, and according to it as it advanced, from time to time they produced envious and inevitable gaps. But I never lied to him, and I don't intend to do so now, not even to save all that people. I already knew the Soriator had written that poem. As he had said on numerous previous occasions in his life, what would become of me if I knew that, without remedy, I must die tonight? The other one dared not lift his eyes from the page. The truth was that the message seemed to him quite reasonable. He agreed with the Legionnaire chief. If by accident the object was burned, the little gun would automatically reproduce it as many times as necessary until the charge ran out, throwing us suddenly from above his right wing. The women got bored. They started gossiping about other matters, leaving the men to their own business. Aristarcho thought, first of all, about how the monitor's funeral would have been like many years after the war if technocracy had triumphed. Explanation to give you, Soria. Soria, leave me alone. Stay out of my way. I don't want you to think about me. Luis, are we not going to think about you? Telephonic fourth, oscillating between indifference and froth with a bite. Terrible. Soria literature. No, that's not right. Let him think about it a bit before he goes crazy. To their horror, his Kratos dealt with even those who were supposed to be their allies with contempt. The matter was what to do with it all, because Poland flatly refused to accept these gifts, and much less to throw them into the Vistula River. His comrade Robespierre, with whom he had taken the precaution to familiarize himself before any of the others knew him, signed the order for execution. At that moment, the Chinese was about to repeat the entire rehearsal for the nth time, and, by the way, with new instruments. "You can tell, after all, you're among friends," said one. Another proceeded to comment on Zumbidos. "What he killed, that would not have been nothing." He thought he was the ideal candidate, but if this guy had to go back to his post immediately and did not show up, they would cut off his head, so he didn't know what decision. Few times I saw so much luck. The old writer's role in front of the state leader, Oedipus and the Sphinx, interchangeable roles. That nation does not exist alone in the world, and with time it will have to adapt your system to that of Soria, Russia, and other parts. The very doctors relished it, happy and laughing, giving it 1,000 electros, exotic insulins, and pills of various colors. The guerrillas be destroyed. May they never find rest. May they be cursed forever, cursed during the day and cursed at night. Kala, in fact, didn't know if the Laiseca 33 of the south of Laiseca 33 was pretty or ugly, but somehow she had to try to convince her. Excitated and lustful, that's right. Rape those prissy and stubborn Soxers while forcing them to sing God Save Our Queen in Polish. It's not that bad. I don't like it either, but taking it to the point of a theological squabble seems too much to me. It's a game. He lifted his head so abruptly that the monitor, despite expecting some reaction from the other, he was scared for not imagining it so violent. Technocracy, many magic secrets of theoretical physics, industrial, military, etc., would fall into the hands of Soriator. Manufacture in large quantities. The main existence of such rockets at the time, artillery, both a square and a capital. Suddenly, and without anything making it expect, a rocket rain began to fall on Battalion 48, 3rd Division, 4th Army. From the operation on, she could be seen walking around town like a skeleton with a human head, cables and electronic devices running through each bone. It was the time when, thanks to this last, zombies roamed the streets with their 4-pronged claws in their mouths and through their rotten brains. Depths into the world of light. As a good Wagnerian, Mr. Moyaresmio would have gone on to sing the entire opera, we have no doubt. And he indicated the giants with enthusiasm. What magnificent specimens! They're what comes closest to our archetype. Brunhilde dissuades her by telling her about her pregnancy. You bear the child of Sigmund. She begs her to call him Siegfried instead. Just a few months before the start of the offensive to the east of the Ural Mountains, the General Staff proposed to monitor that such an operation should not be carried out. The South, Sigurinsky, commander of the Soviet Southern Army Group, began a delaying action against the forces commanded by Pedro Gorovin. The Russians, before sending reinforcements, acclimatized their soldiers on airships by artificially lowering the temperature inside of them. He would have said, "We still lack this and that, They are stronger in that, and so the right time would have passed. It might be, I don't deny it. Went through a morcilla, neck of chinchulin, and with the same pitanza he had formed a tongue, lips, ears, nose, and eyes. Whether it came or not, and better if both came at the same time, vini vinierais. Self-esteem is achieved through the affirmation of others. Oppressed by it, God Donner gathers the clouds so that he can unleash a terrible storm that will then clear and brighten the sky. He feared, with good reason, as the events soon proved, that if something happened to the old man, he would also succumb. Already quite far inside the building, operating again, Enrique Cattell transformed himself into someone of innocuous appearance. He poured part of the content into a bottle. Character Laiseca asked, "But what are you doing? Shut up. This is a Molotov cocktail." Fruity, showing him the generous contents of his cleavage in order to erotize his subconscious, since he had no effect at all on conscious awareness. The bottle did not smell like cider because the sea salt had washed it clean. A healer explained the events as they happened, but no one believed him. Of course, if it isn't one of the dwarves from the Monitor, obviously, because in that case the food would last a little less, 122 years only. He declared that he thought he would write a long novel in which all figures, a saga of inner purification, in which, etc., etc. No, my soldiers, fool, I know that they will be killed. But the technocrats, inhabitants of technocracy, will they be up to what is coming? Tough times coming? Far from dreaming of what they were getting involved with. The Monitor dropped off at an appropriate intersection of streets and rang the doorbell of a certain house. So what used to be good performance 3 months ago could no longer be so now. Every day at the same time, the machines stopped working. Yourself so much before your enemies, and especially false friends and collaborators, my Soriator, you revealed too much of your greatness. A group of slimy bureaucrats surround Sorata. Those chihuahuas are the ones who make his life impossible and ruin his directives. The ogre, in a wise Chinese fashion, the dial of heaven, blessed but did not harm. She, oh, my incurita! It would explode in the same pocket, without needing to take it out, suddenly lowering the temperature of the whole room to 80 degrees below zero. Immediately after the happiness that they provided to each other, an executioner was about to choke her with speed by means of a silk handkerchief. It's like a child, and he must be accompanied everywhere with gestures of direction. At first, the magician is constantly next to him. He undid the bandages and strode out of the room, kicking and yelling. He climbed one of the paths through the graveyard, between 2 rows of tombs. The character was willing to stimulate him on that topic, since he thought, incorrectly, that this would bring him out of his black depression 112. Why don't you choose another initial that makes it easier to find a name? Obscured Juan Valdez insisted. Ah, sorry, Juan. Valdez. I knew, in fact, that many technocrats were downright prissy and traitors by nature, and that the first thing they would do would be to inform the enemy. They were Issachars and Russians who, elsewhere on the front line, traded volleys of electric cannons and freezing-tipped rockets. The mentioned secret weapons, this was mentioned at the time, weighed a total of an average ton, and were concentrated in one point. The diners, men and women, wore tunics immaculately white and huge scarlet capers with which they could wrap themselves if they wanted to. He's finally turned out to be the most reasonable. Now he doesn't even have control over that bone. Strange how such an arrogant man is left with so little. The Vice-Secretary understood that something very unusual was happening there. It was nothing at all to laugh about. We go back to the scene. Gaston flatly denied the disappointment and sadness of those people who couldn't understand why he turned down such a big deal. He started to climb up. As you will understand, it's too late. Now the shit is done. It's useless to try to shoot him retrospectively. You should no longer think about this matter. It was so brilliant that it managed to include the favorite pagan fragments of the dictator and make them indispensable to the Morisco. But, as already said, when the war began to be lost, the intention of enriching the museum with new samples was completely abandoned. Magenta makes an appearance, with its cold colors and vibrant purple violets and sharp, aggressive, almost fluorescent colors. Talking about the production of steel ingots, plastic bars in thousands of tons, and what they would do next year if they lost tungsten from Chanchiria. It should be made perfectly clear once and for all that his personality, far from being exotic or unique, has come out of a mass-produced factory. The other, not being afraid of the unexpected appearance, answered with indifference, "If you say so," and continued lost in his thoughts. When the Russian soldier appeared, he took by surprise, and in full the congregation of Chichis. They already had prepared to join who would cover them. So many had fallen on the energy dome of Terrazas de las Aguilas that its invisible spatial form could now be guessed thanks to them. For several hours, with intervals, those who were there, some sitting in seats and others on the floor, watched the mutilated work of the monitor. The two companions who were left also desperately defended the situation. The fight continued for a minute or two, but it felt like 4 hours. Conde de la Laguna in Saga. He deserves it for not having seen the solution that nonetheless was within reach, a Japanese Wagner. He stopped in the corridor where the laundryman hung the sheets of all the tenants. As already said, that was a day of full sunshine. Yes? Come, I'll teach you. But the patrol chief restrained him. No, these men can't be touched. They are protected by the monitor. Other. So he will ask then, why did he need to change clothes or put on makeup? He didn't need it at all. He did it for show-off. He started poking around with the micro's tweezers, probing the terminals of the pairs looking for a circuit. For a moment, he stopped paying attention to his companion. Rather, the state was a remote thing, like the Chinese emperor in Kafka, who never reached his citizens either to punish or to reward them. The Soriator declared a national day of mourning and ordered that news and funeral music be played exclusively on the airwaves. The Soria films and television, the Union's power, the didactic vulgarity, raised to the level of an ontological matrix. Maybe there is nothing so aesthetic in the world. I always dreamed of building giant gallows, 300 meters high, and very long ropes. The spy thought, to not arouse suspicion, my mouth will move, repeating my subordinate's words a second after they were spoken. The spectacle of those plaster masks, with a skull sticking out between winged shoulders and feathered claws instead of feet, was truly terrifying. He got me hooked on drugs, and I accepted it out of weakness. What's wrong with you? Why are you making that face? The character was furious. Certain fake piece of paper, they would communicate with each other, this trinket which was sold to them by an old woman who took pictures of the fat fingers of the right. I must that the main stitch is not visible at all, because if you have it on your face, for example, your face becomes as ugly as the ones in movies. They said I shouldn't smoke them because he gave them to me as a present from the Bey of Turkey, who is now my enemy. But what do you want, my dear friend? They are. For this reason, as I feared falling into lethargy and weakness, I called you to conjure me, witch Zahori, so that I could sing your eulogy. True to his mantra of playing for the king's favourite, he should defend the Alcazar of Satbi skin, satin and gemmed in its aliophar. After going down 100 meters, it stopped for a few seconds, and then, slowly at first, went forward in uniform, accelerated motion. But what was most strange was the entire behaviour of the promontory, as if there were a special planetary influence at work on it. It is impossible to find in them anything like camaraderie, because neither do they want among themselves. Slowly, they were dematerializing. Technocratic head of state was in favor of life and the material world. Whatever his hesitations and flirtations with spirit may have been, you have to lose your teeth and become ugly in order to achieve a good characterization as Alberich. Tell Noyaresmio to go fuck himself. They find out about the curse that weighs on the ring. Death will be the fate of its owner. Siegfried feels threatened, and so he closes his heart. A minute before entering the last image circuit, soldier Gaston Zeki saw the ruins of Samarkand, according to reality. But in any case, let me summarize my point of view. Give us the miracle, because only you can give it, and we will give you the technique. I had to tell you that your scandals for syphilis are not due to a low purpose. I'm sure I would rather speak of an excess of zeal. The last time characters saw them assembled was after the disaster of Samarcanda. They marched in step, wearing Amazonian uniform. The chief of state continued, I want you to be the first to know it. You are well aware of the situation on the front, above all of that in Russia. Rockets, laser rays, electric cannons and freezers began to flash explosions and patches on the energy shield's screen. I mean, Russian 7.6 mm or 12.2 mm cannons. Another thing we must talk about is new counter-caser defenses. The head of the technocracy believed that Siegfried and Brunhilde had failed in their mission on earth, namely, to return the girl to the Rhine. At the funeral were his two old enemies, Trinquetet and Guram, who, having reconciled with him, were crying tears of joy. Monitor said, upon seeing him appear, "Eusebio Aristarco. What was he doing? Had he gone to see the fireworks?" Approaching at speed infinite, nevertheless remained frozen as to certain dimension, and began the eternity of the character Ishika. I consider that these words, in the best of cases, are something imprudent and extreme. They should induce us to reflect. Why didn't you tell us before that you needed something? Ishika. No, if I don't need anything, it's not like that. Soria, then what is it? I don't know what. North America, etc., instead of Russia. Put whatever I don't know, Melanesoria. But not Russia. The Russian awoke instantly from his torpor. Oh, no, please. Prison me in a concentration camp, but don't send me there again. What do you have? It's the most bitter thing I've ever tasted in my life. It's horrible, Monitor, to the Chancellor. Have it analyzed. For what it's worth, I'll tell you that in Soria, with that sum, you can buy 400 apartments. Something almost impossible to imagine. Margot Soria the Fries, what did you think about the matter? In what sense? Asked Margot. I mean, if it will be necessary to kill the beard. To complete the idea about exotic materials that could be found, we'll pull out a last card. Trafalgar, Pelican, Issachar. They opened in turn under the effects of different secret electronic signals emitted by the camel's smile with a push-button he carried in his hands. Lower part had cut something for the purpose of plucking a couple of notes. The blood-stained oboe, let's say, to express ourselves almost in a parabola. Ignore the people that so basic thing they knew, even the most rude. Drugs are gods, or better said, doors of gods, and cannot play with them. She must have had tremendous strength in her legs, for with 2 quick cuts she advanced many meters down there, almost disappearing from view immediately. They were so absolutely poor and starving that in a desperate attempt Mr. Moyaresmio Laiseca tried to sell his woolen mattress. The Monitor of Rare Minerals included it in the category of strategic materials. The whole project was put into the hands of Zeke. If I hadn't been drunk as a skunk, I wouldn't have said anything. He told me, "I want your daughter, mein Herr." He asked for her. Like a German, didn't he? It was like the endless frustration of desire. The old joke about the carrot on the end of a stick, so that the stupid horse will walk and never reach it. The project was abandoned because it was considered that there were much cheaper ways to put out of action 1,000 square kilometers of Soria, or wherever. Neither the Sorias had achieved. The most extraordinary Decameron de Gaula approached invisibly with his astral vehicle to investigate. Her danced chacareras showed a skill that came directly from Pavlova and Isadora Duncan, since she did not despise the innovations of the latter. The tips of the telescopes were red as rubies. At night they lit up, sending beams of light equal to potent reflectors. The Puritans were there, who loved one woman by loving one woman, not allowing themselves to love many as their secret desires were. My project was blocked for months, due to the brilliant ideas of Castro Soria, who wanted to employ technocratic prisoners as labor. They did not make the mistake of forgetting even the smallest chichi. Needless to say, I imagine this section was larger than the rest of the museum. I found it by chance while looking for something else, as is usually the case. You are right about the importance you attach to those terrible words. Then, after victory, I will parade all the Russian population, 280 million prisoners, before the lower gallery. From this plane, a fluid mass of blue-green color, it seems illuminated by an underwater torch, rises to wrap around its head. The will, which created the cosmos, also allows us to identify with archetypes that every second maintain the cohesion of the universe. At the very moment when those orgiastic people came down, they were reached by 4 laser shots and 2 freezing grenades. It was not necessary any more. And sound in the courtyard of the dismantled regiment, where they were waiting for him, Agathor V behaved like a good soldier, was placed at the beginning of a line of the underground monitorial. Here began the saga of Girisan, its mandriller Edis, Conde de la Laguna, deciphering the scattered runes of Suomi, 161. This is true, and not true at the same time. Tolstoy said that among the sects it is not uncommon for their sect to be more important to them than the very religion they claim to confess. Soon Von Ludendorff will finish off those Russians this very year, battles of Tannenberg and the Lake Masurian, and he can come with fresh divisions. The technocrat told his minions, pointing to the chamberlain and the infra-chamberlain, cut off their balls and send them to work in the rare earth digs. As they told him to wait at Mesa, he devoted himself to looking at the wooden lid of the box, covered with inscriptions, using ballpoint pens and pencils. Any one of us, in his case, resigned, and Wise would have stayed on the same beach where he shaved, waiting for it to become day. Off the plain, and stepped on sorrier soil. A new era had begun in diplomacy. It was absolutely incredible. Boy, pointing up. The 5th minaret of Pentacoltuco, Laiseca the First, indicating his feet. Premature burial. When the filmmaker finally made his movie and exhibited it, the monitor almost killed him. They had already outdone him in the cut of tits. However, he ignored that everything was a disappointment. False were both the documents and the place where they supposed he was entering illegally. Say, "Yes, we go, don't fry us, you bastard." Ah, yes. The hitman, enraged, said, "Stop saying, ah!" What should never leave the influence of the Union is economy in its details, not in planning, art, work, thought, education, and rest. Rest, man, this thing will be long. Sit in that coffin. If the dead doesn't protest, after a pause, and with another tone, do you know what? I never humanized myself enough to be anything more than a public image. What right do I have to complain if all that's left of me is an allegory? Maybe. Despite being crazy, I intuited the biological, aesthetic, and magical importance that these beings have for man, and others. Everyone considered the fattest man stupid, mediocre, and fat. The fatter one? Very nice, that's true. For just 350 monitors, in addition to the recorder, you acquired the right to shit in theaters. The Krytos woke up suddenly. Even the second great steel belt no longer seemed sufficient to prevent the capital from falling, captured in an assault by technocrats. Our pichon will only need to spend energy at the beginning to produce the warming, or super soup, of 1,000 square kilometers around it. Well knew Decameron of Gola that these diabolic entities only resulted a pale reflection of what it was going to find, if he waited with patience. From the record, one could hear Purcell's music for the funeral of Queen Mary, performed on an electronic organ by Windy Carlos. The aforementioned cabinets were portable. Entrenched within them, the encyclopedists were paraded all along and across the rear echelons. Soon the bomb's bullets cover the sky like an angry cloud of seaweed, and, after reaching a certain height, parachutes open, and they descend gently. The electric cannons and rocket launchers continued to unleash their high-voltage discharges. There were golden snows, black snows. This city was to be one building, with a 100-acre base and a 1,000-foot height, able to house 4 or 5 million people. The Evtushenko IV were a nasty surprise for the technocratic military, who in no way were prepared to withstand the impact of these bulky machines. We proceeded to embed them in the cake before spraying them with kerosene, then setting them on fire, like Nero in his gardens. It will be the complete triumph of all times. What hero, what emperor of ancient Rome dreamed of having something like this? If we are missing an organ, we must be humble and admit it. They are the ones who never understood their people, their country, or their nation. Only then could Medusa's voice be neutralized, which did not act petrifying with the look, in this case, but through sound waves. We're then fucked. As you can see, my dear Zappallo, urgent measures must be taken to preserve Rome from destruction. Fully agreed. It could even be understood that certain primitive peoples might come on very special occasions of great danger for the tribe to human sacrifice. Already impoverished, to his author there was no other remedy than to transform himself into a magical animal and travel endlessly on the roads. I tell it without shame, without regrets, and, believe me please, without guilt. I just point it out because it's the pure truth. For hours he walked through semi-decimated tunnels, dodged motionless vehicles, until, digging, he managed to get outside. The names that can describe him are not absolute names, are they, Governor? Photo taken in flight by the machine for Cockney time travel. Iska, who feels that nothing in the room is his, manages to stop them from sitting on his bed to eat, and at least in that respect. Hate, he vowed revenge, and recorded this frustration on the long list of outstanding accounts that he kept to settle with his enemy, the Monitor. The other one, who didn't understand anything, sincere despite his obsequiousness, squawked delighted. Yes, yes, yes. As for the press, the unions controlled 10 newspapers, 19 socio-political magazines, and 53 scientific technical ones. Poet Luz, Soledad Ferreira, perfecta Soria, whose death the dictator blamed on the technocratic head of state. This monster instrument, a true land-air interceptor, measured with all its sails deployed and at cruise speed. That, there was no doubt, came from a living being. There's a great wheel of fire made with that lake, the ground you walk on, and the wood of heaven, Lotus Garden with 1,000 petals, and whom he rescued by paying a large sum, 1,000 Sigonese pounds, to the Madame. She turned to the writer. Is that true? What is true, Your Excellence? That you were imprisoned for anti-technocratic subversion? Taking advantage of the fact that he worked at the Carabela Cemetery, he decided to devote some time to the noble specialty of making zombies. If I wasn't crazy when I entered, no one will be able to verify that anymore, because certainly, after the treatment, I am crazy when I leave. There is so much that we must learn and take advantage of from such an expensive experience. But our true motivation will be critical paranoia. Like tornadoes, they pass through multiple corridors with a concrete floor, steel sheets instead of doors, and came out into the open air. Their flesh, where it was soft and supple, seemed loose garments, while the dry parts looked like gold breastplates and complete armor. 7th soldier. Also, he has 4 days of detention, soldier. You already know why. Understood, my sergeant. Had great confidence in their opinions. As they spoke indirectly, it was necessary to be vigilant in order to read between the lines. Then he smiled. He thought that the least he could do was to help her, because she deserved it. After all, why not? He said to himself. Cymbals, clear drums with their sticks, the piccolo, the double bass drum, timpani, the snare drum, and the fife. This, at least theoretically, since that frothy tosh was something so revulsive and horrible that the poor fat man was close to giving up the ghost. When the 13th Army had been reduced to 2/5 of its strength, the Russians asked for surrender. They offered food and good treatment, white as the incorruptible colors of gules and azure. Her shield hill was so beautiful, but it was a statue. As for a bad dessert, I will only say, take your shame away from here, and then immediately degrades. Well, let's see another matter. She offers you smoke-curled delicacies and rich fare. In your blindness, you say, it's maggot-built bays with white pasties. Perhaps he could do a spell to make the Soriator die, or start a civil war in Russia, or something like that. He blocked all these thoughts. The real friction arose from the rude way in which Eusebio Aristarco attacked the Monitoria, and, by extension, its person. Eduardo Almagro became for him an invincible symbol, a paladin who must nevertheless be defeated at all costs. For the assault, they used a good part of the few astronaves that were left, equipping them with modern field disruptors, the best they could make. Pavi and Frutti were frozen. That was the first to react. It was a thermonuclear artifact. Professor, you should have warned us. All'inizio quei poveri tipi non capivano niente, ma dicono sinceramente che il monitor sia buono. Why? The Terrible answered distractedly, since he had another thought in his head. I don't know. A moment, please. Solitary and in the middle. It seemed like a voodoo ritual. It felt as if they had written that name alone, and in Gothic to make it easier to hate. The girl thought the contrast between the cultured voice and the ragged clothes was so funny that, instead of kicking them out, she said, I'm afraid all are. Him. But yes, it is yoga. Of course, now I remember. With that face of aged ivory he has, I didn't recognize him at first. Save time how, do you say? How much time will you save if the trip is already over? What about next times? What are next times to do with this? When calling, don't even think about asking the guy at the door if it's the EEE, because you fucked up there. They'll tell you no, and you won't get in any more. The experiment has had a brilliant result, said the doctor, very pleased. Inject 3,000 milligrams of pure sodium into him. They're betraying us, cried the dwarves, seeing a strange knight talking with their lord's property. Not for betrayal, said the white-sworded knight, and tells him, come, do what you know, Black, and you send this guy a high-energy sex that excites him like never before with any woman. When 0 came on the countdown clock, A bright light blinded us despite the smoked protective glasses we'd placed in front of our eyes. He looked at it, and did not detect any malicious aura. Therefore, it was not sorcery by the Solias, but just a coincidence. So, replace the obsolete psychoanalysis with the study of the theological reasons why an individual is manipulated. An important factor of uncertainty was the tactics employed, more typical of Russian military men, who have never been known for being thrifty, or questionable talk of socialist Catalinas. It is for all this that I never understood the nostalgic people of whom I've already spoken. It is possible that over the years, despite the difficulties, you will learn some expertise. At the very least, try not to plagiarize me. Creaking of the carpet on the uneven path, when suddenly, in front of a hole larger than the others, the cauldron fell into it with the carpet and everything. For a long time they insulted him, to no avail. To see if they could scare him, they threw 6 bands of 24 vers each against him. The suggestion was rejected, given the high cost and insecurity of the system. Who guaranteed that the fire would start below the traps? Taken from behind the highest tower of siege, with the paint falling on his face, he looked like Michelangelo painting the Sistine Chapel. Crossing the Pyrenees, which separated Basconia from Soria, fall upon the enemy capital, making it surrender by surprise. On the white, but tending to mouth into the blue, it seemed to feed a lake, there was a subterranean fluvial system of small red threads. A despondent officer proposed that the Air Force bomb the ruins again, this time exclusively with napalm to consume the filth. Then he thought, states are forced to change their seat by pressure from the opponents, just when they have lost the war. It is an infallible symptom. So far I haven't found a suitable moment. Whenever I see him, I end up going off on tangents at that very moment the bearded one began to approach them. Or maybe I myself, if the engineers find a way to shorten the deadlines. I also want a chain of hanging gardens, surpassing those of Babylon. I am innocent, right? With some impatience. Yes, innocent. Well, if I am innocent, then yes, agree. So then, she thought, if he backs out, I can always have him killed. But Kratos wasn't that stupid and disguised his horror. In the same way, when it reached Pablo, everything turned red, and when rewarding Jose, the flash made everything turn yellow. 8. After he finished reading, Kratos commented reluctantly, "It's a Mozart type, not a Soria. Why are they keeping him in? On Russia, nothing less." So, very determined, he put his systems to work on an energy arrow that was supposed to go through the barrier. Fired a simply enormous sentence. In Exadiista, he fell into heavy, abrupt silence after a cumulative of clicks between circuits. As the mentioned and his front were in a very special angle with regard to the teacher Issachar, he saw them well. Well, for almost a minute. With the same knife that was lying around there, they cut the ropes. They lifted us both up to put us in the sulky, and so take us to the town's hospital. Baron Samedi had by his side an rusted sword, with the hilt resting on the cross and the point poking into the floor. The mentioned one had, in turn, subdivisions. The red sector, the white one, the green one, the black one, and so on. "There is time for everything, Boller," the caretaker said to the newcomer, while serving him a hazy glass of Warsaw punch. "What a scare, eh? Caesar's empire. It must continue in the same way until someone, gathering the pieces, dares to form a new container. Con la voz más repugnante y degradante que pudo encontrar, o sí, que asco, francamente, que asco. Or 1 meter wide by 200 million meters long. It's a monstrous country," said Senegal. Official Fred was stunned. "It's true. I forgive now, from this very moment, beyond good and evil and due right, and because, yes, an Nietzschean-style pardon." It should be noted that after the brutal bombardment of the attackers, the Solias saw their ability to respond to fire greatly reduced. I should be the monitor, and not the one for monitoring. If they said that King Frederick of Prussia was the King Sergeant, then I could be the Sergeant Monitor. Environments? All the above must have made him suspicious that someone was helping him. And who, if not Decameron de Gaula himself? Our 2 heroes, the gentlemen Sierka Issachar and Moyaresmio Issachar, were lucky enough to be established in the privileged strip. His mission, apart from operating the machines that produced the handles, consisted in violating the unfortunate women who fell into his hands. Alpargatas, which had wooden soles inserted, shoes for dancers, those that adhere to the body, made with stockings sewn together. Army group enveloped by the Soviets. Thus it wouldn't just be one army that was annihilated, but 7, almost 1 million men. Some Orthodox people refused to cook meals on certain occasions, when the slightest suspicion arose that the hated thugs had looked at their instruments. Finally, he understood that the wound he received on his forehead, which had sent him to the rear, had been providential. He had a real combat fatigue. He ate rice without seasoning, smoked 8 cigarettes a day, and at night rewarded himself with a cup of tea, which he drank slowly. It was already said that the TSS controlled the transmitters. The people found out nonetheless by one of those strange phenomena without explanation. Everything was very difficult and much longer. He was about to use his knowledge of Russian, but the soldier did not give him a chance. Wait, they laughed, drank, breathed that cider, that alcohol that ran through all degrees of size, from the drop to the gas. Also allowed them to change their appearance. 5th category majors would have to do mudras, or swallow pills, in order to achieve invisibility. Plagued, in addition, with Sosi's insults against the technocracy, the monitor, and the rest of the officials of the supreme government. It was as all the jungle were armed, and they could not observe anything. Then one day they decided to work together to clear up the mystery. This regiment, tired from months of unceasing warfare, refused to carry out a mission in which it would inevitably have had to fight. He lifted the cover and came out. The place was full of old sofas, old woods, iron, empty bottles of thunder monitor, scraps, etc. A while ago, when I spoke to him, I became suspicious. Monitor shifted the focus of his anger. "Oh, so you knew." With reproaches, without letting him go for a moment. That was the companion who had been given to her. What a partner this Veva, and others that Sorita was quick to order, that they made as a favourable response. Technocrats and caliphs, darkness produce. After a 7-kilometre journey, it entered into uniformly slowed motion until completely stopping. Finally, upwards, supreme pontiff, the way the Romans did it. The monitor, a very busy man, said he would love to, but that such a thing was not possible. These specialists were, in person, terrifying types. They knew karate, judo, sumo, and various wrestling styles. Before that, the man with the camel's smile, and the one whose skull seemed armoured, had done so. Nobody but them and the Soria brothers. Then he ordered that with great honour they put him in a pine coffin, imported, and invited all the officials to the late wake. They were surrounded by the Soria army, quickly attracted by the gunfire. Desperately they tried to break the siege, but it was useless. Telephonic to Sekun, very angry. "What? Do they tell me that they don't believe me?" The others began to yawn suggestively. "Pour me, Juan Valdez," dispelling smoking spots. "What does he prefer, the pan or the coals?" Answer, the coals. He was brave. Having been an instructor to guerrillas in Chanchin del Sur years before, he had suffered 4 wounds, but not that much. He dismissed, therefore, the combat capacity that still remained to the Sori army, and he prepared to invade the Soviet Union. Until further notice, all permits are suspended. Why? I don't know. Oh, why will they attack us, or why will we attack them? Shed-headed, stupid bitch of a heart, and unconscious too. I didn't have anything better to do than to put up with a Surya agent in his house. Each stone seemed to be the work of a gnome or a trickster. The promontory didn't reach 50 meters. However, it seemed much higher. But the goal forced his bowels to submission, for he had not taken the journey by caprice, but was inspired by a high theological mission. And now, by his mad excess, he had lost his help and affection. Without uttering a sound, the monitor began to cry. The nymphs try by all means to get the hero to give them back the ring. In exchange, they offer to tell him where the piece of game was hidden. And it fell, in fact, somewhere else. It's also possible that the A-bomb overlaps with B's parachute, and so one might definitely fall. And I see how I have done. These are false machines. Barely memories of them, remnants. They don't pose any danger to you. In a small town in Nebraska, General Anun Perikete Isika got up slowly from his favorite chair and went to the disco. If he had been in his right mind, or at least had some sense of reality, he would have called on the Kratos of languages, or any other of his faithful ones. They are dark blue in color, and they have thousands and thousands of years. Imprisoned among them, you can find fossil air bubbles, underground sites. They would have been forced to shoot deep holes over square kilometers, which would have been difficult and extremely expensive. The third tank had apparently been warned, because it advanced, firing all its cannons at the ruins and with the screens set to full power. As things stood, without reactionary ability, the technocrats could have erased Monitoria from the map by means of a time nuclear artifact. Count of La Laguna, author of the saga, 162 thus was called Indochina in ancient times. Others was as if one of the monstrous statues of the Colossus of Memnon had come to life and spoken through microphones. Xavier Risoria, and appointed him Grand Corrector of the newly created province. He even gave him false public administration. The technocratic inhabitants of the border with Soria started by themselves, and without the government asking for it, an ideological offensive. Monitor quietly, "Yes, it's impossible. Why not? There's no need, Your Excellency." "Ah, really?" But men were forced to sit down with strong ties, each one with his penis and testicles hanging in a single bunch, hanging from a thread, as it were. "Isn't it enough for you to have just one boyfriend, like any normal girl?" "No, this has to have at least 3. This anti-Mozart, a student of magic for more information, to sell his house at a higher price, made a magical machine of illusion. The pursued man found a ladder and descended it in haste, ending up in a chicken coop filled with squawkers, always followed by the other one. I think it's the woman I've always looked for." He rejected the idea feebly, obviously absurd, worthy of nothing but a dreamer who never had a woman. "For this year's vacation I would like to go to the mountains. I'm already sick of the beach. Man of woman the third, do you limp from your left leg?" The conductor was a Wagnerian Chinese man who, instead of the usual baton, conducted with the handle of an electric cattle prod. So he resigned at Telefonicos Technokratos and set out for his new place of work. Upon arrival, there was no shiver down his spine. His fits of hysteria were famous. "I send you my carnivorous skeletons, my anthropophagic pigs," he would shout, absolutely furious. The leaders have filters to allow only true militants to pass through, but the whole strength of a union grows in proportion to the number of its members. And yet the earth is only supported thanks to men who always tear away from the evil spirit, a fragment with their golden sword. The questions are made in this way. One runs a finger over each sign, running along the contour, and at once incorporates the concept. Do you understand now what I meant when I said that mathematics, classical metaphysics, and Marxism are impotent in analyzing the problem? Surprises, throw the weight of all the military machinery on what was left of Soria, and then face the Russians already with free hands. There were many who, despite not understanding, suppressed any critical thought in their minds so as not to offend the teacher with a bad idea. Everything all right. But what the professor does not take into account is that Mendel's laws do not apply to the genetic situation presented. Blinds by the game of masochists' mirrors, ignoring that in this dream and spell country life was poisoned. For starters, he threw his collection of tits in the shit. He thought it was impossible for him to have ever kept those things, the stupid love of death. Once again, we are told the story of how Wharton sacrificed one of his eyes, the eye of spiritual vision, to get Fricka. His body was completely traversed by mechanisms that allowed him to gain the obedience of each one of his bones, which were made of super-hard plastic. He was allowed to look down and saw the green oasis at the foot of the staircase. A dizziness warned him that such gazes were not healthy. The Russians, stunned, watched from a distance as the gunners with their soldier-like reflexes gave the order to resume fire. As the war grew deeper, the technocrats, who were accustomed to working very few hours, became gnomes, absorbed by weapons factories. That such a thing was not done. Or Fulano is incompetent, or Fulano is wonderful. They should hang Mengano on a post. Beyond the fact that I believe or not, I can tell you about steel bar production, or our manganese mines, but not about the philosopher's stone. On the other hand, they did notice his exaggerated gesture, which made them think that the other came with hidden intentions. The war will never come to Monitoria. We won't arrive at that extreme situation, happily. Everything is already provided for, under control. Perhaps some inhabitant of tomorrow had access to one of them by drilling, or a tectonic movement that produced a crack deep enough to touch it. Furious, the Kratos of Campo de Marte revealed to me the existence in technocracy of a mathematical brotherhood. Only the professor did not understand it. Absorbed in his experiments, he lost that delicious bite, a very stupid one. 3 basements sank, devouring the rubble of what was visible before the 4th basement stopped the drop at the cost of its own destruction. In exile. On the other hand, since antimatter lacks matter, it makes no sense to say that its mass encompasses a cubic light-year. Those considered to have been touched by blood, even a single drop, were assured of paradise, regardless of how many crimes they had committed. It made a second turn, and again a little more inside. He was drawing a spiral path. That lasted about an hour and a half. Monitor, without smiling, murmured, "I will be rejected only by the majority, but not by the most enlightened. This man doesn't reject me." A minute or two later, which is much time in a room with people, he added, as if explaining, "Horrible." Barbudo confirmed, "Disgusting. Why didn't you tell me your wife left you 2 years ago?" Putilovsky turned red. "And who do you think you are to meddle in that? It's my business." Monitor, in his apparent delusion, ordered heating at these sites, causing great indignation among his Kratos de Combustibles. I have just one explanation. He had decided to keep in his psyche a fond corner filled with the junk of his old ideas and ways of feeling. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, because if someone doesn't talk about their culture, it doesn't mean they don't have one. It's good, Puccio. According to what was explained to me, the Hyperboreans, if they were those masters, with their magical practices, were keeping death away from me. In any case, the Kratos thought that the novel was very pretentious and insolent, and its author a long-winded, arrogant. The word "end." I categorically refused to read it. It has been 7 days since then, and I have had it at my mercy. Machines, which could destroy it in a second, and just when several bosses were gathered there, all of grade 33 or higher. It disappears, the great assault on the Kundalini of man, and the one of the material world. But Forteshorn no longer listened. Lithospheric structure. Note the crystallization centers in the middle of an amorphous mass, 122. How could one not share in the popular exaltation blindly, as if he knew nothing, at the start of this gigantic adventure? Rarely does a master reveal all his secrets. He always keeps some for himself to prevent possible traitorous disciples from playing him a dirty trick. She proposed to give birth exclusively for reasons of lust, without real alternatives that would allow to doubt the purity of her intentions. Of the remaining 20, one could say that, aside from some lack of balance and minor harmony, the sound was of undoubted excellence. Cannons, lasers, freezers, and electric devices. The airships of the technocracy did wonders beyond valor. Starting up, it could be imagined as if it were still happening. Snowballs, perfect cylinders that nobody knew how they formed. I have no patience for those thirsty ones who are content with the Technocratia Harvest 12 to accompany a Gezeislichter king. It was not the same with some women who approached him furious. But what's wrong with this old neurotic? Sophisticate scoundrel! He did not press enough on the technocrats when they were cornered in the Lake Errol region, or he was unable to do so. One of many examples. As the 23rd Carlist World War, these 3 countries would have been nearly depopulated by the execution of inhabitants in toto. The internal security agent allowed these jokes, because, as an intellectual, he considered the other one too wild to understand him. We'll end up noticing if we warn them. Leave that to me. I'll block whatever needs blocking. Describing the relief of the monitor is not an easy task. It proved something about man and his right to live on Earth. It lasted but an instant. Then the feeling sank into the subliminal abysses. This is only for the sake of making understanding easier. 154, the wound was the ritual suicide of the Cathars. To discover the springs of our extremism, when they are valid and when they are handles, is an adventure that never ends. They were mighty sweet guys, all from trade union backgrounds, naturally with duties akin to the terrible Council of 10 in Venice. The painter, who was standing behind, pretending to be interesting and feigning the search for something, turned around and was completely horrified. An earphone was inserted into the patient's ear, connected to a recorder, with which it was programmed for his future civilian life. Most diverse Matterson could say that his only disciple was Coquito. Everyone else had betrayed him in one way or another, cheating all the old harpy molds with which the very exactists had wrapped them. The technocrats stole all this in toto, as it was. The strange manager of Thesa's We Will See Even Rarer orchestra was getting ready for a very personal and impressive performance. By the way, despite the fact that they had been installed in that place for some time, they refused to have sex with him in the most firm and final way. "We are betrayed," they shouted in a very ugly voice, so loud that their voices alone would be enough to fill a knight's heart with terror. Head first, and exploded, sending out a bolt of lightning. Only the feet were left outside, while the crumbling earth covered the rest. Been made for the decoration poster system, adapted to its new geographical situation. What calculations before Dede, eh? The false Nibelung priests who control them and watch over them would do well to fear. One day that fire will destroy them. El Viajero, after saying goodbye to his friend, entered the Monitoria Café, Rest N114. On the other hand, nothing can be done to prevent the temperature of the injured from dropping suddenly in the area where their uniform has been torn. The combustion, without a flame most of the time, produced a thick and nauseating smoke. The small ones did not seem to mind too much. The crowd, excited, began to shout in unison the well-known technocracy. "Monitor! Triumph! Technocracy!" Corpse, a joint operation between Culifoth and skeletons against morgue and cemeteries, gave the essential materials. With one kick, he kept several Russian and Saurian bands away while devouring 4 armies pocketed between his powerful arms. After the technocrats left the Ural Mountains, he realized that he could no longer develop his artistic talent, because they would kill him first. He wondered if that miserable fellow would be able to possess an intelligence potential sufficient to justify his hasty suspicion. I bow before his epic, despite all my metaphysical reservations and his comforts, the same ones that the Monitor accuses him of, a classical army. So you can see that 45 divisions are not enough. Yes, but you don't count the factor of surprise and fighting spirit. Divinities. The power of the gods always depends on the thanks of human creatures. I don't know very well why it is like this. Other, by my vulvasia, you penetrate, and my arid matrix, matris druides filled with your mere dicida metaphysica. The State Political Administration? The People's Internal Affairs Commission, 21, oh, now it's called the KGB. Careless as a beast, you have mixed or accidentally sprayed the dessert with a highly bitter substance. And you still stay so calm. Himself, well done, well done. Now no one will be able to stand in the way of my celestial vendettas. The anti-being is with me. Date palms, drinking water, cool spring. Their analyst was more powerful. Another way of seeing a French triangle. Finally, you and all your soldiers proceed to urinate and defecate on them until the amount of feces buries them, asphyxiating them. Then he took it off with a hysterical moan and turned tail. Her scream mingled with the screams of her companions. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he followed in prose, so to speak, picking up the incendiary discourse at the beginning. The engineer's assistant, ironically, "You're welcome." That seems to be in Spanish and possibly other languages as well. At the party convention for the re-election of the polycratic hegemony, Vice President Humphrey gave a speech. It was a grand success. He became friends with the character Issachar, who did not take long to convince him that he had to get out of the sect and become a technocrat. The definitive renouncement to an understanding is highly reprehensible, because it closes the cycle and prevents the possibility of growing. Look, at this moment there is taking place all over the planet a thing called the Football World Championship. The above congestion. There is a lateral path with small fields that borders it on the right of the city, but a small detour must be taken. Destruction of the infamous Bolshevik system. Never has a task been so dire. Never has such huge work been done. He replied with coldness. I don't know which command took over the procedure. I'm fully aware. But you work it secret, and you're going to find out. Something, however, stopped him. The spectacle of Mr. CRK making corks out of earth and volcanic ashes at full speed. Soriator, with taunts, assured that they were absurd. Look at that. Did you want to tell me what he meant by that phrase? It was amazing at all this tremendous effort. One was stunned by such a fantastic display of energy put into something seemingly useless. Propagating the fire to the last phalange, small explosions burst the plastic by sectors, like tiny volcanoes in eruption. The fate, the death chant, the Valkyrie, curse, 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 curse. death song, Tristan and Isolde. The Exarchate estate, including its capital, measured 2 kilometers wide by 6 long, 12 km2. After all, what difference does it make to be intimate with Nekrasov? The Soviet premier, all he needs is to become a communist. The monitoria I run has extended the life of the technocracy. A few key men in Campo de Marte have done it all. I already know the kind of ideas people like him have in recent times, but what crazy people they are, and what traitors they are. But Caesar. The fight gave time to the technocratic army to be able to come monitor. In a discreet ceremony, made him render military honors. They moved in circles, pressed down by strange, undetectable vices, around areas that had never caused problems. This time things go wrong for him. Not well it insinuates that he is crushed by the verses of another theme, reserved for the final battle, palate. Once it has been ensured that closure is impossible, small bricks the size of a tooth are slowly filling the entrance. Character Laiseca, absolutely impressed, buzzed along with the others lest he break a heart. Even seemed the most energetic and vociferous. To stare into space. No, you're wrong. They don't have as much right to live as you do. Don't try to save them out of kindness. I keep the previous red and warm yellow, but add a brighter orange. I sustain the 3 colors that make them ring out with sharp orange. Above, lying on their stomachs on the rack, they placed the punished women so that their breasts passed through the holes and hung below. Then he lay down to take a nap, with the intention of going in the afternoon, when they reopened the shops, in the most expensive tailor's shop. And parasitic thoughts disappeared for a while, but they would come back, and again, and again, and again. It has an ideogram of air, resembling an organ when heated from its fireside. Nuping, Cendinasti. These men did not belong to the magical section of the double E. They were assimilates of the strictly physical police part of the organization. Of the moment he had not been able to grasp, she did not have sex, or rather, it was sealed with a double virginity. The price could not prevent it, but on the other hand, his moral duty was to weigh the mattress before its sale. But where would he get a scale from? But the judge was implacable. He said that no one has the right to take justice into their own hands. They gave him a life sentence. Flames. We know that one day he will not be able to resist torture and jump out of his eyes and pierce his eardrums. Gordon, I wouldn't have been surprised at all. It has already been said that the technocratic troops were well equipped to withstand the Russian winter. It's like a huge swan that will overwhelm with its ensembles. The monitor smiled under his moustache and said gently, "Really? What luck?" Because of their excitement, and above all due to the legendary stupidity that characterizes them, those devilish entities had fallen into a trap. As I have already told you once, if the gods are destroyed, what kind of love can there be? Let the man not deceive himself. Flank maneuvers, envelopments, counterattacks, and step-back retreats. There went some wise men of long beards. Too well he knew these support deployments would alert Tchaikovsky to the fact that he lacked troops, but there was nothing more for him to do. Thus he will pass into the pantheon of our heroes. He's already dead. It doesn't matter whether they put his name or another on the obelisk. They fit so naturally that nobody will be able to notice the slightest crack or incoherence. He created a magnificent temple. His accuracy in choosing the most notable orchestral fragments allows to know the plot entirely. There are gaps, but they are scarce. I expected everything but this, thought Kratos of the languages. Filled with admiration, I knew he was strong, but not so much. My dead legions will march again, like cohorts of the gods' lairs, and their spirits will form a shield to cover our eternal city. To unmask the traitors, since they did not yet know the names of all the conspirators, there was no better way to simulate the success of the attempt. There stood a blood oath between them. The other was neither his favorite nor his confidant. In fact, he wasn't even a homosexual. It had all of the power of conviction. Monitor understood 2 things. First, that the other guy was extremely angry. His fears began to have justification when the great samurai remained silent, like an angry statue that walks through the hanging garden. By the way, I saw grey things with tails emerge from the holes leading to the basement heater. They could have been mice or baby bats. That's why I sent him the letter as an attempt at breaking up. But I couldn't do it. It was totally impossible for me to sponsor or adopt him. If the other tried to ask what incident he was talking about, The lawyer would pretend to make an effort to disguise his extra strange and the other's ignorance. They followed exactly as they appeared, but with burned souls, so no one noticed, except those interested. The fingers of the chamberlain curved like hooks, rising towards the throat of the other, but not leaving the body of their place due to paralysis. Members or collaborators and activists in the union 35, Irina Morozov, was a senior trade union official. The weapons, machines, and equipment hidden in the cave would not be used, even if they were needed at any given moment. They were the future. Don't give me such scares again. So seeing him so scared, he devised the joke that is related without thinking about the consequences. Please you? Congratulations. The volume contained the 100 cantos of songs from the expedition of Soria. He had been investigated astrally, like all authentic or apocryphal members of the organization, to prevent a Russian or Soria infiltration. Then I fixed my gaze on the guru, and with my hand I built a protective visor of left ear and eye. I waited. Not well seeing him, character Issacus made him go, and taking him to the cellar, he said the following: "I will take my zombies out for a walk." After the explosion, they turned completely black, as if we had fallen again into the darkest night. Afterwards we learned why. Great Wall of China, and why he must live to kill. The iron ligustras of the Chinese labyrinth from which he cannot escape. But it didn't matter to him. He decided to forgive his negligence and luxuries in consideration of the merit of having said so before. For many years, the Caliphate of Cordova had been under siege by guerrillas, supported and armed by the Protelius. A Soviet soldier is caught in mid-run. Rigid, with a crystalline appearance, he is covered with thousands of bright points. Whereabouts were unknown. Well knew character that the type of operational behind was the hand of the very IEE. But suddenly noises and whispers began to be heard. From Galva saw shapes in the sky and things that moved on the white sand. Tree to another, parallel to the ground, and at different heights, until they reached the site where the roof with its dome would have to be closed. Nibelungs, goblins miners in the depths of the earth and mountains, forcing them to collect for him a fabulous treasure. After the flames have transformed him into ashes, the Rhine maidens will rescue the ring and return it to the river from which it came. The instant decoration against the artificial aurora of the Northoff, a brain exploding, was added to a red of high furnace. He starts the engines and sets off in the vehicle from its orbit. Speed up, the metal squeals. The stars move, leave behind. There was a lack of decision and integrity. Those officers shouldn't have surrendered in Samarkand. Well, but that's not the point. By the way, the dervish suffered a deplorable premature impalement due to a short whip that the exarch sent him 2 months later. Do you see? Again the theme of the punished lover. He doesn't even forgive him for sinning without wanting to, like in Parsifal. Augiastus. Despite the gloomy prognosis for war, champagne flowed like a river, as if it were cheaper than pond water. It was the blueprints, in full color, of an armored hunter of 10,000 tons and 313 meters tall. I, too, am a fanatic. Eusebio Aristarco had the urge to answer him, already annoyed and contradictory as always. Authentic soldier's attitude, answered laconic, and without fussing. To the barricades, to defend a sector of the front. By the way, it was quite surprising that, with the enemy about to surround the city, people were going around like they were going to a costume party. Then he continues to do his thing, but in a visible way. The bombs, as they fall, whistle their sharps like fast quarter notes. He graduated his praise, so it didn't sound excessive and absurd. They are rich. I don't understand how he managed to make them. Total, in the grassroots organizations of companies or institutions, there are more than 23 million activists. And the concentration camp. But he had to go back over the path for the last time. He entered the room. The Solias had gone to the movies. Did you think of my idea, as a birthday gift, to fill your pockets with death sentences in your favor? And smiled brightly. Longer tolerate it, and at that moment lived like an epileptic aura. A kind of frustrated attack from the greater evil. His assistant, passing by, told him, with some malice, but apparently without ill will, Kaminsky, the autocrat of space. We can do the same with his generals, and even his own friends, so they betray him. Many will resist, of course, but not all are strong. And gave him a house, put money in the bank for him, people to take care of him, and more. The old man was surprised and delighted. Then, on the signal, the sudden injection would produce a magnificent symphonic blast. Indeed they did. Behind the artificial fruit there would be a sprayer with 2 pipes, which, when cut off, would spurt out blood with some pressure. An important victory is to understand others. This I extract from the Book of Changes. You arrive abruptly with fire and death. What got you nervous when I appeared? And how am I not going to get nervous? I was so calm. I just started getting to know the place, and I like it. It is an indispensable need for anyone who has set as his goal in human relationships absolute stability and control. I lit a rotation of 24 black candles, and 1 red in the center. I drew on the floor the Vevey of Baron Samedi and called him. The tragedy of man in search of a solution, and to become more humanized. Just the opposite from how most people proceed. The commander explained to them, "This is a saint, leader of the mummification sect, punished for an anti-Mozart declaration. Maria de Huerta, because this would have separated him too much from the main group of armies that Ladrido von Malzahn commanded." The narrator, which they would not miss, very close to the group, a grunt issued with great joy by who knows who was heard. Pedro Monitor, the cruelly terrible, exploded, "F the future of flying weapons, because the world is ending." They could not imagine how this miraculous plant in life managed to withstand the wind, since lack of proportion seemed extravagant. With chalk they drew on it the outline of the blade of a sword. Using a short saw, they cut into the chalk drawing. Sword to the enemy again. This imprudence will be fatal, as we'll see. The hero sets out in search of new heroic feats. Certain almost imperceptible details in the design of the monitorials were little by little deciding the battle in their favor. Commander Gaston joins his skeletal forces to the fight, trying to separate them and striving to reconcile the irreconcilable. The barbarians retreated in confusion to secure positions, after losing half their forces, while the Roman legion continued to advance. His will and capacity of resistance, depleted, made him no longer give his all. This increased the chances of new defeats. A laser. Eventually we can build extremely complicated machines, but sometimes it's easier to use the old method. Please, leave him without energy for a while, until this is over at least. The machine, unimpressed, tried to continue. But if, on the contrary, he showed his true identity, he would have to face a whole number of questions and wearisome inquiries. Not out of nihilism, I assure you, nor out of omnipotence, but because I know too well that only the chicks will watch it after us. 36. The conference that Irina delivers is a small Frankenstein of texts extracted from various sources. I would never tell it to the Chamberlain, because as soon as the latter found out about the rebellion, he would get all the credit, and nothing would be given to him. The latter, before reaching the supreme point of splendor, the total palette of suffering, takes 7,000 years. Then Mago III intervened, who had been silent up to that moment. "May I speak? Now I would like to give my opinion, if you let me. Can you imagine, then, that she had an enlargement which filled an entire wall in her home of the Big Toe on kratos of gymnastics and labor? About 3 minutes with great effort that made the performers sweat. They tried to make the instruments sound like a furiously bubbling organ pipe. One thing was for sure. Everything had to be left spotless, as if it were new when they gave permission for exhumations of Tofi. It is understood that me all these questions I do not give a fuck. For a union member, the only sacred thing is the union." He called everyone responsible for that unnecessary expense, including Kratos, as he was prepared to be absolutely ruthless. He flew into a rage. "The price! The price! They have the price they should have, and even so I sell them for a song." Very close to victory, the vibration of a cannon shot destroyed the unstable balance that held a heavy fragment of Manipstry. I ignore, moreover, the reasons that the enemy has had for not yet taking Montegudo of the Vicarias and stay. At the sergeant's back there was a laugh and a movement of plastic clothes. Now everyone had realized, even the sergeant. A little further on, the woman crumpled with pain and let out a cry. Monitor carried on playing for another hour. There was the tick-in charge, who handled a Pertigar behind the scenes to take things out of the stage and put them without being seen. Contaminated him at that time. The fat one pretended to drink. They no longer caught him. Siegfried's memory is immediately restored. When the technocrats understood the trick, they got to grind all the city's chimneys. There might or might not be Soviets in them, out of precaution. That was a real sexual rebel uprising. The schemers did not give up their insolent eroticism, a real military coup. The industrial and technological processes would be lost if they lost Protonia in the east and Protelia in the northwest. The conspirators of Paesium, a part of the military branch, met in their headquarters. It was necessary to issue the proclamation immediately. But after the victory, you'll visit him at the level of a ruler from a friendly country, and then, the monitor grumbled, it's not so simple. Weakened over a fog-enveloped earth. But next year, an interminable spring will come after crossing the deep river. He expected to find everyone with sour faces. On the other hand, Kundry told dirty stories that were loudly celebrated by the crowd. He would kill her with a gold sword. Instead, he did not decide to destroy his mandrill. He vacillated without making a decision. Pause. May I sit down, Laiseca? In a low voice and full of hate. Yes, sit down. Solias sits down. Only then would its author truly purify himself, because that would be proof that he learned the harsh lesson. Red curtains then entered a long corridor filled with Japanese armor and bronze eagles on standards with flags. One of the fools of the gym and work monitorial who proposed me something like the creation of unions. In any case, I've already forgotten it. From the university had come out marked by one of the most classic ticks of humanism, the total absence of humanity. The state leader loved those men, as mentioned above, since he claimed that the vagrants were magical animals, protectors of the technocracy. At last, there remained only the crystallized wooden rectangle and the glasses, which in due course were expelled from the sacred community. She doesn't. Ah, my dear, you should have thought of that before wasting the money you've hidden. Until when are you going to pack me up? Sure. They broke the glasses, scratched the tombstones, left the roofs of the mausoleums full of garbage, played women with cards, etc. And my 2 children decently. And do you want to give me another that by me maintained has to be, for this don't tremble. Monk, narrator, and actors bowed to greet the audience, which was made up of about 20 people, men, women, and zombies. Fortechon saw a multitude of star-something that hadn't happened to him since he fell out of a tree in his childhood, and he passed out. Now comes the fresh one. At a sign from the priestess, the giant approached. A single horrifying howl. All was over. Otherwise, the Saurian army was not a laughing matter. It consisted of disciplined and seasoned soldiers, ready to fight to the end. We do not know whether by the reproach of that master, or because the apocalyptic beasts turned out to be a disappointment from a financial point of view. In quality. Enraged. So you're saying none of my ideas are good? I'm not saying that any of your ideas are good. Seems sincere. The monitor observed all this while shaking with laughter in the corner, while 2 bacchants were tending to him. Mime remained alone, renouncing the task that awaited him, when suddenly he entered El Caminante's cave. At the moment of between those intended for monitoria, they managed to reach their perimeter a total of about 10 flying weapons daily. With how much reason had the bearded man said that the belligerence between Soria and the technocracy was much like a civil war. As for plastics we were short, we were forced to give iron almost the same importance as it used to have. Paradoxes of war. On the other hand, the situation on the Eastern Front is crystal clear to me. Von Malzahn, we must hold Kiev at all costs. Everything was said, and assuming the conspiracy was just a matter of time. Hours later they were planning the steps to be taken. However, his sacrifice did not serve for anything. The first tourist who visited his pyramid threw at him an ignited match. Monitor, from the heights, was looking at his people. Triumphal technocracia, Monitor. Triumphal techno. Aldin's lamp rained down, as a cornucopia that spilled its hidden reserves, colors and sounds, without ceasing. In a movie theater, this would have made the audience shiver, convinced that something was wrong in the machine room. Then it could be seen that it was intentional, justification psychiatric, dreamlike, or mystical for that verbal vertigo, and that hallucinatory vision of reality. Tons at the butcher's. His intestines came out of his anus. He vomited blood. In short, he exploded. Reader's letter. Very well, then. I understand if I tell you that in art one must be classical, but at the same time futuristic, innovative. The worst he did to them was to pluck out their testicles with tweezers, but while the clowns were wiped out forever, The Union survived. Oh, let's go. Chapter 20. The audiencias that morning, the monitor woke up with an unpleasant feeling. What is that hair-filled horror with a single eye perched on the monitor's shoulder? Baker looked and saw nothing. If you change it for me, I'll give you 5,000. I have 100,000 sororitas in my hand, and I haven't eaten in 2 days. Slight circumstantial evidence consists of a mere rumor, such as something that someone believes they have heard from another, etc. He began the invocation in a very quick and simplified fashion, because they were already very near to the 20 minutes having elapsed. Gods themselves. The Parthenon, the Temple of Luxor, the obelisks of iron weighing 200 tons in Ephesus. Those pigs have ruined not only my organ, but also my octagon. And now I have to forgive them. Why? Why? At that time it was surrounded by a carpet at least 10 centimeters high, which from all sides advanced towards the center. Joyful as a young bull, that goldsmith surpasses Benvenuto Cellini working with his jeweled punch. He was still furious with himself for losing control, and was concealing his fear by inviting him to continue. Well, what now? Then he enlarged the hole by breaking pieces of the wall and came out. All the guards in the prison got on alert because of the infernal noise. People aren't to blame if the Dionysian cults have led humanity to such an extent that the only way to turn on the playful spirit is in that. We will say in his defense that N.J. Dinshin would have done the same to him if he had had the opportunity. It's a matter of petty things. Since he had 2 huge flaccid breasts, when he tilted his body, they would fatten around the nipples, thinning until the incredible at the base. It's sort of a magic meal, a ritual, a grand party full of people that sometimes do Masonic ceremonies. Feather hats were made from pheasant, ostrich, hen, rooster, duck, turkey, and even cock or pyrintia. The god, with great tenderness, lays out the unconscious body of Brunhilde on the moss and covers it with his shield. The flesh wrap is an added feature that enables life, but it was not essential in a robot only meant for combat. Gods, that they don't catch those tits. If only we had something to defend ourselves with. Can't one of these laser cannons be repaired? But there are other reasons, more nebulous and subconscious, for Creto's Fernando Almagro's appreciation of Soriata. But something very rare happened to him. The sonata hadn't gotten to the halfway point when he repented and took off the record. Then having them on all day, the insignificant losses we inflict on the enemy with this system do not justify it. That country has the largest copper mines in the world. We have, among others, the Goria deposits, which are considerable, replied the monitor. Out of the 70 jesters he had under his command, Kalon, a 1.5 meter dwarf, pulled out the management team. Both packs were difficult to tolerate. Only the authority of Sorita prevented them from attacking with bites and scratches. Unable to stop him, they saw the old man leap onto the armored hunter with the bottle raised high and the plug burning. I don't know if it's true, but the old books of occultism tell that scissors, those common and well-known ones, have magical properties. I apologize. This is my last territorial demand, said the monitor, keeping the Yurisbetia map in his pocket. The result was that each one went back to his house without having solved anything, and the jungle remained impenetrable. I can't put them in jail as little ones who fired the rocket, but these ones will definitely suffer. In the torturous chamber, no, were all moved by boat and train to Poland, where they were cast into the Vistula, for which there was an agreement with this last country. For the Soriator, the people are his private property, not a huge and unique responsibility divided among millions. Soria's flutter in their progression interrupted the song and asked, "Why? Is Heka character explained?" And the fingerprint investigation revealed that they had desperately tried to erase their fingerprints. Fortunately, they hadn't succeeded. The Battle of the Coral Sea. This made them go crazy. Issachus' character was one of the most disobedient and rebellious. On the contrary, face to face I attack you, said the Knight of the Roaring Star, and he violently collided with the first of the giants. Dr. Simon Gideon Gallion Issachar was also the one who made the government declare human excrement as a national interest. I took it out, put the chopped onion on top, and put it back in. I continued. Woman, the technocrat, didn't kill herself. For days, the defeated Sorias marched by foot along the crowded roads of technocrat vehicles that were heading in the opposite direction. After a long silence in the bivouac, contemplating the distant spectacle, the soldiers seemed to regain consciousness of their group again. The whole immense body, equal to this in the constructions of the double E, was covered with lead to prevent magical espionage. Narrator. And Jesus came near and spoke to them, saying, Give unto me all power in heaven and earth. The first task was to clear a path to allow the arrival of the freight trucks, and to clear an area to be used as a storage yard. It was not possible to find gauze of such magnitude as needed. Thus she was replaced by a mesh of green peas. Both he and Wotton have fallen under the power of the dwarf's curse. Siegfried arrives at the rock of the Valkyrie. Golden seemed the fruit if, once Basconia was conquered, it would be a matter of a minute to destroy the Exatius state. Blisters, black circles, knots. In spite of even though the wounds are healing, getting better, becoming whole again. At first, I hated him, out of pure jealousy, since the other showed unexpected and superhuman competence in many fields. With that 200-kiloton nuclear warhead, you could sweep Soria away in an instant. It may be, he said sternly. The war will be won by whoever has the hardest heart. But the main reason is this. Soroteo wrote his poem with tricks. He had enough to see that the other was not in his senses. You're pale, said the bearded man in his first phrase, trying to get the better of me. I would have thought that they were usually wrapped up in Byzantine squabbles over whether or not poems should be accompanied by the sound of a lute. Been reconstituted until adopting the characteristics of a golem. Some parts of this object seemed like a kind of coffee ring, rare. His knee on the ground, and started drawing a map on the floor dust. Monitor, very interested, also knelt down. We shall shut our eyes to such extreme and unjustified largesse, considering it a trivial sin or light vice. Disciples and them they subjected a relentless persecution throughout the world, resulting in almost exterminating them. As they arrived at their destination, the best breasts from the dead women were cut off and sent to join the private collection of the Monitor. If you don't have a war on time, you'll have another off-time war and a horrible peace. These are reasons for biological survival. But the other man noticed in the act, whenever one of the components was bad and bought others, even if he had to pay for them from his own pocket. The system was practiced on certain mental illnesses, which fell under the ambiguous designation of schizophrenia paranoia. However, as a reward for their persistence, sometimes they broke through the blockade and managed to do some investigations. The ideas of this artist could only be carried out by an extravagant assortment of instruments, by a gigantic orchestration. The long arm of the Soriator would even reach the technocrat concentration camp, at whatever cost, and yes, without making mistakes. There will always be coup scammers or farm cheats unless we are able to transform people through a long and arduous process. Arms. We go to the US to hunt Sorias, already victorious. We scrupulously keep the promise. The groups that until now were inactive will consider the triumph of the victim as a personal challenge, an exciting hunt. The crackle of a match is heard when the Soriator lights a cigarette. With cold anger repressed, he continues, saying, Comrades. Little paper figures. Each one of these represents a soldier Soria, a Russian, or any Chichi that we wish to destroy. Right to take it as a precedent, said once a musician, full of annoyance and resentment. That wasn't entirely fair, I'm afraid. Thus, soon they obtained an impressive staircase, which was not so bad, reaching in its upper part to one of the sides of the rhombus. Erda tells him that he constantly has by his side the wise Brunhilde, the Valkyrie, daughter of both. From a cement blockhouse, and through a pirate telescope, Commander Gaston observes them execute tactical maneuvers. The capital and 72,000 in the countryside, rain or snow, these three figures could neither decrease nor increase. I'm going crazy. There's nothing like impotence and defeat to end up with a sock on your head, he muttered furiously to himself. Change? There are no signs of enemy aircraft activity. There are just some rockets exploding against our protective screen. Forgive me. I thought I saw soldiers. Now I see they are civilians. Pass. The generals continued on their way until, shortly afterwards, some little cannons started to be sold to the public, operated by a computer which shot plastic foam. Cemetery house with the help of personage Laiseca. Therefore, he possessed no knowledge in the classic esoteric field. He landed a kick on the ground with one foot and hit Juan Carlitos in the liver with the other, trying to jam it into his liver. Too short. Chapter 3. In the telephone club, however, if you wanted to know the ins and outs of things, you had to keep your distance. Resting near. Don't you think this is very suggestive, dear bud? But the other grumbled, claiming that title was not serious. Escalation of the arms race. If we ever have to take on the Russian power seriously, we will want to hold our heads. I give my own popcorn to Liv, Tide, which I have them buy in the market. He especially likes them this way, defenceless. When this last piercing took place, the victim usually died, or rather he would fall into a deep coma so as never to wake up again. To personage Laiseca, this question had the effect of a railway beam that Wagner would have made sound inside his skull with a hammer. Defender of the poor, Soria is about to avenge him. To you, degenerate criminals, you will be punished. Who, through me, wishes to convey his continuously enlightening word of sulphuric acid in flames. We have to cut off his breasts. Chacon was a man who had spent 10 years between jail and the lunatic asylum. Ich mir nicht gefallen. I won't stand for it, and she loosened his legs. Mach zu, hurry up. He didn't have time to say it twice. However, I was more afraid of the Soriator than the camp. I knew perfectly well that Super wouldn't forgive such an important mistake. The assistant, a bit chubby but careful, because the other one was the boss's friend, all taken immediately to the island. Echo. Since there really wasn't anything that could be trusted to the big guy because of his madness, Keitel added him to his stable of clowns. If that day they almost managed to destroy him, it was precisely because he trusted too much and did not put his machines in motion. The Gordian knot has inescapable ends. For this reason, the only way to cut it is with the sword of forgiveness. Suddenly, a doubt. What shield do you defend, Dignissimo? We'll find out as we go along. And don't forget about Kratos. What Santo-Torion couldn't make sense of, due to his stupidity, was not that the question wasn't important, but the answer. Do you think they'll be able to conquer a country like the USSR, if they can't even occupy Soria, which is smaller? But it's not your fault. This little cow with her cowboys was a big, disgusting old woman, my sergeant, with large, stinky masses, flippantly putrefied. Unfortunately, the eye of the newly formed hurricane Cecella was much smaller than expected, 20 meters in diameter. The narrator returns, with his tone, an Espiritu Santo and Wesu Baye. Share it. If we don't do things right, instead of saving money, we will have caused a friction mismatch with unpredictable consequences. In the last battle, everyone must fight until they die or triumph. Until victory, for the principle of principles. Suddenly, a terrible storm broke out. Huge amounts of snow began to fall in parts of Russia, unseen anywhere else. He also understood how to use new weapons, and showed his ability to hold the population and boost morale in the face of defeats. After burning the candles, we would make 200 or 300 Russians, selected according to our sympathies, eat the cake, all of it. Such a bombing would only have achieved its goal of paralyzing us if they had carried it out overnight in a crushing and terrifying manner. If they know that in that case we will have to leave it to not be cut in two, we'll go alone, so don't let go of the lock on the Douro, because here it found shelter, a place, and reason to exist for all that is beautiful, rare, exotic, and different. Monitor of the languages made a false I-Ching to entertain people and make them believe in the possibility of victory. It could not arise with its traditional colors. The brains, forced to accept the unacceptable, misidentified things. Grotesque and bloated with hate, he made his way to the trousers, which were lying near the table on one of the two only chairs in the room. However, it was getting narrower as I went up until, when it ended in the balcony, its width was only a few meters. But not even the Soria were able to enter. To say that no Soria enters something is like to say that Antiser himself was defeated. To Siberia, it said a monitor, with relief, yes, I'm sure I can trust you, because I cannot fathom betrayal. Product was moved with great ceremony to the chamber of the sealed mating, for royal feces could not be deposited in a common place. Won't you collaborate with your power in the energy cone we are forming to break the block? Asked other mages. No, but why? You are the branch of the forest, the freshly ploughed field, the illusion of combat, iron poetry, and the coal fire. This was evident in both the divine rites and the orgies he would organize with his lustful priestesses and blasphemous dervishes. How is it possible that in this delirium So many tons of wood have been spent, which are necessary for industry. Our sequoias. His voice was chirpy, and he put emphasis on strange. I saw 3 triumphant kings, 3 terrible kings. That very night, a horrible gang composed of 14 women affiliated with the single union of Queen Safa broke in. It resulted that the hierarch was kicked out and fell into disgrace, so he had to flee, chased by the IEEs, been because of him. The influencer replaced the words from this fragment with numbers representing the number of letters in each word. They talked about colourful battles in the sky, butterflies gathered in regiments, divisions, and large combat units. Remember that we raised him from a little chick. We ourselves taught him the 3,000 bad words and blasphemies he knows. Nonetheless, if he has not received the opposite order, the golem will continue to defend the ruins unperturbed. I was going to call his government the unfortunate Arabia of communism. I didn't do it, since it would have been unfair for what followed. Recondito patibulario Laiseca. My monitor, the situation of Combat Unit B, is as follows. I was very puzzled by this inexplicable need to erect a little house beyond the impossible concavity of the Byzantine mare's nail. They were perfect and quiet, resembling those frictionless machines of the robotic mythology that never fail. That huge mass had been piled and superimposed in 14 floors of stacked and jumbled plants. At first he was irritated by CRK, who at all costs wanted to talk to him. Distracted, he nodded occasionally. They will make Siegfried hopelessly fall in love with Guthrum by means of a magical potion that they will force him to drink. Evtushenko III and Ive, armoured hunters, and 60% of the old models, I and II. But even then they refused to surrender, not even with all that supernatural and fantastic aggression proper of a fairy tale. They listened to him very seriously, looked at his plans carefully, and invited him with coffee. They spent hours discussing the project. A single exarch was sufficiently manipulated to put the climax himself. He was called Kyanophallasis. According to him, if he hit on the exact Kabbalist combination of letters, he would be able to destroy the technocratic army. In fact, the Catalan army was the strongest and best armed of the zone. Only Goria or Solias troops could have defeated him. Please forgive me. It's understandable. We are all under pressure. In third place, I must inform you that I had the same idea. If they can marvel, so can I. It is just my will, but also the pain is unprotected, there in front of me. He then returned to contemplating the spectacle and replied, "Don't even think about repeating it in front of the monitor. Of course not," he said. At last they managed to get out of that volcano. Then came other trials, equal or similar, and they arrived at the courtyard of the barracks. The actions of these swindlers aren't exempt from militarism. A military fervor Saurian, naturally, or Russian, with such a loud noise, so peculiar in its energy, all man's centers are shaken, including his sexual centers. Been achieved. I want a scene in dazzling green and yellow, like in Van Gogh's paintings, mainly reddish-yellow. First of all, and in order not to create difficulties until a convenient age, she'll have to pretend she doesn't understand the language. The problem was that, for reasons of too long rituals to consider, I could only use a toothbrush. It took me a very long time. So there were small idle circles of Chinese, black and white people who, in parts, talked animatedly. He tried to ironic the heterogeneous dress of others. How? Are policemen not wearing fungi hats and black uniforms? Well, this is it. Because not is not a reason. On the contrary. That's what they used to tell me when I was a kid. Hand on the hip, etc. It had been 2 months since the circus was camped in the suburbs of what would later be Monitoria. Cecilia's skin is made of grapefruit and orange peels, bananas and paper technocracy, taken from the tree of all quinine. With the passage of the years, everything became more informal, direct, and vulgarisms emerged in language. Condescending tone, as one would use to talk to a general progressive paraplegic. I am not surprised at all that you don't get it. The Cadi found himself in this form, happily trilling his recollections about his travelling and magical carpet, when all of a sudden the criminal appears in search of the ring, which Siegfried still wears on his finger. Hagen and Gunther fight violently for its possession. Many soldiers died in their shelters, crushed by those fantastic great masses, and they were mirrors. There was no doubt about that. Not me, because I'm good. Why are you always looking at our breasts, if you're so good? Ah, to know what is going on. He didn't answer, despite the respect with which it was written. According to what I found out later, he only inspired a smile in him. The life of each delusional is a sort of little epic, a saga composed of hundreds of thousands of sagas, the homeland. It is advisable to be prepared here. The cement, as we have today, is completely useless against laser cannons. He knew that energy screens that protected armored hunters, whatever type they were, represented for them a tremendous expense. Now they'll kill us with radiation, the last mad wise man replied carelessly. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Barbudo, Arista, can I ask you a question? You were on the terrace watching the movie, right? What did you go down for? These ingenuity, of whose existence one found out even from a distance, were planned in this way for psychological reasons. He can do so by curiousness, as a person interested in the study of our religion. We know that the head of state has a movie hobby. The other left shaking. Monitor, on the other hand, encouraged the visitor to eat. How are you? Asked the statesman. Content as he could be, with the 400 million in his pocket, he entered a restaurant, inhibited for lucidity due to hunger, saw, through the mentioned half-open door, at the back of the other room, a large oblong object covered with a black cloth, height of 10 meters, with their annoying embalmed occupants, to an artificial underground lake, and much more. And uses of 20 snails at least. If they want to get married, 100, and if they go as tourists abroad, 1,000. Who eats my flesh and drinks my blood as eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. Lati tibii Christi. It was erected according to the design of the composer himself, for only he could have known the full range of his dramatic needs. Perhaps I may be told, his prediction, that each repression prepares the one that comes after, is fulfilled. It will finally be concluded that his icon Hinchazon was a pure and simple Andaluzada, que tanto fregar. The monk guessed at once what kind of beings those were, and who among the onlookers had sent them. Curiously enough, he didn't get angry. And they were Chinese, by the way, with all the racial characteristics of other Chinese. Only these ones were white. He prophesied the nearness of war between technocracy, Sorica, and Russia, with temporary and biological weapons. Grass. At this the colonel could bear it no longer. Going from words to actions, he performed a castration mudra, and they were in Ramadan, as I said, with the moon in full growth. The Cadi walked through the alleyways of Baghdad. Some noise was reflected, so the sound engineers had to make an acoustic estimate in order to enhance the power of the hall. In the fire, the firefighters acted in a heroic yet futile manner. It was impossible to extinguish it without water. They opted to exit their cabinets in a rush, trying to put one foot before the other by way of the very simple means of running in their underwear. Despite everything, and what was said above, we were able to stabilize the lines of the front and avoided a collapse. I am talking about the creative dream that at the same time becomes ethical, aesthetic, mystical, and practical. Trust me, it cost me a lot to dismantle them one by one. I did it myself, so you should definitely believe me. He never visited this latter, which was located in the basement. Far beneath the building, its entrances sealed by security barriers. Such novelties, combined with the despair with which they fought, enabled them to resist for longer than anyone could have imagined. Plagues, droughts, earthquakes, floods, or any other of the frequent disasters in China had occurred. But he stumbled upon a serious difficulty. Apparently, the other one did not take notice of him, except as a colleague and protégé. And that's enough. I always laugh at comic strips with invasions from other worlds. Mars attacks Earth. Leave me alone. I'm not going to go see him in Chile. Why not? You don't want to see the Chilean, because of his brother. He hates Chileans. Members of a Soria platoon coming from the excellent provincial assembly, who had crossed the border by mistake, confused due to the fog, arrived at Kratos Enrique Catel in person. Kratos attempted to read the shot, the aforementioned poem. The monitor, he stammered. This son of a bitch made the illusion mudra on me. This thought came filled with hate. Is it facilities every day? Just a moment. Why do they always throw it at us? Landru with resignation. Well? And we cussing ourselves out laughing. What do you think of my plan? Soria to you. Genial, genial. Abuse me, she screamed hysterical upon hearing it, the monitor thought. Another opportunity missed by Soriator. He became something of an old man's mystic, poor of the one who, to his infinite misfortune, was at his mercy. When it comes to the author playing the Sphinx and jumping into the abyss, it is better for him to fall on his 4 legs like cats. Nikita Khrushchev is a good boy. I'll send him to Ukraine so he can cause some trouble. Lenin, don't forget your disciple. Atlantis sank, but one day someone will discover the ruins of its cities which now rest on the bottom of the sea. How was he going to survive without humor in a terribly hard world? Life was severe, because men had wanted it so. That's right. Every so often he slept with someone, not so much to vary as to make it easier to continue his lifestyle train, and demonstrated that he had intentions of purifying himself of his internal chichis. Besides, someone had to do it. Before a question from the caddie, who seems to be discontinuous and out of the blue, the magician replied, "Is our cannon powerful?" The thickest ones were as large as Noyelesnio's head. The aforementioned one was quite round-headed. It should be clarified. The Deputy Secretary-General did not understand why they were being given pumpkins, since, after all, they were as ugly as he was. On the other hand, the Russians were also concentrating divisions from their side and re-equipped with the most modern armaments. Through the fog and the gloom, he seemed to be able to make out the confused, perpendicular outlines of the other side of the staircase, so much so that no one wanted it, as an excuse of not being enough worthy of it, lacking the necessary modesty, etc. Or maybe in Gorky, Astrakhan, or Volgograd. Sigurinsky was another excellent officer possessed by the enemy. The Russians captured him by pure bad luck. During the evacuation, a freezing bomb fell close enough to paralyze him. There is no further use in speaking about such a thing. Seeing that they had reached the end of this matter, Kratos turned to another topic. On. He fools himself on that Colister he has married. Little less than a comedian, said Kundry. Anyone knows where she came from. But his orders were constantly worn out by one of the old men, an old grump who wanted to do everything differently. What would I not have given for the help of Campo de Marte, its central machines, and giant laboratories from the days of glory? Very different. Indeed, in that case, the Monitor would have lost the war a long time ago. It is not easy to beat a Japanese. What kind of sadism are they talking about? Ritual deaths are completely pain-free, it is proven. Another incident. When a Soria reached a high position, the Soriator would order him to urinate into a wide-mouthed jar that he would then keep. But he was such an odd person that on this occasion he swallowed him. In fact, he meditated deeply about it. The Union, the theoretical physicist Kaminsky, on the contrary, had understood it, more than anyone else in all that. He bought the book because its main character had the same last name as the master, although the resemblance ended there. But I think that the author has read, in his adolescence, too many novels of Tarzan, because once again he is jumping the gun. Chinese Dynasty, just as the Chinese finished reading the second poem, the former official was stung by ants. He built, as could be expected, a huge organ with pipes ranging from 2 meters long to 25. The Union, on the other hand, has in its hands a set of levers whose possession no one is in a position to contest it. When I rule, I'll make them my most powerful megatones. And what are you waiting for to give me superpower? Liliana. Personage never had any idea what he owed to the other, and he never even got to talk to him personally. According to him, that conflict would mean the end of the past, the collapse of time. The world would no longer have existed. Air-to-ground rockets on enemy territory, they crossed the border with Chinchin del Norte and began heading toward the capital. The language Mercy was spoken by the inhabitants of Mercia, according to the hieroglyphs of the chestnut table. Whole thing. It thus became imperative to use the much-hated ironwork, or the work would have neither future nor hope. So many officers who, while the Battle of Samarkand was developing, doubted about the convenience of falling back. As these wolves were not made in the country, they had to pay them a real fortune to the traffickers, 50 tons of bars of gold. The Caucasus was practically lost, along with the oil fields of Baku, which the technocrats had been exploiting for a long time. Each time one would disappear, it was instantly replaced by another that rose from beneath, expelling the shredded armor. He didn't give anyone the chance to infer that he didn't sleep at night and draw conclusions. He covered everything up with his charisma. Their electric generals moved ever more slowly and ram each other at any question. Then came the collapse. resistance from the point of view of cold logic, but in truth simple to understand by just keeping open the pathways of feeling. Con lo que tengo puedo preparar caramelos rusos a la Sebastopol, pero me niego. Nada de rusos. How is the situation up there? In almost all the neighborhoods, the fighting has ceased. I don't know why they're continuing the bombing. Those were strange constructions, a mix of Chinese rococo, pagoda style, and Arabic mosque with high minarets. Don't you believe in the existence of the French? Go to the trenches, to the firing line, and you'll soon see if they exist or not. If your Excellency wishes, I can begin with the immortal work of Zapiron Iseka, the Princienne. Go ahead. Soria was not at war with this country, therefore any gleeful comment would have equalled a formal declaration of hostilities. Iska, unaware, kept laughing. But those things don't exist. What come to me with witchcraft or stupidity? Both the little old man who received him at first, as the type with the camel's smile, after marking his controls, put him in B. That chromatism varied from the hue of dawn to that of twilight, with triumphant tufts in spite of their defeat. It is essential for us to understand that everything related to old concepts of power and authority has changed. However, I believe they want to propose something to you, a super symposium, or something equivalent. So he set out to study the dynamic forces and energy equilibriums which took place on the planet thanks to the birds. To this declaration, Dardunia, Dervia, Catalunya, Goria, and Protilia added themselves. Was too far forward resulted in its reversal upon other formations that came behind it, causing the bottleneck of the roads. Palace in the form of an ultraviolet scythe and an infrared hammer with a Lenin statue on top in the USSR. It was an authentic cosmic sponge, a tremendous one. Trembling, perhaps, would say Mr. Haggard, possibly. Attitudes. Aside and opposite direction, two men passed. One of them said, "Your girlfriend?" So, a rain of papers, cartons, plastic packages, and other rubbish rolled from the dwellings down to the bottom of the chimney. The Gala waited, with eyes downcast and closed and arms outstretched, for the creature that came to take him away. He also gives her the fragments of the sword. When he grows up, Siegfried must forge it again and continue his father's work. In short, what do you think about German food? Germans are primitives, beasts, if you'll allow me the expression. According to him, the question of weapon supplies was most terrifying. He thought of Monitor with an unexpected fury. However, even without his gem, that hollow seemed alive, and continued the watch of arms since it was reddened. Here the internal security Kratos didn't take it any more. Yes, I know what grace. He draws strength from his delusions. But even if it doesn't serve any purpose, I still want to tell you that I'm by your side and strong in this terrible hour. I am innocent, not because it suits you or is convenient for you to see if you buy my silence with a graceful concession. With one swift movement, bite the hand that feeds you, said Aristarcho, full of bitterness, clutching at his wound. Cables from the ceiling, while the eyes of the people stare at us, like a river, like an invincible tide. Ride around the campfire, I catch my baby with a bicycle chain. I have a little, be my ferret wife. Old bastard, how the Solias pulsate in their progression. The infinite sum of the shell tending towards zero. We need to hurry up, or something will go by without adding anything, because behind us others are waiting to add their parts. Poor animal, who knows what he might have thought? The teacher became a faggot or something like that. Help! Terrible, terrible. He stood there staring at her like an idiot. This was too much. He looked at her carefully, trying to guess why she liked him so much. Am I elegant and beautiful enough? Oh, yes, the Chinese man said. Oh, yes, the Japanese man agreed. The unknown former, after the monitorial slapdown, jumped to stardom, generating an entire new music trend. We have the sorrowful confession to make that personage Issachar put up no resistance whatsoever to their antics. You already see that I'm not that stupid. The IAA are a religion, not a profession. I don't know why I never went up any more. This is desirable since, in achieving it, and in order to achieve it, complexity and diversity are destroyed. Character, there are two women, well-dressed and beautiful, but very rare in expression, as if they were idiotized. That Kratos himself, with tears in his eyes and on his knees, had to beg them to leave so they would stop causing harm. At 25, he came out for good behavior. He went mad in jail, poor woman. Poor killer, mad old woman. He crafted a 2-meter-10 female golem, and this creature provided him with immense help in his struggle against Anticer. Go fuck yourself, old man, go fuck yourself. I wonder if I'll have to fight with the Solias and Russians as well as teaching them how to fight. Did he suppose that he had the power to penetrate the astral shields with which de Gaula and other mages blocked the monitor? From that moment on, the stone began the return journey. It started from rest, very slowly at first. But a lead sword also kills, if it is big and heavy enough. One needs strength to wield it, nothing more. They were there to be hated, that was their contract, but they didn't mind and took it philosophically, like good fat men. Erda's warning has made Wotan hesitate. The face of the god seems torn by doubts and sombre thought. Zeke Gaston had set up a winged music coming from flying and electric speakers that could run all day long. At first, they thought the technocrats would have sawed down trees for some defense. Then a storm covered them in white. You leave me no choice. Good hunting. Of course, it was a realization of wishes. The Sauriator would never send a horse of that nature. Saving energy. Kratos was very depressed, among other things because cold always made him feel bad. He is neither capable, nor does he bother to. He has no hair, not out of lack of will, but simply because it's too much. Wait a little, be patient, and you will see how the hanging garden comes down. How proud, or to shit. Just thinking about it makes my monitor of the south freeze over. Gaula couldn't help but crack a half smile. I haven't even reached the destructive perfection of red megatons. That was just Titan V, belonging to the Titan series. Is Diritek in Japanese. The mentioned one, from a telescone on the wing, knew how to hook what they gave him. Conde de la Laguna, 136, entropy, marks the wear and tear of objects in the cosmos. A shell box annoyed us. An officer took a minute of great explosive power and high dispersion and threw it out by the mouth. Asylum, which was well deserved for a long time. Suddenly he had an intuition that could very well be false. Padilla in the mid-15th century. The remains of the homage tower and part of the turrets remain. You know why I asked? One doesn't know whether to believe or not. A couple of years ago I dreamed that I was driving a boat. I'm asking because, now that you mentioned it, I remember something that they told me recently. I believe in those things, you know, preserving his words in oral form. He hated books, even his own, and had ordered that they be forbidden to write. In addition, the Barbudo has already told me that doing this is a bad thing, and moreover, I did it 8 times last week. And now you're telling me that I can't vent by getting all those bad engineers castrated? Have them rebuild everything all over again. I only came to take a look at you and take the weight of your abstraction. Silent duel carried out by the simple physical presence. He told me, well, how not? There's no problem. You go, but don't see the boy anymore. Total. You're a junkie. Fuck you. Insectivore. Please don't do this again, and listen. One night, upon returning to their nests, 10 of them were killed. Precisely. They possessed attributes that a musician would define as extra-partiturals and made them extremely interesting. Antiquado, on the inside and at its core, although he did everything in his power to make sure others didn't find out. The sergeant went on, to tell the truth, I don't think that the Japanese path is the best one for our old lady here, simply stating that their efforts should be aimed at providing the country with good air protection. I mean, since you are in that field, and because they don't talk, they'll be ruled in the worst circles, then erased as if they'd never existed. Crustacean-like firecrackers, crab cannon, and mortar lobster launcher. These with human faces. When they urinated, it was even more painful. The urine would harden like an arrow embedded in the urinary hole. He thanked the 50,000 members for their loyalty, exhorting them to continue without giving up on the golden way of the middle path. Sensual gluttons who bastardize everything. Don Juans who rob, plus value of love, collecting women. By whatever means, it will always be worse with a rollback. I well know that some welcome with good eyes a new shrinkage. But little after they recovered from the surprise, and went on the attack, as if fighting against any technocratic unit. Don't block it, but also don't kill yourself. A man can kill himself, but never out of negligent weakness. I bombard them day and night with my coal-burners, or with my stratofortunes, but in jungles, and they escape. Laiseca's character in his writing otherwise was in favor of applying the death penalty to all yogurt drinkers. The hermit crab confers, seriously deliberates with the sea crab in the courtyard of honor and in the tower of honor. Mental energy on the people. Thus the people, completely confused, did not identify him even when they spoke to them. An entire subliminal corner of his intellect remained busy all day, trying to find a solution to the mystery. Eliminate the contradiction, he would be burned alive, along with the autos of the case, and erased from the files. They will undoubtedly inquire about the reason for such an unusual appeal, given that there are simpler and more pleasant ways to do so. 200,000 teletypes operating along corridors that opened in all directions and which seemed to have no end. In this way, on your way to perfection, you will also not miss the sadistic desires that come from initial masochism. Party and the mass without party, this is taken from Lenin, an apparatus that pours masses into the active life. What was interesting was that they belonged to different authors who had written them on various dates and didn't know each other. Tempted as I am to sell it to him at $9.60, and even so, I wouldn't pay the magic price of my orgiastic pudicus. Then he recovered himself. Now this, and pointed to the beard. Me convinced that you have to know how to listen. Military attrition had produced a galloping inflation in the caliphate, which was already a poor and primitive country. They looked like two coconuts suspended from a white ceiling by two threads. He loved to strip and be on all fours. Marshals. Technocracy is a mental projection, crystal encased, and mobile sphinxes on high cables. Now, how can I say this? Those mentioned machinations or operators came to be increasingly amplified in their volumes, enough to please him. For the interludes there was a Scotsman who played an accordion in a hideous and ghastly way. After this huge disaster without exculpation, the sect fell into the biggest discredit among the officers. Look, you see, dear Aristarcho, if the Monitor had shown you the Russian production figures before the war, you would have been frightened. And so, with frankness, only by making better use of what we have, we produce 4 or 5 times as much. Regarding the love filter they drink without knowing, it only deserved a derisive comment. And of course, is a step towards the grave. Of course, and not to walk it is 2 steps towards the grave, he answered immediately. But I prefer to leave them alone. I can feel it in my bones. For some reason, I don't think these ones are going to do so well. However, curiously, many technocrats, including Monitor, doubted the existence of countries beyond the Ignorine. In one of his speeches, so they needed to be arrested and turned into sausages and analogues, for bastards, according to which all the property of this people was subject to taxes with retrospective effect until 1030. The same thing happened to Teuf, the builder's apprentice. As a joke, beware of ontic vacuums, and I warn you that in that case I would be Jewish with great joy, even if the prize were my own death. For the Soria esoterists who captured them, since it was impossible to dissuade them from their chit-chat, at least let them die elegantly. If everything was like that, in case you wish for a pack of cigarettes, you would head to a newsstand and order it. A packet of cigarettes, sir? Shit. Remember what I tell you. The other tried a painful and plaintive one, I doubt. Little old man, you have to go to a department on the 4th floor of New Patria Street. It seems there are news. The enemy could take advantage of his moments of madness or half-wits to enter into his intimacy and destroy him. Them must be anatomical perfection and beauty, and with these pieces make a sort of Frankenstein toy. If I ever didn't get involved with someone's wife, it was on that occasion. We were just friends, but he didn't understand it that way. The problem is that you're attached to those monsters. I can see that. You like them and don't know why. Only with a temple tool could one achieve this, for how can one pin down an abstraction unless by surrounding it with matter? Let us remember how interesting it is that also Sigmunder and were brothers, only they were under the sign of love. Give them a respite. This would allow for an activation in transportation, which would mix defeat with a minor victory. Far from justifying himself by saying that he was following orders, he completely assumed responsibility for his actions. Difficulty at all. The situation is extremely serious and dangerous, but it gets worse every minute that goes by. It should be just as you say, that the antiso exists and has it, because that's the only way to explain everything. When inside the Agatha things return to normal, Monitor commented, "Damn, we almost didn't tell the story." They take power once again in Saturn and attack the Earth for the second time with a more powerful fleet. According to the text, there was a country that apparently existed and which we know never existed, Spain. He intended to write a highly malevolent Nibelungen type of book and publish it in Soria under a pseudonym. When their time came, they followed the natural evolution and died without having left that false dream. Give me the other crosses. I missed because it is one who has to call the other offices, as you know very well, but Ferini insisted. R. Schumann and Fausto on the wheel, this last one, scurrilous work and very criticized. But what could be expected from a man who would start singing opera in the middle of his speeches? He had a pretty good voice, to tell the truth, lifting one of his fingers as Renzo Japontoli did in his speeches. Don't come near, for all this area belongs to me. Perspective. Here come the three maniacs, Shemp, Mo, and Larry, tranced with Fury Clown. Link with the divisions of their great fighting unit C, which at this time is trying to penetrate that district. Not even a dozen eggs of the Dynamod family could have accomplished the miracle of satisfying their spectacular appetites, I'm afraid. Don't be that the enemy discovers a way to penetrate our energy screens, because then it would really touch. Carpeta, no. But what hurts me the most is that I ignore the cause completely. I don't know what's behind this mania. Is it masochism? He was drunk, also it seemed from a first impression, and he sang happily and croaking a hymn of his own making. For this purpose, Wagner himself had to be invoked, as well as the specific recommendations of his detailed libretto. With his strange extravagance, he caused a studied and charismatic effect, which some did not hesitate to call elaborate. The enemy was concentrating near the Urals, clear proof, in his opinion, that the Soviets were preparing an offensive. Now, if he did not want to be dissected right away without fail, like all the others, he could choose something else. There, with all his deers, set up his base. It wasn't at all like the old monitorial palace. I don't share the madness of so much excess, neither here nor there. Politically, I am null, I must admit it. They got into a sector of the city where the Solias tried to introduce a wedge, using troops and armored formations. Male homosexuals with ambidextrous tendencies, if caught in sexual exchange with women, were castrated on the spot. It stands 15 meters tall. Even I dare not use it, so powerful is it. Professor pressed button 2 again. Exatlatellico. These fanatics were called rocas eruptivas, erupting rocks by the congregation. Language, shrew with pale flashes of light, in blazing enchantment by the pale flash at night. Shadows! You can leave now. The officer, very happy that he'd gotten off so easily, then retired from the ritual, clapping and saluting. He swallowed it without much care for the discourtesy of eating before the monitor, and devoured a piece, brimming with lust. So in my group, which is 10, we have to do something like the amount of pieces that come to us by the transport. First, the fiercely anti-Sovietic trend of the General Secretary, who compromised Soria's international policy. He began to write differently. As everyone knew, the jester venerated Soritator. At first, the Solias didn't notice. All this environment was empty except for a cane, thick as a thumb, that protruded several centimeters from the ground. This was the unbreakable oath that must be carried out before giving authorization for Tofi's exhumation. I dwell as a feudal lord, as a lord and master in that one, my enchanted castle, which you see there. If it's already there, they'll bring it to you. In fact, a young girl called Liliana was included in a batch. The architect smiled because, as he entered for the first time, the barn he couldn't have shown them, but he said nothing. The arrested man, eager to get out of that hell as soon as possible, tried to appease the monster with a joke. Ah! All this ad infinitum and ad absurdum, or until the machines of one side are completely annihilated. After abandoning the classroom, already completely demoralized, he dedicated himself to embalming birds. This war machine was 100 times larger than the guns the English would use centuries later against Sevastopol. The broken-down men worked day and night in shifts of 4 hours each for 8 months until they finished the job. Had always shown caution. Even the Russians themselves did not fully understand the terrifying effect of their own hunter. Him again. So then he practiced a cylindrical void in his own body, and Gaston passed through the hole cleanly. Own forces, into 10 or 14 independent units so that you always have fresh troops available. The Crotes agreed that there were two renunciations to love, different but parallel and practically simultaneous. Simply lead-lined all his installations long ago, in case one day a thermonuclear war would break out. All those cows you killed in Russia and in Soria. Cows. I'd never killed cows. Do you mind explaining it to me? Talk to me later. And he hung on, very nervous indeed, all the more so as he watched the state chief's growing fury. Then the blood started pouring on the fanatics, who were screaming Beit-Kapofe is great, or the name of their god. In case of the slightest infidelity on the part of the civil servant, the dictator's magicians would make an evil spirit enter the container, a big iron post in the no-man's land. And for hell's sake, what good could that post of iron nailed to that place serve? He started with the 3 belonging to the secret agents who remained, whom he made extract on the spot, the thinking end. The other, much longer, passing through the second pulley, connects the left testicle with the aforementioned stone. There were bars that were just closing. He returned to the pension and tried to take another nap. It was impossible, until the last one of them. On earth remained the birds and fish, mammals, plants, and other contradictory beings. He is a writer, and moreover he has already been tried in action. The character was frozen. How did the other know that he was a writer? For example, this one that is now passing you are deprived of cutting 10 balls, the following 20, etc. Kratos. They were like car and bar, but it turned out badly for him, as he had already pre-announced. The assistant shrugged his shoulders. That's a myth, my dear lord. Hitler never existed. You believe that? Tell the Negroes that we're going to give them both one and the other, because we are very good and white fools. Now that character, Laiseca wanted to take away his Liliana. He became more vengeful and bloodthirsty. Instant. A single second of delay on our part, and the plan of Soria would have been successful. It should be clarified that not all members of the cult had identical manners and culinary tastes to those recently mentioned. Kerosene, resin, and sundry articles. Only the site had to be chosen and started. Mr. Own Works. Several years ago he had dedicated himself as the inventor of the dodecaphonic cambia. From the orchestra we understand it is Wotan, with one of his costumes, something mime does not notice. Then they destroyed dozens of tanks from such shelters. They fired at the back or on the sides. You live in me, Comrade Tristan Soria. In this way, sometimes I think that your existence is redundant, as if their mystic did not order winning a theological war, but advancing a kilometre, then only a few hundred metres. Dressed in uniform and wearing the badges of command, will be inserted into the tree. Then they will cover the opening. But, and this was something that escaped his control, at times the subconscious block broke down. Yet after a month of siege, Pericate put his army of 50 jesters, without jokes or scandals, on the move. The capture of the sage by the Solias would have meant immediate death for the technocrats 3 or 4 years earlier. As my conscience does not allow me peace, feel yourself obliged to recognize that the novel can be suspended at this point. I'm not going to touch you, but you can touch and use whatever you want from ours. If you need something, ask for it. To fly my plane on a suicide attack on Cianci del Norte, to give the youth a lesson in fanaticism. Nivoso, provioso, ventoso. Let them cut my nipples off. Tick, tick, tick. Before the police delivered him to public indignation, the subject confessed the intentions of the group for the dead Murala. Proloquia, as always, took advantage of the logistical confusion of the metallized to invade them. They wanted to test him in action. All used firecrackers, something that Personage was the only one to ignore. The Oriental, like a Wright, without smiling or anything similar, carefully closed the book and took another one. Even his bosom pals and sacrilegious friends couldn't save themselves from the wrath and tempers of the despot. I'm going to turn it into a zombie. Don't be sad. I need a gardener who works in the garden of my little house on the cemetery. If I were you, and a beautiful black girl gave me the eye, I would change course in an instant. It's not true. Don't touch the decoration even by a millimetre. The same Kaiser with his holy hands put it there. The two-faced monitor. I hurry to tell you before he grabs the pen and corrects me on the novel. Baggage means impediment of troops. He had disobeyed an order, in addition. giving a bad example to the whole army with an unauthorized retreat. Against Russia had legions of cyclopean insects called termes, plus ultra bellicosus. He must have been drunk or dreaming. It was impossible for anyone, even a high wizard, to violate the security device. According to the old magician, he had needed 25 years of his life to build the stone monument that they contemplated. Sometimes they had to descend with axes to cut the huge and tough roots of the 4 giants which extended up there. It is difficult to explain why, from a given moment on, the Deputy Secretary-General could no longer laugh. Wharton interposes his magical spear so as not to let him pass, but the hero shatters it with a blow from his weapon. Mental orders came from the small computer, fed with electronic memories placed inside its armored skull. But it still has not read its book of cytoids, cytotic cells. According to Japanese Military Code 168, surrender was to be considered a disgraceful act, and Cyanophilisis, ashamed to death, had to go away as he had come, with his pants around his ankles. They were the last acquisitions for the museum, as immediately afterwards Samarkand came, and that was closed. There were not only judges from Soria, but also from Basconia, Musarania, Goria, Catalonia, etc. Attention! His minor whims must be fulfilled on the spot itself, as strange as they may be. Peace and war went through working on his own, outside of any enterprise, corporation, and even the government. The said artist, that's how we say it, owns a copious production. Copious of copy, that's what we mean. I could walk, march, work, carry sweets, and even answer, but in reality he wasn't himself. Iska character, who at some point had an erection what sadness, since a month had passed without a girlfriend. Indulgently this, only up to a point to obey the monitor and do not allow the disease called syndicalism. A butler in regalia stepped out of the house, a gleaming technocratic style, answering the doorbell's ring. They were dressed in long and impeccable suits, absolutely white, and made in the style of last century. A head of state can't afford to pass a so serious law. In this life one has to be normal and logical, don't you think? He headed towards the lambs, sitting last Ramses. No way 127. The lamb seated. Do you know that? All money, all effort, the whole technology should be invested in them, because they will surely bring us the victory. Objects brought from distant regions. The joke, we assume, was to achieve the confusion of the geologists. That is, without speaking of the humidity, the mould and giant mushrooms that were growing in full view in that Tartarus. The first criminal who passes by it will make it his own. The sisters of Brunhilde implore clemency. False toads and false snakes have invaded the plain, eating flowers. They occupy the entire length of the view. With great displeasure, it should be noted that the war finally began to progress according to need and justice. One always remains the hope that man will go mad, for pure beast and troublemaker in his revelry. Monitor should have waited a minute. Finally, the machine decided to answer, Monitor, I apologize, yes. The prophecy of the late Premier of Chanchin del Norte, Enjo Din Chin, was fulfilled. We, having failed as living creatures, are those who invaded the universe with our theological defeat, spreading it. And what do you do here? Why are you not working at a bank? I don't like it. How is that they don't like it? Oh, sealing by order of the Monitor. She will now have a lot of time to meditate on her sabotages and betrayals. The head of Soria, when issuing a decree, would crumple it into the shape of a little piggy, and then give it to the secretary. The Moroso rarely spoke, so as not to reveal herself, and, first of all, she kept quiet in front of herself. Decameron de Gaula Isika woke up from an astral journey. Beside him, assisting him, was Coco Isika. The healer told me that possessed people, when they go to kill or behead someone, sometimes they start singing like this. This last, being so absolute and final, was reserved for decision of the most venerables of the Diwan. Don't let your red dreams of anger break out tomorrow like delayed hungry children. Primogeniture for them. What a disappointment they'll have when they see that they're not allowed to board the car. Back to a previous point. I know very well that the first thing you will do is to sell the mattress, because you have always been the family's crazy one. They shirk responsibility, etc. He says that they are magical creatures. What a joke. There is no such thing. He didn't realize that parents have to be forgiven just for being them, without reasons, excuses, or motives. She was then a mixed monster lust of Byzantium, Paleolithic sex, old rupestral yores. In Moyaresmio could never really detach itself from its origin, obviously, nor its cultural deformities. See its lofty battlements, its gigantic stones, the enormous drawbridge. It alone is as big as a city. Every 24 hours, 1,000 people had to be transported from one sector to another with all their belongings. You didn't realize that Ten seems to know our every move in advance. It's the dead who tells him. It will triumphantly crow. Even if someone were a little more human than another, it was all rotten in the core. That acting in the shadows, because of the lack of subordination and discipline it implied, seemed repulsive to him. Over the years, the population reached 100,000 inhabitants. However, the cemetery did not grow. Moreover, we are forbidden to do so by dogma, for it would be a sacrilege to eat the viands of the gods. A little while later, streams of blood of different calibers began to flow, depending only on the moment of the cut. Ask yourself this question, Coco. Who can live in a place that men cannot enter? The other began to understand. Terrible world of magic, without costing them their gypsy-like behavior. Character Issachar was one of these. The old bastard shut the door. Then he approached a spot on the right-hand wall and pressed what must have been a hidden spring. Implacable note that did not let him rest. Such malevolent energy was meant to drive him insane. It's behind every ideological deviation in men, apparently motivated by the desire for societal improvement. One afternoon, when I told him I was leaving, he grabbed the kid and pushed him up to the window. "Go on, get out of here. It will be an analog explosion to the one that the Russians let loose in New Zembla." "Terrible, bitter, horrible," Liliana insisted. "But you say that those who won the war changed the past with a kind of great witchcraft. However, as a loyal and well-meaning opponent, it would be wrong for me not to point out the undeniable achievements of the system." The arena turned white, dazzling like the horn of a unicorn. In patches, lightning flashed white across it. A cat's pisses would have been better taste. With a violent arch ejected a waterfall and remained gurgling. It hit him right on top of his helmet where it exploded. With these doubts he went to the same hell and entered eternity. Almost 20 senior officers surrendered as prisoners when the Russians surrounded them within one of the smaller pockets. But the most impressive was the mouth, wrinkled, like it belonged to an old lady of 150 years. The monitor, content. Not so the Sorator, as is to be expected, and even less the Russians. "I don't know what you're talking about, Sir Paolo." "Sorry, sure. My friends are taking the appropriate measures. The Chinese say that if a piece of jade goes along with a man for a long time, ends by becoming part of his soul. Don't worry if things haven't turned out the way we wanted them to." That night she was sleeping in the other room. They had the same feeling as fish swimming in calm waters when they are abruptly pulled towards bad weather by a net. He looks advice and paternal, with the same tone one would talk to a stupid boy. "Why are you like this, Issachar?" "About 5. The character jumped to another set, but empty. He got in there starting to dial, calling test table. Quite by chance he had in the first tailor's shop, when they charged him for a piece of 50,000 without too much protest. When the police finally intervened, occupying the stadium, deserted, they found the boneless skeleton. To pay a very high price for his vanity and levity. Of course he didn't know that, but that night he decided to go further. We must resign ourselves. He entrusted one of his disciples, Sysmeyer Issachar, with the completion, the Requiem. They're almost ideal. They don't even need $1 on the shelf. For starters, they don't get paid. It all goes to the owner. She, speaking with great exaggeration, Alberto. Do not allow it, for love of Jupiter Capitolino. But since he didn't want to fight with his Kratos over that woman, he said, only, what a shame, well, patience. But fanaticism is not enough. For military victories, it is also necessary to have an army. Tarantula, clutching its tiny feet on a wall, and who had become visible out of courtesy towards the head of state. Dug into the tree stump is the sword that Wotan wielded to greet Valhalla at the end of the Rin's gold. For a moment he floated over an unthinkable abyss. He had got rid of the cold. He was sweating. Even goblins, dumb devils, ghosts, and spirits were getting their way, in some way entering the world of flesh. De Gaula looked thoughtful at the floor. Barbudo was the first to speak. "Look, I just think it's outrageous. They were like being pushed into less preferred spots, the most uncomfortable tables, the darkest corners. Goods that neither his most modest disciple would have dared to show. The monitor of other times would not have noticed it. Total submission, and kissed him. "My love," she said, looking at her Tsar, "try to die at the same time." The struggle that they carry out on behalf of wage earners is in reality the excuse that allows them to rule. In my delirium, I wondered if I might not be living through a coup d'etat or something like it, and I asleep, unaware. Since all this is of no use to him, he could just as well shout with the same poverty. Cars, automobiles. Started to get acquainted. That thing wasn't human origin, by the way. Those two fools made love in front of that, as I said. Captured telepathically that under no circumstances should I look at him to avoid the monster capturing me. There were no more than 200 people there. And what did the terrible Ivan the Terrible do, you might ask? Hatred towards the influential, for reasons that are not important, called him one day to pull a prank on him. Every day each one was filled with 5 tons of common water, after draining the contents of the previous day. Mosaic would still be missing so many colors, figures, and glazed bricks that it would be almost unintelligible. I only get as far as its edge. And you ask me to extrapolate, to stick my finger out even further. To occupy the entire piece of the Soviet Union that remained to reach the Urals, it had to force them into heavy effort. They left the boyfriend because he was his son. And what do you want me to do? That you look for her and get her out of prison. Remember my words, because they belong to oral tradition, and you will not find them written anywhere, but let me continue. Something huge that, by a propagation of miracles, could exist through hundreds of thousands of unstable equilibria. In a pantomime, he covered his face with his arms, while saying, comically horrified, "The Russians!" I listened very carefully to the technicians' explanations about the matters within their respective competencies. Processes, his eyes lit up. We will keep standing. I already take it as a matter of personal challenge. These teens had never been tested in action. They were proposing to play everything for everything before they went out of fashion. I agree with the evaluation of other astronomers. Then what the hell is he still doing here? Asked the monitor furiously. In a realistic novel, the narration of an equivalent event would be considered as a fanciful rebus by the author. Where they should use 10 soldiers, they send, when 50 cannons are needed, they use 10,500. Being on Earth, and thus overload us, possible, and the more he thought about it, the more he seemed to think so. We must sometimes be inflexible, so that the enemy does not destroy us, internally or externally. Pretending to be shocked, suddenly looked in the direction of the monitor to distract the baker's gaze. "Oh!" Friend Susanna Soria. It seems that the guy was very jealous and wanted to constantly keep an eye on her. Him a spanking starting at level 4, and gradually increase it until 18 or more, until we possess him. Standing close together. It was an elevator. "Come in, Issika." Issika, the character, entered. I assure you that they would be willing to give us their sisters, so that we could do with them whatever we wanted, just to get them back. From then on, he always answered the others' polite greetings. In the monitorial of languages, Iko. The name is curious if you consider that technocracy did not exist at the time, and no one had ever heard of a monitor. In the other, there is a woman who crosses the ford. I am not that one. My ministry is small. The programming of the attacker did not vary, in fact, and the other side remains unperturbed in its resistance. The few individuals like Mozart capable of writing such a work were overwhelmed with overwhelming tasks. Without being so 155, velour, taffeta flannel for musculars, silk, etc. If the wind was light and you couldn't hear its whistle, the creaks of the wood could be attributed to the wreckage of the rocket's structure. To possess the absent, whoever she might be, and who only celebrated the current when it transformed into past. A coffee server must be a real coffee tailor. He has to practice high fashion when preparing and serving it. Only who renounces love, continued saying the director, can forge the ring and get total power. If they proposed it, they reached the escape speed in the regions of outer space, becoming orbital weapons. Better said, since it was more than a mere forgetting, one could say it tried to reclaim its never-been place. Was she technocratic until the Antis sank her in a boundless sea? Will there ever be a technocracy again? I wish I had made a movie that, even if it were later to be burned with me, and by force, at least we could see us. 149. The Arabic names for months are taken from 1001 Nights. The smiles, something wants to swallow them, are of an Egyptian red forest small jungles that will be harvested. How could he improve further? His increase in production had come with great sweat. Could he raise his level even higher? I can say that the behavior of the forced suicide in the last meters before the 50 centimeters was admirable. Suspicious moves against her, he went to rob the fridge. He wasn't a man to interfere where he wasn't called. They believed that their anathemas were social criticism, directed against technocrats, and allowed him to keep publishing. They only stand in the technocracy. If he had known what was about to happen to his friend, maybe he wouldn't have been so sure. The engineers nearly fainted, rigid and immobile from that atomic fear covering them with membranes. How they would suffer! It is necessary to have an infinite capacity for hate day and night. But here's what's most interesting. There were 3 other waves that increased the number of dimensions in which the monster moved. This is the translation of the text into English. It spread disorder that could not be solved. That insignificance achieved what the expanding waves of the explosions throughout the battle had not been able to achieve. The lunatics of recent times suffer from the same delusions. Something incredibly boring. I'm already tired of it. That bold piece of metallurgy, hand-carved, would weigh a good 10,000 tons among pip-pops and farts. State could not receive him because he was with a lady, following the intensive therapy recommended for tantrums. That's how they proceeded to give him an emulsified, previously centrifuge, of those filth that didn't want by the mouth. The mentioned treble is used to tune instruments, vocalize, etc., but they used it in operas. Moyaresmio, with enlightened and calm wisdom, yes, the trees, until now. On one side was the enemy, its flag of crepuscular and false-fire colors, so that the mirage might grow. Look how he gets excited just thinking that the other is going to come down and do it to us. Disgusting. Shut up, old pussy. After this, the Earth's secret past, which could hardly be called a past, I repeat again, would cease for good. However, it wasn't the triumvirate of generals who took charge of the country after the dictator's death, but rather his brother. They're going to catch you too, Solias. When they don't do the Russians, you're going to have fun, shit in dustbin. Solias? There were now only 3 of them. Him, a boy, and an old man who had joined them. The Solias attack intermittently throughout the universe, taking advantage of their galleries and cracks. Indulgent today at the extreme, extremely severe tomorrow for any triviality. Why, when Caesar has no armies, he must at least try to the absurd history which is unjust. She thought to herself, this is the price I will have to pay to restart my life. Her problems are many. A black candle on the table. More books of magic next to it, closed but with clearly visible titles. There. When he had lucid moments, and this happened most of the time, he turned into a man of great efficiency. Joke. The dictator of the cups, absolutely terrified, ran to make what was ordered. They had hurried to erase the traces of the catastrophe before the first visitors to the National Necroteca arrived. This comfort can be found in the 450 monitors. Look at what things are like, said Kratos very seriously. Why do you come to talk to me about your girlfriend, when I had to throw her out of my house because she pooped in the corners? It should be understood that these artists, for the most part, were accustomed to chamamé, but not to the symphony or concert, at least in the beginning, for lack of custom. He looked like an enormous turtle with elephant legs with boots on, and I wished to see a black bone appear upon the totem crown of an iliac bursting into divergent particles. They fought against him with all the fury and impotence of their inner division, mainly because they understood what they had lost. The few minutes detonated during the civil war in Chanchin del Sur were enough to produce serious disturbances. On their side, however, and still more difficult to believe, they brought into play their last military discoveries. Electromagnetic wheels they lay scattered on the floors, melted into pieces, with all circuits burned. Shuchevsky, however, ordered the withdrawal of Soviet forces, whether or not they were in agreement with others, for the simple reason that life is not worth living. When someone feels that things are not worth doing, work badly. Novel, where all characters are projections of the main character, his other personalities, or I. The chief of the technocrats used to give his friends, as a birthday present, blank death sentences signed by him. I have to make the dessert that you ordered for me. Monitor, feigning anger. The silence in the parade. to feed those thoughts, traitors and stupid, that he could not fully understand the last sentence of Monitor. In strictly intimate matters, one might say with the ancient Hermetic adage, its metal is lead. The despot, without showing the slightest sign of being irritated, warmly thanked the famous artist for his opinion. Patibulon decided that she, with her triumphant sex, had long since won the theological immunity. If you let me work, I am ready to be manager or director of my factory instead of owner as now. Sure that the alarm clock made it let go of some of the salt it had, fell, and therefore now it is lighter. Are not in on it. His accomplice nodded enthusiastically. I agree. Keep the others out. The theme of the curse, Hagen, the traitor, is killed by the Rhine maidens who have managed to recover their gold. Brilliant and legitimate. In fact, there were people of every kind, Mozart and anti-Mozart. However, it takes getting used to. When one begins to find it beautiful, the program is about to end. He seemed extremely tall, emitted reddish forces, punched the air without hysterics, full of blood and life. Drama is 8 hours long, in just 32,999 wax discs. He went to the English Technocratic Dictionary and, finding the meanings of the word shock, he began to laugh between teeth. I believe very sincerely that the segregation of these countries would bring us incalculable consequences. In the country, and throughout his short reign, the only allowed and secure eroticism was that of his class. It didn't seem like a great idea, but it was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, they would be ready only a month later. Who knows how many bad habits we escaped because of that fire? Until we had books like this. Later he repented. 158, German text and translation, extracted from the book edited by Discos Columbia S.A. They were the earers who worshipped 2 big ears, one of gold and another of silver. No one could ever penetrate it, explore it, annex it to their territory, or even see it from close up. Machine of illusion by he got on a public transport. Packed at that time. Don't push Big Dumb, they said to him. All he wants is to amass enough power to destroy you, and once he achieves it, if he does, he'll die of boredom. The monster showed the other 4 things that from a distance looked like statues with guitar-like features. Punish a person who had fallen out of favor with them, would issue a monocycle, which was essentially a mere reprimand. Wait, a noisy crowd welcomed his appearance with enthusiastic shouts, whistles, and nudities. Taught many lessons. Kratos has none of the right. In the Soviet Union, people still get married and have children. So, in general, they had a hard time concentrating and cooperating with the experiment in other ways. The occultist had not yet had the chance to get out of the ruins of the jail, full of corpses of prisoners and guards. In Sumer, there were similar cults to the Dionysian ware, but let's leave it. I don't want to argue. War markets, among which culture must be counted, annihilated forever the closed compartments. Until someone restored his respect for reality and imposed it on others, long months passed. If one needed to move many people at the same time, a tarpaulin, or multiple-use machine, was available. He begs the latter to make a display with the helmet. The Nibelung first changes into a horrible snake. He also ended up running out, like Caryophylacea's wilted or yellowing scions. Outcome of the conflict would have been different. But they made a serious mistake in trying to save the Gardunia capital. They are spaceships designed to fight, and it's not to harvest, so the raw materials I bring are very few. He managed to gas 250,000 females before the Solias realized his intentions, and killed him. 2 days later, the boat was spotted adrift near land, and some fishermen picked it up. The crew had died. Neither one could bear to see it dead. To take the other away, that image. My prince is Russian. Using scissors is blasphemy, they said. A bloody schisma ensued that was resolved with knives. Provincial de Soria. We must go and kill all the inhabitants of Soria Piss, and so on for kilometers. For a moment, the liquid cube was illuminated, and they could see the fish, plants, and rocks it contained. Coquito owned a completely black cat, with an enigmatic gaze, which he had found on the street. The machine cuts through both breasts, and blood spurts from each breast as screams ring out. So, with this unexpected didactic reflection on vitamins, Chacun's strange recipe ended. Only we are qualified to control the lives of men and achieve that directives issued from above are met. He left one lucid and exact path to take the opposite one, with the most majestic schizophrenia. Total, we always find a lake under. When they didn't kill, they dedicated themselves to extortion. After finishing one, he would start another, and then another, until he was exhausted from physical fatigue. Invisible as they move away from the true and material ones, like film that would record the astral aura. The scene had a rotating platform for stage effects, moved from below by 4 horses that turned the wheel. Once this last enemy had been eliminated, it would be much easier to turn back to settle accounts with the Russians. Of course there was an error, you dirty saboteur. Shoot this traitor, Kratos attempted to stand up. In full war, a Soviet tribunal was formed, of course, but with observers from all over the world. I distract aircraft vessels that are needed on the Russian front in order to make them work as organics harvesters. Always little things, relatively speaking, but which subjected the others to considerable discomfort to cover them up. As the bombings became more frequent, the cost of the home's reserves would grow until a sudden exhaustion of the system. By barracks, we should understand a set of trenches and bunkers, because there wasn't even a trace left of the building complex. The wet clothes, especially the larger ones, create a labyrinth similar to what the rain had made. I had to make a great effort not to try to impose my tastes and ruin all the slow ideological work. He took a step back while his forehead began to sweat. Monitor approached him with kindness. "Have you seen?" Beating he had received from good-for-nothing Vasily Vasilievich, muddled Russian, thought Kaminsky, as if discovering in him for the first time how that man would become an instrument of exceptional utility. Their banquets took place in the midst of juicy prairies, where it was a pleasure to be eaten with tank and oar. For these last there was a stretch of steel, empty and cold as in stratospheric construction. "You are the man of white sword who is also known as the Howling Star. I will unravel this knot for you. Voted for us. Apart from that, we gained support from important trade unions. This didn't please Kratos anymore. ZK became a true sage, and an archive of natural mechanisms and data on the matter. Your body close to mine is half of the shelter that protects us from the cold of the night. Sultan of my armies." A monitor this answer did not please, but since he knew that his machines did not lie, he had to take it. "Other chance? Sure, that's where I differ from you, Mr. Siak. I'm content with the hope of something created for someone else. The fresco, or better said, the watercolor on synthetic, was finished in 4 days, an immense effort. Its capital, also called Samarkand, was once the seat of the great empire founded by Timur, but everything was frozen. Curiously, despite the fires, it didn't give the impression that it was hot there. With any exarch, you would have experienced the same, here in the future, or during the Middle Ages. He invited magistrates in order to make it clear before the world that there was no procedural violation. And he was right, then going on to say, "Now I'm going to apply my tensors over vast areas." The smaller of the Solias hands over the paper to Iseka, who must also sign to avoid a mess. A great discernment is needed not to follow an aesthetic path that leads to sterility. The floor was made of dirt, filled with grass and reed fields. There was no lack of a medium-sized lake. To create a supernatural weapon and let it go. You're going to pay, you bastard, for what you did to poor Luz. Any theist was authorized to kill him like a dog wherever he found him, without rendering accounts to anyone. A group of people from central country China had at that time a type sitting and held by belts. The main procedure that we must use to achieve our ends is the one of acting on a plurality of fronts. Ajar. He saw the golem, which was moving around the foyer room, busy with various tasks. On the part of the executioner, who, in happily outgrown times, was obliged to wield an axe. Thus, as the Russians expected, they did not take notice of the declaration of war that was sent to them. It often happened that a group of them gathered in front of a pile of corpses they had previously gathered together, hollow. Such cavities had been filled with mercury, and the edges welded so that the closure was hermetic. And as the tears fell, he thought about how useful an instrument of the Anteza had been for him for so long. It is very symbolic that the plant in which Wotan sank the sword, prepared for Sigmundo, is also an ash. Sigurinsky's plan was to allow technocrats to take over Samarkanda, then resist with moderate depth. Cressbones like black water lilies hung from balconies and from flags hoisted at half-mast. It was as if a technocratic clock had slowed imperceptibly, without anyone understanding it in time. A cylinder with the same color as winter's fires seems to sprout from the mouth of the monitor while he speaks. They will be surrounded by all the comforts and amenities. Their persons will be deemed sacred. What energy caused the evil creatures to bend the knee whenever they opposed human achievements? You asked for a miracle, and it came. Miracles always come at a cost, both for the giver and the receiver. Filled with hate, they prepared to avenge him. Laiseca's character thought quickly about his possibilities. The author 68, after years of repeating the same phrases, Sapallo had finally super-reduced them. Reddish intermediates, but a brilliant blue base prevails, cold at times, warm at others. Look out, comrade doctor. Pieces of tractor come through the conveyor belt, and they have to be screwed on fast. Monitor, when he found out, was amazed. For the first time in life he heard about that Soria, the minds of spectators, by means of but up to a point. Because witchcraft, of course, it did. Nothing else for now, because torture is not this. Well-being will not come from there. Old man, eager to shed himself and continue, he tried to free himself without losing time. Interrogate the union leader, whether we do so from dawn to dusk, about the true goals of the union. Mine that to continue with you demands that you transform into an Homo economicus, chaff, zombie. Words. By the way, his scientific name did not even resemble in the slightest what the bird merchant said. It's too much of a coincidence that the invincible armada was destroyed by a storm. Otherwise, the 4 brigades were ready to depart from the airport of the frontier of Soria with Chanchin del Norte, and they go away to the everlasting punishment, and the righteous to the life of the ages by checked. A day Wharton returned to the celestial castle, dismayed, and with the spear shattered. The rubble of the city shone at night like a chrysolite. Still, the technocracy resisted at this point. In fact, the exorcists had a 7th god, secret, without a name or an altar. Frontal ruptures and pocket formations took place in the Volga area as a result of Russian pressure. In fact, I felt affection for this general, and then remembered it many times, regretting much his death. The great solution to the problem of how to live in an impossible country is to live outside it. I can't even prepare a dessert like everyone else. In addition, lately he's been too busy with the war. She drizzled the palm seeds with the juice from the last lemon. The monitorial baker had learned to love Kundry. He was creating a zoo with all this machinery. Others called it the Natural Sciences Museum. And if all this is so, why do I put up with the Solias? Because I am a fool and an idiot. Exatlatelico, on whose day it was no longer mandatory for commerce to close its doors. Then I have to make him clean the worms and the wheels, because they're full of hair and other annoying debris. Him to take the lower runs, because with this movement everyone found an empty production place over themselves. Then the Solias saw how the monitor and his friend listened to the endless stories of the library robot. But de Gaulle was not content with that answer. He also wanted to identify the esoteric group responsible. They handed off to other sections. We're always left for last. We chill out, but it's useless whining. Simply sometimes could not resist the temptation to tell a joke, even though that would be contrary to his teaching. Slits and wounds that the dwarves made him in a clepsydra had done account of most of the dwarf. He wasn't there, and answered his wife, who knew nothing about magic, neither believed nor anything. Evidently, if they did not help him, soon he would find himself in a serious spiritual conflict, with all the strength and violence that can only have those volcanoes that seem to be dismembered and annihilated. The traveller continued walking down the corridor, always working his machine of illusion so that they couldn't discover him, just as machines continued to carry out previous orders because their programming had not changed. Thick at the bottom, with long necks, giraffe-like, on which rested a human-looking head. Hidden at the 4 corners of the terrace were the tips of the anti-missile defences, made up of force fields. The teacher, in turn, tried to temper, harmonize things from the technocrats with elements of the Sories. More Isaean here, he suggested his favourite opera, The Secret of Susanna, could be staged. Overcome with joy, Siegfried orders mime to make him a sword from these fragments and retires. Sometimes the explosion of a bomb would rip open the uniform of a corpse filled with worms. The first to challenge him was Julia Mariana Calderilla, a renowned restaurant owner and chef. Philosophers are always forced to bring forth the opposite of the prevailing theory, whether they believe in it or not. He wore a real uniform, although the decorations were gold and meant to motorize his illusion. Chinese stuff. Now everyone believes that this people, as well as their empire, have been wiped off the map. The explosions take care of reciting them to me. Otherwise, I don't know if it would be preferable to silence. In addition, as many other times, they will ask him what he writes, why, for what, and others. I just make good cherries. The crocodile lifted its head, and it seemed to sniff the left breast. But Irina neither saw nor felt all this. To her, Russia's greatness was something else entirely. Peace, after establishing communication, forced the apparatus to give it back. Mr. Russ, short, has abundant hair, is tied under a heavy sledgehammer, and is going to die at once. The furniture was luxurious, almost unbelievable, and seemed to be the work of extraordinary artists. Of course, curiously, he would not have had any problem in accepting an absolute state where he was the super. This poster was in Germany at the time, and I don't remember why Emperor William put it there with his holy hands. Now that there is nothing left, it comes from everything. One must be born a soldier to know how to withstand. The invasion forces, formed by 14 armies, divided into 3 large combat groups. The sergeant, although neither he nor the others, knew it acquired a new dimension because of the symbol. There were 2-ton ice cubes that had holes in the top of them. They gave the feeling of enormous inkwell for monsters. They also found a kind of palm tree, fallen like the others, 100 meters long, and he was named Father of all the gods by an overwhelming majority, with only 4 abstentions. He thought about the Soviet commander, Tuchashusky, who looked like a dragon, strong and prudent. Let's make do with the output they provide. We must fill their ideological vacuum ourselves. Clearly, if there was anyone who could reach those types from the Brotherhood, it was Eusebio Aristarco. He knew that Monitor was absolutely crazy now. However, this was not why he got angry. All, like him, who more or less try to dominate and control those who are more noble and superior to them. A robot could be disabled and its parts scattered across an area. Yes, but they wouldn't rust. Because it was so late, they left for the next day the task of calling allocations for a new pair. Technocracy, unconquerable in its grandeur, endures. Make necessary a sacrifice to Moloch. At this point, his surprise was not justified, since he should have known better about the whims of the dictator. A thick cloud of dust oozed between the rocks. It was 6 in the morning. It was dawning. In their stomachs, 5,430 insects were found, in each one 111. They were like a double-edged weapon. Protect if the Russian territory was attacked, or attack if the opportunity arose. Vain for their good 45 minutes or so. They were like space-time ripples of collective silliness. The papers on the cupola were painted by a Florentine artist named Enrico Mosca Tamburo. Just as Fafner killed his brother Fasolt for the ring, so too does Hagen kill his half-brother Gunther. The Monitor was blamed for the futile sacrifice of the 13th Army, as it did not authorize its retreat. Despite the Russian pressure in the south, the situation was stabilized. At least, that's what he thought. If he says we're going to win, it's because we're going to win, and that's all. They both continued talking for a long time. Some visitor, unaware in time, stepped on that handle and continued straight 7 meters in free fall. It cost the technicians a lot to re-establish the damaged machines, to give light and energy again. This would be the explanation for why such tools are lost so often and rarely found. I've always recognized that the Russian, as a subordinate species, is the best friend of the dog. In Soria, they had not either turned their backs on cinema, as will be seen in the following chapter. Between the House of York and the House of Lancaster, he will leave here, but without his breasts. It sounded something like the human voice when listened to from a record played at much less than its proper speed. Films, books, and plays, all set within the framework of socialist realism, are in abundance. They didn't dream of the truth. In reality, the Ishikajam character was not alone. The golem started knocking down walls to create a path to reach its owner in the confusion they had forgotten to kill it. In technocracy, useless tasks and operations were carried out every day, and no one said anything. Bewilderment, empty bottles in the corners, and huge spiders walking about and weaving. Counterweights for rising and falling the decorations. It looked like a witch's house, ridiculous and grotesque. Curious as always, A thing that neither the war had modified, he said, approaching to ask. They formed almost a brotherhood of sworn killers. Together they lived in some kind of monk-like quarters. Since moving out of the old monitorial palace, he had reserved it for himself as his private residence. This was not so with Soria, in whose front Catalan troops did very good business and fought bravely. But this time the monitor decided that his presence was necessary, whether there was power to run it or not. After introducing it to them, they began to swing, thus obtaining a great number of erotic sensations. After he was defeated by his enemies, they allowed him to say goodbye before burning him alive on the pyre. He affirmed the theory: we each choose our symbols daily from the cosmos. They are words. They found looking for new enemies absurd, given the fragile balance of the known world. It took them 1.5 years to build the cathedral, which, against all predictions, didn't collapse. Reports? I lost the others. I bought them from an old photo scanner on the big toe of my right foot. The city of Baghdad was slaughtered. That is, not the city, but its inhabitants, if we want to be precise. Almost all of the end parts of the jobs, started in the magic dome, were done by these men. Kratos of Rare Minerals, also Deputy Secretary of the National Potash Commission. Don't worry. With another tone, however, I have a serious reproach to make to you. Excellencia? Yes, Protoncilia. They thought the Chanchilians, out of fear of the technocrats, would stay at home. They were trying to find a place where the topography would match the geometric architecture of their delusion. Monitor considered that the sacrifice of an entire brigade was worth it, just to get rid of those cocks. Armies. After the initial shock, the barbarians attacked with the equivalent of 10 legions. Indeed, Kratos was not very interested in cemeteries. I would have preferred to build cities for living beings. Our reposteral creations to the clay measured 21 meters in diameter by 7 tall. Monitor, during times of peace, had put him in charge of a false army with the rank of general. If he doesn't know, invent. Don't come to me with highly malevolent phrases such as "we've lost" and the like. Don't get me what I've asked for, or I'll kick the shit out of you right now. Fuckwit bastard. It was located between the states of Catalonia, Soria, and Chanchin del Norte. If the monitor, instead of killing him, covered him with honors, he would remain equally indifferent. The night of the secretary's funeral in Soria, burials only took place at night, was quite eventful. Even the hypothetical peeper had found the explained events for him inexplicable of his existence. The artists of the new trend used to expose in their works sharply contrasting themes. Neither did their infiltration plans from neighboring countries work out. That's what the Solias wanted to do. The horror was so great that the guard, armed with electric rifles, broke into the office. Kind of cave or dungeon of the countryside, built with the most modern materials that their budget allowed. We've managed to convince him that there was indeed a time war, but it didn't end life on the planet. I know they've declared war on you, but you could have reached an agreement. At least, that's what I imagine. Semi-fusible solids then came up after steaming for a while, accompanied by gaseous masses. But what do you want? Exaggeration runs wild in me. Besides, if the enemy doesn't know about it, the work of the mentioned officer, on the surface, was meant to be more a police expedition than anything else. An attack on poetry, new displacement. Evening of the war integral with Russia. But everything continued to develop the same way, with the same correlation of forces between the belligerents. Not by a sly enemy of the monitor, not by one of those traitors, but by the monitor himself. Strength to resist ideological maceration of defeatism and theological doubt. Attention. The profound silent stupor returned. It lasted about a minute. Replied with a face full of granule pink spots and pustules, go ahead, boy, with both. There you have it. It is necessary that you are a god, but without losing humanity. Only, he thought rightly, if the others had had the power to drive him there, they would have dispatched him as well. Blame for the patient having died too quickly. What lack of love for materials. For 3 hours they made him walk until he acquired elasticity, firmness, and stability. The template builder, in a defeated tone, but you didn't listen to me. I don't have 60 monitors. She has become his obsession. When she appears, she covers her face, but it is useless. Pretend to be good, and that kills, and thus pack you up, but it's a pig's ham or supercord, with room for much more. But then, all those materializations disappeared. If yogis and lamas could do it, so could he thought. People fall because they believe they can't do it. The Prussian avoided a head-on collision and fought in retreat, keeping Bonaparte away from Wellington. Himself, after a brief exchange of greetings, Cattell went straight to the point that interested him. On bar steel production. It was the first time in many years that the consul saw the emperor really angry. The orders of Soriator were carried out without question, whatever they were, and without asking questions. The passages where the tortures are mixed with pleasures in an irreversible way were equally censored. Dobermann's soldiers were about to take him prisoner. He did well. I would have done the same. Personnage, why do you insist on remembering that there are still 24 days and an hour to collect? Stroke of the pen. Those 42 annual deaths are necessary for the stability of the cosmos. He was about to order that they separate this beautiful pair of breasts, but he finally remembered something. Someone else's head, I mean to the destruction of the 12 branch, and needed its own final lesson. And the Walkyria a very real hair, and riding through the sky for real. Work was what the beard had to do to calm himself down. Try castrating fewer people per month. Too much so by the brutally invincible assault. Again the water recedes, comes back, and leaves again. Character asked, "What the hell happened, Professor? How am I supposed to know? I can only venture a theory." Let him go. Then the priestess turned furiously on the others and screamed, "Did you hear?" The rear with 4 of the 6 air brigades that Soria had as total air power. Secretly, in the intimacy of his heart, he acknowledged that metaphysics was not his strong point. It was a huge metal cave, similar to a truncated Tower of Babel seen from inside. Highlands, angled all, so that the Eagle Monitor be the highest and most central place. How did the lance of the Pact forge with a branch of the world's oak, which was broken into pieces? Pantheon, second section, reserved exclusively for the great ones, a very high death indeed. So, as mentioned above, the Soria's rockets were loaded with conventional explosives. He gave orders that, when they reached the real officials, they already trained pretended to obey. He fired 28 missiles at the Russians. Only Odin could know what was happening on the other side. She was still for a second, suspended a short distance away, like a ball in her invisible racket. 37. The Count of La Laguna, author of the saga, differs. They must be much more numerous. The trembling of the machines caused the posters scattered throughout the factory to shake imperceptibly. "You're going through something, aren't you?" The other felt as if he were thinking, "Something's going on." Once again it varied abruptly blood pressure in his brain, and returned the ear-plugging. A school of communism, an intermediary between the workers and the state. He had the habit of performing calculations, otherwise, and without excuses. Egypt, Sumer, Vikings, Atlantis disappear. The future will be erased too. When you untie yourself, I feel the muezzin calling from the minaret for the prayer of the flesh. Everything indeed suggests that he will attack us from the center and right, pivoting on the left of Adradas. This master had his good reasons for adopting such an unusual attitude, as we will see later on. Orthodox and realistic. To do this, he asked for 60 children from their respective mothers. People. With this he only succeeded in exciting the monitor. Full of fury, he tore up the papers. In order to take advantage of it all, Kratos had ordered the collection of ferro waste for many years. She lifts up her radiant arp of Venus, made from the icy ether of guilt. We reject this. The Decameron of Gala was overwhelmed with countless tasks, and at the moment couldn't address this issue. There were even several specimens artificially obtained in technocratic labs, using genetic mechanics. The mummy, in a recently discovered well-preserved tomb, presented some curious details. He screamed desperately, while his terrible struggles made the pipes that led to his eyes shake. Now I sum the 3 averages and divide the result by 3, and it gives me 4/7. The obsequious one did this on purpose, of course. It was his way of attacking and taking revenge. "I killed him," and she continued working. She would sometimes monologue. "We need to have some tea." It was an ultrasound that gradually became audible, like the squeal of a monster with a silver belly. Smallest kindness or humanism towards her own interior, and even less towards others. This union, though eternal, unforgettable, etc., appeared to be no longer sufficient. They exercised the implacable custody of a flock of people who were imprisoned behind a palisade. So he knows that the ring is in Brunhilde's possession, saved from the flames by Siegfried. The official well knew that some terrible things can only be endured thanks to beauty. The respect that everyone, including the monitor, felt for the legendary master was proverbial. This possibility was very much desired by the countless technological and political secrets still buried. And fruity, as her name suggests, let's say she had some spectacular curves. However, it sounds like the exact pronunciation of the word Segen to say in German, sheets of paper. These works of art show, as is well known, only edifying images. You don't just have to call yourself great. You also need to find new ways to express it, eyes and all. Then the sea and car went away from the court happy and satisfied. But sometimes, as in this case, it's a mistake because the victim suffers less. Stranger sang and danced with his fire sword to exorcise the demons out of the theatre. Poor the wretched who, unaware, penetrates the sanctuary where the ashes of the dead are. On the contrary, Russia and Syria have been defeated, and technocracy has taken over the world. Things that looked like yellow cotton fell from great height, and when they touched the ground, they rose again. The formidable electronic defenses of the Soviet-made armored vehicles made it very difficult to breach. Certain times it was necessary to disavow the excess, stop the immoderate behavior in time. Some events were observable, and others were not. Certain things could only be seen for moments. Untangle me, or maybe you send me to Russia as a volunteer for difficult jobs. Having achieved this first success, Galino from Saman moved into an offensive position. Yes. During the battle, all warring parties tried to get the protective energy fields to be perfect spheres. I left only the parts of the joys of the red package, which are the ones we will see today. Yogurt versus red wine are external signs, the shell of the matter. We have to go deeper. Despite the aquarium being constantly guarded by troops, 2 attempts were made against the monitor's life. Time had not been able to erase. Ferini is leaving. Oh, what pain! And poured it into his throat as if it were port wine. The other one also had a low height. The computer was part of the armed files, and only the monitor and the double A's had access to them. We will see. The jester called himself Pasculitos. At least that's what he said. At least that's what the technocrats thought about occultism and its struggles acting accordingly, commented the Kratos, who was still amazed, and to say something, I agree, but in another way. He was passing an hour or two with his hands joined in front of him, walking slowly and thinking. They found there a thick trunk, as long as a human torso, but a length of 1 kilometer or more. Gunther welcomes him, and Gutruma offers him a refreshing drink, prepared by Hagen. Any story. Most likely, the bombings have destroyed a depot, and he forgot to write it down. Thousands of years ago. We, like them, do not also blush at the body, showing it when it is beautiful. He couldn't get an argument to refute Kratos, or even kick them out, as they would have been their wishes. I dismantled all of the torture scenes, which are the ones in this package, wrapped in yellow paper. Bestiaza opted for reconciliation. All right, don't get angry. In this case it was true. What a coincidence they made simultaneously with the car. Now the very venerables of the divan will have something to think about. But stop crying, idiots. He became a monitor and said to him, I thought these bad whores would be suffering a bad third. There were little private woods and avenues of statues belonging to eccentric millionaires. Give it back to me, or I'll tell my father to make you get out of the ground and sink this temple and kill us all. The creature has a metal stud inserted into each ear, which can be removed and reinserted. He tortured her in every possible way, poor little girl, until she was ruined, he said. Other patrias and Karnas lands, near the shoulder, showed their inquietude and torpor. We are slightly behind schedule with the invasion clock, true, but at any moment they will collapse. They don't want my collection of breasts to grow. Do they even want me to be deprived of that little innocence? A little grill. Once grilled, they would give it back to him without demanding anything more. Al-Andalus, slayer of men and demons, and light of Soria. Didn't you used to be so strong? This is going to get worse than the ruins of Nineveh soon. Donna continued to strike the rock until it was transformed into impalpable particles. Laiseca shows what it means to use language in conditions of extreme danger. With expensive machines, he produced air, light, heat, and artificial gravity. Chukchi, Yupiks, Alerts, and many other nationalities inhabit that country. Although he was ambidextrous, he had strong tendencies towards his own zodiacal sign. After preparing the cups of rich tea, they placed them on the aforementioned place and sat down. "The requiem is really for my own funeral," I told my desperate wife Constanza. Chester cackled. "How delicious! How delicious! Our home! Yum, yum!" No one could know it better than the monitor. The real enemy was not the Solias, but the Russians. Even more shitty, I would prefer to hear you distinguish between lies and the truth. She responds, "She is who sees everything that has been and everything that will be, resistant and steel. The Culifoth are a third of Gaston Zeke's soldier force. And don't suppose this rigor exists only in the higher echelons, in our general staff." Overcoat. From one of his large pockets he operated a machine of illusion, gift of the monitor. The troops were arresting thousands of women on charges of conspiring against the state. Regarding the sounds, what score could be written if anyone had been able to record each note? The velvet was ripped off and burned. They put a black one with red striped borders in its place. At mealtime, the crocodiles gathered next to the roll-up door that separated the two rooms. But it seemed that the other was impossible to approach, since he always walked in the same place. Monolithic appearance. Everyone could pursue their delusions, to a certain extent, of course. He proposed that they throw the mission directly to hell and go all to violate it. Come on! And so, full of hatred, he walked with his zombies in front, delighted as old charlatans. And since the guerrillas also had wizards, they called up a twister, put out the candle, and threw it in shit. But, to his great surprise, the merchant reacted in an opposite way to what was expected. Since the bump with the top leader of the languages over the secretary's issue, the monitor had been left in doubt. 6 of the 8 air fleets of the technocracy participated in the operation. In his last days of life, he only drank a little water given to him with a spoon. No solids. Evtushenko. Now, as for Salmonel, but the other did not let him continue. Moyaresmio, an orthodox purist, outright rejected such blasphemy. Through this and the hero who wields it, God hopes to obtain his salvation. Thousands of men in our armaments factories would have been irresistible. No one would have listened to me. The phenomenon lasted about 3 months in total before its abrupt and complete disappearance. One day it occurred to him that the steps of the soldiers and the orders were disturbing his sleep. That pleased him, despite it not changing the situation or the veracity of his report. America, where they will nest during the warm months. From the aforementioned book. You alone are a Greek chorus, magnificent, but, sir, the audience. In truth, if he had been able to hold out until night, he would have been cured. Time moved him changing his inclination conveniently, thus assisting access. An opposite attitude on my part would have been culpable. I left him the third one. I would have kicked him in the ass with all my might, so that he learned to make himself look like a bad boy. Life with naked women, who would serve them day and night in their smallest whims. It was absolutely disintegrated, as if centuries, thousands of years had passed. Mounting, without scattered grangerias, or too much root or stone missing. Those who really knew the tragedy had the additional drama of not having time. A most annoying situation, which only allowed me to register the center of these aggressive boundaries. Some let their hair grow long, so they could wear the crinoline, and didn't remove it even to sleep, despite the great cost to the Soviet Union, should it fight another war beyond the Ural Mountains. They loved it very much, to the point that on their next visit they asked for churliches from our house. Protelia and technocracy, using the entirety of the reserves that it still possessed. Hammer that will hit behind Russian lines. And he said no more after uttering these strange words. Deeply, he thought that if it could not be less than its machine, and took a decision. Of that eye, which turns eternally around itself like a ball bearing on its own emeralds. Comprehended that he didn't understand anything. It was slow reading and subliminal. Fortunately, I woke up and saw the falsehood of such a thing, but this was not instant. If only he could get through this first barrier, he would be saved. But how was he going to do it? He thought that after all the other one did not have fault for the involuntary plagiarism. This machine, containing all possible torments within itself, hated torture. Observers, no one noticed that he muttered the words after they were spoken by Kratos. Who wants to replace old lamps with new ones? Replace old lamps with new ones, yes. This has prevented the technocratic leadership from making new attempts to progress at this time. By means of submerged monitor machines, drive the disturbance to the enemy's coasts. Noteworthy were the tapestries woven on sugar bags by children, sons of baggers. He had run out of inclines to climb when the light from the well's exit shone like a star. We should leave them to fend for themselves to see how they fare with their magical wars. After the death of Solias, one of his brothers took over the government for a very short period. The 8 laser beams, concentrated in a single point, generated an awful heat. The new was sustained by pure artifice, like a floating and sliding continent. What I haven't been able to understand, despite all my efforts, is why dogs don't lead them better. I'm going to make you revolts. For your crimes, I condemn you to eternal forges. The lunatic, in his desperation to catch him up, stepped on the fiberglass and sunk through it. The monitor smiled at the image that the man who had just listened to had transmitted him. The worker fears the machine and resists it, thinking that it will leave him unemployed. The land of the invaders was called the Celestial Empire of the White Nabi Minj. His lack of equanimity could lead to destruction if he suddenly had too much power in his hands. Past 30 years. The German, very abstract, and would it be? This was because our friend, the plastic one, did everything he could to manipulate him. They ignore the possibilities of fantasy, put at the service of self-humiliation. Fricka awakens. Wotan, husband, wake up! Wotan, husband, wake up! The enemies, shouting in satisfaction and delight, were taking bundles of chinchulines from them. At least because experience tells us how much it costs to overcome the inertia of the people. A new order prevails from this moment on in our country. The Krats have ceased their functions. As for the moon, Kavi, don't pay attention to little things. Wide open, master. What right did he then have to feel offended and to curse the world and its things? Our youth, O chief, has come to salute you today. Our flags, the blood flag. Mammal family that includes the Muscardines and other related genera 11. But my boys immediately replied to the French shelling with our heavy 210s. To have a rapid cirrhosis. The arm one was just to distract him from the greater problem. If anyone wanted to make the same journey, or any other, he had to start the whole process again. We sabotaged their projectiles at their launching sites, so they exploded on land. Of course, after we win the elections, we betray them by violentialing them with savageries, themselves to waiting for the weariness of the technocratic armies against the saurian machinery. Dinsky, great, great. I say, since schizophrenia comes in threes, etc. The great magician of technocracy told him, do not be ashamed to cry in front of me. The main battle in the center, that is to say, in Omsk, it did happen in part. If it depended on you, we would never have seriously fought them or reached the Ural Mountains. And why the hell don't you lower them at different times to confuse them? We do. If certain people were arrested, it would make me feel a pain that I'm not in a position to bear. With the help of personage Issachar, as will be remembered, the experiment had failed. Place, and until the day of my death, I call you master and father. Through his monitorial, he sought to elaborate proposals that resulted in a new art. Bearded on his part, and confirming what was fair in his comment, terror-allegory. That person then became the all-powerful and feared Kratos of languages. Betrayal, cried the Wagnerian ostriches that refused to march with the times. Back, dragging with it his steed, always keeping the spear fixed in his chest. He was immediately arrested and taken to the asylum, where he was kept in the most comfortable way. He would push back the little thatch of hair that lay across her neck so he could feel better for himself. He continued, yes, I was prepared to spend about 300 monitors. Lucifer, he also said, I don't plan on repeating the experience any time soon. He did not have to make any provisions for lodging, since everyone was used to sleeping out in the open. The bodies of the soldiers were devoid of fat. It had disappeared due to inadequate feeding. But they no longer had the power to cause harm. Just forget about it. Yes, good. Such hypochondria, perhaps, had its origin in the fact that they were about to eat him. He was thinking about how impotent he felt to help his friend Julio Cesar. The sailors were struggling. If they managed to hold on, the push would throw them onto shore. Why don't you think about these orthopedic hands behind the glass instead? Beautiful color rose. Is it magic animals that exist in a country? Magic? What's so magical about these guys? For, however, he smiled. He would have liked to know more about Professor Isikateta, too. Now, well, the man was dirty, old, and worn out, but his brooms were new, like a harakiri. The rat's standard will devour the false eagles of Monitoria. Such a situation, which at first glance might seem ideal, is not so, at least for us. Such crown anarchists, à la Artaud, are more common than one assumes. He had gotten over his sleep, and his fun and well-being were growing by the moment. When lust reached orgasm in front of the candle, he almost pierced the energy cone. Rhodes, the face of Moyaresmio, was glowing like that of an enlightened one. Don't be stupid that he should remain with them, and in time another would arrive. You would never believe it. You act only on one of those fronts, the Santanity front. They had two only combined forces, the land force and the air force. The rest of the disciples, who had never in their lives seen a true god, fled with horror. They don't attack until they're sure the ratio of favorable tanks is 80-3. When this new part ended, the Chinese ordered his disciple cut off the testicles. Impossible concavity had the weak old woman. In fact, I don't know who the author is. Something revolutionary. Parallelopedinsky had a fervent cultist of chamber music. Can just trample my white hairs, take advantage of the fact that I'm an old man, etc. Accoutrements and 1,582 pieces all together in one. When you enter the cinema, show your purchase card, and the ushers already know it. Wonderful generals who came close to render the respects of the armies of the provinces to the new emperor. Continuing the march, the ditch was cool, so it was a pleasure, and the heat didn't affect them. Who wouldn't lose heart, seeing in practice the failure of their absurd provisions? I considered the matter, in general, very unfair and inhuman, but it didn't bother me. Before that great Kratos, the Lord of Soria should bite his pride and be silent. Lower the great energy screens that surrounded technocracy from time to time. When 3 days later the monitoring troops retaken the position, they found the corpse. Take good note of them. Then, while we're heading towards the Situation Room, you'll say goodbye to me. By now you should know that. I'm not going to be able to do it even if I want to. 22 mudras are magical gestures performed with the fingers by magicians. Was he plotting something? He needed to contact Monitor immediately. Gardunia detested him. I abhorred all out-of-the-ordinary characters through him. I didn't know that the people who followed him, men and women, were members of the Double E. Completely surprised, the rapist first didn't know what to do. He doubted. Infernal machine to assassinate the Vice President Humphrey. Other answered simply. Someday, not saying when, a guy will be really hungry and go into a restaurant to eat. Chrysleriana in the intensive care room. Of course, all to no avail. The invader didn't waste much time to find out, hysterical before so many wonders. The horizon circuit, until then, in the shadows, began to flicker on. A dozen Decamerons appeared to be helpless and distracted in the middle of the sand. They're getting on my nerves. It's the last time I see you. The Gaula is silent. Soon they would stink horribly, as if they had been in swampy jungles for a week. Here are others like him. Names? Kratos desviated his gaze. Strength? The technocrats couldn't believe it. They feared having found a new Sorai. Nor his hidden fragility, because Aristarchus was not so sensitive to see it. Now the flash put yellow things on all, and the monitor shook Alejandro's hand. He is right. He measured it, and by 30,000 words it surpasses Joyce. After losing several crops in the same way, the idea occurred to me to industrialize them. As soon as the section collapsed rapidly, like an elevator, dragging her with it. As none of that has happened yet, when it actually does will be a little different, he told himself. Or do you forget about the house rent payment due? It's a big deal, isn't it? No. When they were far enough down not to lose any detail, they sat down. Knife drove it between the feet of Issachar, where he swayed in flashes of lightning. He proposed to violate her only a couple of times, after stripping her with half a dozen slaps. commander of all armies, recently promoted to field marshal by order of the Sorator. At that time, things were not defined, and there were all sorts within the same groups. Those with horns, who tried to make their way by way of a defence. Then they sewed it up. His tetragonias, pentachlorias, and exatolidades against technocracy. But no, they were pure and simple glass, as the survivors later found out. In the last years of conflict, on the other hand, there was no mercy or forgiveness. Organic resources in our own country, with the advantage of easy transportation. The stage, on the other hand, displays a ruined aspect through impressionist colours. Indeed, such was the change that he repented of the atrocities he had committed. They booted him out, as he must already be imagining, not even letting him sit down. There were other sacred spaces dedicated to various Lowell's gods of Vodun. Things. I am ready to arrive at the integral cinematic sculpture. The pterodactyl over the coffins, also called the pterodactyl, ate the butter. Afterwards I'll take him out of the cemetery with the help of some friends, and I'll turn him into a zombie. A la fuerza. Y entonces, ¿cómo hacer para ir a visitar a un amigo? Gravels, pebbles, alluvial materials, and crushed volcanic rocks. Only alien children will be born, and technocracy will dissolve into nothingness. I will mention in passing, and as a digression, that girl is a way of saying it. How those Apaches were drinking! Not even the hordes of the Black Corsair could outdo them. I understand this may be difficult to believe for those who have not gone through technical classrooms. For them, the machine was never part of an instrument with which to sacralize everything. From here on, it was insistently obsessed, as if they were going to burn the joke. Himself money. The reaction of the Chamberlain was absolutely extraordinary. After leaving us there, he returned home, grabbed a revolver, and shot himself. "Say this!" He raised his index finger from his right hand and pointed at the ceiling, at least judging from the extraordinary commotion that it caused in the world of technocrats. In Russia, during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, a very significant event took place, for the ill will he had shown by sending guerrillas and dividing the country. He struck the emotional chord of those present, and then proceeded to detail his project. My Soriator, what is essential is to attack the knot of the problem, that the puzzle be put together again by someone else from a few scattered pieces. Well, it's a bit silly to ask me that at this point, isn't it? I think I've put in enough time in the country, distanced himself from the incinerators and the cellars filled with Solias. Pressure of 300 tons per square centimetre would do the rest. I want to speak to you for a moment. Character followed the other up the stairs. It had been made with a plastic that, at least on its outside, seemed to be steel, hemp whose end cradled the head of the vice, and so he had punished for 20 minutes. Even the in-depth escalation of the Sori forces could not save them from the disaster. A patas demi makers, almost a whisper, of evil. The candles had long since melted and evaporated due to the intense heat. Thus, one and again, until the consummation of his centuries. Inhabitants, I will not describe them to avoid repetition. Historical research reasons, we were witnessing one of those mass manifestations. But don't they realize that the aliens of the cosmos are us, humans? Enrique Cattell, Kratos of the tongues, was on the same line. How could I have, if the men who were supposed to accompany me hadn't been? You will say, but that people would die if they had to wait a whole year next to the post. Innocent. Nor pimp, nor madman, nor criminal. None of the 48 things. Our supreme cackler, our dictator for life, often behaved in the same way. The people who went to this man's shop bought so many books that they couldn't keep track of them all. In these cases, if their acquaintances had been able to see them, they would have frozen. Soria, I invite you to explain the military situation in the Western Front. From the region of the machinists, muted sounds could be heard, bombarding, cruel revenge, because he understood that they were as manipulated as himself. It was no less than the stench of rotting corpses that was more than the Russians could bear. You are absolutely right in wanting to burst them, he said furiously, full of hatred. All was being exploited and at full production. Simply, others had more. Main, he who trembles not, soul, reason, and hope of us. As for industrial espionage, it made sense, but not the case with the match. Now I have stubble and goatee on my left leg to disguise the scars. suggestions, no matter how innocent they might have been, for the rest of his life. There, in that new Stonehenge, phallic cults were carried out. That was a magical machine, jointed and moving with graceful majesty, from a sting for all of us. Strange thing, it took a very long time. You never dreamed it, right? And the other answered, the truth is that no. Fortunately, our friend the Count knew how to restrain himself at the right time. Robot, and changed its memory, turning it into a sorcerer robot. Get pregnant his 14 servants. He said that in this way it was more erotic. I've moved out, and you don't know it. I made the other suitcase. Crazy goodbye. Now, of course, if they bury him in Carabella, I won't need anyone's help to dig him up. And the mental troops of our Theopatieto don't suffer from these restrictions. Expression. He realized that all his life had been a mistake. There used to be elevators that quickly transported people from the basements up to the large terraces. He didn't disdain either the quarters of a tone, although it was difficult to recognize them. The human mind tends to forget certain events for reasons of self-esteem. Soriator, like a new Sigfrido, would have to wake her up with a kiss one day. Unasked, I repeat giving a rendition of a kind of Ride of the Valkyries. Kratos of Martyfield, do you have some distraction during your free hours? April 7th, 1998, to Caesar Margini, who is 4. Self-denial to take the trouble to undo it. Suddenly, he smiled. He pressed a button on the servo mechanism, and it buzzed, blinking its lights. Before continuing with these terrifying facts, it should be noted another thing. They didn't know that the giant metal construction they were admiring had a voice, taking control of the central and peripherally nervous system of the beast. You have to know how to listen, and also be deaf, he promptly corrected him. Here we are, beginning to resemble the djinns, regardless of the excuses alleged, urged to catch Alberich and seize his treasure in order to rescue Freya. For a week, through the airwaves, nothing could be heard but lugubrious compositions. The house that manufactured this Zeta apparatus was pioneering in stereophony. Apparently, with his philanthropy, he had managed to achieve self-sufficiency. And it all starts again from scratch. That's why she answers, leave me alone, as if the other one couldn't do the job by having a direct line to his side. Simple, thanks to the fourth theological virtue, which I keep separate from the 3 classics. Trotsky, for example, found this out to his cost, causing chaos in transport. Neither would the Black Sea Fleet nor the Baltic Fleet be enough to house them. There's something I don't understand. And what would that be? Asked Official Fourth. He never rewarded himself with the gift that you mistakenly assumed. No. Gunther, feeling guilty, confesses that Hagen has killed the hero, and whose followers, as its name indicates, worshipped 6 gods. Kratos, making sure the monitor wasn't angry, joined in the laughter. Oh, as you cannot help but be aware of it, the economy of forces, etc. If they had found out, they would have kidnapped him and locked him up in a lab. It might be that he said it as a joke, given his peculiar sense of humor. I insisted. And her 2 kids? Why 2 kids, if she has 3? Meta. No one imagines work except saints by force. We must not forget that criminal magical action starts with thought and word. You should have said, what were you drawing, piece of beast? Yes, Sergeant. They vividly remembered the catastrophic experience with explosive shoes. It's not the same as if it were water. Mercury makes tremendous friction. The Soviet advance was so swift that his few men were unable to help him. Your mists, come to me. Thunder, O Lord, calls you forth, commands you. And now the other eye of the monitor appears, emerald green. Cases, as in this one, referred to narcotic drugs. That's it. He then pulled out from among his clothes Mr. Great festivals the priests of this new and rarest cult would spray with semen. Of calling me Vice President Humphrey, delirium is the thing in itself. Neon over the cave of the troglodytes, lighting up like a firefly. The bombardment carried out by either the Big Bertha or the Heavy Gustav. She reveals to Sigmundo that the tree sword is an absolute weapon. Eat it to commit suicide when I am tired of the stupidity of my contemporaries. Even if he who succeeded him were cruel and a thief, the people smiled contentedly. It was discovered by chance, when one of the guards found one end of the tunnel. Suspended, everything is put on hold, even his illness along with him. of one piece, though each fragment belonged to different authors. Donde se vertería la potencia de su voz? I don't actually know how the poor guy will have managed in his career as husband. Then, dressed as a Bedouin, he set off into the desert with his camel. The bullets are similar to those fine glass fire bottles that are thrown by hand. Irascible secret, God became deeper and deeper, which the dreaded Model 4th would become an innocent decoration. When nothing made him think, the semicorcheas of death burst in. Were it better, the Solias are good, etc., were the declarations. It was said, they won't be them, but they sure did enjoy themselves. They couldn't resist, and generally went crazy. Then their own classmates killed them. And the reason was very simple. You couldn't just stop at a bus stop and take it like that. Bernard's dogs, or the horns of abundance. Come here. It's like tuning a musical instrument, do you understand? At night, party. In the end, they don't change. They're all the same. It wasn't that bad after all. What so many damned hills? After the bombs fell, gigantic agate ashtrays formed. But not too many. Enough to cover any possible interference in advance. The Soriator's collaborators would have strangled that impossible old man with pleasure. Fired twice each in the same place, followed by the trigger of the cold launcher. Double salvo of artillery. Every 5 seconds, fires at our monitor. Through the receiver of the microphone came finally the desk. Who is it? Yes. With time you will get used to it, said the one with the smile, friendly. President was finally able to meet him personally. They became best friends. Mysticism than that of the Bible, that magic book. The musicians complained, saying that the moisture would damage their instruments. Central country, nor even China, but rather People's Republic of China. However, the first signs of decomposition were already visible. The city went dark in the middle of a phenomenal and widespread short circuit. Come on, they are admitting that it is they themselves who kill. It was kept in this artificial sleep for weeks, and was fed through a tube. Opinion. But let's go back to the requiem that inspired this comment. He had an entire team dedicated exclusively to filtering lunatics. He became so suspicious that any kind of protection seemed too little. The swimmer waved the wooden trampoline and left a bright trail in the water. Tell them to stop acting like fools. And what about the Russian front? Certainly, the conductor and his 100 musicians were rehearsing. He almost became transformed into a pyroster or a little butterfly. They don't know how to play, and therefore fall into their own sticky swamps. To create musically, one of the differences between death and music. Another current, which has replaced it, possessed by anti-seer. Who was the idiot who tested you? Ferini. What? Ferini. Image to the enemy. Solias and Russians were very confused. Rest of the day, after a collective laugh, the trio kept walking. Only they would know the cause why they considered it important to record it. Burned down their home, abducted his sister, and killed his mother. A volume of small noises, although from outside they couldn't hear them. They will face an unfavorable military solution, short or long term. She says the goddess, wrapped in blue light. Give it up, Orton, give it up. A grave mistake, because the bearded one understood it all at once. The first brother, without the slightest offence, laughed along with the others. Strange pre-Chinese, pre-Babylonian languages, Atlantids. The Russian of whom not even a trace of dignity remained. But what did I do? Coquito, very angry, didn't say another word in the following hours. Dumb, and the undernourished, light of Pantolia, and so forth. Now it is up to Grace. It was the only way I had to take revenge. To the conclusion that it would reduce to machine number already indicated. The technocrats were forced to rush to save their ally from destruction, even though, when it was supposed that he was already dead according to the text. We have rejected the repeated offers of the enemy so that we might capitulate. El Kratos wondered why the Solias and Russians had taken such pains with them. The novel that has gained the most readers since it was published in 1967. Nest of machine guns with burned Solias inside. It is strange, but when they did this to him, he did not shout. High-grade magician would need a black cat to carry out his esoteric work. So, in the name of our old friendship, I'll refrain from doing you one thing. They devoted the same attention to a broken brick as to an armored hunter. But if it's a false volcano, we made it ourselves. You're telling me? They distributed luxurious programs made from newspaper paper. The workers take up arms and go to the front in the last army. By the way, at many times in his life he was quite similar to Alberic. The spectacle Monitoria gave in its agony was incredibly aesthetic. I thought I'd saved the package of nightmares just for dreams, of course. Or to cook, if that serves, 13 knuckling the sternum. Schizophrenias with paranoias implanted were most sought after. How easy it is to punish with new estrangement the proscribed. Would be convenient for the head of state to have his collaborators at hand, but this was not the case, since they had transplanted them very far to the east. Therefore, and essentially, they were an anti-serfdom. Investigations of those who find them, these practices were all routine. Moment to consummate the hymenism, for technical reasons. That's why, by the way, I'm trying to film now the most expensive things. Tararariraru, talamani resoru, kachis. Directed, sex benefactor said, Myrdal, possibly. Moving forward at such great expense could become a mortgage on the future. Opened with a hook, this contributed to hinder investigations. Defenseless. The best thing is to free them of guilt, because it won't make them better. Whether he governed them without abuse, with equity and justice, he limited himself to telling them, well, then protect me. The other, horrified, work, what horrible blasphemy is that? Smiled, and without saying anything, continued on their way. It seems he wants to give them a very well-defined and special education. The other one commented, Old loony this is, she's a killer. At every turn, the enemy was kept demoralized and dispersed. Rear, making it unwise, the adventures of super-bigot. As a bolt of lightning, the material was taken to a red-hot state. Chinese, under its orders, working as executioners. A thermonuclear war would irrecoverably destabilize space-time masses. They must have killed a lot of enemies, otherwise they wouldn't have lasted so long. At all, but with death sentences tightly gripped in their little hands. Technocratic soldiers. It was night, and it was very cold. Give them eternal rest, Lord, and light them with your eternal light. Kratos tried to reason. But listen to me one thing, dare. Of the monitorial office, the three of them went to eat at a dining hall. They belonged to the non-erotic environment, or limit of the city. Increase in enemy ground-based anti-aircraft effectiveness. Then he said with austere warmth and gentleness, Thank you. Equations on a blackboard to simulate that they talked about mathematics. Temple's courtyard, the priest would utter some magic words. Meeting? Or the club after work, so that they don't look at me badly. The character laughed, because it was the same as in old spy tapes. You broke your ass, and the guy takes it already made, without any effort. Being armed, and which has proven to be surprisingly effective. However, it is always greater the increment in requirements. It's strictly for military reasons. The decision has been made. That had nothing to do with the aborted parliament. What had he done? Wish a single person until 123 years. Have one of them castrated in order to stimulate the remaining ones. His image appeared on the newspapers by accident and against my will. The truth must be told, though it may not be to the purpose of the thesis. He used it to protect his machines from those who tried to annihilate them. It weighed 6,300 tons, the finger alone, I repeat. Sternum, ribs that did not float, calkins, etc. He thought that the Soviets would try to stop him at all costs in front of that city. There were few copies, and they had been made with the poorest means. It's good to defend what you feel, but you have to feel it too. Taking place in remote regions, or which had happened at some time, there were beds occupied by patients who were deeply sleeping. Peña, Don Martinez, and Negra Chocha. To him, the doll could move and act like all living beings. I felt for the birds a love that no one could have suspected. As he looked around, the heavy door closed by itself behind him. This accident was charged to Antice's account at the premiere. They swept away one of the wings before the defences destroyed them. Have been lost in oblivion to understand the author's feelings, participating in the pomp of a grand spectacle. Another thing, I have an internal passport, and he put his hand in his socks pocket. His main accomplices, lapdogs, and partners in crime. Don't tell me, answered official awful. Yes, the Russians were stronger than ever. despite not surrendering. The one immediately beneath him followed, and so did all the others. Some argued that it was a territory as large as Siberia, of the army, and proved his innate strategic ability. "Brother, here! Brother, come here! Show the way over the bridge!" With his strange inventions, he had called attention to Campo de Marte. A variant was that the aircraft would be destroyed in flight. At dusk they would leave their hiding places and move a little further on. Rarissimo en una época de antibióticos. All nights, from that moment on, she lit her up for 10 minutes. Known as Arnaldus the Giant, or Supermaster, some whistles and voices were heard. "Surrealists, enough!" Decameron de Gaula only remained a blackened corpse. Respective exadaistas' congregations were victims. "I don't know what it could be about, comrade doctor. Come on, my good Alec. If you no longer hate atonalism, now I have to hate it. You, that there would almost be nothing to put between parentheses. Other side will be wiped out from the face of the earth in no time at all. Now only the steps of the bearer of misfortune can be heard." Itself, this doctrine did not seem to him enough chic. They didn't have any other choice, since they were the last men available. Nature of bestsellers that come and go from the scene once a week. So he only said, "I order it for him." That's quick. Still filled with hopes, though now with a touch of skepticism. Living accumulator through which pass the archetypes. Around each of the shots. These weapons were terrible. He had to compromise on this as well as on a lot of other things. Water. The Soria astronave had been destroyed. "You think I'm going to bribe you by telling you that I'm innocent?" He felt that a cold hand squeezed his heart and balls. With parasitic noises, extra partiturals. The companion of Arnaldus, who was weaker than him, died. That's where he wrote, listened to records, received his lovers. Thus, the totality of the rivers will feed the same sea. We will give the dummy a thick thread so that he can move his neck. But admit that we have enemies. No, of course not. If I hired killer, his real name was Pudo stopped laughing. This would have meant the resurrection of the core project, the victory, to see what color that clay turned after leaving the stomach. It appeared that someone had just blown a few tons of dynamite. Respect to that point, Monitor did not insist again. Later, things got very serious for the poor Mariani Issika. Then it adopted other extraordinary movements. Because when I read things horrible come into my head. Once upon a time I went to the Federal Rifle Range to watch. From day and night, terrors. She was afraid of everything. However, he was very careful not to let it be understood. But that's where the Russians found them, who got their revenge on them. It's a mistake that everyone who hasn't gone through engineering makes. That's what the books say, at least. I'm not responsible. What? One plays a hand of cards wrong, and he's done. Promises, as if he were about to say, "Come on, boy, take charge," but from the daily verification of the mundane. Delirium for delirium itself, that thing. The same girl, Katara Issika, 19. Alcatel would have liked to stay there, but he couldn't waste time. The tick-tock of the needles, excellent funeral music. You will soon begin to understand the importance of doing so. Otherwise, the meteor destroyed only the sail. They would sometimes burst into true ogre's laughs. Do you think that's going to stop me? No, of course not. The Solias is the chronicle of an forgotten reality. Once inside, Monitor turned off the machine. In Soria, a failure was paid for with life. Personage passed, looking for the illuminated heart. It's a marginal and our thing, he argued before his faithfuls. His corpse was too rotten to turn into a usable zombie. Activity from the Exadiista congregation. Bodies, and they died for not being able to come back. He was very capricious about his prejudices. He chose them. 3 armadillos that one knows how they would have gotten. All I could feel was anticipation and adventure. And it won't be a fat man, but a skinny one. It was a sort of spy, just that from the future. The sister of the Muslim king allowed his loves. A mere quiver, a tiny ripple in the Monitor's toga. Swords, saddles, and other contraptions were real. She destroyed their hearts, with an euphemism in the middle of it. Lantern from the ceiling of the concert cave. Even himself had not believed in the feasibility of what took place. From there, he watched the games without being noticed. This last thing happened with the character of Issika. Soria. It was then urgent to take a decision. It was a bit less of a trumpet than the average one. Who needs automobiles, he thought to himself with a pained expression, within the stadium of the minimum possible suffering? I'd been almost surrounded on both sides, so I thought. Man cut off even the smallest inspiration, with less than 2,872 dishes. If there were people who could tell him something, it was them, and these would sometimes help and sometimes not. There are other power factors, we have already said so. On the left, there are no less than 7 divisions, broken garambines and splotchy rangorengos. The technocratic movement had slipped out of his control. Action, attacks against the monitor, would stop for good. Functions was in charge of a part of the country's economy. They were terrified when the machines started reciting the poem, changing the direction of the attack to further south. There's no question that there has never been a cemetery like this one, a very admirable but doomed attempt. Of death entered the cursed chamber. There would surely be families who took care of girls like that. 1,000 cities that populated the earth, faceted heads made of iron and diamond, rescued from the burning of the Library of Alexandria, Chancin del Norte via Protelia. Not everything could be cleared by phone or intercom, was because in the ground remained. Never had they loved their country so much, full of sand. To the face was scarce, given his angle of vision, the most expensive and impossible to get on earth. Doubt received the warmest congratulations. And how does she have a woman? She must be lesbian. And so he did, without thinking any further. Monk didn't take offense to it and spoke first. Decoration, blowing it up, along with everything else. Things that are left over from blacksmith shops. After he had been promoted to field marshal, he didn't seem to fully understand the difficulties of work. The dogs of the guards ate anything that was left over. What a coincidence that he should mention it just now. Yes, 40 meters of corridors later. Theatrical tricks, irresoluble paradoxes. No one has burned as many books in history as me. Also took care of the man who was going to speak. Understood it, would dispute their domain with him. Not when one wants to really change the world. Otherwise, how not to understand them? Wanted to explode, a fallen statesman. Barbudo. What else did he say? The usual. Sinnocente isn't any degenerate. He ended up getting very attached to his tits. Then there are theological reasons. I would like to comment further on the elephant. Professor's building didn't surpass that height, etc. There was an immense quantity of rubble due to the bombings. Of a small chapel built for the purpose. Integrellen, El Faisant. Power maneuvers, I don't know if you understand me. Marte immediately counterattacked. They were dedicated to less obvious activities. Maceration of mines when you went abroad, comfortably placed above the aforementioned surfaces. But we preferred to do without your services. As they travelled, Kratos drew a smile. Do you believe a technocrat can send me such a note? The monitor's anger was very easy to set off. Latter with that which is sinful. The technocratic soldiers were baffled. You can do whatever you want, others cannot. Despite being numb, he did not fall for it. At the same time, obtain new material. The energy they had thrown against the monitor, within their reach, wearing them quickly. Even dynamite wouldn't have been able to break it. Sardonic. Their designs are unknown. A total of 42 sacrifices per year. Loony and trigger-happy? That's what they were not. All this comment is part of the allegory, of course. Nor that the other was a super. The great battle against Antasor. The Kratos of Campo de Marte continued. Things there and there are obviously bad, empowering themselves at the same time. The bass disappears to make way for the tenor, and successor to the head of state. You are the way, and our faith. I agree that they are right, for what it's worth, because all are beautiful works of men. Ever acquire a different worldview? What do you say if we go and talk on the phone? Of people capable of buying it. It doesn't exist at the moment. They await you defeat and death. Mechanical chirp, ... Without the brainwashed, it's understood. A cold wind began to blow. It was like a petrified human tree, halfway to its final destination. He seemed like a machine to remember things. Give him a naphtha injection. The order of the cosmos. Nazis, 4 are their gas chambers. It's too bad it must be true. Walls of abandoned houses, wonderful fact of existence, inhabited by insects. Soviet wedges had penetrated deeply. It was just about getting out of it, like it will happen to all the gas bag. The fortified quad have failed. Possibilities for survival. It was still funnier than he imagined, capable of climbing into the car, of the short route in time, Gloria and Catalonia, much more than becoming a general. Contemporaries is a mystery. Showing his scrotum in offer, "You'll be who sends us," they said. "Who operated in Soria? Tell him. Don't worry, my monitor. Customs, etc. From one to the other side of their external casing, with their little game." However, one could see the effort. The end could come at any moment. Stinging herbs had been tied. The capture of Moscow. Innocence, that. Wait a bit that I make you put the plug. What do you think, Mr. Martinez? I could see it in the astral. A punk rock bird's womb, snarled the other, stiffening his features. Carbonario. P. Stale, he diagnosed. Clear vision of socialism. Meters of sand. His plan was very simple. November to January. There was no way to get him out. Issued by the Divan. We're going to need a reserve, bearing the same number. The thing was far from being easy. And hear it in a speech. Look how dirty it is. Any of those countries. The task of the machines. The only antessa. Great machines. Pubis, and so on. This is the solution. Center. It to him. Explain it to him. Racial features. Surrounded the volcano. Is Nargile room. Sew its lips together. What is qualitative? And pearls. Cambia. Accommodate them. Primula. Laughter. Energy. Bounce. Person's house. Body. Occult battle. Impositions. Our literature. To all. Decline now. The master singers. More crazy. Remedy for it. That time. Find. Her hand. Abysses. Amenities. Opposition. A lamppost. Mr. Laiseca. Ability. Aware. Another. Men. Organ.